1778. McLiv Ibid, Vol 3, August 20th, 1775. MCLV Ibid, Vol 3, July 18th, 1775. McLV Ibid, Vol 30, August 28th, 1788. McLV Ibid, Vol 30, September 22nd, 1788. McLV Ibid, Vol 1, 12 to 1756. McLix Ibid, Vol 36, August 9th, 1798. MCLX Ibid, Vol 4, April 20th, 1776. McLexi Ibid, Vol 37, January 20th, 1799. McLexi Ibid, Vol 35, December 19th, 1796. McLex Ibid, Vol 26, June 8th, 1783. McLexiv Ibid, Vol 3, August 20th, 1785. MCLXV Ibid, Vol 28, July 26, 1786. Maxi Ibid, Vol 26, 3 to 121, 1783. Maxfic Ibid, Vol Maxfa Ibid, Vol 3, August 11th, 1775. Mixik XX Ibid, Vol 3, September 14th, 1775. MCLXX Ibid, Vol 7, April 15th, 1777. Maclexi Steiner, The Religious Beliefs of Our Presidents, 1936. Max XI, WGW, VOL 30, August 28, 1785. To Reverend Jonathan Edwards. Maclex Ibid, Vol 15, June 2nd, 1779. To the Minister, Elders and Deacons of the Dutch Reformed Church at Raritan. Maclex Ibid, Vol 30, May 26, 1789. To the General Assembly of Presbyterian Churches in the United States. MXXV Ibid, Vol 30, October 23, 1789. To the First Presbytery of the Eastward Newburyport. MXXEF Ibid, Vol 28, January 25, 1785. To Sir James J. Max Sex and Siphond Ibid, Vol 28, February 8, 1785. To the President of the Congress, WGW, Vol 2008, January 25th, 1785. To Sir James J. Apps Ibid, Vol 28, January 25th, 1785. To Sir James J. McClexikes Ibid, Vol 32, April 10th, 1792. To Reverend John Carroll, MCLXX Ibid, Vol 27, August 10th, 1783. To George Martin, McClexi Ibid, Vol 13, December 18th, 1778. To Benjamin Harrison McClix Colf, Ibid, Vol 11, May 2nd, 1778. General Orders. Mac Ibid, Vol 5, May 15th, 1776. General Orders. McClex Ibid, Vol 30, July 20th, 1785. To Jonathan Trumbull, MEC XXV Ibid, Vol 30, April 30th, 1789. The First Inaugural Address. McCC Ibid, Vol 35, September 19th, 1796. Farewell Address. Max 2nd. A discourse delivered on the 18th day of December 1777, the day of public thanksgiving appointed by the Honorable Continental Congress by the Reverend Israel Evans, available on the Evans Collection, Early American Imprints, First Series, No. 15,791, filmed, Am Chaplain to General Paws Brigade, and now published at the request of the General and Officers of the said brigade, to be distributed among the soldiers gratis. Lancaster, printed by Francis Bailey, 1778. Evans wrote, Methinks I see the illustrious Washington with but 2,000 or 3,000 men, retreating indeed before 10,000 or 12,000 of the enemy, but yet checking their progress through the country, and when reinforced by the brave militia, turning upon the enemy, killing some, captivating many, and obliging so large an army to retire, and confine themselves, during the whole winter, within narrow bounds. O America, give glory to God, for such a faithful hero. Then you saw him greatest when most without your aid. Collected in himself he greatly resolved, with his few faithful followers, to be the barrier of liberty, or fall in its defense. O sons of America, let it not again be said, that you seemed to desert liberty and Washington, but God supported and preserved him, and us all. So that instead of being conquered, we gained strength and knowledge, in the art and means of defense during the 2 last campaigns, and having now nearly concluded the 3rd campaign, although victory has not fully attended us in every enterprise, the prospect is glorious, and far exceeds our former expectations or hopes, and calls us to praise God and say, Blessed be the Lord, who hath not given us to be a prey to our enemies. I now enter upon a less joyful subject than the triumphs of victory, but it is to some the sure attendant of conquest. Suffer me, my dear fellow soldiers, to check for a moment the current of joy and gladness, and blame me not for doing honor to the memory of the brave heroes who fell in battle, honorably defending their country. They well deserve the tribute of a tear, and are justly entitled to the honor of being recorded in our breasts, among the saviors of our country. For us, and posterity they bravely fought, and bled, and died, and fell in the field of glory, and the arms of victory. With us they were acquainted, and to us they were dear. Neither officers nor soldiers shall be ungratefully forgotten by us, for they have done honor to their country, and made a generous sacrifice of their lives, to the rights and liberties of mankind. Such bravery is worthy of imitation, and gives a dignity to human nature. Follow therefore, ye men of war, their noble example, and to all your innate bravery, join love to all the friends of liberty, and true love to God, who covered your heads in the day of battle, and shielded you from death, when you saw his arrows fly so thick around you, and so many were slain. I beseech you, let not your near escape from death harden you against God, and dispose you to forget and neglect him. He is continually doing you good, why will you offend him? And disregard the innumerable obligations you are under, to be obedient to his laws and submissive to his will. Behold, how tenderly the psalmist represents the care and kindness of the Lord, unto all those who put their trust in him. He shall cover thee with his feathers, and under his wings shalt thou trust. Thou shalt not be afraid for the terror by night, nor the arrow that flieth by day. In the strength of God therefore, go on ye heroes, who, in 2 battles with the enemy, bravely fought, and have survived those conflicts, and are happily before me this day, employed in the most reasonable and dignified service of praising and adoring the Lord of hosts, the God of battle, who with infinite ease disposes all the events of war, and guides the seemingly casual revolutions of kingdoms and states, to his own appointed purposes. Walk in the road of glory, and the pleasant path of true virtue, and gather fresh laurels in every enterprise. Regret not your removal from the late successful command of the Honorable General Gates, for here is His Excellency General Washington. Look on him, and catch the genuine patriot fire of liberty and independence. Look on him, and learn to forget your own ease and comfort. Like him resign the charms of domestic life, when the genius of America bids you grow great in her service, and liberty calls you to protect her. Look on your worthy general, and claim the happiness and honor of saying, He is ours. Like him love virtue, and like him reverence the name of the great Jehovah. Be mindful of that public declaration which he has made, that we cannot reasonably expect the blessing of God upon our arms, if we continue to profane his holy name. Learn of him to endure watchings, cold and hardships, for you have just heard that he assures you, he is ready and willing, to endure whatever inconveniences and hardships may attend this winter. Are any of you startled at the prospect of hard winter quarters? Think of liberty in Washington, and your hardships will be forgotten and banished. Let Europe, nay let the world hear that the American army, in the defense of their country, cheerfully submitted to the inconvenience of having no other houses of accommodation, than such as their own hands reared in the depth of winter. Be encouraged, therefore, to undertake all that has been proposed to you in the General's orders. And let me assure you, from some little experience obtained in 3 campaigns, that what has appeared hard and impracticable at a distance, has been found tolerable and easy easy, when the worst that could be imagined has arrived. Nephi LXXI, WGW, VOL 11, March 13, 1778. To Israel Evans, Nick Lex XX, WGW, VLL 30, August 28, 1788. MC XC, WGW Vol 11, March 13, 1778. To Israel Evans, Valley Forge, March 13, 1778. Your favor of the 17th. Alto, enclosing the discourse which you delivered on the 18th of December, the day set apart for a general thanksgiving, to General Paws Brigade, never came to my hands till yesterday. I have read this performance with equal attention and pleasure, and at the same time that I admire and feel the force of the reasoning which you have displayed through the whole, it is more especially incumbent upon me to thank you for the honourable, but partial, mention you have made of my character, and to assure you that it will ever be the first wish of my heart to aid your pious endeavours to inculcate a due sense of the dependence we ought to place in that all-wise and powerful being on whom alone our success depends. Me XCI. See, for example, the American Heritage Dictionary, Boston, Houghton Mifflin, 1982, p. 390 under devout. Meek CII WGW, Vol 7, April 12, 1777. Mick CII WGW, Vol 7, April 15, 1777. Maxiv WGW, Vol L, 36, July 13, 1798. To the President of the United States, satisfied, therefore, that you have sincerely wished and endeavoured to avert war, and exhausted to the last drop the cup of reconciliation, we can, with pure hearts, appeal to heaven for the justice of our cause, and may confidently trust the final result to that kind Providence who has heretofore, and so often, signally favoured the people of these United States. MCXCV, WGW, Vol 30. September 22, 1788. To Henry Lee. Should the contingency you suggest take place, and for argument's sake alone let me say it, should my unfeigned reluctance to accept the office be overcome by a deference for the reasons and opinions of my friends, might I not, after the declarations I have made, and heaven knows they were made in the sincerity of my heart, in the judgment of the impartial world and of posterity, be chargeable with levity and inconsistency, if not with rashness and ambition? While doing what my conscience informed me was right, as it respected my God, my country and myself, I could despise all the party clamour and unjust censure, which must be expected from some. MCXCVI, WGW Vol 1. May 29, 1754. To Robert Dinwiddie, Mick CVI WGW, Vol 30, December 4, 1788. To Arthur Young, Mick CVI WGW Vol L, 24, April 20, 1782. To Bartholomew Dandridge. In a word, I see so many perplexing and intricate matters before me, which must be the work of time to arrange and bring to a conclusion, that it would be injurious to the children, and madness in me to undertake as a principle a trust which I could not discharge. Such aid, however, as it ever may be with me to give to the children, especially the boy, I will afford with all my heart, and with all my soul, and on the assurances of it you may rely. Max C. Ikes WGW Vol L. 25, December 14, 1782. To Comte de Rochambeau. To this testimony of your public character I should be wanting to the feelings of my heart, was I not to add expressions of the happiness I have enjoyed in your private friendship, the remembrance of which will be one of the most pleasing circumstances of my life. MCC WGW Vol 34. December 16, 1795. To the citizens of Frederick County, Virginia, next to the approbation of my own mind, arising from a consciousness of having uniformly, diligently and sincerely aimed, by doing my duty, to promote the true interests of my country, the approbation of my fellow citizens is dear to my heart. In a free country, such approbation should be a citizen's best reward, and so it would be, if truth and candour were always to estimate the conduct of public men. But the reverse is so often the case, that he who, wishing to serve his country, is not influenced by higher motives, runs the risk of being miserably disappointed. Under such discouragements the good citizen will look beyond the applauses and reproaches of men, and persevering in his duty, stand firm in conscious rectitude, and in the hope of an approving heaven. McShee Ibid, Vol 16, July 29, 1779. To President Joseph Reed. The first wish of my soul is to return to that peaceful retirement and domestic ease and happiness from whence I came. Ibid, Vol 30, January 10, 1789. To Samuel Hanson. The first wish of my soul is to spend the evening of my days in the lot of a private citizen on my farm. Ibid, Vol 24, June 15, 1782. To Archibald Carey. I can truly say that the first wish of my soul is to return speedily into the bosom of that country which gave me birth and in the sweet enjoyment of domestic pleasures and the company of a few friends, to end my days in quiet when I shall be called from this stage. McShee Ibid, Vol 19, October 17, 1777. To Richard Henry Lee. You may believe me, my good sir, that I have no earthly views but the public good in what I have said. I have no prejudice against General Conway, nor desire to serve any other brigadier, further than I think the cause will be benefited by it, to bring which to a speedy and happy conclusion, is the most fervent wish of my soul. Ibid, Vol 26, April 4, 1783. To Theodoric Bland. As it is the first wish of my soul to see the war happily and speedily terminated, and those who are now in arms return to citizenship with good dispositions, I think it a duty which I owe to candour and to friendship to point you to such things as will have a tendency to harmony and to bring them to pass. Ibid, Vol 13, December 12, 1778. To President Joseph Reed. Were I to give in to private conveniency and amusement, I should not be able to resist the invitation of my friends to make feeler, instead of a squeezed-up room or two, my quarters for the winter, but the affairs of the army require my constant attention and presence, and circumstanced as matters are at this time, calls for some degree of care and address to keep it from crumbling. As peace and retirement are my ultimate aim, and the most pleasing and flattering hope of my soul, everything advansive of this end contributes to my satisfaction, however difficult and inconvenient in the attainment, and will reconcile any place and all circumstances to my feelings whilst I continue in service. McShee Ibid, Vol 29, February 25, 1787. To Henry Knox. To see this country happy whilst I am gliding down the stream of life in tranquil retirement is so much the wish of my soul, that nothing on this side Elysium can be placed in competition with it. Maxiv Ibid, Vol 36, August 4, 1797. To Lawrence Lewis. I am sorry to hear of the loss of your servant, but it is my opinion these elopements will be much more before they are less frequent, and that the persons making them should never be retained if they are recovered, as they are sure to contaminate and discontent others. I wish from my soul that the legislature of this state could see the policy of a gradual abolition of slavery. It would prevent much future mischief. MCCV Ibid, Vol 27, December 1, 1783. To the freeholders and inhabitants of Kings County. McPhee Washington's deep emotions are very evident in his words to his army at the time of the ceasefire with Britain. April 18, 1783. Although the proclamation before alluded to extends only to the prohibition of hostilities and not to the enunciation of a general peace, yet it must afford the most rational and sincere satisfaction to every benevolent mind, as it puts a period to a long and doubtful contest, stops the effusion of human blood, opens the prospect to a more splendid scene, and like another morning star, promises the approach of a brighter day than hath hitherto illuminated the Western Hemisphere on such a happy day, a day which is the harbinger of peace, a day which completes the 8th year of the war. It would be ingratitude not to rejoice. It would be insensibility not to participate in the general felicity. A commander-in-chief, far from endeavouring to stifle the feelings of joy in his own bosom, offers his most cordial congratulations on the occasion to all the officers of every denomination, to all the troops of the United States in general, and in particular to those gallant and persevering men who had resolved to defend the rights of their invaded country so long as the war should continue. For these are the men who ought to be considered as the pride and boast of the American army, and who, crowned with well-earned laurels, may soon withdraw from the field of glory to the more tranquil walks of civil life. While the general recollects the almost infinite variety of scenes through which we have passed, with a mixture of pleasure, astonishment, and gratitude, while he contemplates the prospects before us with rapture, he cannot help wishing that all the brave men, of whatever condition they may be, who have shared in the toils and dangers of effecting this glorious revolution, of rescuing millions from the hand of oppression, and of laying the foundation of a great empire, might be impressed with a proper idea of the dignified part they have been called to act under the smiles of Providence on the stage of human affairs, for happy, thrice happy shall they be pronounced hereafter, who have contributed anything, who have performed the meanest office in erecting the stupendous fabric of freedom and empire on the broad basis of independency, who have assisted in protecting the rights of humane nature, and establishing an asylum for the poor and oppressed of all nations and religions. The glorious task for which we first flew to arms being thus accomplished, the liberties of our country being fully acknowledged, and firmly secured by the smiles of heaven, on the purity of our cause, and the honest exertions of a feeble people, determined to be free against a powerful nation, disposed to oppress them, and the character of those who have persevered through every extremity of hardship, suffering, and danger being immortalized by the illustrious appellation of the Patriot Army Ibid. Vol. 26, 4 to 181,783, McPhee, Ibid, Vol. 16, July 29, 1779. General Orders McFly WGW Vol. L. 7, April 15, 1777. McShix and Guire, Religious Opinions, p. 162 to 167. This story was taken from a respectable literary journal published in New York, p. 162. McSeeks Ibid, p. 156. Mexi Mead, Old Churches, Vol. 2, p. 490 ff. No, X3. Further statements concerning the religious character of Washington, and the question whether he was a communicant or not. Max I WGW, Vol. 3, July 18, 1771. Max I 1662, Book of Common Prayer. See www.eskimo.com/tinlowlowell/bcp 1662/index.html. McSiv Ibid, McCXV Ibid, McSix IWGW Vol. 10, General Orders Headquarters, White Marsh, November 30, 1777. On the 25th of November instant, the Honourable Continental Congress passed the following resolved. Forasmuch as it is the indispensable duty of all men to adore the superintending providence of Almighty God, to acknowledge with gratitude their obligations to him for benefits received, and to implore such further blessings as they stand in need of, and, it having pleased him in his abundant mercy, not only to continue to us the innumerable bounties of his common providence, but also to smile upon us in the prosecution of a just and necessary war, for the defence of our unalienable rights and liberties. It is therefore recommended by Congress, that Thursday the 18th, day of December next, be set apart for solemn thanksgiving and praise, that at one time, and with one voice, the good people may express the grateful feelings of their hearts, and consecrate themselves to the service of their divine benefactor, and that, together with their sincere acknowledgments and offerings, they may join the penitent confession of their sins, and supplications for such further blessings as they stand in need of. The chaplains will properly notice this recommendation, that the day of thanksgiving may be duly observed in the army, agreeably to the intentions of Congress. Sixth Ibid. Vol. 17, General Orders Headquarters, Moore's House, Saturday, November 27, 1779. The Honourable the Congress has been pleased to pass the following proclamation, whereas it becomes us humbly to approach the throne of Almighty God, with gratitude and praise for the wonders which his goodness has wrought in conducting our forefathers to this western world, for his protection to them, and to their posterity amid difficulties and dangers, for raising us, their children, from deep distress to be numbered among the nations of the earth, and for arming the hands of just and mighty princes in our deliverance. And especially for that, he hath been pleased to grant us the enjoyment of health, and so to order the revolving seasons, that the earth hath produced her increase in abundance, blessing the labours of the husbandman, and spreading plenty through the land, that he hath prospered our arms and those of our ally, been a shield to our troops in the hour of danger, pointed their swords to victory, and led them in triumph over the bulwarks of the foe, that he hath gone with those who went out into the wilderness against the savage tribes, that he hath stayed the hand of the spoiler, and turned back his meditated destruction, that he hath prospered our commerce, and given success to those who sought the enemy on the face of the deep, and above all, that he hath diffused the glorious light of the gospel, whereby through the merits of our gracious Redeemer, we may become the heirs of his eternal glory. Therefore, resolved, that it be recommended to the several states, to appoint Thursday the 9th of December next, to be a day of public and solemn thanksgiving to Almighty God for his mercies, and of prayer for the continuance of his favour and protection to these United States, to beseech him that he would be graciously pleased to influence our public councils, and bless them with wisdom from on high, with unanimity, firmness, and success, that he would go forth with our hosts and crown our arms with victory, that he would grant to his church the plentiful effusions of divine grace, and pour out his Holy Spirit on all ministers of the gospel, that he would bless and prosper the means of education, and spread the light of Christian knowledge through the remotest corners of the earth, that he would smile upon the labours of his people, and cause the earth to bring forth her fruits in abundance, that we may with gratitude and gladness enjoy them, that he would take into his holy protection our illustrious ally, give him victory over his enemies, and render him signally great, as the father of his people, and the protector of the rights of mankind, that he would graciously be pleased to turn the hearts of our enemies, and to dispense the blessings of peace to contending nations, that he would in mercy look down upon us, pardon our sins, and receive us into his favour, and finally, that he would establish the independence of these United States upon the basis of religion and virtue, and support and protect them in the enjoyment of peace, liberty, and safety. A strict observance to be paid by the army to this proclamation, and the chaplains are to prepare and deliver discourses suitable to it. McSixianth, Ibid, Vol. 26, April 18, 1783. McSixix, C.F. Maguire, Religious Opinions, 151. During the Constitutional Convention, May to September 1787, over which George Washington presided, progress was slow going for the first several weeks. Tempers flared. It was hot and muggy and unpleasant. Delegates were coming and going. Some left and never returned. We know there were 55 delegates, yet only 39 signed the document in September, the first being Washington. Progress was so slow that on June 28, the elder statesman amongst them, the well-respected Benjamin Franklin, stood up and gave a monumental speech. He called for them to pray. He told them that they would succeed no greater than the builders of the Tower of Babel, if they neglected God. Franklin was not an orthodox Christian. He was one of the 5% amongst them who was not. Yet he gave an impassioned speech, one of the greatest in American history, calling for prayer. Here is one of his statements in that speech. I have lived, sir, a long time, and the longer I live, the more convincing proofs I see of this truth, that God governs in the affairs of men, and if a sparrow cannot fall to the ground without his notice, is it probable that an empire can rise without his aid? Immediately after Franklin spoke, New Jersey delegate Jonathan Dayton described the scene. Note what he says about Washington's reaction. The doctor sat down, and never did I behold a countenance at once so dignified and delighted as was that of Washington at the close of the address, nor were the members of the convention generally less affected. The words of the venerable Franklin fell upon our ears with a weight and authority, even greater than we may suppose an oracle to have had in a Roman Senate. See David C. Gibbs, Jr. Jerry Newcomb, One Nation Under God, 10 Things Every Christian Should Know About the Founding of America. Seminole FL, Christian Law Association, pp. 159-160. McSeeks Explorer, p. 169. George Washington Papers at the Library of Congress, 1741-1799. Series 2 Letterbox, George Washington. To Philadelphia German Lutherans, April 7, 1789, Letterbook 38, image 40 of 166. McShee Boller, George Washington and Religion, p. 173. PGW, Series 2 Letterbooks, George Washington to Methodist Episcopal Bishops, May 29, 1789, Letterbook 38, image 42 of 166. McSeeks Kratzwey, WGW Vol 30, October 3, 1789, Mac, Ibid, Vol 34, November 19, 1794. McSheets Active, Ibid, Vol 35, December 7, 1796. Max, this argument has been used to diminish the importance of Washington's commitment to Providence. Cf. Douglas Southall Freeman George Washington, a biography, 7 vols. Victory with the Help of France, Volume 5, New York, Charles Scribner's Sons, 1952, pp. 493-94. To this same uncertain frontier of Washington's mind, his personal religion had been brought back after the years of peace had led him, the vestryman, and then the warden, to conform without heart searching to the practices of the church. He believed that a God directed his path, but he had not been particularly ardent in his faith. The war had convinced him that a providence had intervened to save America from ruin. So often had he remarked it that a French skeptic would have said of him, no doubt, that a fatalist had become superstitious. On the other hand, had a chaplain at headquarters been privileged to look through Washington's files, he would have been disappointed to find there no evidence of expressed personal belief in any creedal religion. It was almost as if the God of battles had subordinated the God of the humble heart. The tone of Washington's addresses and circulars was distinctly more fervent, to be sure, than in 1775, if the theme touched religion. But this change had not become marked till Jonathan Trumbull, Jr. had joined the staff and had begun to write Washington's public papers of this type. Trumbull's alternate and successor in this capacity was David Humphreys, who, like the Connecticut governor's son, was of theologically minded New England believers. The part these two men played in accentuating and enlarging with their pens the place that Providence had in the mind of Washington probably was among the most extraordinary and least considered influences of Puritanism on the thoughts of the young nation. The people who heard the replies of Washington to their addresses doubtless thought they were listening to the general, as indeed they were, to the extent that Washington did not cancel what had been written, but the warmth of the faith was more definitely that of the aide than that of the commander-in-chief. Now that the war had ended, and the Providence that Washington would observe was that of rain and sunshine and season and storm, not that of marches and battles, it remained for the returning soldier to see whether God again became personal to him. McCXEI, WGW, Vol 32, May 24, 1793. WGW note, the draft in the writing of Jefferson is in the Jefferson Papers in the Library of Congress. McSex 7th, Ibid. Vol 14, March 4, 1779. McSex 2nd, Ibid. Vol 21, February 26, 1781. McSex. The address of the artillery company is dated February, June 22, 1794, and it and this answer are entered in the letterbook in the Washington Papers. McCXXX, WGW, VOL 33-2 to 1794. McShee, the original address of the ministers, etc. is in PGW. It is signed George J. L. Doll. 5th D. M. McCXEI, WGW, VOL 25, November 16, 1782. McCXEI, PGW, Series 4. General Correspondence, 1697 to 1799. William Lynn to George Washington, May 30, 1798. Image 243 to 244. McCXEI, WGW, VOL 36, June 4, 1798. Max XV. A Discourse on National Sins, delivered May 9, 1798, being the day recommended by the President of the United States to be observed as a day of general fast by William Lynn, D.D., one of the ministers of the Reformed Dutch Church in the city of New York. New York, printed by T. and J. Swords, number 99 Pearl Street, 1798. Lynn wrote, in the fourth place, that the prevalence of infidelity is a cause of divine judgments. Not many years ago, a professed deist in this country was rare. If any doubted, they were ashamed to avow it, and they had so much decency as not to ridicule what the generality of mankind held sacred. But infidelity is now no longer concealed. Its advocates are numerous, and propagate their sentiments with a brazen front. Formerly, some of the most celebrated infidels attacked the Christian religion indirectly, but we have seen it represented as a fable not even cunningly devised, as destructive of morality and the source of innumerable miseries. We have seen it loaded with all manner of reproach, and a bold attempt made to eradicate it from the earth. From an American press have issued the most horrid blasphemies which have ever been uttered. From an American press issued the first part of The Age of Reason, and the second part was reprinted here. A multitude of copies were imported, and circulated with uncommon industry. Surely, if our ports be shut, it should be against such principles as these. Were it possible to lay an embargo on them in the country from which they come, it ought to be done, for they are infinitely more to be dreaded than all the fleets and armies of Europe. Perhaps we may date the growth of infidelity among us from the entrance of the French army. While they brought us the assistance we desired, and accelerated our independence, they leavened us with ungodliness, and it may yet be said of us, the strength of Pharaoh shall be your shame, and the trust in the shadow of Egypt your confusion. Deism and atheism have long been propagated among that people, and at their revolution appeared in full maturity. Their very clergy, the professed ministers of the religion of Christ, headed by the Archbishop of Paris, came before the National Convention, and abjured the Christian religion, declaring that they considered it as an imposture. What else but horrid deeds were to be expected from those who gloried in the confession of their hypocrisy? What confidence can be placed in those who defy the majesty of heaven and earth? As to the leading object of Thomas Paine, I have expressed an opinion. It is certain that his principles directly tend to confusion, and every evil work. To the necessity of religion, President Washington has borne ample testimony in his most excellent address on his resignation, an address fraught with political wisdom, and which, in matter and manner, is worthy the pen of the greatest philosopher and statesman in the world. Of all the dispositions and habits, says he, which lead to political prosperity, religion and morality are indispensable supports. In vain would that man claim the tribute of patriotism, who should labor to subvert these great pillars of human happiness, these firmest props of the duties of men and citizens. The mere politician, equally with the pious man, ought to respect and to cherish them. A volume could not trace all their connections with private and public felicity. Let it simply be asked, where is the security for property, for reputation, for life, if the sense of religious obligation desert the oaths, which are the instruments of investigation in courts of justice? And let us with caution indulge the supposition that morality can be maintained without religion. If the heathen found their religious institutions and worship absolutely necessary and highly beneficial, what advantages are to be expected from the profession and influence of the true religion? There was never found, says the great Lord Bacon, who may be set against an host of infidels in any age of the world, either philosophy, or sect, or religion, which did so highly exalt the public good, as the Christian faith. The French legislators have not satisfied themselves with renouncing revealed religion, but have endeavored to destroy natural religion itself. They have denied the being of God and his providence, that there is any future state of existence, declared death to be an eternal sleep, and set up no objects of worship, reason, and liberty. Maxi XPI, WGW, Vol. 2, July 20th, 1758. Maxi X70 Bid, Vol. 4, April 29th, 1776. Max 6 Tickums, Ibid, Vol. 7, April 15th, 1777. Max X, Ibid, Vol. November 18th, 1775. Maxi XL, Ibid, Vol. 27, December 12th, 1783. Maxixley Ibid, Vol. 27, November 2nd, 1783. Maxley Ibid, Vol. 27, August 10th, 1783. Maxley Ibid, Vol. 26, June 8th, 1783. Maxexliv Ibid, Vol. 27, August 25th, 1783. Maxi XLV Ibid, Vol. 28, April 10th, 1785. Maxlv Ibid, Vol. 30, September 28th, 1789. Maxlvit Ibid, Vol. 30, October 3rd, 1789. Maxlviv Ibid, Vol. 35, September 19th, 1796. Maxexlix Ibid, Vol. 36, October 24th, 1798. Makel Ibid, Vol. 37, 1799. Maclay WGW, Vol. 10, December 17, 1777. Maclay. This psalm is indeed remarkable in this historical context. The following selection is taken from the New International Version of the Bible. 1. Contend, O Lord, with those who contend with me. 2. Fight against those who fight against me. 3. Take up shield and buckler, arise and come to my aid. 4. Brandish spear and javelin against those who pursue me. Say to my soul, I am your salvation. 5. May those who seek my life be disgraced and put to shame. May those who plot my ruin be turned back in dismay. 6. May they be like chaff before the wind, with the angel of the Lord driving them away. 7. May their path be dark and slippery, with the angel of the Lord pursuing them. 8. Since they hid their net for me without cause and without cause dug a pit for me. 9. May ruin overtake them by surprise. May the net they hid entangle them. May they fall into the pit to their ruin. Deset. Then my soul will rejoice in the Lord and delight in his salvation. Jednact. My whole being will exclaim, Who is like you, O Lord? You rescue the poor from those too strong for them, the poor and needy from those who rob them. Maclay cited in Robert Gordon Smith, ed. One Nation Under God, an anthology for Americans, New York, Funk and Wagnalls, 1961, pp. 39-40. Sadly for the American cause, Reverend Duché became a loyalist as the city of Philadelphia fell to the British. He wrote a letter calling on Washington to resign and end the war. Duché left for England, but when the war was over, he returned, and ever the gracious gentleman, Washington answered Duché's letter, indicating that he held no ill will. Duché's brother-in-law, Francis Hopkinson, signer of the Declaration and designer of the American flag, wrote a letter to Washington when he learned of the letter from Reverend Duché that had called on him to resign and to end the war. This was Washington's response. WGW, Vol. 10, 11-21, 1777. To Francis Hopkinson. Sir, I am favoured with yours of the 14th. Enclosing a letter for the Rev. Mr. Douche. I will endeavour to forward it to him, but I imagine it will never be permitted to reach his hands. WGW, note, Hopkinson's letter to Duché, who was his brother-in-law, is dated November 14th and is printed in part in Life and Works of Hopkinson by George E. Hastings, Chicago, 1926. Words cannot express the grief and consternation that wounded my soul at the sight of this fatal performance. I could go through this extraordinary letter and point out to you the truth distorted in every leading part, but the world will doubtless do this with a severity that must be daggers to the sensibilities of your heart. Read that letter over again, and, if possible, divest yourself of the fears and influences, whatever they were, that induced you to pen it. You have by a vain and weak effort attempted the integrity of one whose virtue is impregnable to the assaults of fear or flattery, whose judgment needed not your information, and who, I am sure, would have resigned his charge the moment he found it likely to lead him out of the paths of virtue and honour. And with whom would you have him negotiate? Are they not those who, without the sanction of any civil, moral, or religious right, have come 3,000 miles to destroy our peace and property, to lay waste to your native country with fire and sword, and cruelly murder its inhabitants? Look for their justice and honour in the jails of New York and Falada, and in your own Potter's Field. I confess to you that I was not more surprised than concerned at receiving so extraordinary a letter from Mr. Douche, of whom I had entertained the most favourable opinion, and I am still willing to suppose that it was rather dictated by his fears than by his real sentiments, but I very much doubt whether the great numbers of respectable characters in the state and army, on whom he has bestowed the most unprovoked and unmerited abuse, will ever attribute it to the same cause, or forgive the man who has artfully endeavoured to engage me to sacrifice them to purchase my own safety. I never intended to have made the letter more public than by laying it before Congress. I thought this a duty which I owed to myself, for had any accident have happened to the army entrusted to my command, and it had ever afterwards have appeared that such a letter had been wrote to and received by me, might it not have been said that I had betrayed my country? And would not such a correspondence, if kept a secret, have given good grounds for the suspicion? I thank you for the favourable sentiments which you are pleased to express of me, and I hope no act of mine will ever induce you to alter them. Maclive First Prayer in Congress. Beautiful Reminiscence, Washington, D.C., Library of Congress, John S. C. Abbott, George Washington, N.Y., Dodd, Mead and Company, 1875, 1917, p. 187. Pen of a revolutionary soldier. Our enemy does not knock them on the head, or burn them to death with torches, or flay them alive, or gradually dismember them till they die, which is customary among savages and barbarians. No, they are worse by far. They suffer them to starve, to linger out their lives in extreme hunger. One of these poor unhappy men, driven to the last extreme by the rage of hunger, ate his own fingers up to the first joint of his hand before he died. John Joseph Stout, Ordeal at Valley Forge. A chronicle compiled from the sources Philadelphia University of Pennsylvania Press, 1963. p. 24-25, Maclay WDW, Vol. L3, August 20th, 1775. To Lieutenant General Thomas Gage, Sir, I addressed you on the 11th, instant in terms which gave the fairest scope for the exercise of that humanity and politeness, which was supposed to form a part of your character. I remonstrated with you on the unworthy treatment shewn to the officers and citizens of America whom the fortune of war, chance, or a mistaken confidence had thrown into your hands. Whether British or American mercy, fortitude, and patience are most preeminent, whether our virtuous citizens, whom the hand of tyranny has forced into arms to defend their wives, their children, and their property, or the mercenary instruments of lawless domination, avarice and revenge, best deserve the appellation of rebels and the punishment of that cord which your affected clemency has forebone to inflict, whether the authority under which fact is usurped, or founded upon the genuine principles of liberty, were altogether foreign to the subject. I purposely avoided all political disquisition, nor shall I now avail myself of those advantages which the sacred cause of my country of liberty and human nature give me over you. McElvidge, WGW, Vol. 5, July 7th, 1776. To Gov. Jonathan Trumbull, the interest of America is now in the balance, and it behoves all attached to her sacred cause and the rights of humanity to hold forth their utmost and most speedy aid. I am convinced nothing will be wanting in your power to effect. WGW, VL 8, July 31st, 1777. To Gov. Jonathan Trumbull, I sent Generals Lincoln and Amold to assist in that command. These two gentlemen are esteemed good officers, and I think very deservedly. I am persuaded nothing that their judgments shall direct will be omitted to stop the progress of General Burgoyne's arms, as far as in them lies, and I am equally sure their personal exertions and bravery will not be wanting in any instance. Their presence, I trust, will remove every ground of diffidence and backwardness in the militia, and that they will go on when and where their services are demanded, with a spirit and resolution becoming freemen and the sacred cause in which they are engaged. McKelvey, Ibid, Vol. 6, September 4, 1776. To Colonel Fisher Gay, let me therefore not only command, but exhort you and your officers, as you regard your reputation, your country, and the sacred cause of freedom, in which you are engaged, to manly and vigorous exertions at this time, each striving to excel the other in the respective duties of his department. I trust it is unnecessary for me to add further, and that these and all other articles of your duty you will execute with a spirit and punctuality becoming your station. McClix Ibid, Vol. 5, July 10, 1776. To the President of Congress. APLX Ibid, Vol. 11, April 21, 1778. To John Bannister, Maclay. The Congressional Thanksgiving Proclamation states, Ibid, Vol. 10, November 30, 1777. General orders. Forasmuch as it is the indispensable duty of all men to adore the superintending providence of Almighty God, to acknowledge with gratitude their obligations to Him for benefits received, and to implore such further blessings as they stand in need of, and, it having pleased Him in His abundant mercy, not only to continue to us the innumerable bounties of His common providence, but also to smile upon us in the prosecution of a just and necessary war for the defense of our unalienable rights and liberties, it is therefore recommended by Congress that Thursday the 18th day of December next be set apart for solemn thanksgiving and praise, that at one time and with one voice, the good people may express the grateful feelings of their hearts, and consecrate themselves to the service of their divine benefactor, and that, together with their sincere acknowledgments and offerings, they may join the penitent confession of their sins, and supplications for such further blessings as they stand in need of. The chaplains will properly notice this recommendation, that the day of thanksgiving may be duly observed in the army, agreeably to the intentions of Congress. McClex, Ibid, Vol. 10, December 17, 1777. General orders. Headquarters, at the Gulf. The Commander-in-Chief with the highest satisfaction expresses his thanks to the officers and soldiers for the fortitude and patience with which they have sustained the fatigues of the campaign. Although, in some instances we unfortunately failed, yet upon the whole heaven hath smiled on our arms and crowned them with signal success, and we may upon the best grounds conclude, that by spirited continuance of the measures necessary for our defence, we shall finally obtain the end of our warfare, independence, liberty, and peace. These are blessings worth contending for at every hazard. But we hazard nothing. The power of America alone duly exerted would have nothing to dread from the force of Britain, yet we stand not wholly upon our ground. France yields us every aid we ask, and there are reasons to believe the period is not very distant when she will take a more active part by declaring war against the British Crown. Every motive therefore irresistibly urges us, nay commands us, to a firm and manly perseverance in our opposition to our cruel oppressors, to slight difficulties, endure hardships, and contemn every danger. The General ardently wishes it were now in his power to conduct the troops into the best winter quarters. But where are these to be found? Should we retire to the interior parts of the state, we should find them crowded with virtuous citizens who, sacrificing their all, have left Philadelphia and fled thither for protection. To their distresses humanity forbids us to add. This is not all. We should leave a vast extent of fertile country, to be despoiled and ravaged by the enemy, from which they would draw vast supplies, and where many of our firm friends would be exposed to all the miseries of the most insulting and wanton depredation. A train of evils might be enumerated, but these will suffice. These considerations make it indispensably necessary for the army to take such a position as will enable it most effectually to prevent distress and to give the most extensive security, and in that position we must make ourselves the best shelter in our power. With activity and diligence huts may be erected that will be warm and dry. In these the troops will be compact, more secure against surprises than if in a divided state and at hand to protect the country. These cogent reasons have determined the General to take post. In the neighbourhood of this camp, and influenced by them, he persuades himself that the officers and soldiers with one heart and one mind will resolve to surmount every difficulty, with a fortitude and patience becoming their profession and the sacred cause in which they are engaged. He himself will share in the hardship and partake of every inconvenience. Tomorrow being the day set apart by the Honourable Congress for public thanksgiving and praise, and duty calling us devoutly to express our grateful acknowledgments to God for the manifold blessings he has granted us, the General directs that the army remain in its present quarters, and that the chaplains perform divine service with their several corps and brigades, and earnestly exhorts all officers and soldiers, whose absence is not indispensably necessary, to attend with reverence the solemnities of the day. McClexi. We considered a portion of that sermon in the earlier chapter on Washington's spirituality. McClexive Israel Evans, a discourse, delivered on the 18th day of December, 1777, the day of public thanksgiving, appointed by the Honourable Continental Congress, by the Reverend Israel Evans, A.M. Chaplain to General Paul's Brigade, and now published at the request of the General and officers of the said brigade, to be distributed among the soldiers gratis. Lancaster, printed by Francis Bailey, 1778. Nicky LXV WW, Vol. 5, July 9, 1776. McClexi VF, WGW, Vol. 26, March 18, 1783. To the President of Congress. Sir, the result of the proceedings of the Grand Convention of the Officers which I have the honour of enclosing to your Excellency for the inspection of Congress will, I flatter myself, be considered as the last glorious proof of patriotism which could have been given by men who aspire to the distinction of a patriot army, and will not only confirm their claim to the justice, but will increase their title to the gratitude of their country. WGW note. Forward prints from a letter from Major J. A Wright to Major John Webb, from West Point, March 16, 1783. The following. Yesterday there was a meeting of the officers. The Commander-in-Chief came among us and made a most excellent address. He appeared sensibly agitated, as the writer advises to suspect the man who should advise to more moderation and longer forbearance. This expression, together with a second anonymous letter, which I have not seen, gave reason to suppose that it was a plan laid against His Excellency, as everyone who knows him must be sensible that he would recommend moderation. The General having finished his address, retired. General Gates took the chair. The business of the day was conducted with order, moderation, and decency. Having seen the proceedings on the part of the army terminate with perfect unanimity, and in a manner entirely consonant to my wishes, being impressed with the liveliest sentiments of affection for those who have so long, so patiently, and so cheerfully suffered and fought under my immediate direction, having from motives of justice, duty, and gratitude, spontaneously offered myself as an advocate for their rights, and having been requested to write to your Excellency, earnestly entreating the most speedy decision of Congress upon the subjects of the late address from the army to that honourable body, it now only remains for me to perform the task I have assumed, and to intercede in their behalf, as I now do, that the sovereign power will be pleased to verify the predictions I pronounced of, and the confidence the army have reposed in the justice of their country. And here I humbly conceive it is altogether unnecessary, while I am pleading the cause of an army which have done and suffered more than any other army ever did in the defence of the rights and liberties of human nature. 2. Expatiate on their claims to the most ample compensation for their meritorious services because they are perfectly known to the whole world, and because, although the topics are inexhaustible enough, has already been said on the subject. McClexionth. Ibid. Vol. 11, May 2nd, 1778. McClexionth. In Federa, America's God and Country. pp. 459-60. McClex Ibid. P. 460. John Peter Gabriel Muhlenberg, 1746-1807, a member of the Virginia House of Burgesses in 1774, was a 30-year-old pastor who preached on the Christian's responsibility to be involved in securing freedom for America. He was the son of Henry Melchior Muhlenberg, one of the founders of the Lutheran Church in America. In 1775, after preaching a message on Ecclesiastes 3:1, "For everything there is a season and a time for every matter under heaven," John Peter Muhlenberg closed his message by saying, "In the language of the Holy Writ, there is a time for all things, there is a time to preach and a time to fight, and now is the time to fight." He then threw off his clerical robes to reveal the uniform of an officer in the Revolutionary Army. That afternoon, at the head of 300 men, John Peter Muhlenberg marched off to join General Washington's troops and became colonel of the 8th Virginia Regiment. He served until the end of the war, during which he was promoted to the rank of Major General. In 1785, he became the Vice President of Pennsylvania, and in 1790 was a member of the Pennsylvania Constitutional Convention. He then served as a U.S. Congressman from Pennsylvania, and in 1801 he was elected to the United States Senate. In 1889, the state of Pennsylvania placed his statue in the Statuary Hall at Washington. His younger brother, Frederick Augustus Conrad Muhlenberg, 1750 to 1801, was also a Lutheran clergyman. He at first criticized his brother's support for the Revolution, but when the British invaded New York, where he was pastoring, he was forced to leave and return to his father's house in Trappe. Eventually, Frederick Augustus entered politics as well. He served as the first Speaker of the United States House of Representatives in 1789. In that capacity, along with Vice President John Adams, who was thus also President of the Senate, signed the Bill of Rights when it was sent to the states for ratification. McKee, XXWGW, Vol. 33. July 24, 1793, to the overseers at Mount of Vernon, you will recollect that your time is paid for by me, and if I am deprived of it, it is worse even than robbing my purse, because it is also a breach of trust, which every honest man ought to hold most sacred. You have found me, and you will continue to find me faithful to my part of the agreement which was made with you, whilst you are attentive to your part, but it is to be remembered that a breach on one side releases the obligation on the other. If therefore it shall be proved to me that you are absenting yourself from either the farm or the people without just cause, I shall hold myself no more bound to pay the wages than you do to attend strictly to the charge which is entrusted to you by one who has every disposition to be your friend McClexy Ibid. Vol. 12, August 3rd, 1778. And to John Park Custis, I presume you are not unacquainted with the fact of £12,000 at compound interest, amounting to upwards of £48,000 in 24 years. Reason therefore must convince you that unless you avert the evil by a deposit of the like sum in the loan office, and there hold it sacred to the purpose of accumulating interest in the proportion you pay, that you will have abundant cause to repent it. No Virginia estate, except a very few under the best of management, can stand simple interest. How then can they bear compound interest? You may be led away with ideal profits. You may figure great matters to yourself to arise from this, that, or t'other scheme, but depend upon it they will only exist in the imagination, and that year after year will produce nothing but disappointment and new hopes. These will waste time, whilst your interest is a conge, and the period approaching when you will be called upon to be prepared perhaps to advance 4 times the original purchase money. Remember therefore that as a friend, I call upon you with my advice to shun this rock by depositing the sum you are to pay Alexander in the loan office. Let it be considered as Alexander's money, and sacred to that use and that only, for if you cheat, be of opinion that payday being a great way off will give you time enough to provide for it, and consequently to apply your present cash. To other uses it does not require the gift of prophecy to predict the sale of the purchased estate or some other to pay for it. McClex Cac Ibid. Vol. 15, May 10th, 1779. To Colonel Daniel Brodhead, I cannot conclude without recommending the strictest economy in all your conduct and operations. You may be assured it has become indispensably necessary, and that you cannot pursue more effectual means of recommending yourself to public favour and thanks, and thine attention to its interests at this period of its affairs. I earnestly recommend that the bateau and other vessels, which are built for public use, be held in a manner sacred, otherwise they will get squandered, and when the period arrives that they will be wanted, none will be found. McClexcedent, Ibid. Vol. 8, June 10, 1777. General orders it is with inexpressible regret the Commander-in-Chief has been driven to the necessity of doing a severe but necessary act of justice, as an example of what is to be expected by those daring offenders who, lost to all sense of duty and the obligations they owe to their country and to mankind, wantonly violate the most sacred engagements and fly to the assistance of an enemy they are bound by every tie to oppose. A spirit of desertion is alone the most fatal disease that can attend an army, and the basest principle that can actuate a soldier wherever it shews itself. It deserves detestation and calls for the most exemplary punishment. What confidence can a general have in any soldier who he has reason to apprehend may desert in the most interesting moments? What, but the want of every moral and manly sentiment, can induce him to desert the cause to which he has pledged his faith, even with the solemnity of an oath, and which he is bound to support by every motive of justice and goodwill to himself and his fellow creatures? When such a character appears, it may almost be said in reference to it, that forbearance is folly, and mercy degenerates into cruelty. McClex Ibid. Vol. 7, February 28, 1777. To Major General Israel Putnam Headquarters, Morristown. February 28, 1777. Dear Sir, your several favours of the 25th and 26th inst. came safe to hand. The pass granted by Lord and General Howe to William Taylor, dated the 18th, is of such a nature as not to afford any protection to the vessel and crew even, on the most scrupulous construction of the law of nations, and she came in so suspicious a manner, without a flag flying, as would have justified severer treatment than mere detention. But 'tis possible that Taylor and the master of the vessel not sufficiently informed of the practice necessarily observable in bearing flags, or strangers to the instances, in which protection can with propriety be granted by an enemy, came with no ill design. I would therefore have the vessel and hands released, being desirous to remove from our army the smallest imputation of an infringement on the sacred dignity of a flag. Indeed, I would pass over unnoticed any small deviation from the usual line in these cases, if not attended with danger to us. They are to consider this early discharge as an indulgence, which they, or any other person, must not expect a repetition of. It may not be improper to send Colo form a copy of this part of my answer, that Taylor may know my sentiments, and the reasons that induce me to discharge his vessel. When the English letters that were found on board come to you, please to send them to me, if of any consequence. Ibid. Vol. 11, March 22nd, 1778. To Sir William Howe, the conduct of Lieutenant Colonel Brooks in detaining John Miller requires neither palliation nor excuse. I justify and approve it. There is nothing so sacred in the character of the King's trumpeter, even when sanctified by a flag, as to alter the nature of things, or consecrate infidelity and guilt. He was a deserter from the army under my command, and, whatever you have been pleased to assert to the contrary, it is the practice of war and nations to seize and punish deserters wherever they may be found. His appearance appearing in the character he did was an aggravation of his offence, inasmuch as it added insolence to perfidy. My scrupulous regard to the privileges of flags, and a desire to avoid everything that partiality itself might affect to consider as a violation of them, induced me to send orders for the release of the trumpeter before the receipt of your letter, the improper and peremptory terms of which, had it not been too late, would have strongly operated to produce a less compromising conduct. I intended at the time to assure you, and I wish it to be remembered, that my indulgence in this instance is not to be drawn into precedent, and that, should any deserters from the American army hereafter have the daring folly to approach our lines in a similar manner, they will fall victims to their rashness and presumption. McKee XXE, Ibid, Vol 10, January 29, 1778. To the Committee of Congress, in speaking of rank, as a spur to enterprise, I am led by the way to hint an idea, which may be improved and turned to no small advantage. This is the institution of honorary rewards, differing in degree, to be conferred on those who signalize themselves by any meritorious actions, in proportion to the magnitude and brilliancy of the achievement. These should be sacred to the purpose of their institution, and unattainable by loose recommendations, or vague, though arrogating pretension, given only upon authentic vouchers of real desert, from some proper board. Congress have already adopted the idea, in particular instances, but it were to be wished, it could be extended to something more general and systematic. I have not sufficiently employed my thoughts upon the subject, to digest them into a proposition, as to the nature, variety, and extent of these rewards, but I would in general observe, that they may consist in things of very little cost, or real value, and that the more diversified they are, the better. If judiciously and impartially administered, they would be well calculated to kindle that emulous love of glory and distinction, to which may be imputed far the greater part of the most illustrious exploits performed among mankind, and which is peculiarly necessary to be cherished and cultivated in a military life. McClexy Scene Ibid, Vol 34. October 20, 1794. To Governor Henry Lee, there is but one point on which I think it proper to add a special recommendation. It is this, that every officer and soldier will constantly bear in mind that he comes to support the laws, and that it would be peculiarly unbecoming in him to be in any way the infractor of them. That the essential principles of a free government confine the provinces of the military to these two objects. First, to combat and subdue all who may be found in arms in opposition to the national will and authority. 2. To aid and support the civil magistrate in bringing offenders to justice. The dispensation of this justice belongs to the civil magistrate, and let it ever be our pride and our glory to leave the sacred deposit there unviolated. Convey to my fellow citizens in arms my warm acknowledgments for the readiness with which they have seconded me in the most delicate and momentous duty the chief magistrate of a free people can have to perform, and add my affectionate wishes for their health, comfort, and success. Could my further presence with them have been necessary or compatible with my civil duties at a period when the approaching commencement of a session of Congress particularly urges me to return to the seat of government, it would not have been withheld. In leaving them I have the less regret, as I know I commit them to an able and faithful director, and that this director will be ably and faithfully seconded by all. McClex 2nd, Ibid, Vol 22, May 5, 1781. To Brigadier General James Clinton, alarmed at the critical situation of the garrison of Fort Schuyler, I ordered out of the small pittance in our magazines 50 barrels of meat and the same quantity of flour to be transported from this army and instantly thrown into that garrison, but the commissary reports there are but 34 B&Bs of meat in store. I have directed this number to be sent, and the residue of the 50 barrels to be made up from the fish lately barreled on the river. This supply, the fish included or not as you think proper, you will be pleased to consider as solely designed for the relief of the garrison of Fort Schuyler, and sacredly to be appropriated to that and no other purpose whatever, for in our present embarrassed circumstances, when we know not from whence the supplies of tomorrow are to be derived, no inferior object could have justified the measure of stripping this army of its last mouthful. Ibid, Vol 22, July 11, 1781. To Colonel Charles Stewart, Sir, it is His Excellency's request that you will take immediate and effectual measures to have such a number of the beef cattle from the eastern part of Connecticut, and that part of Massachusetts contiguous to Rhode Island, furnished for the militia stationed at our island, that they may not be under the necessity of consuming a single barrel of salted provision, if it can possibly be avoided. The salted provision to be repacked if necessary, and kept sacredly as a reserve in the magazine where it now is. Ibid, Vol 25, September 25, 1782. To Colonel Elisha Sheldon, Sir, on Friday next you will move from your quarters wherever they may be, with your whole corps, at such time and manner as to be at the White Plains positively between sunset and dark. Your men will require provisions for Saturday, and may be perfectly light. I send you the paroles and CR signs until the 29th inclusive. You will keep them sacredly to yourself, except when they are to be delivered to the officers entitled to them, on the several days they are designed for. McClex, Ibid, Vol 26, March 3, 1783. To Lieutenant Colonel William Stephen Smith, it is much to be regretted that while I am using every means in my power to comply with the orders of Congress, founded in my judgment on our true interest and policy, that there should be such a counteraction as we daily experience by individuals. But lamentable indeed is our situation when states, or the administration of them, are leaping over those bounds which should ever be deemed the sacred barrier between us and the enemy, without which all opposition to their measures must soon cease, or dwindle into something ridiculous enough. Make Elex Ibid, Vol 26, April 18, 1783. To the President of Congress, this act, at a comparative small expense, would be deemed an honourable testimonial from Congress of the regard they bear to those distinguished worthies, and the sense they have of their suffering virtues and services, which have been so happily instrumental towards the security and establishment of the rights, liberties, and independence of this rising empire. These constant companions of their toils and dangers, preserved with sacred care, would be handed down from the present possessors to their children as honourable badges of bravery and military merit, and would probably be brought forth on some future occasion with pride and exultation to be improved with the same military ardour and emulation in the hands of posterity as they have been used by their forefathers in the present establishment and foundation of our national independence and glory. McClexy Ibid, Vol 25, October 23, 1782. To Reverend William Gordon, it appears to me impracticable for the best historiographer living to write a full and correct history of the present revolution who has not free access to the archives of Congress, those of individual states, the papers of the Commander-in-Chief, and commanding officers of separate departments. Mine, while the war continues, I consider as a species of public property, sacred in my hands, and of little service to any historian who has not that general information, which is only to be derived with exactitude from the sources I have mentioned. When Congress then shall open their registers, and say it is proper for the servants of the public to do so, it will give me much pleasure to afford all the aid to your labours, and laudable undertaking which my papers can give. Till one of those periods arrive, I do not think myself justified in suffering an inspection of, and any extracts to be taken from my records. McClex signed, Ibid, Vol 26, March 18, 1783. To the President of Congress, to prove these assertions, to evince that my sentiments have ever been uniform, and to shew what my ideas of the rewards in question have always been, I appeal to the archives of Congress, and call on those sacred deposits to witness for me. McClex signed, Ibid, Vol 1, May 27, 1754. Journal, May 27, 1754. Besides, an ambassador has princely attendance, whereas this was only a simple petty French officer. An ambassador has no need of spies, his person being always sacred, and since their intention was so good, why did they tarry 2 days, 5 miles distance from us, without acquainting me with a summons, or at least with something that related to the embassy? That alone would be sufficient to excite the strongest suspicions, and we must do them the justice to say, that as they wanted to hide themselves, they could not have picked out better places than they had done. McClex Ibid, Vol 1, addressed to his command. And though our utmost endeavours can contribute but little to the advancement of his Majesty's honour and the interest of his governments, yet let us show our willing obedience to the best of kings, and, by a strict attachment to his royal commands, demonstrate the love and loyalty we bear to his sacred person. Let us, by rules of unerring bravery, strive to merit his royal favour, and a better establishment as reward for our services. Makilo XXV Ibid, Vol 19, August 11, 1780, to Brigadier Generals Anthony Wayne and William Irvine, citizens and good men to realise the consequences, and to assure themselves they act upon substantial grounds before they venture to execute what they have intimated. They ought to recollect that they cannot hereafter be happy if they find their conduct condemned by the country and by the army, especially if it has been the cause of any misfortune. They should remember that we have actually entered upon the operations of the campaign, that we are now in the vicinity of the enemy, and in a position that makes an action not very improbable, perhaps not very remote if my intelligence true. When they duly weigh these things, they cannot but be sensible that the love of their country, the obligations of their respective stations, what they owe to their own characters, and to that discipline which ought to be sacred among military men, all these motives call upon them to relinquish the intention they have suggested. It is true, we have not many considerations of interest to attach us to the service, but we have those of honour and public good in a high degree, and I flatter myself these ties will not prove too feeble. Ibid, Vol. 23, October 31st, 1781. General orders. The General cannot forbear adding that accusations of so serious a nature should be made with the most scrupulous caution, an officer's character being too sacred to be impeached with levity without a sufficient foundation. Muklex Ibid, Vol. 26, March 5th, 1783. To the officers of the army, and let me conjure you, in the name of our common country, as you value your own sacred honour, as you respect the rights of humanity, and as you regard the military and national character of America, to express your utmost horror and detestation of the man who wishes, under any specious pretences, to overturn the liberties of our country, and who wickedly attempts to open the floodgates of civil discord and deluge our rising empire in blood. By thus determining, and thus acting, you will pursue the plain and direct road to the attainment of your wishes. You will defeat the insidious designs of our enemies who are compelled to resort from open force to secret artifice. You will give one more distinguished proof of unexampled patriotism and patient virtue, rising superior to the pressure of the most complicated sufferings, and you will, by the dignity of your conduct, afford occasion for posterity to say, when speaking of the glorious example you have exhibited to mankind, had this day been wanting, the world had never seen the last stage of perfection to which human nature is capable of attaining. Muklex 7th, Ibid, Vol 5, July 15, 1776. To the President of Congress, New York, July 15, 1776. The inhuman treatment to the whole and murder of part of our people after their surrender and capitulation was certainly a flagrant violation of that faith which ought to be held sacred by all civilized nations, and founded in the most savage barbarity. It highly deserved the severest reprobation, and I trust the spirited measures Congress have adopted upon the occasion will prevent the like in future. But if they should not, and the claims of humanity are disregarded, justice and policy will require recourse to be had to the law of retaliation, however abhorrent and disagreeable to our natures in cases of torture and capital punishments. Muklex Sex Ibid, Vol 3, April 5th, 1775. To George Mercer I enclose you a copy of my last letter of the 4th of December, and an account of the proceedings of the convention held at Richmond the 20th, Alto. A great number of very good companies were raised in many counties in this colony, before it was recommended to them by the convention, and are now in excellent training, the people being resolved, although they wish for nothing more ardently than a happy and lasting reconciliation with the parent state, not to purchase it at the expense of their liberty, and the sacred compacts of government. Ibid, Vol 34, January 22nd, 1795. To Edmund Pendleton. My communications to Congress at the last and present session have proceeded upon similar ideas with those expressed in your letter, namely, to make fair treaties with the savage tribes. By this, I mean that they shall perfectly understand every article and clause of them, from correct and repeated interpretations, that these treaties shall be held sacred, and the infractors on either side punished exemplarily, and to furnish them plentifully with goods under wholesome regulations, without aiming at higher prices than is adequate to cover the cost and charges. If measures like these were adopted, we might hope to live in peace and amity with these borderers, but not whilst our citizens, in violation of law and justice, are guilty of the offences I have mentioned, and are carrying on unauthorized expeditions against them. And when, for the most atrocious murders, even of those of whom we have the least cause of complaint, a jury on the frontiers can hardly be got to listen to a charge, much less to convict a culprit. Muklex Edit, Vol 4. Answer to an address from the Massachusetts legislature, when the councils of the British nation had formed a plan for enslaving America, and depriving her sons of their most sacred and invaluable privileges, against the clearest remonstrances of the Constitution, of justice and of truth, and, to execute their schemes, had appealed to the sword, I esteemed it my duty to take a part in the contest, and more especially on account of my being called thereto by the unsolicited suffrages of the representatives of a free people, wishing for no other reward than that arising from a conscientious discharge of the important trust, and that my services might contribute to the establishment of freedom and peace upon a permanent foundation, and merit the applause of my countrymen and every virtuous citizen. The CXC Ibid, Vol 34, December 8, 1795. 7th Annual Address. It is a valuable ingredient in the general estimate of our welfare, that the part of our country, which was lately the scene of disorder and insurrections, now enjoys the blessings of quiet and order. The misled have abandoned their errors, and pay the respect to our Constitution and laws which is due from good citizens to the public authorities of the society. These circumstances have induced me to pardon, generally, the offenders here referred to, and to extend forgiveness to those who have been adjudged to capital punishment. For though I shall always think it a sacred duty to exercise with firmness and energy the constitutional powers with which I am vested, yet it appears to me no less consistent with the public good than it is with my personal feelings, to mingle in the operations of government every degree of moderation and tenderness which the national justice, dignity, and safety may permit. Ibid, Vol 35, May 5th, 1769. To Joseph Leach, a sacred regard to the Constitution, and to the best interests of the United States is involved in its preservation, having governed my conduct on that occasion, the consciousness thereof would at all times have furnished me with strong ground of satisfaction. McC. Ibid, Vol 35, Farewell Address, September 19, 1796. The unity of government which constitutes you one people is also now dear to you. It is justly so, for it is a main pillar in the edifice of your real independence, the support of your tranquillity at home, your peace abroad, of your safety, of your prosperity, of that very liberty which you so highly prize. But as it is easy to foresee that from different causes and from different quarters, much pains will be taken, many artifices employed, to weaken in your minds the conviction of this truth. As this is the point in your political fortress against which the batteries of internal and external enemies will be most constantly and actively, though often covertly and insidiously directed, it is of infinite moment that you should properly estimate the immense value of your national union to your collective and individual happiness, that you should cherish a cordial, habitual, and immovable attachment to it, accustoming yourselves to think and speak of it as of the palladium of your political safety and prosperity. society, watching for its preservation with jealous anxiety, discountenancing whatever may suggest even a suspicion that it can in any event be abandoned, and indignantly frowning upon the first dawning of every attempt to alienate any portion of our country from the rest, or to enfeeble the sacred ties which now link together the various parts. Which seems to fit both categories of Washington's use of the word sacred, so it is included here as well. Ibid. Vol 8, June 10, 1777, General Orders. It is with inexpressible regret the Commander-in-Chief has been driven to the necessity of doing a severe but necessary act of justice, as an example of what is to be expected by those daring offenders who, lost to all sense of duty and the obligations they owe to their country and to mankind, wantonly violate the most sacred engagements and fly to the assistance of an enemy they are bound by every tie to oppose. Maxi, Ibid. Vol 2, June 8, 1768. To Mrs. William Savage, June 28, 1768. Madam, if the most solemn asseverations of a man are sufficient to give credit to his report, if the honour and veracity of a gentleman are things sacred enough to extort the truth, we have all the reasons imaginable to conclude that Dr. Savage is entirely ignorant of the part you act in respect to the bond given in trust to Mr. Fairfax and myself for your use. McShexy, Ibid. Vol. 26, June 8, 1783. Circular to the States. There are 4 things which I humbly conceive are essential to the well-being, I may even venture to say, to the existence of the United States as an independent power. First, an indissoluble union of the states under one federal head. 2. Deli, a sacred regard to public justice. Muxie Exhibit. Vol 15, May 29, 1779. To Colonel Clement Biddle, it is my wish that every possible respect should be paid in all cases to the laws of this and every other state and a sacred regard to the property of each individual member as far as it can be done. But if necessity will not admit of their strict observance, it must justify a deviation and such infringements as she compels. However, to prevent as much as possible any just ground of complaint and the charge of a wanton exercise of power, you should use every practicable exertion to obtain forage in the ordinary way, and where this cannot be effected, wherever circumstances will permit, you should make written requisitions to the magistrates for pasturage and meadows, and obtain them by their allotment. If they will not permit, or the magistrates refuse to designate them, or to make a competent provision, the exigency of the public service must decide the conduct you are to pursue. I have mentioned the precautions because, though all regulations must yield to necessity, the principle should be introduced with caution, and practiced upon with still more delicacy. Ibid. Vol 24, July 11, 1782. To Governor George Clinton, to remedy these evils, I have taken the liberty to trouble you with this, and to entreat that your excellency will have the goodness to use your assistance and influence in devising some efficacious mode for furnishing forage, without imposing upon the public, or injury to the owners, taking care at the same time that the value of the property taken may be justly ascertained in such manner, as that the debt shall be equitably paid by the public, without breaking in upon the present arrangements of the financier, which ought to be supported and maintained inviolably sacred, as we regard the safety and preservation of our country. McSix V. Ibid. Vol 36, July 13, 1798. To the President of the United States, satisfied therefore that you have sincerely wished and endeavored to avert war, and exhausted to the last drop the cup of reconciliation, we can with pure hearts appeal to heaven for the justice of our cause, and may confidently trust the final result to that kind providence who has heretofore, and so often, signally favoured the people of these United States. Thinking in this manner, and feeling how incumbent it is upon every person of every description to contribute at all times to his country's welfare, and especially in a moment like the present, when everything we hold clear and sacred is so seriously threatened, I have finally determined to accept the commission of Commander-in-Chief of the Armies of the United States, with the reserve only, that I shall not be called into the field until the army is in a situation to require my presence, or it becomes indispensable by the urgency of circumstances. Ibid. Vol. 36, July 16, 1798. To Henry Knox, viewing things in this light, I would fain hope, as we are forming an army anew, which army, if needful at all, is to fight for everything that ought to be dear and sacred to freemen that former rank will be forgot, and among the fit and chosen characters, the only contention will be, who shall be foremost in zeal at this crisis, to serve his country, in whatever situation circumstances may place him. Most of those who are best qualified to oppose the enemy will have sacrifices of ease, interest, or inclination to make. But what are these, when put in competition with the loss of our independence, or the subjugation of our government, both of which are evidently struck at by an intoxicated, ambitious, and domineering foe? Ibid. Vol. 36, July 25, 1798. To Dr. James Anderson, when everything sacred and dear to freemen is thus threatened, I could not, consistent with the principles which have actuated me through life, remain an idle spectator, and refuse to obey the call of my country to lead its armies for defence, and therefore have pledged myself to come forward, whensoever the exigency shall require it. McSixie Ibid. Vol. 2. Catalogue of books for Master Custis referred to on the other side, viz. Blackwell's Sacred Classics, 2 vols. McSfict, Ibid. Vol. 26. February 15, 1783. General Orders. The Commander-in-Chief also desires and expects the chaplains in addition to their public functions will in turn constantly attend the hospitals and visit the sick, and while they are thus publicly and privately engaged in performing the sacred duties of their office, they may depend upon his utmost encouragement and support on all occasions, and that they will be considered in a very respectable point of light by the whole army. McSix Ibid. Vol. 4, March 6, 1776. General Orders Headquarters, Cambridge, March 6, 1776. Thursday the 7th instant, being set apart by the Honourable the Legislature of this province as a day of fasting, prayer, and humiliation to implore the Lord, and Giver of all victory, to pardon our manifold sins and wickednesses, and that it would please him to bless the Continental Arms with his divine favour and protection. All officers and soldiers are strictly enjoined to pay all due reverence and attention on that day to the sacred duties due to the Lord of Hosts, for his mercies already received, and for those blessings which our holiness and uprightness of life can alone encourage us to hope through his mercy to obtain. MCC, WDW, VOL. 27, August 20th, 1783. To John Gabriel Tegelar, Nixie WGW, Vol. 30, June 15th, 1789. Note. Answer to the address of the Governor and Council of North Carolina. A difference of opinion on political points is not to be imputed to freemen as a fault, since it is to be presumed that they are all actuated by an equally laudable and sacred regard for the liberties of their country. If the mind is so formed in different persons as to consider the same object to be somewhat different in its nature, and consequences as it happens to be placed in different points of view, and if the oldest, the ablest, and the most virtuous statesmen have often differed in judgment as act to the best forms of government, we ought indeed rather to rejoice that so much has been effected, than to regret that more could not all at once be accomplished. Nixie WGW, Vol. 11, April 21st, 1778, to John Bannister. Nixie WGW, Vol. 10, December 17th, 1777. Throughout this section, all of the references, unless otherwise noted, are to John Joseph Stout. Ordeal at Valley Forge, Philadelphia, University of Pennsylvania Press, 1963. Page numbers will simply be included in the text without footnote. MCCV, WDW, Vol. 10, December 20th, 1777. Nixie V.I. Stout, Ordeal, March 10th, 1778, p. 176, 123, 176, 299, 250. McPhee Ibid, p. 250, April 26, 1778. McPhee Ibid, p. 46. McShix Ibid, p. 66. Max Ibid, p. 68. McShee Ibid, p. 132. 133, Maxi Ibid, P 158, Maxi Ibid, P 225, Maxiv Ibid, P 53, Maxishi XV Ibid, P 49, Maxi Ibid, P 89, Max66 Ibid, P 101, Maxshafif Ibid, P 110, Max66 Ibid, P 104, 156, MaxiCXX Ibid, P 121, Maxi Ibid, P 121, Maxekant Ibid, P Trente, Maxitwati Ibid, P 147, Max6 Ibid, P 45, MaxiCXXV Ibid, P 123, 134, 137, 190, Maxixith Ibid, P 62, Maxixxxx Ibid, P 137, Maxi Ibid, P 143, Maxx Ibid, P 216, Maxx Ibid, P 178, 181, 232, Maxi Ibid, P 188, Maxixx Ta Ibid, P 97, 67, 151, 39, 206, 235, Maxixx 2 Ibid, P 142, Maxix X Ibid, P 111, 268, MaxXXV Ibid, P 87, Max X Ibid, P 115, XX Ibid, P 35, Maxix X Ibid, P 136, MaxiCX X Ibid, P 115, Maxi XL Ibid, P 31, Maxixli Ibid, P 39, Maxli Ibid, P 40, Maxli Ibid, P 249, Maxif Ibid, P 45, 46, 241st, MaxiXLV Ibid, P 45, MaxLV Ibid, P 124, MaxLV Ibid, P 223, MaxLV Ibid, P 140, MaxXX Ibid, P 101, Makel Ibid, P 116, 237, Macli Ibid, P 70 to 71, Macli Ibid, P 116, Macli Ibid, P 70, Macliv Ibid, P 107th, 115th, Maxiolv Ibid, P 88, Makelvi Ibid, P 61 to 62, Makelvi Ibid, P 243, Makelvi, WGW, Vol 10, January 23, 1778, to Reverend William Gordon. I have attended to your information and remark on the supposed intention of placing General L. Lee at the head of the army. Whether A. serious design of that kind had ever entered into the head of a member of C. Congress or not, I never was at the trouble of inquiring. I am told a scheme of that kind is now on foot by some, in behalf of another gentleman, but whether true or false, whether serious or merely to try the pulse, I neither know nor care, neither interested nor ambitious views, led me into the service. I did not solicit the command, but accepted it after much entreaty, with all that diffidence which a conscious want of ability and experience equal to the discharge of so important a trust must naturally create in a mind not quite devoid of thought, and after I did engage, pursued the great line of my duty, and the object in view, as far as my judgment could direct, as pointedly as the needle to the pole. So soon then as the public gets dissatisfied with my services, or a person is found better qualified to answer her expectation, I shall quit the helm with as much satisfaction, and retire to a private station with as much content, as ever the wearied pilgrim felt upon his safe arrival in the Holy Land, or haven of hope, and shall wish most devoutly, that those who come after may meet with more prosperous gales than I have done, and less difficulty. If the expectation of the public has not been answered by my endeavours, I have more reasons than one to regret it, but at present shall only add, that a day may come when, the public cause is no longer to be benefited by a concealment of our circumstances. Until that period arrives, I shall not be among the first to disclose such truths as may injure it. McClick Stout, Ordeal, P. 128, Maxi LX Ibid, P. 87, McClexi Ibid, P. 242, McClexi Ibid, P. 243 to 44, McClicks Ibid, P. 198, 260, McClexiv Ibid, P. 205, 212, McKee LXV Ibid, P. 61, 97, 125, 139, 141, 155, 199. McClexv Ibid, P. 145, 161 to 62, 188, 196. McSickleseant Ibid, P. 209, 259. McClexeanth Ibid, P. 249, McClexix Ibid, P. 330, McKee LX Ibid, P. 171, McClexi Ibid, P. 157-58, McClex Ibid, P. 187, McClexthird Ibid, P. 192, McClex Ibid, P. 260, McKee LXXV Ibid, P. 100, McClexXV Ibid, P. 110, McClex 7th Ibid, P. 112, 129, 154, McClex 7th Ibid, P. 106, 201, McClex X Ibid, P. 117, McClex X Ibid, P. 160, McClex X XI WGW, Vol. 11, May 30th, 1778, to Landon Carter, McClex X Boller, George Washington and Religion, P. 10 to 11, McClex Tess Ibid, pp. 910, McClexide Ibid, pp. 910, McClexXE, C. Peter Lilback, Freedom's Holy Light, Bryn Mawr, The Providence Forum, 2000, p. 35, McClexev, Johnson, Weems, Life of Washington, p. 181. In the winter of 1777-78, Washington, with the American army, was encamped at Valley Forge. Amidst all the perplexities and troubles and sufferings, the commander-in-chief sought for direction and comfort from God. He was frequently observed to visit a secluded grove. One day a Tory Quaker by the name of Isaac Potts had occasion to pass through the woods near headquarters. Treading in his way along the venerable grove, suddenly he heard the sound of a human voice, which as he advanced increased in his ear, and at length became like the voice of one speaking much in earnest. As he approached the spot with a cautious step, whom should he behold, in a dark natural bower of ancient oaks. But the commander-in-chief of the American armies on his knees at prayer, motionless with surprise, Friend Potts continued on the place till the Genera, having ended his devotions, arose, and with a countenance of angelic serenity, retired to headquarters. Friend Potts then went home, and on entering his parlour called out to his wife, "Sarah, my dear Sarah, all's well, all's well, George Washington will yet prevail." "What's the matter, Isaac?" replied she. "Thee seems moved." "Well, if I seem moved, 'tis no more than what I really am. I have this day seen what I never expected. Thee knows that I always thought that the sword and the gospel were utterly inconsistent, and that no man could be a soldier and a Christian at the same time. But George Washington has this day convinced me of my mistake." He then related what he had seen, and concluded with this prophetical remark: "If George Washington be not a man of God, I am greatly deceived, and still more shall I be deceived, if God do not, though him, work out a great salvation for America." McClex, Sittand. Benson J. Lossing, Pictorial Field Book of the Revolution 1860, Vol. 2, p. 130. Isaac Potts, at whose house Washington was quartered, related that one day, while the Americans were encamped at Valley Forge, he strolled up the creek, when, not far from his den, he heard a solemn voice. He walked quietly in the direction of it, and saw Washington's horse tied to a sapling. In a thicket nearby was the beloved chief upon his knees in prayer, his cheeks suffused with tears. Like Moses at the bush, Isaac felt that he was upon holy ground, and withdrew unobserved. He was much agitated, and on entering the room where his wife was, he burst into tears. On her inquiring the cause, he informed her of what he had seen, and added, "If there is anyone on this earth whom the Lord will listen to, it is George Washington, and I feel a presentiment that, under such a commander, there can be no doubt of our eventually establishing our independence, and that God in his providence has willed it so." McSickle and Guire, Religious Opinions, p. 158. Extract of a letter from a Baptist minister to the editor of the Boston Christian Watchman, dated Baltimore, January 13, 1832. The meeting house, which is built of stone belonging to the church, just alluded to, is in sight of the spot on which the American army, under the command of General Washington, was encamped during a most severe winter. This, was then called Valley Forge. It is affecting to hear the old people narrate the sufferings of the army, when the soldiers were frequently tracked by the blood from the sore and bare feet, lacerated by the rough and frozen roads over which they were obliged to pass. You will recollect that a most interesting incident, in relation to the life of the great American Commander-in-Chief, has been related as follows: that while stationed here with the army, he was frequently observed to visit a secluded grove. This excited the curiosity of Mr. Potts, of the denomination of Friends, who watched his movements at one of these seasons of retirement till he perceived that he was on his knees and engaged in prayer. Mr. Potts, when returned, and said to his family, "Our cause is lost." He was with the Tories, assigning his reasons for this opinion. There is a man by the name of DeVault Beaver, now living on this spot and is 80 years of age, who says he has this statement from Mr. Potts and his family. I have before heard this interesting anecdote in the life of our venerated Washington, but had some misgivings about it, all of which are now fully removed. McCleck Sykes. Theodore W.M. John Wiley, Washington, a Christian, 1862, pp. 28-29. The following note was written to the Reverend Tage Wiley, D.D., pastor of the First Reformed Presbyterian Church of Philadelphia, February 28, 1862. My dear sir, referring to your request, I have to say that I cannot lay my hands at present upon my father's papers. I recollect that among his manuscript reminiscences was a statement of his interview with Mr. Potts, a friend, near Valley Forge, who pointed out to him the spot where he saw General Washington at prayer in the winter of 1777. This event induced friend Potts to become a Whig, and he told his wife Betty that the cause of America was a good cause and would prevail, and that they must now support it. Mr. Weems, in his Life of Washington, mentions this incident a little differently, but my father had it from Mr. Potts personally, and the statement herein made may therefore be relied on as accurate. I am, with great regard, yours truly, James Ross Snowden. Dr. Wiley says, "We have heard the incident just related from the lops of the late Dr. Ennis Snowden, who was informed it by the person himself." McCeaxy and Guire, Religious Opinions, p. 159. It may be added that besides the individual named above as having witnessed the private devotions of General Washington at Valley Forge, it is known that General Knox also was an accidental witness of the same, and was fully apprised that prayer was the object of the commander's frequent visits to the grove. This officer was especially devoted to the person of the commander-in-chief, and had very free and familiar access to him, which may in some measure account for his particular knowledge of his habits. That an adjacent wood should have been selected as his private oratory, while regularly encamped for the winter, may excite the inquiry of some. The cause may possibly be found in the fact that, in common with the officers and soldiers of the army, he lodged during that winter in a log hut, which, from the presence of Mrs. Washington, and perhaps other inmates, and the fewness of the apartments, did not admit of that privacy proper for such a duty. McCeaxy Vol. 7, April 15, 1777. McCeely Bede, Vol. 7, April 12, 1777. To Edmund Pendleton. McCeaxy Henry C. Watson, Story of General Washington, in Old Bell of Independence, or Philadelphia, in 1776. Philadelphia, Lindsay and Blakiston, 1851, 19-23. Grandfather, said Thomas Jefferson Harmar, won't you tell us something about General Washington? I could tell you many a thing about that man, my child, replied old Harmar, but I suppose people know everything concerning him by this time. You see, these history writers go about hunting up every incident relating to the war now, and after a while they'll know more about it, or say they do, than the men who were actors in it. That's not improbable, said young Harmar. These historians may not know as much of the real spirit of the people of that period, but that they should be better acquainted with the mass of facts relating to battles and to political affairs is perfectly natural. The old man demurred, however, and mumbled over that nobody could know the real state of things who was not living among them at the time. But the little boy wants to hear a story about Washington, said Wilson. Can't you tell him something about the man? I think I could. Anyone who wants to appreciate the character of Washington, and the extent of his services during the Revolution, should know the history of the campaign of 1776, when everybody was desponding, and thinking of giving up the good cause. I tell you, if Washington had not been superior to all other men, that cause must have sunk into darkness. You say well, said Smith. We, who were at Valley Forge, know something of his character. I remember an incident, said Wilson, that will give you some idea, Mrs. Harmar, of the heart of George Washington had in his bosom. I suppose Mr. Harmar has told you something of the sufferings of our men during the winter we lay at Valley Forge. It was a terrible season. It's hard to give a faint idea of it in words, but you may imagine a party of men, with ragged clothes and no shoes, huddled around a fire in a log hut, the snow about 2 feet deep on the ground, and the wind driving fierce and bitter through the chinks of the rude hovel. Many of the men had their feet frostbitten, and there were no remedies to be had, like there is nowadays. The sentinels suffered terribly, and looked more like ghosts than men, as they paced up and down before the lines of huts. I wonder the men didn't all desert, remarked Mrs. Harmar. They must have been uncommon men. They were uncommon men, or at least they suffered in an uncommon cause, replied Wilson. But about General Washington? He saw how the men were situated, and I really believe his heart bled for them. He would write to Congress of the state of affairs and entreat that body to procure supplies. But you see, Congress hadn't the power to comply. All it could do was to call on the states and await the action of their assemblies. Washington's headquarters was near the camp, and he often came over to see the poor fellows, and to try to soothe and comfort them, and, I tell you, the men loved that man as if he had been their father, and would rather have died with him than have lived in luxury with the Redcoat General. I recollect a scene I beheld in the next hut to the one in which I messed. An old friend, named Josiah Jones, was dying. He was lying on a scant straw bed, with nothing but rags to cover him. He had been sick for several days, but wouldn't go under the doctor's hands, as he always said it was like going into battle, certain of being killed. One day, when we had no notion of anything of the kind, Josiah called out to us, as we sat talking near his bed, that he was dying, and wanted us to pray for him. We were all anxious to do anything for the man, for we loved him as a brother, but as for praying, we didn't exactly know how to go about it. To get clear of the service, I ran to obtain the poor fellow a drink of water to moisten his parched lips. While the rest were standing about, not knowing what to do, someone heard the voice of General Washington in the next hut, where he was comforting some poor wretches who had their feet almost frozen off. Directly, he came to our door, and one of the men went and told him the state of things. Now, you see, a commander-in-chief might have been justified in being angry that the regulations for the sick had been disobeyed, and have turned away, but he was a nobler sort of man that could do that. He entered the hut, and went up to poor Josiah, and asked him how he was. Josiah told him that he felt as if he was dying, and wanted someone to pray for him. Washington saw that a doctor could do the man no good, and he knelt on the ground by him and prayed. We all knelt down too. We couldn't help it. An old comrade was dying, away from his home and friends, and there was our general kneeling by him, with his face turned towards heaven, looking, I thought, like an angel's. Well, he prayed for heaven to have mercy on the dying man's soul, to pardon his sins, and to take him to himself, and then he prayed for us all. Before the prayer was concluded, Josiah's spirit had fled, and his body was cold and stiff. Washington felt the brow of the poor fellow, and seeing that his life was out, gave the men directions how to dispose of the corpse, and then left us to visit the other parts of the camp. That was indeed noble conduct, said young Harmar. Did he ever speak to you afterwards about violating the regulations of the army? No, replied Wilson. He knew that strict discipline could not be, and should not have been maintained in that camp. He was satisfied if we were true to the cause amid all our sufferings. Praying at the deathbed of a private, mused Smith aloud. Well, I might have conjectured what he would do in such a case, from what I saw of him. I wonder if history ever spoke of a greater and better man? Young Mr. Harmar here felt inclined to launch out into an elaborate panegyric on the character of Washington, but reflected that it might be out of place, and therefore contented himself with remarking, we shall ne'er look upon his like again. He was a dear, good man, remarked Mrs. Harmar. Yes, said old Harmar, General Washington was the main pillar of the revolution. As a general he was vigilant and skillful, but if he had not been anything more, we might have been defeated and crushed by the enemy. He had the love and confidence of the men on account of his character as a man, and that enabled him to remain firm and full of hope when his countrymen saw nothing but a gloomy prospect. McSiv Sparks, The Writings of George Washington, Vol. 2, p. 54. MacCEVV, London Chronicle for 1779, Sept. 21-23. McSixV Custis, Recollections, p. 493. McSixV Sparks, The Writings of George Washington, Vol. 3, 491. McSixV Mead, Old Churches, Vol. 2, p. 492. McSexex Soldier and Servant Series, Mrs. Alexander Hamilton, witness that George Washington was a communicant of the Church Missions Publishing Company, February 1932, 3-4. General Burgoyne's soldiers had burned her father's house at Albany in October 1777. John Fiske says that as the poor soldiers marched on the 17th of December 1777 to their winter quarters at Valley Forge, their route could be traced on the snow by the blood that oozed from bare frostbitten feet. And, on the morning of the June 18th, 1778, the rear guard of the British marched out of Philadelphia, and before sunset the American advance marched in and took possession of the city. Apparently the homeless daughter of the colonial general found domicile with her father in what an English writer, the R.T. Honourable Sir George Otto Trevelyan has said, bids fair to be the most celebrated encampment in the world's history. General Burgoyne afterward expressed to General Schuyler his regret for the burning of his home. MCD, WDW, Vol. 17, January 29, 1780. McD Ibid, Vol. 11, April 12, 1778. McD Israel Evans, a discourse delivered on the 18th day of December 1777. McDi WGW Vol. L, 26, June 8, 1783. Circular to the States. McDiv Bishop William Mead, Old Churches and Families of Virginia, 1857, 2, pp. 254-55. MCDV Boller, George Washington and Religion, p. 15. McDiv Ibid, p. 18. McDiv Ibid, p. 17. McDiv Moncure D. Conway, The Religion of George Washington in the Open Court, October 24, 1889. McDick's Letter to Jared Sparks from Nellie Custis. MCDX Mead, Old Churches, Vol. 2, p. 491-492. No. Surried. At McDXIEC Guire, Religious Opinions, p. 411. McC Amayim Guire, Religious Opinions, p. 414. McDexI Mead, Old Churches, Vol. 2, p. 490 FF. No. X. Third. Further statements concerning the religious character of Washington and the question whether he was a communicant or not. Extract from a letter of the Reverend Dr. Berrien of New York to Mrs. Jane Washington of Mount Vernon in answer to some inquiries about General Washington during his residence in New York as President of the United States. About a fortnight since I was administering the communion to a sick daughter of Major Popham, and after the service was over, happening to speak on this subject, I was greatly rejoiced to obtain the information which you so earnestly desired. Major Popham served under General Washington during the Revolutionary War, and I believe he was brought as near to him as their difference of rank would admit, being himself a man of great respectability and connected by marriage with the Morrises, one of the first families in the country. He has still an erect and military air, and a body but little broken at his advanced age. His memory does not seem to be impaired nor his mind to be enfeebled. To the above I can add my own testimony, having in different ways become acquainted with the character of Major Popham, and having visited him about the same time mentioned by Dr. Berrien. Extract from Major Popham's letter to Mrs. Jane Washington, New York, March 14, 1839. My dear madam, you will doubtless be not a little surprised at receiving a letter from an individual whose name may possibly never have reached you, but an accidental circumstance has given me the extreme pleasure of introducing myself to your notice. In a conversation with the Reverend Dr. Berrien a few days since, he informed me that he had lately paid a visit to Mount Vernon, and that Mrs. Washington had expressed a wish to have a doubt removed from her mind, which had long oppressed her, as to the certainty of the generals having attended the communion while residing in the city of New York subsequent to the Revolution. As nearly all the remnants of those days are now sleeping with their fathers, it is not very probable that at this late day an individual can be found who could satisfy this pious wish of your virtuous heart, except the writer. It was my great good fortune to have attended St. Paul's Church in this city with the general during the whole period of his residence in New York as President of the United States. The pew of Chief Justice Morris was situated next to that of the President, close to whom I constantly sat in Judge Morris's pew, and I am as confident as a memory now labouring under the pressure of 80 years and 7 can make me, that the President had more than once, I believe I say often, attended at the sacramental table, at which I had the privilege and happiness to kneel with him, and I am aided in my associations by my elder daughter, who distinctly recollects her grandmamma, Mrs. Morris, often mentioned that fact with great pleasure. Indeed, I am further confirmed in my assurance by the perfect recollection of the President's uniform deportment during divine service in church, the steady seriousness of his manner, the solemn, audible, but subdued tone of voice in which he read and repeated the responses, the Christian humility, which overspread and adorned the native dignity of the Saviour of his country, at once exhibited him a pattern to all who had the honour of access to him. It was my good fortune, my dear madam, to have had frequent intercourse with him. It is my pride and boast to have seen him various situations, in the flush of victory, in the field and in the tent, in the church and at the altar, always himself, ever the same. McD Ibid, p. 490-491. MacCDXV, Alfred Nevin, D.D., LLD, Editor, Encyclopedia of the Presbyterian Church in the United States of America, including the Northern and Southern Assemblies. Philadelphia, Presbyterian Publishing Company, 1884, p. 259-263. McD X.I. Johnson, George Washington the Christian, p. 96. In commemoration of this event, the spot has been marked by a sundial placed there by the daughters of the American Revolution. McSeven J. Good. History of the German Reformed Church in the United States, 1725-1792. Reading Pennsylvania, 1899, pp. 616-617. McDexavind. David Hosack, M.D., Memoir of DeWitt Clinton, 1859, p. 183. Johnson, Washington the Christian, p. 86. McDeeks X Harper's Magazine, 1859, vol. HC8, p. 293. McDeeks X. The Presbyterian Magazine, ed. C. Van Rensselaer, Philadelphia, PA, February 1851, vol. 1, p. 71. McDixie Andrew M. Sherman, Historic Morristown, New Jersey, 1905, p. 237. McDeeks X. E. McGuire, Religious Opinions, p. 412. McDex, Ibid, pp. 413-14. McDeeks X. I. Presbyterian Magazine, vol. I. p. 569. McDeeks X. V. Ibid, vol. I. p. 569. McDeeks X. Voller, George Washington and Religion, p14. McDXX. See www.answers.com/oral-history. Columbia University Press Oral History. Compilation of historical data through interviews, usually tape-recorded and sometimes videotaped, with participants in, or observers of, significant events or times. Primitive societies have long relied on oral tradition to preserve a record of the past in the absence of written histories. In Western society, the use of oral material goes back to the early Greek historians Herodotus, in his History of the Persian Wars, and Thucydides in his History of the Peloponnesian War, both of whom made extensive use of oral reports from witnesses. The modern concept of oral history was developed in the 1940s by Alan Nevins and his associates at Columbia Univ. In creating oral histories, interviews are conducted to obtain information from different perspectives, many of which are often unavailable from written sources. Such materials provide data on individuals, families, important events, or day-to-day life. The discipline came into its own in the 1960s and early 70s, when inexpensive tape recorders were available to document such rising social movements as civil rights, feminism, and anti-Vietnam War protest. By the end of the 20th century, oral history had become a respected discipline in many colleges and universities. At that time, the Italian historian Alessandro Portelli and his associates began to study the role that memory itself, whether accurate or faulty, plays in the themes and structures of oral history. Their published work has since become standard material in the field, and many oral historians now include in their research the study of the subjective memory of the persons they interview. Bibliography: C.S. Caunce, Oral History 1994, V.R. Yao, Recording Oral History 1994, R. Perkson and Thompson, The Oral History Reader, Re-P.R., 1998, Wikipedia, Oral History. Oral history is an account of something passed down by word of mouth from one generation to another. Oral history is considered by some historians to be an unreliable source for the study of history. However, oral history is a valid means for preserving and transmitting history. Experience within literate cultures indicates that each time anyone reconstructs a memory, there are changes in the memory, but the core of the story is usually retained. Over time, however, minor changes can accumulate until the story becomes unrecognizable. A person within a literate culture thus has presuppositions that may falsely affect her judgment of the validity of oral history within pre-literate cultures. In these cultures, children are usually selected and specially trained for the role of historian, and develop extraordinary memory skills known as eidetic or photographic memory. Before the development of written language in a given society, oral history is the primary means of conveying information from one generation to the next. The most common form of this transmission is through storytelling and the recitation of epic poetry, with the stories and poems collectively known as the oral tradition of a people. The combination of this oral tradition with morals and rituals passed down by word of mouth is known as the folklore of a society. Although not as prevalent now as in the past, oral history is still very much alive among many North American native groups. The most popular examples of oral history are the works of several authors that have, over the span of many hundred years BC, collected folklore, which ultimately resulted in these works being included in a collective book known as the Old Testament. The New Testament was created by 4 different original authors, whose slightly differing versions of many biblical events were combined. The Bible was therefore nearly entirely created using oral history. Contemporary oral history is much different. It involves recording or transcribing eyewitness accounts of historical events. One of the most important rules for those collecting oral history is to avoid asking leading questions, for many people will tend to say what they think the historian wants them to say. Oral historians attempt to record the memories of many different people when researching a given event. Since any given individual may misremember events or distort their account for personal reasons, the historical documentation is considered to reside in the points of agreement of many different sources, rather than the account of any one person. Interestingly, these words at the taking of an oath were required and written for those taking oaths in Virginia during the colonial era, as can be seen in Bishop William Meade, Old Churches and Families of Virginia, Philadelphia, J.D. Lippincott and Company 1857, Vol. 2. 41-2. Washington took these vows for the first time when he became a public surveyor. Oath of allegiance I, A.B. Do sincerely promise and swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty, King George II. So help me God. Oath of abjuration. I, Ab, do swear that I do from my heart abhor, detest and abjure, as impious and heretical, that damnable doctrine and position that princes excommunicate or deprived by the Pope or any authority of the See of Rome may be deposed or murdered by their subjects or any other whatsoever. And I do declare that no foreign prince, prelate, person, state or potentate hath or ought to have any jurisdiction, power, superiority, preeminence or authority, ecclesiastical or spiritual, within this realm. So help me God. The test oath, however, did not conclude with so help me God. Apparently the very act of denying transubstantiation was a matter of witness before God. Test oath. I do declare that I do believe that there is not any transubstantiation in the sacrament of the Lord's Supper, or in the elements of bread and wine, at or after the consecration thereof by any person whatsoever. McDeeks Encyclopedia, Oral History. Compilation of historical data through interviews, usually tape-recorded and sometimes videotaped, with participants in, or observers of, significant events or times. Primitive societies have long relied on oral tradition to preserve a record of the past in the absence of written histories. In Western society, the use of oral material goes back to the early Greek historians Herodotus, in his History of the Persian Wars, and Thucydides in his History of the Peloponnesian War, both of whom made extensive use of oral reports from witnesses. The modern concept of oral history was developed in the 1940s by Alan Nevins and his associates at Columbia Univ. In creating oral histories, interviews are conducted to obtain information from different perspectives, many of which are often unavailable from written sources. Such materials provide data on individuals, families, important events, or day-to-day life. The discipline came into its own in the 1960s and early 70s, when inexpensive tape recorders were available to document such rising social movements as civil rights, feminism, and anti-Vietnam War protest. Authors such as Studs Terkel, Alex Haley, and Oscar Lewis have employed oral history in their books, many of which are largely based on interviews. In another important example of the genre, a massive archive covering the oral history of American music has been compiled at the Yale School of Music. By the end of the 20th century, oral history had become a respected discipline in many colleges and universities. At that time, the Italian historian Alessandro Portelli and his associates began to study the role that memory itself, whether accurate or faulty, plays in the themes and structures of oral history. Their published work has since become standard material in the field, and many oral historians now include in their research the study of the subjective memory of the persons they interview. Bibliography: C.S. Caunce, Oral History, 1994, V.R. Yao, Recording Oral History 1994, R. Perksonder Thompson, The Oral History Reader, Repar, 1998. Oral history is an account of something passed down by word of mouth from one generation to another. Oral history is considered by some historians to be an unreliable source for the study of history. However, oral history is a valid means for preserving and transmitting history. Experience within literate cultures indicates that each time anyone reconstructs a memory, there are changes in the memory, but the core of the story is usually retained. Over time, however, minor changes can accumulate until the story becomes unrecognizable. The information passed on has occasionally shown a surprising accuracy over long periods of time. For example, the Iliad, an epic poem of Homer describing the conquest of Troy, was passed down as oral history from perhaps the 8th century BC until being recorded in writing by Pisistratos. Nonetheless, factual elements of the Iliad were at least partially validated by the discovery of ruins discovered by Heinrich Schliemann in 1870, thought to be those of the city described in the poem. The most popular examples of oral history are the works of several authors that have, over the span of many hundred years BC, collected folklore which ultimately resulted in these works being included in a collective book known as the Old Testament. The New Testament was created by 4 different original authors, whose slightly differing versions of many biblical events were combined. The Bible was therefore nearly entirely created using oral history. Oral historians attempt to record the memories of many different people when researching a given event. Since any given individual may misremember events or distort their account for personal reasons, the historical documentation is considered to reside in the points of agreement of many different sources, rather than the account of any one person. McDXX Soldier and Servant Series, Mrs. Alexander Hamilton witnessed that George Washington was a communicant of the Church Hartford, Church Missions Publishing Company, February 1932, p. 2. McDXC. This whole account is preserved in Mrs. Alexander Hamilton, witness that Washington was a communicant of the Church. McTaxI and Mead, Old Churches, 2 p. 244. McDXE, Ibid. McDXX, Johnson, Washington the Christian, p. 58. MaxXE Mead, Old Churches, 2nd, 495. McDXX Beadite Sparks, The Writings of George Washington, 12 pp. 405 ff. McDXEtant, Ibid, p. 409. McDXX, IWGW, VOL 37, September 14, 1799. McDXX Ibid, December 10, 1799. MCDXL interview with Mary Thompson for Coral Ridge Ministries. McDXLI Ibid, McDXLI, Almighty God, whose kingdom is everlasting, and power infinite, have mercy upon the whole church, and so rule the heart of thy chosen servant George, our king and governor, that he, knowing whose minister he is, may above all things seek thy honour and glory, and that we and all his subjects, duly considering whose authority he hath, may faithfully serve honour, and humbly obey him, in thee and for thee, according to thy blessed word and ordinance, through Jesus Christ our Lord, who with thee and the Holy Ghost liveth and reigneth ever one God, world without end. Amen. Online, justice.anglican.org/resources/bcp/166/hc.pdf.p3 McDex. We beseech thee also to save and defend all Christian kings, princes, and governors, and especially thy servant George our king, that under him we may be godly and quietly governed, and grant unto his whole council, and to all that are put in authority under him, that they may truly and indifferently minister justice, to the punishment of wickedness and vice, and to the maintenance of thy true religion and virtue. Give grace, O Heavenly Father, to all bishops and curates, that they may both by their life and doctrine set forth thy true and lively word, and rightly and duly administer thy holy sacraments, and to all thy people give thy heavenly grace, and especially to this congregation here present, online, justice.anglican.org/resources/bcp/166/hc.pdf.p6 McDexliff. O Lord, our Heavenly Father, high and mighty, King of kings, Lord of lords, the only ruler of princes, who dost from thy throne behold all the dwellers upon earth, most heartily we beseech thee with thy favour to behold our most gracious sovereign Lord King George, and so replenish him with the grace of thy Holy Spirit, that he may always incline to thy will, and walk in thy way, endue him plenteously with heavenly gifts, grant him in health and wealth long to live, strengthen him that he may vanquish and overcome all his enemies, and finally after this life, he may attain everlasting joy and felicity, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Online, justice.anglican.org/resources/bcp/166/mp.pdf.p8 Mixi XLV. In Johnson, Washington, the Christian, p75. McSelvi WGW, Vol 11, March 1, 1778. McDeeks Lane, Washington Collection, Boston Athenaeum, pp. 30-31. McDeeks Ibid, p31. McDexlix. The Duty of Standing Fast in Our Spiritual and Temporal Liberties, a Sermon. Preached in Christ Church, July 7, 1775. To His Excellency George Washington, Esquire, General and Commander-in-Chief of all the forces of the untied English colonies in North America. This sermon, as a small tribute of respect for many amiable virtues as well in private as in public life, is most humbly and affectionately inscribed by the author. Mastile Douche reasons, perhaps it may be said, that it is better to die than be slaves. This indeed is a splendid maxim in theory, and perhaps in some instances may be found experimentally true. But where there is the least probability of unhappy accommodation, surely wisdom and humanity call for some sacrifices to be made to prevent inevitable destruction. You well know that there is but one invincible bar to such an accommodation. Could this be removed, other obstacles might readily be overcome. 'Tis to you, and you alone your bleeding country looks, and calls aloud for this sacrifice. Your arm alone has strength sufficient to remove this bar. May heaven inspire you with the glorious resolution of exerting this strength at so interesting a crisis, and thus immortalizing yourself as friend and guardian of your country. Your penetrating eye needs no more explicit language to discern my meaning. Speaking of his sermon, The Duty of Standing Fast, Douche writes, I was pressed to publish this sermon, and reluctantly consented. From a personal attachment of near 20 years standing, and a high respect for your character, in private, as well as in public life, I took the liberty of dedicating this sermon to you. I had your affectionate thanks for my performance, in a letter, wherein was expressed in the most delicate and obliging terms, your regard for me, and your wishes for a continuance of my friendship and approbation of your conduct. Farther than this I intended not to proceed. My sermon speaks for itself, and wholly disclaims the idea of independency. Very few days after the fatal declaration of independency, I received a letter from Mr. Hancock, sent by express to Germantown, where my family were for the summer season, acquainting me I was appointed chaplain of the Congress, and desired my attendance next morning at 9 o'clock. Surprised and distressed, as I was, by an event I was not prepared to expect, obliged to give an immediate attendance. Without the opportunity of consulting my friends, I easily accepted the appointment. I could have but one motive for accepting this step. I thought the church is in danger. I then looked upon independency as an expedient and hazardous, or indeed, thrown out in terrorum, in order to procure some favourable terms. My sudden change of conduct will clearly evince this to have been my idea of the matter. Independency was the idol they had long wished to set up, and that, rather than sacrifice this, they would deluge their country with blood. From this moment I determined upon my resignation, and, in the beginning of October 1776, sent it in form to Mr. Hancock, after having officiated only 2 months and 3 weeks, and from that time, as far as safety would permit, I have been opposed to all their measures. This circumstantial account of my conduct, I think due to the friendship you were obliging us to express for me, and I hope will be sufficient to justify my seeming inconsistencies in the part I have acted. If the arguments made use of in this letter should have so much influence as to engage you in the glorious work, which I have warmly recommended, I shall ever deem my success the highest temporal favour that Providence could grant me. Your interposition and advice, I am confident, would meet with a favourable reception from the authority under which you act. If it should not, you have an infallible recourse still left. Negotiate for your country at the head of your army. After all, it may appear presumption as an individual to address himself to you on a subject of such magnitude, or to say what measures would best secure the interest and welfare of a whole continent. The friendly and favourable opinion you have always expressed for me emboldens me to undertake it, and which has greatly added to the weight of this motive. I have been strongly impressed with a sense of duty upon the occasion, which left my conscience uneasy, and my heart afflicted till I fully discharged it. I am no enthusiast. The cause is new and singular to me, but I could not enjoy one moment's peace till this letter was written, with the most ardent prayers for your spiritual, as well as temporal welfare. I am your most obedient and humble friend and servant, Jacob Duchemack Louise. Life of Washington, pp. 187 to 189, relates the story of a fight that the youthful Washington had with a Mr. Paine, that resulted in his own apology, and need to be forgiven. The benevolence which he so carefully cultivated through life, a singular instance of which we meet with in 1754, and the 22d year of his age. He was stationed at Alexandria with his regiment, the only one in the colony, and of which he was colonel. There happened at this time to be an election in Alexandria for members of Assembly, and the contest ran high between Colonel George Fairfax and Mr. Elsie. Washington was the warm friend of Fairfax, and a Mr. Paine headed the friends of Elsie. A dispute happening to take place in the courthouse yard, Washington, a thing very uncommon, said something that offended Paine, whereupon the little gentleman who, though but a cub in size, was the old lion in heart, raised his sturdy hickory, and at a single blow, brought our hero to the ground. Several of Washington's officers being present, whipped out this cold irons in an instant, and it was believed that there would have been murder offhand. To make bad worse, his regiment, hearing how he had been treated, bolted out from their barracks, with every man his weapon in his hand, threatening dreadful vengeance on those who had dared to knock down their beloved colonel. Happily for Mr. Paine and his party, Washington recovered, time enough to go out and meet his enraged soldiers, and, after thanking them for this expression of their love, and assuring them that he was not hurt in the least, he begged them, as they loved him or their duty, to return peaceably to their barracks. As for himself, he went to his room, generously chastising his imprudence, which had this struck up a spark that had like to have thrown the whole town into a flame. Finding on mature reflection that he had been the aggressor, he resolved to make Mr. Paine honourable reparation, by asking his pardon on the morrow. No sooner had he made this noble resolution, than recovering that delicious gaiety which accompanies good purposes in a virtuous mind, he went to a ball that night, and behaved as pleasantly as though nothing had happened. Glorious proof that great souls, like great ships, are not affected by those little puffs which would overset feeble minds with passion, or sink them with spleen. The next day he went to a tavern, and wrote a polite note to Mr. Paine, whom he requested to meet him. Mr. Paine took it for a challenge, and repaired to the tavern not without expecting to see a pair of pistols produced. But what was his surprise on entering the chamber, to see a decanter of wine and glasses on the table. Washington arose, and in a very friendly manner met him, and gave him his hand. Mr. Paine, said he, to err is nature, to rectify error is glory. I find I was wrong yesterday, but wish to be right today. You've had some satisfaction, and if you think that's sufficient, here's my hand, let us be friends. Lest we think that this was an easy matter for Washington, we need to understand that his soul struggled with the intense emotions that this civil war inevitably produced. Consider his poignant letter to Major General Robert Howe, written from West Point, on November 20th, 1779. I do not know which rises highest, my indignation or contempt for the sentiments which pervade the ministerial writings of this day. These hireling scribblers labour to describe and prove the ingratitude of America in not breaking faith with France, and returning to her allegiance to the crown of Great Britain after its having offered such advantageous terms of accommodation. Such sentiments as these are insulting to common sense, and affrontive to every principle of sound policy and common honesty. Why has she offered these terms? Because after a bloody contest, carried on with unrelenting and savage fury on her part, the issue, which was somewhat doubtful while we stood alone, is now become certain by the aid we derive from our alliance, notwithstanding the manifest advantages of which, and the blood and treasure which has been spent to resist a tyranny which was unremitted, as long as there remained a hope of subjugation, we are told with an effrontery altogether unparalleled, that every cause of complaint is now done away by the generous offers of a tender parent, that it is ungrateful in us not to accept the proffered terms, and impolitic not to abandon a power, dangerous I confess to her, but which held out a saving hand to us in the hour of our distress. What epithet does such sentiments merit? How much should a people possessed of them be despised? From my soul I abhor them. A manly struggle, had it been conducted upon liberal ground, an honest confession that they were unequal to conquest, and wished for our friendship, would have had its proper weight, but their cruelties, exercised upon those who have fallen within their power, the wanton depredations, committed by themselves and their faithful allies the Indians, their low and dirty practices of counterfeiting our money, forging letters, and condescending to adopt such arts as the meanest villain in private life would blush at being charged with, has made me their fixed enemy. WGW, Vol. 17, November 20th, 1779. Macleay WGGW, VL 26, June 8th, 1783. Macleay, Ibid, Vol. 36, Circular to the States. Macdeliv. The specific religious phrases of Washington's circular to the States from Newburgh on June 8, 1783 are, the glorious events which heaven has been pleased to produce in our favour, to give my final blessing to that country, in whose service I have spent the prime of my life. We shall find the greatest possible reason for gratitude and rejoicing. The lot which Providence has assigned us, whether we view it in a natural, a political, or moral point of light. Sole, lords and proprietors of a vast tract of continent, comprehending all the various soils and climates of the world, and abounding with all the necessaries and conveniencies of life, are now by the late satisfactory pacification acknowledged to be possessed of absolute freedom and independency. They are from this period to be considered as the actors on a most conspicuous theatre, which seems to be peculiarly designated by Providence for the display of human greatness and felicity. Heaven has crowned all its other blessings. The foundation of our empire was not laid in the gloomy age of ignorance and superstition, but at an epoch when the rights of mankind were better understood and more clearly defined, and, above all, the pure and benign light of revelation have had ameliorating influence on mankind and increased the blessings of society. Such is our situation, and such are our prospects, but notwithstanding the cup of blessing is thus reached out to us, notwithstanding happiness is ours, if we have a disposition to seize the occasion and make it our own. For according to the system of policy the states shall adopt at this moment, they will stand or fall, and by their confirmation or lapse. It is yet to be decided whether the revolution must ultimately be considered as a blessing or a curse, not to the present age alone, for with our fate will the destiny of unborn millions be involved, compelled to beg their daily bread from door to door. The legacy of one who has ardently wished, on all occasions, to be useful to his country, and who, even in the shade of retirement, will not fail to implore the divine benediction upon it. I now make it my earnest prayer, that God would have you, and the state over which you preside, in his holy protection, that he would incline the hearts of the citizens, to cultivate a spirit of subordination and obedience to government, to entertain a brotherly affection and love for one another, for their fellow citizens of the United States at large, and particularly for their brethren, who have served in the field, and finally, that he would most graciously be pleased to dispose us all, to do justice, to love mercy, and to demean ourselves with that charity, humility, and pacific temper of mind, which were the characteristics of the divine author of our blessed religion, and without an humble imitation of whose example in these things, we can never hope to be a happy nation. Mickey LV, WGW, Vol. 34, December 24th, 1795. To Dr. James Anderson McDelvie, WGW, Vol. 29, February 16, 1787. To Thomas Stone. McDowell v. Boller, George Washington and Religion, pp. 22-23. What then are we to say about Washington's actual religious faith and practices? It is clear that the popular legends about Washington, the Valley Forge and the Morristown stories and the innumerable tales of Washington at prayer must be dismissed as totally lacking in any kind of evidence that would hold up in a court of law. McDowell vi. See the previous chapter. Did Washington take communion? McBlix Littell, George Washington, Christian. Boller writes in George Washington and Religion, pp. 3334. In 1835, Bishop White, in answer to Colonel Hugh Mercer's question as to whether General Washington was a regular communicant in the Episcopal Church in Philadelphia, replied, in regard to the subject of your inquiry, truth requires me to say that General Washington never received the communion in the churches of which I am parochial minister. Mrs. Washington was an habitual communicant. McDLX Ibid. 16. McDelksey, Ibid. pp. 17-18. McDilksey, Ibid. p. 33-34. Dr. James Abercrombie to Origen Bachelor, November 29, 1831. Magazine of American History, 13 June, 1885, 597. McDilks III, Ibid. pp. 33-34, writes on Communion Sundays, according to Mrs. Custis, he left the church with me, after the blessing, and returned home, and we sent the carriage back for my grandmother. This comes from the letter of Nellie Custis to Jared Sparks. Nellie Custis to Jared Sparks in the writings of George Washington, New York, Harper and Brothers, 1847, vol. 12, pp. 405-408. This can also be found in Johnson, George Washington the Christian, pp. 242-245, and Eidsmoe, Christianity and the Constitution, p. 141. McDelksiv, Ibid. p. 33. McDLXV. The Book of Common Prayer that I have in front of me for this page count is the 1662 edition printed in Oxford by Thomas Baskett, printer to the University in 1751. McC. This can also be found in Johnson, George Washington the Christian, pp. 242-245, and Eidsmoe, Christianity and the Constitution, p. 141. McDelks. Nellie Custis to Jared Sparks in the writings of George Washington, vol. I, pp. 405-408. McSvibola, George Washington and Religion, pp. 34-35. McDowell 6. Mrs. Alexander Hamilton witnesses that George Washington was a communicant of the church, p. 3. This testimony, however, was not limited to Mrs. Hamilton's clergyman great-grandson. She also communicated the same facts to General Schuyler Hamilton, who said, I have it on the absolute authority of my great-grandmother, Mrs. Alexander Hamilton first, that George Washington communed in the Episcopal Church. That is sufficient for me, as my great-grandmother would not have said so unless it was a fact known to her by personal observation. Ibid. p. 6. The editor of the text adds, practically every fact mentioned by Mrs. Hamilton, other than the service of Holy Communion at St. Paul's Chapel, is recorded by contemporaneous writers. Mrs. Washington was not at the inaugural. Washington rode away from Mount Vernon with only 2 attendants. The inauguration was at Federal Hall. The procession did walk, instead of riding from Wall Street to Fulton. The service was at St. Paul's instead of Trinity because Trinity Church had been burned and not yet rebuilt. And Bishop Prevost was rector of Trinity Parish, of which St. Paul's was a chapel, as well as Bishop of New York, and so was rightly called the rector by Mrs. Hamilton. In the perfect pattern recorded in historical works, only one item is missing, the Holy Communion with Washington and his friends, as communicants, and that was supplied by Mrs. Alexander Hamilton in the vivid and distinctive conversation reported by her great-grandson. pp. 5-6. McDeal X Littell, George Washington, McDowell X I, for example, WGW, VOL. 2, April 27, 1763, to Robert Stewart, on my honor and the faith of a Christian, WGW, Vol. 29, February 11, 1788, to Benjamin Lincoln. Our religion holds out to us such hopes as will, upon proper reflection, enable us to bear with fortitude the most calamitous incidents of life. WGW, VL. 26, June 8, 1783. The divine author of our blessed religion. WGW, Vol. 11, May 2, 1778. While we are zealously performing the duties of good citizens and soldiers, we certainly ought not to be inattentive to the higher duties of religion. To the distinguished character of patriot, it should be our highest glory to add the more distinguished character of Christian. McDelks Ibid, Vol. 30, September 28, 1789. To Reverend Samuel Langdon, the man must be bad indeed who can look upon the events of the American Revolution without feeling the warmest gratitude towards the great author of the universe whose divine interposition was so frequently manifested in our behalf. And it is my earnest prayer that we may so conduct ourselves as to merit a continuance of those blessings. Ibid, Vol. 12, August 20th, 1778. To Brig. General Thomas Nelson, the hand of Providence has been so conspicuous in all this, that he must be worse than an infidel that lacks faith, and more than wicked, that has not gratitude enough to acknowledge his obligations, but it will be time enough for me to turn preacher, when my present appointment ceases, and therefore I shall add no more on the doctrine of Providence. McDecker's Course, Ibid, Vol. 35, September 19, 1796. Farewell Address, McDelks, see the chapter on George Washington and the Bible. McDeal XXV, see the chapter entitled, George Washington's God, Religion, Reason and Philosophy. McDelk C, see the chapter entitled, Did Washington Avoid the Name of Jesus Christ? McDeal X Second, see the chapters entitled, George Washington and the Teachings of Christianity. George Washington and the Gospel. McDeal X Second, see the chapters entitled, Washington's Virginia and the Anglican Mission to the Indians. McDelks XX, see the chapter entitled, George Washington on Heaven and Eternal Life. McDeal XX, see the chapter on George Washington the Leader. McDeal XXI, see the chapter on George Washington and Prayer. McDelks X, see the chapter on George Washington's Sermons. McDelks IIWDW, Vol. 35, September 19, 1796. Farewell Address, WGW, VOL 30, October 29, 1789. To the First Presbytery of the Eastward, see the chapter on George Washington's Spirituality. McDelk Seif, Nellie Custis to Jared Sparks in the Writings of George Washington, Vol. Y, pp. 405-408. McDeal XXV Jackson, Tuhig, Diaries of George Washington. Monday, October 10, 1785. McDell, Ax, J. on History of the German Reformed Church in the United States, 1725 to 1792, Reading Pennsylvania, 1899 pp. 616 to 617. WGW Vol. 33, September 30th, 1793. Note: the house occupied by Washington in Germantown is stated by W.S. Baker to have been owned by Colonel Isaac Franks. It was on Germantown Avenue, about 6 miles northwest of Independence Hall in Philadelphia. Reverend J.B. Stout states that the president occupied the first floor of Reverend Lebrecht Herman's parsonage as an office. McDale XX, WGW, Vol. 32, July 3rd, 1792. To Governor Henry Lee, Dear Sir, your letter of the 20th Alto was presented to me yesterday by Mr. Williams, William J. Williams, who as a professional man may or may not be a luminary of the first magnitude for aught I know to the contrary. But to be frank, and I hope you will not be displeased with me for being so, I am so heartily tired of the attendance which, from one cause or another, I have bestowed on these kind of people, that it is now more than 2 years, since I have resolved to sit no more for any of them, and have adhered to it, except in instances where it has been requested by public bodies, or for a particular purpose, not of the painters, and could not without offence be refused. WDW note: the portrait was not executed until September 1794, in Philadelphia. Having been refused a sitting at the above time, Williams offered the Masonic Lodge No. 22 of Alexandria the finished work, if the lodge would request him to make a portrait. The lodge approved this idea, August 29, 1793. The resultant portrait was executed in pastel, and is now in the possession of the lodge. But I have been led to make this resolution for another reason besides the irksomeness of sitting, and the time I lose by it, which is, that these productions have, in my estimation, been made use of as a sort of tax upon individuals, by being engraved, and that badly, and hawked, or advertised for sale. With very great esteem and regard I am A.N.C. McD-Lex 8th. Jackson, Toohig. Diaries of George Washington, October 10, 1785. McDelks Washington had in his library another anonymous work by Reverend Samuel Seabury, Free Thoughts, on the proceedings of the Continental Congress, held at Philadelphia, Sept. 5, 1774, wherein their errors are exhibited, their reasonings confuted, and the fatal tendency of their non-importation, non-exportation, and non-consumption measures are laid open to the plainest understandings, and the only means pointed out for preserving and securing our present happy constitution, in a letter to the farmers, and other inhabitants of North America in general, and to those of the province of New York in particular, by a farmer, laying in a catalogue of the Washington Collection, pp. 177-78 writes, prior to this, the colonial interests had been discussed in 2 pamphlets printed without the name of author or publisher, and one of them entitled, Free Thoughts on the Proceedings of the Continental Congress was signed, a W. Farmer, and attributed at the time, and since to Isaac Wilkins then, an influential member of the Loyal Provincial Assembly of New York, and an intimate friend of the rector of the church in Westchester. A bitter feeling was excited towards the unknown author of these pamphlets, which were extensively and gratuitously circulated among the people of New York and other provinces. Vengeance was denounced upon him, and failing to find him, copies of the pamphlets were gathered and burnt, and in some instances they were tarred, feathered, and nailed to the whipping post, as an indication of the treatment which their author would receive if he were detected. But who was the spirited writer that signed himself a W. Farmer? Seabury, at an earlier day, had entered into a compact with his clerical friends, Dr. Chandler of New Jersey, and Dr. Inglis, rector of Trinity Church, New York, to watch and confute all publications in pamphlets or newspapers that threatened mischief to the Church of England and the British government in America. Out of this compact undoubtedly sprung Free Thoughts on the Proceedings of the Congress at Philadelphia, which was from his pen, as were the other publications that immediately followed on the same side of the question. Beardsley. Life and Correspondence of Samuel Seabury, D.D. The task of defending the cause of the colonies against the attacks of A.W. Farmer was confided to Alexander Hamilton, then a youth of 18, about to close his studies at King's College. McDXC notes from a revolution that led to a church by F. Lee Richards, Cincinnati, Forward Movement Publications, 1990. The break with England seriously impacted the Anglican Church. The revolution caused the loss of half the clergy, meaning many rural churches had to close. With peace in 1783, a process to rebuild the church began, which reached its climax in 1789. Journal of the Proceedings of the Bishops, Clergy and Laity of the Protestant Episcopal Church in the United States of America, in a convention held in the city of Philadelphia, from Tuesday, September 29th to October 16th, 1789, printed in Philadelphia, by Hall and Sellers in 1790. MXDXCI. From note in Diaries of Washington, John Lowe, 1750-1798, a minor Scottish poet, was born in the Galway district of Scotland, and educated at the University of Edinburgh. He came to Virginia in 1772, and became a tutor in the family of John Augustine, Washington. He later ran an academy in Fredericksburg attended by Fielding Lewis's children. After his ordination at St. George's Church, Hempstead, Long Island, he became minister at Hanover Parish in King George County, Va. Max D. XCI WGW, Vol. L32, October 20th, 1792. To Dr. William Davies Shipley, McDXC Ibid, Vol. 37, Last Will and Testament. McDXIV. This occurred in Scotland by non-juror bishops. To be a non-juror, as we have already noted, meant that such a bishop was one who had not taken an oath of loyalty to William and Mary, the Protestant monarchs of the House of Orange, who ascended to the English throne in 1688. Concluding the Glorious Revolution, what were the principles of the non-jurors? Thomas Lathbury, A History of the Non-Jurors, Their Controversies and Writings, with remarks on some of the rubrics in the Book of Common Prayer, London, William Pickering, 1845, pp. 419-20 says, as William supported Presbytery in Scotland, because the Episcopalians refused to recognise him as their sovereign, the Presbyterians have no room for boasting that their system was adopted in preference to episcopacy. It certainly was not chosen on account of its purity, as they choose to imagine or to assert, but because King William found them more ready to render him their support than the bishops and clergy. Whether the refusal of the latter was a blot upon their memory, posterity will decide. At all events they were honest in their course, for it led to the loss of all their worldly goods. The Bishop of Edinburgh's reply was frank and open. He had not expected any such revolution, and he had the courage to say so. Perceiving that the bishops and clergy would not support him, the king threw himself into the arms of the Presbyterians. He adds on pp. 423-24, all the clergy who refused to take the oath of allegiance to the new sovereigns were removed from their parishes, and from their refusal, they soon acquired the appellation of non-jurors. Such episcopal clergymen as took the oath of allegiance, and acknowledged presbytery as the only legal establishment, were allowed by the state to retain their churches, and also to be admitted, with the Presbyterian clergy, to a share in the ecclesiastical government. To assent to presbytery, as established by law, did not involve any opinion respecting its scriptural or primitive character, which no Episcopalian could possibly admit. Besides, as no form of prayer was imposed by the Presbyterians, the clergy could proceed in the management of public worship, nearly in the same manner as previous to the Revolution. Accordingly, a considerable number of the episcopal clergy complied, and continued in their respective parishes. McDXE. See Chapter 2. Deism Defined, Shades of Meaning Shading the Truth. McDXCVI. See Chapter 11. George Washington the Godly Leader. McDXCVI. Reverend Ogden wrote to Washington 7 times. George Washington's secretary Tobias Lear responded to one on behalf of Washington. The rest were left unaddressed. Memory.lock.gov/CGIN. Query. P. MGW14. Temp. MM3U35. MXCVI8. First, the Protestant Catholic Seabury had been ordained by the Protestant bishops who had been most sympathetic to the Roman Catholic heir to the British throne. Second, Seabury's ordination amounted to a new connection with post-war England, establishing the American episcopate, which Virginia and Washington and the Committee on Religion had resisted. Third, Bishop Seabury's ordination by the non-jurors appeared to sever a direct connection with Anglican ordination, which was not consistent with the methodical approach of George Washington. If there was eventually going to be a bishop in America, Anglicans, including Washington, knew that the genius of the Anglican Church's authenticity required that they take the necessary steps to assure the appropriate connection with the British bishops. Fourth, it put an Anglican bishop in New England, which meant that episcopacy would soon be moving south to Virginia, and there were even more disquieting issues at work for Washington and fellow Low Churchmen caused by the ordination of Bishop Seabury, Mech DX. The early mid-1800s saw a renewed emphasis upon the Episcopalian doctrine of apostolic succession. Some representative works include John Henry Hopkins, The Primitive Church, compared with the Protestant Episcopal Church of the present day, being an examination of the ordinary objections against the Church in doctrine, worship, and government, designed for popular use, with a dissertation on sundry points of theology and practice connected with the subject of episcopacy, etc. Burlington, Vernon Harrington, 1836. Reverend W. M. Ingram Kipp, The Double Witness of the Church, New York, D. Appleton and C.O., 1843. Reverend P. Percival, An Apology for the Doctrine of Apostolic Succession, with an appendix on the English Orders, New York, Protestant Episcopal Tract Society, 1839. W. D. Snodgrass, Discourses on the Apostolical Succession, Troy N.Y., Stedman and Redfield, 1844. M.D. In an anonymously published treatise by Bishop Seabury that Washington had in his library, we find his theological application of apostolic succession to the Presbyterian and Independent churches that surrounded him in New England, an address to the ministers and congregations of the Presbyterian and Independent persuasions in the United States of America, by a member of the Episcopal Church, by Samuel Seabury, pp. 40-41, 49, 51. The Presbyterians and Independents departed from the church, making a schism in it. It is, therefore, reasonable they should make the first advances towards a reunion. I know not how this reason can be evaded, but on two grounds. One is justifying the schism, the other is, the local situation of both parties in this country takes away the imputation of schism. I conclude again that those presbyters who separated from the Church of England did not, and could not bring off with them the apostolical power of ordination, because they never had received it. Their separation made them schismatics, but gave them no new ecclesiastical powers. Do you then, you will ask, unchurch us all? Have our congregations no authorized ministers, no valid sacraments? I answer, I unchurch nobody. If you were true churches before I wrote, you are so still. If you were not, all the bustle you can make will do you no good. Quietness and patience will be the best palliation for your disease. A radical cure can only be effected by your return to the church from which you departed. You ask, have we no authorized ministers, no valid sacraments? To these questions, I fear, I shall return disagreeable answers. You have ministers of the people, I confess, and if I may be allowed to make a supposition, and I have made a good many without any leave at all, I must suppose that such as your ministry is, such are your sacraments. These, in short, are matters that neither concern me, nor my argument, any farther than as they influence my benevolence in your behalf. To be a member of the true Church of Christ is a matter of important concern to everybody. I have pointed out this true church to you. Into it you can enter, and in it you will have, in your own judgment, an authorized ministry and valid sacraments. I hope you will avail yourselves of this information, and then, and not till then, all your doubts and misgiving will be at an end. MDI. As the American Episcopalian Church took hold, several defenses of its doctrine of apostolic succession appeared. Here is a representative list from the 1830s to 40s. John Henry Hopkins, The Primitive Church, compared with the Protestant Episcopal Church of the present day, being an examination of the ordinary objections against the Church in doctrine, worship, and government, designed for popular use, with a dissertation on sundry points of theology and practice connected with the subject of episcopacy, etc. Burlington, Vernon Harrington, 1836. Reverend W. M. Ingram Kipp, The Double Witness of the Church, New York, D. Appleton and C.O., 1843. Reverend P. Percival, An Apology for the Doctrine of Apostolic Succession, with an appendix on the English Orders, New York, Protestant Episcopal Tract Society, 1839. W. D. Snodgrass, Discourses on the Apostolical Succession, Troy N.Y., Stedman and Redfield, 1844. MDI Reverend Mason Gallagher, A Chapter of Unwritten History. The Protestant Episcopacy of the Revolutionary Patriots Lost and Restored, A Centennial Offering. Philadelphia, Reformed Episcopal Rooms, 1883. MDI Ibid. Preface. But compare here Lathworthy's description of the latitudinarianism of Tillotson and Burnet, p. 156, that many of the clergy of the Revolution, i.e. the British Glorious Revolution, were latitudinarian in their opinions, is, as we have seen, admitted by Mr. Hallam, than whom a more unexceptionable witness could not be adduced. This charge is strongly urged by Hicks against Burnet. In his sermon, Burnet had said that Tillotson left men to use their own discretion in small matters. Hicks, commenting on this assertion, states that the Archbishop was accustomed to administer the Lord's Supper to some persons sitting, and that especially a certain lady of Dr. Owen's congregation was so accustomed to receive it in the chapel of Lincoln's Inn, that he walked around the chapel, administering the elements first to those who were seated in their pews, and then to those who were kneeling at the rails, not, however, going within himself but standing without. This was a direct breach of the order of the Church, and may be regarded as an evidence of the extent of latitudinarian practices. It seems that Tillotson did not stand alone in this particular, for Hicks asserts that the Bishop of St. Asaph adopted the same practice at Kidder's Church, in administering the Lord's Supper to Dr. Bates and other nonconformists. When we contemplate such proceedings of the part of men high in station in the Church, we cannot close our eyes to the fact that the latitudinarian principles which prevailed to a considerable extent after the Revolution did really place the Church in some danger. By the good providence of God, however, the clergy in general were actuated by purer notions, and within a few years the danger was averted. M. Div. WGW, Vol. 29, August 15, 1787. To Marquis de Lafayette. MDV Reverend Mason Gallagher, A Chapter of Unwritten History. The Protestant Episcopacy of the Revolutionary Patriots Lost and Restored. A Centennial Offering. Philadelphia Reformed Episcopal Rooms, 1883. Preface. MDV Bid. MDVII WGW, Vol. 35, March 2, 1797. MDVII. We discussed this incident in the chapter Shadow or Substance. M. Dix. The theological system behind the Low Church was developed especially by English Bishop Gilbert Burnet. To see how Washington's theology comports with the latitudinarian system, please see the appendix entitled George Washington and Latitudinarianism. MDX in 1793, he solicited, under the most respectable patronage, the office of Treasurer of the Mint, but General Washington, in consequence of a resolution, which he had formed not to appoint two persons from the same state as officers in any one department, felt obliged to deny the application. He subsequently took an office in the Bank of the United States, but found it so totally uncongenial with his taste that he resigned it after the labor of a single day. When he, Abercrombie, communicated his wish to the bishop and some clergy, they warmly seconded it, and he was accordingly examined and ordained deacon in St. Peter's Church, Philadelphia, December 29, 1793. His preference was for a country parish, but his many friends in the city chose to detain him there, and in compliance with their wishes, he became assistant minister of Christ Church and St. Peter's in June 1794. On the 28th of December following, he received priest's orders from Bishop White. In 1797, he was elected a member of the American Philosophical Society. William B. Sprague, D.D. Annals of the American Pulpit. New York, Robert Carter and Brothers, 1861, p. 50. MDXI Boller, George Washington and Religion, GP 17. MDXIIC appendix entitled George Washington and Latitudinarianism. MDXII. But compare here Lathworthy's description of the latitudinarianism of Tillotson and Burnet. p. 156, that many of the clergy of the Revolution, i.e., the British Glorious Revolution, were latitudinarian in their opinions, is, as we have seen, admitted by Mr. Hallam, than whom a more unexceptionable witness could not be adduced. This charge is strongly urged by Hicks against Burnet. In his sermon, Burnet had said that Tillotson left men to use their own discretion in small matters. Hicks, commenting on this assertion, states that the Archbishop was accustomed to administer the Lord's Supper to some person sitting, and that especially a certain lady of Dr. Owen. His congregation was so accustomed to receive it in the chapel of Lincoln's Inn, that he walked around the chapel, administering the elements first to those who were seated in their pews, and then to those who were kneeling at the rails, not however going within himself, but standing without. This was a direct breach of the order of the Church, and may be regarded as an evidence of the extent of latitudinarian practices. It seems that Tillotson did not stand alone in this particular, for Hicks asserts that the Bishop of St. Asaph adopted the same practice at Kidder's Church, in administering the Lord's Supper to Dr. Bates and other nonconformists. When we contemplate such proceedings of the part of men high in station in the Church, we cannot close our eyes to the fact that the latitudinarian principles which prevailed to a considerable extent after the Revolution did really place the Church in some danger. By the good providence of God, however, the clergy in general were actuated by purer notions, and within a few years the danger was averted. MDXIV, see footnote 10 of this chapter. MDXV. This summary is based on a revolution that created a church. MDXVI normally, except for the consecration of Samuel Seabury by the Scottish non-juror bishops. MDX Assessant, Jackson, Twohig, Diaries of George Washington, June 17, 1787. p. 224. MDXVI, April 1790, Sunday 11th. Went to Trinity Church in the forenoon and wrote several private letters in the afternoon. Jackson, Twohig, Diaries of George Washington, April 11, 1790, p. 114. Thursday 15th. Returned the above act, presented to me on Tuesday, to the House of Representatives in Congress, in which it originated with my approbation and signature. The following company dined here today, viz. The Vice President and Lady, the Chief Justice of the United States and Lady, Mr. Izzard and Lady, Mr. Dalton and Lady, Bishop Provost and Lady, Judge Griffin and Lady Christina, Colo, Griffin and Lady, Colo, Smith and Lady, the Secretary of State, Mr. Langdon, Mr. King, and Major Butler. Mrs. King was invited but was indisposed. Diaries, April 15, 1790, p. 115. MDXIX Washington's words concerning Christian charity to clergy was not only given to the Episcopalians, he also wrote to the Presbyterians about the conduct that demonstrates that men are true Christians. WGW, VOL 30, May 26, 1786. Note to the General Assembly of Presbyterian Churches in the U.S. New York, May 26, 1789. On May 26, the General Assembly of Presbyterian Churches in the United States meeting in Philadelphia sent an address to Washington. His answer, which is undated in the letter book, follows immediately after the copy of the address. In it he wrote in part, "While I reiterate the professions of my dependence upon heaven, as the source of all public and private blessings, I will observe that the general prevalence of piety, philanthropy, honesty, industry, and economy seems, in the ordinary course of human affairs, particularly necessary for advancing and confirming the happiness of our country. While all men within our territories are protected in worshipping the deity according to the dictates of their consciences, it is rationally to be expected from them in return that they will be emulous of evincing the sanctity of their professions by the innocence of their lives and the beneficence of their actions. For no man who is profligate in his morals, or a bad member of the civil community, can possibly be a true Christian or a credit to his own religious society. I desire you to accept my acknowledgments for your laudable endeavors to render men sober, honest, and good citizens, and the obedient subjects of a lawful government. WGW Vol. 3, September 14, 1775, to Colonel Benedict Arnold. I also give it in charge to you to avoid all disrespect to or contempt of the religion of the country and its ceremonies. Prudence, policy, and a true Christian spirit will lead us to look with compassion upon their errors without insulting them. While we are contending for our own liberty, we should be very cautious of violating the rights of conscience in others, ever considering that God alone is the judge of the hearts of men, and to him only in this case they are answerable. Upon the whole, sir, I beg you to inculcate upon the officers and soldiers the necessity of preserving the strictest order during their march through Canada, to represent to them the shame, disgrace, and ruin to themselves and country, if they should by their conduct turn the hearts of our brethren in Canada against us, and on the other hand, the honours and rewards which await them, if by their prudence and good behaviour they conciliate the affections of the Canadians and Indians to the great interests of America, and convert those favourable dispositions they have shewn into a lasting union and affection. Thus wishing you and the officers and soldiers under your command all honour, safety, and success. Ibid. Vol. 35, March 3, 1797. To the clergy of different denominations residing in and near the city of Philadelphia, believing as I do that religion and morality are the essential pillars of civil society, I view with unspeakable pleasure that harmony and brotherly love which characterizes the clergy of different denominations, as well in this as in other parts of the United States, exhibiting to the world a new and interesting spectacle. At once the pride of our country and the surest basis of universal harmony, that your labours for the good of mankind may be crowned with success, that your temporal enjoyments may be commensurate with your merits, and that the future reward of good and faithful servants may be yours. I shall not cease to supplicate the divine author of life and felicity. His words concerning Roman Catholics United States, March 15, 1790. Note, from the letterbook copy in the Washington Papers. May the members of your society in America, animated alone by the pure spirit of Christianity, and still conducting themselves as the faithful subjects of our free government, enjoy every temporal and spiritual felicity. MDXX, see letters to Reformed churches on these dates. November 3rd, 1780. November 16th, 1782. June 2nd, 1779. November 27th, 1783. June 28th, 1782. June 30th, 1782. November 10th, 1783. June 11th, 1789. October 9th, 1789. December 24th, 1789. MDXI Boller, P35. MDXI see the warmth and intimacy of their reciprocal prayers in the chapter on George Washington's prayers. MDXI Cond. Washington's diary references to William White occur only after his presidency, when he returned to Philadelphia to visit. November 5th, 1798. Mr. White went away before breakfast. I set out on a journey to Phila. About 9 o'clock with Mr. Lear, my secretary, was met at the turnpike by a party of horse, and escorted to the ferry at Georgetown, where I was recti, with military honours, lodged at Mr. T. Peters. GW was going to Philadelphia to make plans for the provisional army then being raised in case of an invasion by the French. 9. Breakfasted in Wilmington and dined and lodged at Chester, rate G. At the latter the return of an ex-spes. At this place was met by several troops of Phila, horse, D set. With this escort I arrived in the city about 9 o'clock and was Rex D. by General McPherson's Blues and was escorted to my lodgings in 8th Street, Mrs. White's by them, and the horse. 11, 12, and 13. Dined at my lodgings, receiving many visits. Weather clear and pleasant. Divatanact, do, at Dr. White's, Bishop, reigning, MDXI Washington, would not discuss politics with a foreign visitor. From the note on May 19, 1798, we learn, Julian Ursin Niemcewicz, 1758-1741, visited Mount Vernon on 2 June. Niemcewicz was a Polish literary and political figure who came to America in 1797. President and Mrs. Washington came to the law home on 23 May for a 2-day stay, while Niemcewicz was still there. Niemcewicz described this event, the whole time he George Washington was courteous courteous, polite, even attentive. He talked very little now and then on agriculture, on natural history, on all that one would wish, except politics, on which he maintains an absolute silence and reserve. The Diaries of George Washington, Vol. 6. Donald Jackson and Dorothy Toohig, ed. The Papers of George Washington, Charlottesville, University Press of Virginia, 1979. MDXXV, Reverend Mason Gallagher, A Chapter of Unwritten History. The Protestant Episcopacy of the Revolutionary Patriots, Lost and Restored. A Centennial Offering, Philadelphia, Reformed Episcopal Rooms, 1883. Low Churchman and Reformed Episcopalian, Reverend Gallagher put it this way. The Seabury leaven of sacerdotalism, exclusive divine right and sacramental grace, was allowed admittance. The prayer book of 1785 was essentially changed. The Romish alterations of Elizabeth and Charles were reintroduced. The leaven has spread through the lump, and most significantly though White survived Seabury a generation, the latter has thoroughly supplanted the patriotic Low Churchman as the acknowledged father of the Church, among those who control and direct its affairs, and wield predominating influence therein. While the power of the laity was in the ascendant, the Church was Protestant and scriptural in its services. As the priestly influence became more general, the communion became naturally more sacerdotal, sacramental, and exclusive. But these wise patriots were overpowered by the insane passion for uniformity, and a hollow, unscriptural unity, which has been the bane of the Protestant Episcopal Church. MDXXVI, PGW, VOL2, 423-425, to the Baptist of Virginia. MDXXC, for example, WGW, VOL3, September 14, 1775, to Colonel Benedict Arnold. MDXX, Sessend, Boller, George Washington and Religion, p. 90-91. Bird Wilson, in reconsidering his views on Washington's religion, finally decided that these were sufficient to characterize Washington as such. Washington's aid given for the support of the Church in his own parish, the correct sentiments on religion contained in several of his public addresses, the unimpeached sincerity of his character, manifested through life, and, forbidding a suspicion that those sentiments were not really entertained, and his attendance on the public services of the house of God, furnished satisfactory proof of his respect for religion and of his belief in Christianity. On the other hand, if to believe in the divinity and resurrection of Christ and his atonement for the sins of man, and to participate in the sacrament of the Lord's Supper, are requisites for the Christian faith, then Washington, on the evidence which we have examined, can hardly be considered a Christian, except in the most nominal sense. That Washington was a professing Christian, declared Dr. James Abercrombie, is evident from his regular attendance in our church, but sir, I cannot consider any man as a real Christian who uniformly disregards an ordinance so solemnly enjoined by the divine author of our holy religion, and considered as a channel of divine grace. One may indeed define Christianity broadly enough, as it is increasingly defined in the United States today, to include Washington within the fold, but this is to place him at a considerable distance from the kind of Christianity which the pietists are talking about when they claim Washington as one of their own. If Washington was a Christian, he was surely a Protestant of the most liberal persuasion. He was, as Bird Wilson lamented in his Albany sermon, more of a Unitarian than anything else in his apparent lack of doctrinal convictions. p. 92. There is every reason to believe, from a careful analysis of religious references in his private correspondence, that Washington's reliance upon a grand designer along deist lines was as deep-seated and meaningful for his life as, say, Ralph Waldo Emerson's serene confidence in a universal spirit permeating the ever-shifting appearances of the everyday world. p. 93. 20th century scholars customarily lump Washington with Jefferson, Franklin, and Paine as a deist and let it go at that. But Washington was not a Jefferson, or a Franklin, or a Paine, and his religious views were by no means identical with theirs. Broadly speaking, of course, Washington can be classified as a deist, but this is to tell us little of a specific nature about his religious opinions, which were, as a matter of fact, somewhat at variance with those of Jefferson, Franklin, and Paine. p. 100. No matter what the odds, the human struggle was always worthwhile for Washington. Like the old-fashioned predestinarian Calvinist, and like many modern secular determinists, Washington was stimulated and energized psychologically by the conviction that the course of events followed an orderly pattern, and was not the product of mere blind, senseless chance. The misinterpretation of Washington's guarded silence was not a unique phenomenon, as can be seen by a consideration of the debate caused by his careful response to the Philadelphia clergy's letter. p. 81. So frequently has this passage been cited by freethinkers as evidence of Washington's anti-clerical bent, as well as his lack of Christian orthodoxy, that the entire episode, to which Jefferson referred somewhat vaguely, is worth examining with some care. The reason this is not true is the address itself, and second, Green's own refutation of the story. The address says, p. 81. In our special character as ministers of the gospel of Christ, we are more immediately bound to acknowledge the countenance which you have uniformly given to his holy religion. Moreover, Green wrote, p. 83-84, in all of the consultations of the clergy, Green insisted not a single syllable was uttered regarding Washington's failure to state publicly his commitment to the Christian faith. Any such allegation, declared Green, would have been palpably false, since, in his opinion, there was never any doubt as to Washington's orthodoxy. Bishop White, moreover, Green went on to say, has assured us that he has no trace of recollection that anything was said in the two meetings of the clergy relative to the neglect of the president to declare his belief on the subject of divine revelation. The contents of the address itself, finally Green emphasized, reveal that there was no intention of forcing Washington to declare whether he was a Christian or not. p. 84. Green also wrote that in penning the address, it was in the mind of the writer, he knows not that it was in any other mind that a full and fair opportunity should be given him to speak on leaving the chair of state, as he had spoken of quitting his military command, and that the address was framed with some reference to this subject. pp. 85-86. Washington was in no sense an infidel, retorted Green. The writer of the address most assuredly never did think or say that General Washington was an infidel, but he has said, and he says now, that it would have given him gratification if that great man had thought proper, during his presidency, or at its close, to speak out again, as he had once spoken before, spoken in such a manner as not to permit the enemies of revealed truth to use even his silence for the vile purposes for which they now endeavor to employ it. What were the considerations which p. 66. Bishop William White, I knew no man who seemed so carefully to guard against the discoursing of himself or of his acts, or of anything pertaining to him. And it has occasionally occurred to me, when in his company, that if a stranger to his person were present, he would never have known from anything said by the president that he was conscious of having distinguished himself in the eyes of the world. His ordinary behavior, although unexceptionably courteous, was not such as to encourage intrusion nor what might be in his mind. MDX. This is a repeat of the above. Is that intentional? p. 66. Bishop William White. I knew no man who seemed so carefully to guard against the discoursing of himself or of his acts, or of anything pertaining to him, and it has occasionally occurred to me, when in his company, that if a stranger to his person were present, he would never have known from anything said by the president that he was conscious of having distinguished himself in the eyes of the world. His ordinary behavior, although unexceptionably courteous, was not such as to encourage intrusion nor what might be in his mind. MDXX WGW Vol. 32, January 27, 1793. To the members of the new church in Baltimore. MDXXI. How the founders built a nation on religion, philosophy. Review by Will Morrissey of Michael Novak's On Two Wings, Humble Faith, and Common Sense at the American Founding. January 28 to February 3, 2002. National Weekly Edition. The Washington Times. 28. Sawyer, Washington Vol. IP 49-50. James Hudson, Religion and the Founding of the American Republic. p. 4. Library of Congress distributed by University Press of New England. 1998. Washington Irving, The Life of George Washington, Vol. I cited by character and influence, p. 31. MDXXV Lilbach, Proclaim Liberty, pp. Point. 16-24. MDXXV IWGW Vol. 26 June 8, 1783, Circular to the States. MDXX Saxon. We explore this more fully in the chapter George Washington versus Deism. MDXXC second. George Washington wrote, I now make it my earnest prayer that God would have you, and the state over which you preside, in his holy protection, that he would most graciously be pleased to dispose us all to do justice, to love mercy, and to demean ourselves with that charity, humility, and pacific temper of mind, which were the characteristics of the divine author of our blessed religion, and without an humble imitation of whose example in these things, we can never hope to be a happy nation. George Washington, Circular to State Governments, June 8, 1783. Writings, New York, The Library of America, 1997, 526. MDXIX Funk and Wagnall's New Encyclopedia, 1979, Vol. 18 p. 249. Also, for more on this, see Chapter 2, Deism Defined, Shades of Meaning, Shading the Truth. MDXL, Reasons Against Satirizing Religion, Benjamin Franklin, December 13, 1757. See teachingamericanhistory.org/library/index.asp, document 473. MDXI. If one reads Paine's 1776 classic Common Sense, he may note biblical references and allusions in a positive way. Paine grew up in England and was a Quaker. His anti-Christian bias did not fully emerge until decades later. For example, here are a few sentences from Common Sense, but where, say some, is the King of America. I'll tell you, friend, he reigns above, and doth not make havoc of mankind like the royal brute of Great Britain. Yet that we may not appear to be defective even in earthly honours, let a day be solemnly set apart for proclaiming the Charter. Let it be brought forth, placed on the divine law, the word of God. Let a crown be placed thereon, by which the world may know that so far as we approve of monarchy, that in America the law is king. Bruce Fronan, ed. The American Republic. Primary sources: Indianapolis Liberty Fund, 2002, 188. MDXLI WGW VOL 25, September 18, 1792. MDXLI IBID. See note. MDXLIV IBID. MDXLV IBID. MDXLVI WGW VOL 28, August 18, 1786. MDXLVI Edwards, Tryon, The New Dictionary of Thoughts. Encyclopedia of Quotations. Garden City, NY, Hanover House, 1852. Revised and enlarged by C.H. Catravus, and others, 1891. The Standard Book Company, 1963. P46 MDXLV Psi. Commentaries, Vol. 138. MDXLix IBID. 41. MDL IBID. Vol. 1, 42nd. MDLI IBID. MDLI Rupert Hughes, George Washington, the Savior of the State, 1777 to 1781. New York, William Morrow and Company, 1930. pp. 398 to 399. The footnote to this text reads, Lee Papers, 4th, p. 31. In a letter to Dr. Rush, September 26, 1779, he says, You and many others accuse me of want of religion. There never was a greater mistake. To convince you I send you my Prum, from Cicero de Legibus. I am persuaded that no society can exist without religion, and I think the Christian, unencumbered of its sophistications, is the most excellent and, of course, of a divine nature as comprehending the most divine system of which, but at the same time I own. I quarrel with the tediousness and impertinence of the liturgies of the various sects, which so far from being the support are the ruin of all religion. As to the dogmas, they are many of them not only absurd but impious, as they are dishonorable to the Godhead or visible rule and moderator of the infinity of worlds which surround us. I therefore cannot help esteeming myself the champion vindicator, rather than the denier and blasphemer of the Almighty. Lee Papers 3 pp. 373-4. Although Lee could be classified as a skeptic, he seems to long for genuine Christianity lived out, without all the interdenominational infighting. In his project for an ideal state, a military colony, General Lee says, I speak to men and soldiers who wish and are able to assert and defend the rights of humanity, and, let me add, to vindicate the character of God Almighty, and real Christianity, which have been so long dishonored by sectarists of every kind, and complexion, Catholics, Church of England men, Presbyterians and Methodists. I could wish, therefore, that the community of soldiers who are to be all Christians should establish one common form of worship, with which every member must acquiesce at least, in attendance of divine worship, and the observation of the prescribed ceremonies. But this so contrived as not to shock any and who been bred up in any of the different sects, for which reason, let all expositions of the Scripture, and all dogmas, be for ever banished. Let it be sufficient that he acknowledges the existence, providence, and goodness of God Almighty. He reverences Jesus Christ, but let the question never be asked whether he considers Jesus Christ as only a divine person, commissioned by God for divine purposes, as the Son of God, or as God himself. These sophistical subtleties only lead to a doubt of the whole. Let it be sufficient, therefore, that whether a real God, or only a divinely inspired mortal, for which reason to prevent the impertinence and ill consequences of dogmatizing, no professional priests of any sort whatever shall be admitted in the community. But still I am of opinion that a sacred order or hierarchy should be established, and in the following manner, that this hierarchy are not to be expositors of the divine law, which ought to be understood by every member of common capacity, but as the servitors, or administrators of the solemn ceremonies to be observed in the worship of the Supreme Being, of his Son, or missionary. Lee Papers, 3, p. 325. MD IVIV, WGGW VOL 35, December 7, 1796, 8th Annual Address to Congress. MDLV, IBID, Vol 35, Farewell Address. MDLV IBID, Vol 30, June 22, 1788. MDLV IBID, Vol 30, June 25, 1788. MDLV IBID, January 8, 1790, MD Licks Northwest Ordinance. Article 3 in the Annals of America, Vol 3, 194 to 195. MDLX, WGW Vol 32, June 22, 1792. MDLXI IBID, October 20, 1792. MDLXI WGW VOL 32, January 27, 1793. MDLXI IBID, Vol 3, September 14, 1775. MDLXI IBID, Vol 5, July 9, 1776. MDLXV Lilbach, Proclaim Liberty, pp. 15 to 24. MDLXVI PGW, George Washington Papers at the Library of Congress, 1741 to 1799, Series 2 Letterbooks George Washington to Savannah, Georgia, Hebrew Congregation, May 1790, image 147 of 166. MDLXSI, WGW, Vol 30. Proposed Address to Congress. MDLXV5, Works of Jonathan Edwards, Vol L. 2p 253 MDLX6 Sparks, ed. The Writings of George Washington, Vol 12, 152nd. MDLXX. Charles Francis Adams, ed. Letters of John Adams, addressed to his wife Boston, Charles C. Little and James Brown, 1841, Vol I, 2324. MDLXI Journal of the Proceedings of Congress, 1774, Philadelphia. Printed for the Library Company of Philadelphia. 1974. September 10th, 1774, C 30 to 33. MDLX. IBID. MDLX2, IBID. MDLXSI, WGW, VOL 3, June 15, 1772. MDLXXV. Their instructions will be found spread on the Journals of the Continental Congress of March 10, 1774. MDLX. John Roderheim. Ed. George Washington. Writings. New York, The Library of America, 1997. 187-189. MDLX Sakai WGW. Vol L4. November 5, 1775. MDLX Sit-in. Benjamin Hart, The Wall That Protestantism Built, The Religious Reasons for the Separation of Church and State, Policy Review, Washington, D.C., Heritage Foundation, Fall 1988, 44, MDLXIXISIS-WGW, Vol L31, March 15, 1790, and Eidsmoe, Christianity and the Constitution p. 121, MDLXX, William Barclay Allen, ed. George Washington, A Collection, Indianapolis, Liberty Classics, Liberty Fund, Inc., 1988, 547-548, MDLXXI Sparks, The Writings of George Washington, Vol. Ikes p. 262, MDLXIGAS, for a discussion of Christianity's role in the establishment of religious liberty in America. See Peter Lilbach, Proclaim Liberty. MDLXI, WGW, VOL 31, March 1, 1790. And Boller, George Washington and Religion p. 182. MDLXI Sparks, The Writings of George Washington, Vol. 2I, p. 154. MDLXXA, WGW, VOL 30, April 30th, 1789. MDLXX, IBED, Vol. 24. June 28, 1782. MDLXX, Excetent. IBID, Vol. 26, April 18, 1783. General Orders. IBID, Vol. 28, March 30th, 1785. To Lucretia Wilhelmina van Winter, at best, I've only been an instrument in the hands of Providence, to effect, with the aid of France and many virtuous fellow citizens of America, a revolution which is interesting to the general liberties of mankind, and to the emancipation of a country which may afford an asylum, if we are wise enough to pursue the paths WCH, lead to virtue and happiness, to the oppressed and needy of the earth. Our region is extensive, our plains are productive, and if they are cultivated with liberality and good sense, we may be happy ourselves, and diffuse happiness to all who wish to participate. IBID, Vol. 29, April 25th, 1788. To Marquis de Chastellux, hitherto there has been much greater unanimity in favour of the proposed government than could have reasonably been expected. Should it be adopted, and I think it will be, America will lift up her head again, and in a few years become respectable among the nations. It is a flattering and consolatory reflection that our rising republics have the good wishes of all the philosophers, patriots, and virtuous men in all nations, and that they look upon them as a kind of asylum for mankind. God grant that we may not disappoint their honest expectations by our folly or perverseness. IBID, Vol. 29, May 28th, 1788. To Reverend Francis Adrian Vanderkemp. I take the speediest occasion to welcome your arrival on the American shore. I had always hoped that this land might become a safe and agreeable asylum to the virtuous and persecuted part of mankind, to whatever nation they might belong, but I shall be the more particularly happy if this country can be by any means useful to the patriots of Holland, with whose situation I am peculiarly touched, and of whose public virtue I entertain a great opinion. IBID, Vol. 30, August 29, 1788. To Joseph Mandrillon. We flatter ourselves your patriotic wishes and sanguine hopes respecting the political felicity of this country will not prove abortive. We hope, from the general acquiescence of the state so far, with small exceptions in the proposed constitution, that the foundation is laid for the enjoyment of much purer civil liberty and greater public happiness than have hitherto been the portion of mankind, and we trust the Western world will yet verify the predictions of its friends and prove an asylum for the persecuted of all nations. IBID, Vol. 30, August 31st, 1788. To Thomas Jefferson. This will become the great avenue into the Western country, a country which is now settling in an extraordinarily rapid manner, under uncommonly favourable circumstances, and which promises to afford a capacious asylum for the poor and persecuted of the earth. IBID, Vol. 30, September 27th, 1788. To Reverend Francis Adrian Vanderkemp. Sir, the letter with which you was pleased to favour me, dated the 29th of August, came duly to hand and afforded me the pleasure of hearing that you had made a purchase, agreeable to your wishes, in the vicinity of Esopus. I sincerely hope that it may prove an agreeable retreat, and a happy asylum from your late troubles in Holland. IBID, Vol. 32, June 7th, 1793. To the Mechanical Society of Baltimore. If the citizens of the United States have obtained the character of an enlightened and liberal people, they will prove that they deserve it, by showing themselves the true friends of mankind and making their country not only an asylum for the oppressed of every nation, but a desirable residence for the virtuous and industrious of every country. MDLXX7. Liberty is defined as follows by Noah Webster in his first American Dictionary of the English Language, published in 1828. Freedom from restraint, in a general sense, and applicable to the body, or to the will or mind. The body is at liberty when not confined, the will or mind is at liberty when not checked or controlled. A man enjoys liberty when no physical force operates to restrain his actions or volitions. Natural liberty consists in the power of acting as one thinks fit, without any restraint or control, except from the laws of nature. It is a state of exemption from the control of others, and from positive laws and the institutions of social life. This liberty is abridged by the establishment of government. Civil liberty is the liberty of men in a state of society, or natural liberty, so far only abridged and restrained as is necessary and expedient for the safety and interest of the society, state or nation. A restraint of natural liberty, not necessary or expedient for the public, is tyranny or oppression. Civil liberty is an exemption from the arbitrary will of others, which exemption is secured by established laws, which restrain every man from injuring or controlling another. Hence the restraints of law are essential to civil liberty. He further defines political liberty. Political liberty is sometimes used as synonymous with civil liberty, but it more properly designates the liberty of a nation, the freedom of a nation or state from all unjust abridgment of its rights and independence by another nation. Hence we often speak of the political liberties of Europe or the nations of Europe. Religious liberty is the free right of adopting and enjoying opinions on religious subjects, and worshipping the supreme being according to the dictates of conscience, without external control. Clearly liberty was a critical concept in early America. MDLX. The full name for the Statue of Liberty is Liberty, Enlightening the World. WGW Vol. L. 26. 6 to 81,783. Washington's sense of enlightenment is closely related to religious liberty. The citizens of America, placed in the most enviable condition, as the sole lords and proprietors of a vast tract of continent, comprehending all the various soils and climates of the world, and abounding with all the necessaries and conveniencies of life, are now by the late satisfactory pacification acknowledged to be possessed of absolute freedom and independency. They are, from this period, to be considered as the actors on a most conspicuous theatre, which seems to be peculiarly designated by Providence for the display of human greatness and felicity. Here, they are not only surrounded with every thing which can contribute to the completion of private and domestic enjoyment, but heaven has crowned all its other blessings by giving a fairer opportunity for political happiness than any other nation has ever been favoured with. Nothing can illustrate these observations more forcibly than than a recollection of the happy conjuncture of times and circumstances under which our republic assumed its rank among the nations. The foundation of our empire was not laid in the gloomy age of ignorance and superstition, but at an epoch when the rights of mankind were better understood and more clearly defined than at any former period. The researches of the human mind after social happiness have been carried to a great extent. The treasures of knowledge, acquired by the labours of philosophers, sages, and legislators through a long succession of years, are laid open for our use, and their collected wisdom may be happily applied in the establishment of our forms of government, the free cultivation of letters, the unbounded extension of commerce, the progressive refinement of manners, the growing liberality of sentiment, and above all, the pure and benign light of revelation, have had ameliorating influence on mankind and increased the blessings of society. At this auspicious period, the United States came into existence as a nation, and if their citizens should not be completely free and happy, the fault will be entirely their own. MDXE. The names for our country reflect our discoverers and our history. America is an anglicized version of Amerigo, which in turn is the first name of the explorer, Amerigo Vespucci, who first recognized that North America was not the Indies, but a hitherto unknown continent. Amerigo is a version of the German name Emmerich, which is a corruption of the German word Himmelreich, meaning kingdom of heaven. It has been suggested by some that this is an excellent name for America, a corrupted version of the kingdom of heaven. 2007 is the 500th anniversary of America being named America. The title was given by German monk named Martin Wolfenmuller to honor Vespucci, as the first to understand that Columbus's discovery was not the Indies but an entirely new continent, a new world. Thus the monk put America on his map of the new world. A second name for America is Columbia. This is a feminine version of Columbus, the great first discoverer of the Western Hemisphere. We have Columbus's name present in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C., or the District of Columbia. Columbia, the feminine version of Christopher Columbus's last name, is a personification of our nation. Columbia stands at the top of our Capitol building in the District of Columbia, where our Congress meets on Capitol Hill. It is interesting that Columbus is the word for dove, the symbol for hope in a new world in the story of Noah's flood from Genesis 6 to 9. Further, his first name is Christopher, meaning the bearer of Christ. In a medieval legend, a man carried Christ over a raging stream, and thus was named the Christ bearer, or Christopher. One can see why for many years in the Roman Catholic tradition, Saint Christopher was the patron saint of travelers. It is most fascinating that the discoverer of America's name implies one who carries Christ over the waters, coming as a dove of hope for a new world after a flood. This may all be coincidence, or then again, it may be a gift of divine providence. The third and official name of our country is the United States of America. This reflects the miracle of Philadelphia, where 13 sovereign states or nations chose to become one nation of United States. This had never happened before, nor has it happened since. Only in America did such a remarkable union of political entities ever occur. This unparalleled event is captured in our Latin motto seen on our dollar bill, E pluribus unum, and Novus Ordo Secularum. The first means one out of many, and the second means a new order of the ages. Perhaps it would also be appropriate to note another Latin motto on the dollar bill, Annuit Coeptis. This means God has smiled at our undertakings. A providential perspective on history would suggest that such is indeed the case. MDXCI. This phrase comes from one of the earliest publications on the life of Washington, by the Reverend Dr. Jedediah Morse, a clergyman scholar and correspondent of Washington. At the end of his 33-long-page summary of General Washington's life, based upon the anonymously written and approved Life of Washington by David Humphreys, we find the following poem, which probably came from the pen of Humphreys as well. General Washington, great without pomp, without ambition, brave, proud, not to conquer fellow men, but save, friend to the weak, a foe to none but those who plan their greatness on their brethren's woes, awed by no titles, underfilled by lust, free without faction, obstinately just, too wise to learn, from Machiavel's school, that truth and perfidy by turns should rule, warmed by religion's sacred genuine ray, which points to future bliss the unerring way, yet ne'er controlled by superstition's laws, the worst of tyrants in the noblest cause. Jedediah Morse, 1761 to 1836, The Life of General Washington, Philadelphia, Jones, Hoff and Derrick, 1794, MDXCII, America. The custodian of Washington's sacred fire of liberty has learned to sing of the sacred fire in terms of freedom's holy light. These words come from the patriotic hymn, My Country 'Tis of Thee, written by Samuel Francis Smith, 1808 to 1895. A graduate of Harvard and a Baptist pastor, with interest in the American Baptist Missionary Union, Smith wrote the words in less than a half hour at the age of 23, while in seminary. The occasion was a children's celebration held in a Boston church on July 4, 1832, the 100th anniversary year of the birth of Washington. The melody is identical to the British national anthem, God Save the King, making the last line Great God Our King, a rekindling of the spirit of 76 that blazed in Washington's patriot army. The first and last stanzas are, My country 'tis of thee, sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing, land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride, from every mountainside let freedom ring. Our fathers God, to thee, author of liberty, to thee we sing. Long may our land be bright with freedom's holy light. Protect us by thy might, great God our King. MDXI Bill Federer remarks in D. James Kennedy's One Nation Under God, Fort Lauderdale, Coral Ridge Ministries TV 2005, a video presentation. MDXC XC IFWGW VOL 29, April 25, 1788. MDXCV IBID Vol 30, August 31, 1788. MDXCVI WGW VOL 31, August 17, 1790. To the Master, Wardens and Brethren of King David's Lodge of Masons in Newport. MDXCV Fion. John Warwick, Minneapolis, Bethany Fellowship Inc. 1976, P54 and P56. MDXCVI WGW Vol 35, April 24, 1797. To the Grand Lodge of ancient, free and accepted Masons of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Brothers in that retirement, which declining years induce me to seek, and which repose, to a mind long employed in public concerns, rendered necessary my wish is that bounteous Providence will continue to bless and preserve our country in peace, and in the prosperity it has enjoyed, will be warm and sincere, and my attachment to the society of which we are members will dispose me, always to contribute my best endeavours to promote the honour and interest of the craft. For the prayer you offer in my behalf, I entreat you to accept the thanks of a grateful heart, with the assurance of fraternal regard and best wishes for the honour, happiness and prosperity of all the members of the Grand Lodge of Massachusetts. Ibid, Vol. 35, April 1, 1797. To the Brothers of Ancient York, Masons of Lodge No. Alexandria Var. While my heart acknowledges with brotherly love your affectionate congratulations on my retirement from the arduous toils of past years, my gratitude is no less excited by your kind wishes for my future happiness. If it has pleased the Supreme Architect of the universe to make me an humble instrument to promote the welfare and happiness of my fellow men, my exertions have been abundantly recompensed by the kind partiality with which they have been received, and the assurance you give me of your belief that I have acted upon the square in my public capacity will be among my principal enjoyments in this terrestrial lodge. Ibid, Vol. 35, November 8, 1798. To the Maryland Grand Lodge of Freemasons, Gentlemen and Brothers, your obliging and affectionate letter, together with a copy of the Constitutions of Masonry, has been put into my hands by your Grand Master, for which I pray you to accept my best thanks. So far as I am acquainted with the principles and doctrines of Freemasonry, I conceive it to be founded in benevolence, and to be exercised only for the good of mankind. I cannot therefore upon this ground withhold my approbation of it. Ibid, Vol. 24, August 10, 1782. To Watson and Casul, Shenton, the Masonic ornaments which accompanied your brotherly address of the 23d of the first month, though elegant in themselves, were rendered more valuable by the flattering sentiments and affectionate manner in which they were offered. If my endeavours to avert the evil with which this country was threatened by a deliberate plan of tyranny should be crowned with the success that is wished, the praise is due to the grand architect of the universe, who did not see fit to suffer his superstructures and justice to be subjected to the ambition of the princes of this world, or to the rod of oppression in the hands of any power upon earth. For your affectionate vows, permit me to be grateful and offer mine for true brothers in all parts of the world, and to assure you of the sincerity with which I am, etc. MDX6 Paul Johnson, George Washington, The Founding Father, HarperCollins Publishers, 2005, p11. MDC Randall, George Washington, A Life, p67. MDCI Boller, George Washington and Religion, pp. 111 to 112. MDCII Albert G. Mackey, M.D. The Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, Philadelphia, McClure Publishing Company, 1917, pp. 9-10 says, the acacia, which in Scripture is always called shitter, and in the plural shittim, was esteemed a sacred wood among the Hebrews. Of it Moses was ordered to make a tabernacle, the Ark of the Covenant, the table for the shewbread, and the rest of the sacred furniture. The acacia, in the mythic system of Freemasonry, is preeminently the symbol of the immortality of the soul, that important doctrine which it is the great design of the institution to teach. MDCII for Washington's Masonic Sermon Collection. C. Lane Washington Collection of the Boston Athenaeum, p. 132. MDCI Viv in Washington's Masonic Sermon Collection were sermons preached by some of the great clergymen of the day, such as Reverend Samuel Miller, one of the leading Presbyterian preachers. A. Discourse, delivered in the New Presbyterian Church, New York, before the Grand Lodge of the State of New York, and the brethren of that fraternity, assembled in general communication, of the festival of St. John the Baptist, June 24, 1795, by Samuel Miller, A.M., one of the ministers of the United Presbyterian Churches, in the city of New York. New York. Printed by F. Childs, 1795. MDCY Uzal Ogden, sermon delivered at Morristown, on December 27, 1784, it being the festival of St. John the Evangelist, before the fraternity of free and accepted Masons of Lodge number 10, in the state of New Jersey. The page after the title page declares, in Lodge number 10, State of New Jersey, Morristown, December 27, 5784. Resolved, that the thanks of this lodge be presented to the Reverend Mr. Uzal Ogden for his sermon delivered this day before them, convened for the celebration of the festival of St. John the Evangelist. And that, brothers, be desired to request the Reverend Mr. Ogden to commit said discourse to writing, and to beg the favour of the manuscript for publication. Reverend Ogden's sermon was gospel-focused, but, to deliver us from the curse of the law, even the Son of God himself, in condescension and goodness, infinite, assumed our nature, bore our iniquities, expiated our guilt, became a curse for us, the just having suffered for the unjust. We perceive, therefore, that the gospel is a dispensation of divine mercy, that our redemption is of free grace, by us altogether unmerited, that Christianity was most graciously designed to counteract the effects of sin. As salvation is attainable only through Christ, of necessity, therefore, those who reject his dispensation of grace must be consigned over to eternal woe. P. 21, Fef. And remember, sirs, you are Christian Masons, that you are under obligations numerous and most sacred, to make conscience of all your deeds, and so to live that, in truth, you may fear God, honour the government, honour all men, and love your Christian and Masonic brotherhoods. How many have there been who have done honour to Christianity and Masonry, who have been Christian Masons indeed? pp. 39-40. MDCVI, see Chapter 2. MDCVII WGW Vol 1, June 12, 1754. To Robert Dinwiddie, I am much grieved to find our stores so slow advancing. God knows when we shall be able to do anything for to deserve better of our country. An example of one of Washington's earliest written prayers to God is in WGW Vol 2, June 10, 1757. 2. John Robinson. God send them success and a safe return, I pray. MDCVI kind. The Masonic Constitution was printed at the beginning of Uzal Ogden's Masonic Sermon, preached in 1795, which was also in Washington's Masonic Sermon Collection. Reverend Uzal Ogden was an evangelical Episcopalian, whose gospel sermons had been read and enjoyed by Washington. See WGW Vol 16, August 5, 1779, to Uzal Ogden. Thus gospel sermons were preached in the Masonic Order of Washington's day. Washington also autographed his copy of Uzal Ogden's Antidote to Deism, The Deist Unmasked, or an ample refutation of all the objections of Thomas Paine against the Christian religion. 2 Vol. Newark, John Woods, 1795. Apparently Washington did not respond to Reverend Ogden's request for Washington's approbation of the work in his March 22, 1796 letter to the President. MDCXC Uzal Ogden's sermon, quoted in Note 13 above. MDCXC Samuel Miller's sermon cited in Note 12 above. MDCXI Reverend Dr. William Smith, a sermon preached in Christ Church, Philadelphia, for the benefit of the poor by appointment of and before the general communication of free and accepted Masons of the state of Pennsylvania, on December 28, 1779. MD6B, Philanthropist, or a good 12 cents worth of political love powder for the fair daughters and patriotic sons of America, by the Reverend M.L. Weems of Lodge number 50, Dumfries, to Alexandria, printed by John and James D. Westcott. MDCCX6, to His Excellency George Washington, Esquire, Lieutenant General of the Armies of the United States, Most Honored General, on the square of justice and on the scale of love, I remain, Most Honored General, your very sincere friend and Masonic brother, M.L. Weems. MDCCI Mackey, The Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, p. 182, has an article entitled The Christianization of Freemasonry. It states that wherever Christianity is strong, it often brings its faith directly into the Masonic order. The interpretation of the symbols of Freemasonry from a Christian point of view is a theory adopted by some of the most distinguished Masonic writers of England and this country, but one of which I think does not belong to the ancient system. Hutchinson, and after him Oliver, profoundly philosophical as are the Masonic speculations of both, have, I am constrained to believe, fallen into a great error in calling the Master Mason's degree a Christian institution. It is true that it embraces within its scheme the great truths of Christianity upon the subject of the immortality of the soul and the resurrection of the body, but this was to be presumed, because Freemasonry is truth, and all truth must be identical. But the origin of each is different, their histories are dissimilar. The principles of Freemasonry preceded the advent of Christianity. Its symbols and its legends are derived from the Solomonic Temple, and the people even anterior to that. Its religion comes from the ancient priesthood. Its faith was that primitive one of Noah and his immediate descendants. If Masonry was simply a Christian institution, the Jew and the Moslem, the Brahmin and the Buddhist, could not conscientiously partake of its illumination. But its universality is its boast. In its language, citizens of every nation may converse, at its altar men of all religions man kneel, to its creed disciples of every faith may subscribe. Yet it cannot be denied that since the advent of Christianity, a Christian element had been almost imperceptibly infused into the Masonic system, at least among Christian Masons. This has been a necessity, for it is the tendency of every predominant religion to pervade with its influence all that surrounds it or is about it, whether religious, political, or social. This arises from a need of the human heart. To the man deeply imbued with the spirit of his religion, there is an almost unconscious desire to accommodate and adapt all the business and the amusements of life, the labors and the employments of his everyday existence, to the eye-dwelling faith of his soul. The Christian Mason, therefore, while acknowledging and appreciating the great doctrines taught in Masonry, and also while grateful that these doctrines were preserved in the bosom of his ancient order at a time when they were unknown to the multitudes of the surrounding nations, is still anxious to give them a Christian character, to invest them in some measure with the peculiarities of his own creed, and to bring the interpretation of their symbolism more nearly home to his own religious sentiments. The feeling is an instinctive one, belonging to the noblest aspiration of our human nature, and hence we find Christian Masonic writers indulging in it too, an almost unwarrantable excess, and by the extent of their sectarian interpretations, materially affecting the cosmopolitan character of the institution. This tendency to Christianization has, in some instances, been so universal, and has prevailed for so long a period, that certain symbols and myths have been in this way so deeply and thoroughly imbued with the Christian element as to leave those who have not penetrated into the cause of the peculiarity in doubt whether they should attribute to the symbol an ancient or a modern and Christian origin. MDC, X5. See for example the articles on Freemasonry in Documents of Synod, Study Papers and Actions of the Reformed Presbyterian Church, Evangelical Synod, 1965 to 1982, AD. Paul R. Gilchrist, Newcastle, Delaware, Reformed Presbyterian Church, Evangelical Synod, 1982, pp. 52, MDCXV, Alexander D.D., Reverend Archibald, Evidences of the Authenticity, Inspiration, and Canonical Authority of the Holy Scriptures. Philadelphia, Presbyterian Board of Publication, p. 27 to 30. Again, if deism be the true religion, why has piety never flourished among its professors? Why have they not been the most zealous and consistent worshippers of God? Does not truth promote piety? And will it not ever be the case that they who hold the truth will love God most ardently, and serve him most faithfully? But what is the fact in regard to this class of men? Have they ever been distinguished for the spirit of devotion? Have they produced numerous instances of exemplary piety? It is so much the reverse, that even the asking such reasonable questions has the appearance of ridicule, and when people heap the word pious deist, they have the same sort of feeling as when mention is made of an honest thief, or a sober drunkard. There is no slander in making this statement, for deists do not affect to be pious. They have no love for devotion. If the truth were known, this is the very thing they wish to get rid of. And if they believe that professing themselves to be deist laid them under greater obligations to be devout, they would not be so zealous for the system. Believe me, the contest is not between one religion and another, it is between religion and irreligion. It is impossible that a man of truly pious temper should reject the Bible, even if he were unacquainted with its historical evidences. He would find it to be so congenial to his taste, and so salutary in its effects on his own spirit, that he would conclude that it must have derived its origin from heaven. But we find no such spirit in the writings of deists. There is not in them a tincture of piety, but they have more than a sprinkling of profane ridicule. When you turn to them from the Bible, you are sensible of as great a transition, as if you pass suddenly from a warm and genial climate to a frigid zone. If deists expect ever to conciliate regard for their religion, they must appear to be truly pious men, sincerely engaged in the service of God, and this will have more effect than all their arguments. But whenever this event shall occur, they will be found no longer opposing the Bible, but will esteem it as the best of books, and will come to it for fuel to feed the flame of pure devotion. An African prince who was brought to England and resided there some time, being asked what he thought of the Bible, answered that he believed it to be from God, for he found all the good people in favour of it, and all the bad people against it. The want of a spirit of piety and devotion must be reckoned the principal reason why the deists have never been able to establish and keep up any religious worship among themselves. The thing has been attempted at several different times, and in different countries, but never with success. It is said that the first enterprise of this kind was that of David Williams, an Englishman, who had been a dissenting minister in Liverpool, but passing over first to Socinianism, and then to deism, went to London, where, being patronised by some persons of influence, he opened a house for deistical worship, and formed a liturgy, consisting principally of praise to the Creator. Here he preached for a short time, and collected some followers, but he complained that most of his congregation went on to atheism. After 4 years' trial, the scheme came to nothing. There were neither funds nor congregation remaining, and the priest of nature, as William styled himself through discouragement and ill health, abandoned the project. Some feeble attempts of the same kind have been made in the United States, but they are unworthy of being particularly noticed. Frederick II, the deistical king of Prussia, had once formed the plan of a pantheon in Berlin for the worshippers of all sects and all religions, the chief object of which was the subversion of Christianity, but the scheme was never carried into execution. The most interesting experiment of this kind was that made by the Theophilanthropists in France during the period of the Revolution. After some trial had been made of atheism and irreligion, and when the want of public worship was felt by many reflecting persons, a society was formed for the worship of God, upon the pure principles of natural religion. Among the patrons of this society were men beloved for their philanthropy, and distinguished for their learning, and some high in power. La Havelière Lippot, one of the Directory of France, was a zealous patron of the new religion. By his influence permission was obtained to make use of the churches for their worship. In the city of Paris alone, 18 or 20 were assigned to them, among which was the Cathedral Church of Notre Dame. Their creed was simple, consisting of the great articles, the existence of God, and the immortality of the soul. Their moral system also embraced two great principles, the love of God, and the love of man, which were indicated by the name Theophilanthropists. Their worship consisted of prayers and hymns of praise, which were comprehended in a manual prepared for a directory in worship. Lectures were delivered by the members, which however underwent the inspection of the society before they were pronounced in public. To these were added some simple ceremonies, such as placing a basket of fruit and flowers on the altar. Music, vocal and instrumental, was used. For the latter, they availed themselves of the organs in the churches. Great efforts were made to have this worship generally introduced in all the principal towns in France, and the views of the society were even extended to foreign countries. Their manual was sent into all parts of the Republic by the Minister of the Interior, free of expense. Never did a society enjoy greater advantages at its commencement. Christianity had been rejected with scorn, atheism had for a short time been tried, but was found to be intolerable. The government was favourable to the project, men of learning and influence patronized it, and churches ready built were at the service of the new denomination. The system of natural religion which was adopted was the best that could have been selected, and considerable wisdom was discovered in the construction of their liturgy. But with all these circumstances in their favour, the society could not subsist. At first indeed, while the scene was novel, large audiences attended, most of whom however were merely spectators, but in a short time they dwindled away to such a degree that, instead of occupying 20 churches in Paris, they needed only 4, and in some of the provincial towns where they began under the most favourable auspices, they soon came to nothing. Thus they went on declining until, under the consular government, they were prohibited the use of the churches any longer, upon which they immediately expired without a struggle, and it is believed that not a vestige of the society now remains. It will be instructive and interesting to inquire into the reasons of this want of success, in a society enjoying so many advantages. Undoubtedly the chief reason was the want of a truly devotional spirit. This was observed from the beginning of their meetings. There was nothing to interest the feelings of the heart. Their orators might be men of learning, and might produce good moral discourses, but they were not men of piety, and not always men of pure morals. Their hymns were said to be well composed, and the music good, but the musicians were hired from the stage. There was also a strange defect of liberality in contributing to the funds of the society. They found it impossible to raise, in some their societies, a sum which every Christian congregation, even in the poorest of any sect, would have collected in one day. It is a fact that one of the societies petitioned government to grant them relief from a debt which they had contracted in providing the apparatus of their worship, not amounting to more than $50, stating that their annual income did not exceed $20. In the other towns, their musicians deserted them, because they were not paid, and frequently no person could be found to deliver lectures. MDCXV. Eadsmo, Christianity and the Constitution, 125th. MDCX-FI, WGW, Vol 36, September 25th, 1798. To Reverend G.W. Snyder. WGW note says, in a letter from Snyder, August 22, 1798, which is in the Washington Papers, it is stated that this book gives a full account of a society of Freemasons that distinguishes itself by the name of Illuminati, whose plan is to overturn all government and all religion, even natural. Washington followed up the letter a few weeks later. WGW, October 24, 1798. To Reverend G.W. Snyder, Rev. Sir, I have your favor of the 17th instant before me, and my only motive to trouble you with the receipt of this letter is to explain and correct a mistake, which I perceive the hurry in which I am obliged, often, to write letters have led you into. It was not my intention to doubt that the doctrines of the Illuminati and principles of Jacobinism had not spread in the United States. On the contrary, no one is more truly satisfied of this fact than I am. The idea that I meant to convey was that I did not believe that the lodges of Freemasons in this country had, as societies, endeavored to propagate the diabolical tenets of the first, or pernicious principles of the latter, if they are susceptible of separation, that individuals of them may have done it, or that the founder or instrument employed to found the democratic societies in the United States may have had these objects, and actually had a separation of the people from their government in view, is too evident to be questioned. My occupations are such that but little leisure is allowed me to read newspapers or books of any kind. The reading of letters and preparing answers absorb much of my time. With respect, etc. MDCXV, Timothy Dwight, The Duty of Americans at the Present Crisis, 1798, in Annals of America, Chicago 1976, Vol 4. MDC X. Thompson compiled and published a harmony of the Gospels, and served as an elder in the Presbyterian Church. As a classic scholar, he was the source of the Latin motto, Annuit Coeptis, meaning he, God, has smiled on our undertakings at his back of the Great Seal of the United States, and on the reverse of the American dollar bill. See Peter Lilback, Freedom's Holy Light, Bryn Mawr, The Providence Forum, 2000, pp. 4-7. MDCXX, WGW, Vol L, 33, March 5, 1794. To Charles Thompson. MDCXI, Boyd Stanley Schlenther, Charles Thompson, A Patriot's Pursuit, Newark, University of Delaware Press, 1990. 216-217. The master of the Masonic Order in Baltimore, who was determined to unbosom my heart. This man urged Thompson to become a Mason to help him bring the order which had deviated from the truth back to the first principles of Christianity. I am in, you are out, wrote the Masonic master. Can you deem yourself called upon to lend your aid to do much good? Thompson stayed out. In fact, throughout his life he appears never to have joined any organization that he did not feel was involved in some useful purpose. He never was a member of the Tammany Society. He never joined Philadelphia's Hibernian Club, organized in 1759 by both Protestant and Roman Catholic Irish immigrants. It appears that any group that smacked of frivolity or that was mainly given to socializing was never to Thompson's taste, and even those organizations with which he had associated himself, such as the Philosophical Society and the Agricultural Society, soon lost their charm and interest, especially if they had appeared to have served their purpose for him. To occupy his time after Hannah's death, Thompson turned once again to biblical studies. Even while the Bible was in the process of printing, Thompson had begun to draw up a harmony of the four evangelists from my translation following the order of Dr. Doddridge. Thompson believed that by arranging the facts presented in the Gospels, producing them in parallel columns, he had removed the seeming inconsistencies with which they are charged, and shown that instead of contradicting, they strengthen and confirm one another's narrative. In it, he justified publication on the grounds that though there had been many such harmonies, infidels still continued to charge the evangelist with inconsistency and contradiction. As for himself, Thompson publicly admitted that the real reason he first undertook the task was for his own solace. One result of the publication of the synopsis was brief renewal of his correspondence with Jefferson, which had not been maintained following their exchanges at the appearance of the full Bible in 1808. Early in 1816, Jefferson wrote that he had received a copy of the synopsis, and after perfunctory compliments, he proceeded to inform Thompson that he had made a wee little book of his own. By cutting the text from the Gospels which include the words of Jesus, Jefferson had compiled what he called the philosophy of Jesus. This information led Thompson to an innocent but extremely awkward indiscretion. Delighted that Jefferson saw this project as proof of his own religious nature. I am a real Christian, that is to say a disciple of the doctrines of Jesus, Thompson brought several Philadelphians to the conclusion that there was reason for the religious world to be daily congratulating each other on Jefferson's happy change of religious belief. The miraculous had happened. Jefferson had made a profession of faith. The matter had gone so far that Thompson nearly provided Jefferson's letter for publication, only to receive this rebuke. I apprehend that you were sufficiently aware of its private and personal nature, or of the impropriety of putting it in the power of an editor to publish, without the consent of the writer. Crestfallen, Thompson wrote immediately to apologize. Jefferson, who had been caused no little anxiety and trouble by the WHO affair, replied, saying that he had received a communication from a person in Philadelphia who had seen his letter to Thompson, asking Jefferson questions which I answer only to one being, to himself therefore. I replied, say nothing of my religion, it is known to my God and myself alone. Under the circumstances, it was a kindly response to Thompson, but this really was the last letter ever to pass between the two men. MD Sachs T. Michael Novak and Jana Novak, Washington's God, Religion, Liberty, and the Father of Our Country, New York, Basic Books, 2006, p. 97. Some object that he was a member of the Freemasons for many years, although his attendance at lodge meetings was extremely rare, and that is incompatible with Christian belief. Roman Catholics even today are forbidden to belong to the Masons in Europe. Unlike in the United States, Freemasonry has been, rabidly, sometimes violently, anti-Catholic. But many American Christian then and now have found nothing incompatible between Freemasonry and Christianity, and have looked at the former as a kind of service arm of the latter. Indeed, in Washington's day, many bishops and clergymen were active members of their local Masonic lodges. M.D. Seeks Acton, John Warwick Montgomery, The Shaping of America, Minneapolis, Bethany Fellowship, Inc., 1976, pp. 54 and p. 56. MDCXX Ivor Randall, George Washington, A Life, New York, Henry Holton Company, 1997, p. 67. MDCXX V. Johnson, George Washington, The Founding Father, HarperCollins Publishers, 2005. But neither did Washington look back to the 17th century and its religious zeal. He was never indifferent to Christianity, quite the contrary. He saw it as an essential element of social control and good government, but his intellect and emotions inclined him more to the substitute for formal dogma, Freemasonry, whose spread among males of the Anglo-Saxon world was such a feature of the 18th century. It was introduced into the colonies only 3 years before his birth. The first true Masonic lodge in America was founded in 1734 in Philadelphia. MDCXEX WGW Vol. 36, August 4, 1797. To Lawrence Lewis. MDCX 6 Siphons. Rupert Hughes, George Washington, The Human Being and the Hero, 1732 to 1762. New York, William Morrow and Company, 1926, Vol. 1 p. 552 to 559. MDC 8. Bancroft, History of the United States of America, Vol. I-4, 34. MDCXXX WGW VL2, July 2nd, 1766. To Captain John Thompson, with this letter comes a Negro Tom, which I beg the favor of you to sell in any of the islands you may go to, for whatever he will fetch, and bring me in return from him. 1 HHD hogshead, a cask containing from 63 to 140 gallons, 1 ditto of best rum, 1 barrel of limes, if good and cheap, 1 pot of tamarinds containing about 10 lbs, 2 small ditto of mixed sweetmeats, about 5 lbs each. MDCXX, IBID, Vol. 28, April 12, 1786. To Robert Morris, there is not a man living who wishes more, sincerely than I do, to see a plan adopted for the abolition of slavery, but there is only one proper way and effectual mode by which it can be accomplished, and this by legislative authority. WGW, Vol. 2008, May 10, 1786. To Lafayette, to set the slaves afloat, at once would I believe be productive of much inconvenience and mischief, but, by degrees, it certainly might and assuredly ought to be effected, and that too by legislative authority. WGW, Vol. L. 34, November 23, 1794. To Alexander Spotswood, with respect to the other species of property, concerning which you ask my opinion, one shall frankly declare to you that I do not like even to think, much less talk of it. However, as you have put the question, I shall, in a few words, give you my ideas of it. Were it not then, that I am principled against selling Negroes, as you would do cattle at a market, I would not in 12 months from this date be possessed of one, as a slave. I shall be happily mistaken, if they are not found to be very troublesome species of property, ere many years pass over our heads. MDC XXI IBID Vol. 729, September 9, 1786. To John Francis Mercer, I never mean, unless some particular circumstance should compel me to it, to possess another slave by purchase, it being among my first wishes to see some plan adopted by which slavery in this country may be abolished by law. I have resolved never to become the master of another slave by purchase. IBID, Vol. 36, November 13, 1797. To George Lewis, MDC XTD, Vol. 36, November 13, 1797. To George Lewis, the running off of my cook has been a most inconvenient thing to this family, and what renders it more disagreeable is that I have resolved never to become the master of another slave by purchase, but this resolution I fear I must break. I have endeavored to hire, black or white, but am not yet supplied. IBID, Vol. 37, April 12, 1791. To Tobias Lear, whilst my residence is incidental as an officer of government only, but whether among people who are in the practice of enticing slaves even where there is no colour of law for it, this distinction will avail, I know not, and therefore beg you will take the best advice you can on the subject, and in case it shall be found that any of my slaves may, or any for them, shall attempt their freedom at the expiration of 6 months, it is my wish and desire that you would send the whole, or such part of them as Mrs. Washington may not choose to keep home, for although I do not think they would be benefited by the change, yet the idea of freedom might be too great a temptation for them to resist. At any rate it might, if they conceive they had a right to it, make them insolent in a state of slavery. As all except Hercules and Paris are dour Negroes, it behoves me to prevent the emancipation of them. Otherwise I shall not only lose the use of them, but may have them to pay for, if upon taking good advice it is found expedient to send them back to Virginia. I wish to have it accomplished under pretext that may deceive both them and the public, and none I think would so effectually do this as Mrs. Washington coming to Virginia next month, towards the middle or latter end of it, as she seemed to have a wish to do, if she can accomplish it by any convenient and agreeable means, with the assistance of the stage horses and sea. This would naturally bring her maid and Austin, and Hercules under the idea of coming home to cook, whilst we remain there might be sent on in the stage. Whether there is occasion for this or not according to the result of your inquiries, or issue the thing as it may, I request that these sentiments and this advice may be known to none but yourself and Mrs. Washington. From the following expression in your letter, that those who were of age might follow the example of his the attorney's people, after a residence of 6 months, it would seem that none could apply before the end of May, and that the non-age of Christopher Richmond Anoni is a bar to them. Worthy partner footnote p. 213 says, Austin, a dour Negro slave who had been with the Washingtons in New York and Philadelphia, was returned to Mount Vernon to visit his wife and friends. It is likely the reason for returning him to Virginia was to prevent his possible emancipation. According to Pennsylvania law, when a slave owner took up citizenship in that state, his slaves, providing they were of age, would become emancipated at the end of 6 months. All but 3 of the servants were dour slaves, and Washington did not wish to lose them, and thus be required to reimburse Mrs. Washington's estates for them. MDC John C. Fitzpatrick, The George Washington Slanders in Washington Bicentennial Committee, Washington, D.C., 1932, Vol. 3rd pp. 314 to 319. MDC XXX Howard F. Bremer, George Washington, 1732 to 1799. Chronology. Documents Bibliographical Aids. Dobbs Ferry, N.Y. Oceana Publications, 1967, p1. Bremer writes December 17, 1748. George William Fairfax married Sarah Sally Carey. George Washington, 2 years her junior, fell in love with her, and probably remained so all his life. MDC XXV, WDW, Vol. 2, September 12, 1758. To Mrs. George William Fairfax, Dear Madam, yesterday I was honoured with your short but very agreeable favour of the 1st inst. How joyfully I catch at the happy occasion of renewing a correspondence which I feared was disrelished on your part, I leave to time, that never-failing expositor of all things, and to a monitor equally faithful in my own breast, to testify. In silence one now express my joy, silence which in some cases, I wish the present, speaks more intelligently than the sweetest eloquence. If you allow that any honour can be derived from my opposition to our present system of management, you destroy the merit of it. Entirely in me by attributing my anxiety to the animating prospect of possessing Mrs. Custis, when I need not tell you, guess yourself. Should not my own honour and country's welfare be the excitement? 'Tis true, I profess myself a votary of love. I acknowledge that a lady is in the case. And further I confess that this lady is known to you. Yes, madam, as well as she is to one who is too sensible of her charms to deny the power whose influence he feels and must ever submit to. I feel the force of her amiable beauties in the recollection of 1,000 tender passages that I could wish to obliterate, till I am bid to revive them. But experience, alas, sadly reminds me how impossible this is, and evinces an opinion which I have long entertained, that there is a destiny destiny which has the control of our actions, not to be resisted by the strongest efforts of human nature. You have drawn me, dear madame, or rather I have drawn myself, into an honest confession of a simple fact. Misconstrue not my meaning, doubt it not, nor expose it. The world has no business to know the object of my love, declared in this manner to you, when I want to conceal it. One thing above all things in this world I wish to know, and only one person of your acquaintance can solve me that, or guess, my meaning. But adieu to this still happier times if I ever shall see them. The hours at present are melancholy dull. Neither the rugged toils of war, nor the gentler conflict of A.B.S. assembly balls, is in my choice. I dare believe you are as happy as you say. I wish I was happy also. Mirth, good humour, ease of mind, and, what else, cannot fail to render you so, and consummate your wishes. If one agreeable lady could almost wish herself a fine gentleman for the sake of another, I apprehend that many fine gentlemen will wish themselves finer. There Mrs. Spotswood is possessed. She has already become a reigning toast in this camp, and many there are in it who intend fortune favouring, to make honourable scars speak the fullness of their merit, and be a messenger of their love to her. I cannot easily forgive the unseasonable haste of my last express, if he deprive me thereby of a single word you intended to add. The time of the present messenger is, as the last might have been, entirely at your disposal. I can't expect to hear from my friends more than this once before the fate of the expedition will somehow or other be determined. I therefore beg to know when you set out for Hampton, and when you expect to return to Belvoir again. And I should be glad also to hear of your speedy departure, as I shall thereby hope for your return before I get down. The disappointment of seeing your family would give me much concern. From anything I can yet see, 'tis hardly possible to say when we shall finish. I don't think there is a probability of it till the middle of November. Your letter to Captain Gist I forwarded by a safe hand the moment it came to me. His answer shall be carefully transmitted. Colonel Mercer, to whom I delivered your message and compliments, joins me very heartily in wishing you, and the ladies of Belvoir the perfect enjoyment of every happiness this world affords. Be assured that I am, dear madame, with the most unfeigned regard, your most obedient and most obliged humble servant, N.B. Many accidents happening, to use a vulgar saying between the cup and the lip, I choose to make the exchange of carpets myself, since I find you will not do me the honour to accept mine. MDC XXWGW, Vol. 2. September 12, 1758. To Sally Carey Fairfax, MDC, XX Ibid, Vol. 2. September 12, 1758. WGW note explains, the only authority for this letter that has so far appeared is the text printed in the New York Herald, March 30th, 1877, and in Wells's Pedigree and History of the Washington Family, New York, 1879. The letter was sold by Bangs & Company, auctioneers, in New York, and the Herald, after printing this letter the day before, merely reported the sale as disposing of two Washington letters, one at $13 and one at $11.50, leaving it a matter of guess as to which one of these prices belonged to this much discussed epistle. The letter drops from sight after this sale, and its present whereabouts is unknown. Constance Carey Harrison, in Scribner's Monthly, July 1876, wrote, Mrs. George William Fairfax, the object of George Washington's early and passionate love, lived to an advanced age in Bath, England, widowed, childless and utterly infirm. Upon her death at the age of 81, letters still in possession of the Fairfax family were found among her effects, showing that Washington had never forgotten the influence of his youthful disappointment. But these conclusions are by no means unquestionable. The editor debated for some time the inclusion of this letter, and finally concluded to use it, after thus noting its unsettled status. See John Corbin, The Unknown Washington, Biographic Origins of the Republic, New York, Charles Scribner's Sons, 1930, pp. 51-75. Corbin says, in a very different view are his two letters of the following September to Sally, letters which she treasured to her death. Paul Lester Ford's objection that the evidence of their authenticity has not been produced is scarcely worthy of consideration. In writing the first draft of his little biography, Captain Carey, a devoted antiquary and genealogist, had access to Sally's papers and copied them. The final draft was prepared as an answer to Ford, but was still in manuscript when Captain Carey died. In such matters family tradition is of great weight, and in this case it is of the clearest and most substantial. It is sustained, moreover, by evidence both external and internal, which is beyond the power of the cleverest impostor to invent. The letters, as also that written in 1757, on Washington's return from the front to Mount Vernon, fall in perfectly with all the evidence as to his mood and movements, most of which is now for the first time assembled, and they bear the stamp of his character and habit, down to the unrevised sentence structure and elaborate punctuation. The autograph originals could scarcely be more convincing. P. 64. C. Willard Stern Randall, George Washington. A Life, New York, Henry Holton Company, 1997, P. 100, MDC X8. John Corbin, The Unknown Washington, Biographic Origins of the Republic, New York, Charles Scribner's Sons, 1930, pp. 51-75. Corbin writes, in 1877, two love letters written by Washington to Mrs. George William Fairfax were published, for the first time and caused a sensation which, though masked for decades by biographers, has steadily increased. They had been found among Mrs. Fairfax's papers upon her death in England in 1811, and her kinsfolk in America had treasured them through two generations in the awed silence of Victorian propriety. The Fairfaxes were Washington's nearest friends until shortly before the Revolution, their house, Belvoir, being 5 miles down the Potomac from Mount Vernon, and in full view of it. Though George Fairfax was 8 years older, the two men had been intimate, surveying electioneering and fox hunting together, from the time Washington, age 16, came to live with his brother Lawrence. There is abundant evidence, notably in Washington's diaries, that Mrs. Fairfax and Mrs. Washington were neighborly always, dining and visiting with each other, and were the first to offer sympathy in illness and bereavement. The letters were written in 1758, when Washington, age 26, was engaged to Martha Custis. Though they are reticently worded and indeed seem intentionally vague and obscure, they are now generally accepted as showing that he was passionately in love with Mrs. Fairfax. One of them speaks of the recollection of 1,000 tender passages that I could wish to obliterate till I am bid to revive them. And what follows, as we shall see, is proof enough that these passages were not with Martha. In two later letters, one of them written only 19 months before he died, he declared that the moments he had spent in her company were the happiest in my life. We have here, obviously, something very different from the legend of idyllic love, which the Victorians wove about the lives of George and Martha Washington. Whether it is in the way of scandal depends upon the nature of the 1,000 tender passages. That question has obsessed recent biographers. pp. 51-52. Kitman, The Making of, The Precedent, p. 267-268, 269. MDC XX WGW, Vol. 27, July 10, 1783. To George William Fairfax. My dear sir, with very sincere pleasure I received your favour of the 26th of March. It came to hand a few days ago only, and gave me the satisfaction of learning that you enjoyed good health, and that Mrs. Fairfax had improved in hers. There was nothing wanting in this letter to give complete satisfaction to Mrs. Washington and myself, but some expression to induce us to believe you would once more become our neighbours. Your house at Belvoir, I am sorry to add, is no more, but mine, which is enlarged since you saw it, is most sincerely and heartily at your service till you could rebuild it. As the path, after being closed by a long, arduous and painful contest, is to use an Indian metaphor, now opened and made smooth, I shall please myself with the hope of hearing from you frequently. Until you forbid me to indulge the wish, I shall not despair of seeing you and Mrs. Fairfax once more the inhabitants of Belvoir. and greeting you both there, the intimate companions of our old age, as you have been of our younger years. MDCXL, Zoll, Washington on Washington, p. 37. Zoll writes, Washington's ill health was reason enough to retire from military life. His malaria and dysentery had turned so severe in March of 1758 that he left his command at Winchester for treatment in Williamsburg. 6 months later he was composing a celebrated letter, confessing love to his neighbor's fun-loving wife, Sally Fairfax, 12 September 1758. 18. A slender, tall brunette with sparkling dark eyes, she and her sisters exchanged teasing letters with Washington, apparently tutoring him in the art of courtly correspondence. The love letter could have been another exercise in courtly composition rather than the overflow of powerful feelings, since he carefully revised the expression. MDCXI, WGW Vol. 11, April 21st, 1778. MDSex Lee, Ibid, Vol. 28, August 1st, 1786. MDSex Lee, Ibid, Vol. 27, September 2nd, 1783. MDSex Liv Kitman, The Making of the President P. 267 to 268, 269. MDCXLV, Ibid, 267. MDCXLV Flexner, Washington, The Indispensable Man, pp. 17 to 18. MDCXLVI, WGW Vol. 1, 1749-50. 2. Dear friend Robin, as it's the greatest mark of friendship and esteem absent friends can shew each other in writing, and often communicating their thoughts to his fellow companions makes me endeavour to signalise myself in acquainting you from time to time, and at all times, my situation and employments of life, and could wish you would take half the pains of contriving me a letter by any opportunity, as you may be well assured of its meeting with a very welcome reception. My place of residence is at present at his lordship's, where I might was my heart disengag pass my time very pleasantly, agreeably, as there's a very agreeable young lady lives in the same house, Colo, George, Fairfax's wife's sister, but as that's only adding fuel to fire, it makes me the more uneasy for, by often and unavoidably being in company with her, revives my former passion for your lowland beauty, whereas was I to live more retired from young women, I might in some measure alleviate my sorrows by burying that chaste and troublesome passion in the grave of oblivion or eternal forgetfulness, for as I am very well assured that's the only antidote or remedy that I ever shall be relieved by, or only recess van can administer any cure or help to me, as I am well convinced, was I ever to attempt anything I should only get a denial, which would be only adding grief to uneasiness. MD Sylvie, Ibid, Vol. 1, 1749-50. 2. Dear friend Robin, MDC Xlix Ibid, Vol. 34, January 16, 1795. To Eleanor Park Custis, Dear Nellie, your letter, the receipt of which I am now acknowledging, is written correctly and in fair characters, which is an evidence that you command when you please a fair hand. Possessed of these advantages, it will be your own fault if you do not avail yourself of them, and attention being paid to the choice of your subjects, you can have nothing to fear from the malignancy of criticism, as your ideas are lively, and your descriptions agreeable. Let me touch a little now on your Georgetown ball, and happy, thrice happy for the fair who were assembled on the occasion, that there was a man to spare, for had there been 79 ladies and only 78 gentlemen, there might in the course of the evening have been some disorder among Dr. Caps, notwithstanding the apathy which one of the company entertains for the youth of the present day, and her determination never to give herself a moment's uneasiness on account of any of them. A hint here, men and women feel the same inclinations to each other now that they always have done, and which they will continue to do until there is a new order of things, and you, as others have done, may find perhaps that the passions of your sex are easier raised than allayed. Do not therefore boast too soon or too strongly of your insensibility to, or resistance of its powers. In the composition of the human frame there is a good deal of inflammable matter, however dormant it may lie for a time, and like an intimate acquaintance of yours, when the torch is put to it, that which is within you may burst into a blaze, for which reason, and especially too, as I have entered upon the chapter of advices, I will read you a lecture drawn from this text. Love is said to be an involuntary passion, and it is therefore contended that it cannot be resisted. This is true in part only, for like all things else, when nourishes and supplied plentifully with ailment, it is rapid in its progress, but let these be withdrawn, and it may be stifled in its birth, or much stinted in its growth. For example, a woman the same may be said of the other sex, all beautiful and accomplished, will, while her hand and heart are undisposed of, turn the heads and set the circle in which she moves on fire. Let her marry, and what is the consequence? The madness ceases and all is quiet again. Why? Not because there is any diminution in the charms of the lady, but because there is an end of hope. Hence it follows, that love may and therefore ought to be under the guidance of reason, for although we cannot avoid first impressions, we may assuredly place them under guard, and my motives for treating on this subject are to show you, while you remain, Eleanor Park Custis, spinster, and retain the resolution to love with moderation, the propriety of adhering to the latter resolution, at least until you have secured your game, and the way by which it may be accomplished. When the fire is beginning to kindle, and your heart growing warm, propound these questions to it. Who is this invader? Have I a competent knowledge of him? Is he a man of good character, a man of sense? For be assured, a sensible woman can never be happy with a fool. What has been his walk in life? Is he a gambler, a spendthrift, or drunkard? Is his fortune sufficient to maintain me in the manner I have been accustomed to live, and my sisters do live? And is he one to whom my friends can have no reasonable objection? If these interrogatories can be satisfactorily answered, there will remain but one more to be asked. That, however, is an important one. Have I sufficient ground to conclude that his affections are engaged by me? Without this, the heart of sensibility will struggle against a passion that is not reciprocated, delicacy, custom, or call it by what epithet you will. Having precluded all advances on your part, a declaration without the most indirect invitation of yours must proceed from the man, to render it permanent and valuable, and nothing short of good sense and an easy unaffected conduct can draw the line between prudery and coquetry. It would be no great departure from truth to say that it rarely happens otherwise than that a thorough-paced coquette dies in celibacy, as a punishment for her attempts to mislead others, by encouraging looks, words, or actions given for no other purpose than to draw men on to make overtures that they may be rejected. This day, according to our information, gives a husband to your elder sister, and consummates, it is too, be presumed, her fondest desires. The dawn with us is bright, and propitious I hope of her future happiness, for a full measure of which she and Mr. Law have my earnest wishes. Compliments and congratulations on this occasion, and best regards are presented to your mamma, Dr. Stewart and family, and every blessing, among which a good husband when you want and deserve one, is bestowed on you by yours affectionately, MDCL WGW Vol. 2, September 12, 1758. To Sally Carey Fairfax. MDCI Francis Rufus Bellamy, The Private Life of George Washington, New York. Thomas Y. Crowell Company, 1951. P50. MD Cleage Flexner, Washington, The Indispensable Man, pp. 17 to 18. MD Cleage, WGW Vol. 11, May 29, 1778. MD Liv Ibid, Vol. 12, September 1, 1778. MD Li Ibid, Vol. 10. January 28, 1778. MD CLV, Ibid, Vol. 11, April 21, 1778. MD Sylvie, Ibid, Vol. 24, July 10, 1782. MD Sylvie Ibid, Vol. 2008, August 1, 1786. MD Clicks Ibid, Vol. 36, December 4, 1797. MD CLX Elbid, Vol. 238, May 18, 1786. MD CLXI, Francis Rufus Bellamy, The Private Life of George Washington, New York, Thomas Y. Crowell Company, 1951. pp. 53 to 54. MD CLXIIC WGW Vol. L. 3. January 29, 1774. Cf. John Corbin, The Unknown Washington, New York, Charles Scribner's Sons, 1930, pp. 43-44, MDC Alexei. There is ambiguity surrounding the authenticity of this phrase in the treaty. In treaties and other international agreements of the United States of America, 1776 to 1949 ED, Charles I Bevans, Washington, Dept. of State, Vol. 11 1070, N31 reads, this translation from the Arabic by Joel Barlow, Consul General at Algiers, has been printed in all official and unofficial treaty collections since it first appeared in 1797 in the Session Laws of the Fifth Congress, First Session. In a note regarding the Barlow translation, Hunter Miller stated, most extraordinary and wholly unexplained is the fact that Article 11 of the Barlow translation, with its famous phrase, the government of the United States of America is not in any sense founded on the Christian religion, does not exist at all. There is no Article 11. The Arabic text, which is between Articles 10 and 12, is in form a letter, crude and flamboyant, and withal quite unimportant, from the day of Algiers to the Pasha of Tripoli. How that script came to be written, and to be regarded as in the Barlow translation, as Article 11 of the treaty as they're written, is a mystery and seemingly must remain so. Nothing in the diplomatic correspondence of the time throws any light whatever on the point. MDC Alex ICF, Bowler, Washington and Religion, p. 87-88, John Idesmo's Christianity and the Constitution, Grand Rapids, Baker Bookhouse, 1987, p. 400, and 13-15, Gary DeMar, America's Christian History, The Untold Story, Atlanta, American Vision Inc., 1995, p. 131-42. It is a myth because Washington did not sign this treaty, since he was not president when it was ratified. John Adams was the president that signed it into law on June 10, 1797. It was superseded on April 17, 1806. Leo Pfeffer, Church, State and Freedom, Boston, Beacon Press, 1953, 211 points. Out that following the war with Tripoli in 1801, the subsequent Treaty of 1806 during the Jefferson administration does not use this phrase again. This appears ironic given Jefferson's penchant for deistic thought. MDCLXY see the following, all written after Boller's 1963 study, who continued to attribute this remark to Washington. Ernest Campbell Mosner, Deism, The Encyclopedia of Philosophy, ed. Paul Edwards, 8 vols. New York, Macmillan, 1967. 334, Norman L. Geisler, Is Man the Measure? An Evaluation of Contemporary Humanism, Grand Rapids, Baker Bookhouse, 1983. p. 124-25, Mike Horton, The Horse's Mouth, April, 1994, p. 1-2. MDCLXVI Treaties, and other international agreements of the United States of America, 1776 to 1949 ED. Charles I Bevans, Washington, Dept. of State, Vol. 11 1070, N3, MDCLXVO. Joel Barlow's extended notes on atheism are found in his papers that are preserved in the Harvard University archives. We provide here a few examples of Barlow's investigation of atheism in his private reflections based on various French encyclopedia articles. Based upon such musings, one can understand why he interpolated the text that denies any connection between Christianity and the United States. The language of the treaty was discussed in note 28 above. Barlow wrote, Critias, a famous atheist, agreed that the stars, etc., were the first objects of worship, but accounts for it in a singular manner. He says men were first disorderly and unjust, and lived by open violence. They soon found it was best to have laws to repress these evils. These served very well for a while, but their authority soon grew feeble, and men found the means to elude them by committing their crimes in secret. To repress these, some wise politician invented the fable of gods. He said every planet was a god, and he placed gods everywhere to watch men's secret actions, and made them believe they would be punished hereafter. Such is his idea of the origin of religion. The monotheists, such as the Jews, the Christians, and the Mahometans, whose history is best known to us, are remarkable for religious wars. The Jews founded their empire upon them. The Mahometans did the same, and the Christians, if we reckon their sectarians' wars, their Mahometan wars, their South American wars, and their pagan wars, have probably destroyed more men than both the other classes of monotheists. In this examination of monotheism, I do not bring into view the ancient philosophers, who believed in one god only, nor the modern deists. The hands of those classes of men never formed a national religion, and consequently have had very little effect on the moral or political character of any people. These teachings speculation are certainly respectable, but if they were reduced to dogmas and formed into a system of worship, it is probable that such a system would degenerate into something like the Jewish or Mahometan. They might avoid the absurdities of the Christian system, but who could guarantee them against other absurdities as great? Questions. If man in all ages and countries had understood astronomy and physics as well as they do now, generally in Europe, would the ideas of God and religion have ever come into their minds? Have not these ideas been greater sources of human calamity than all other moral causes? Is it not necessary in the nature of things that they should be so, as long as they exist in the minds of men in such a strong degree as to form the basis of education? If we admit that these ideas are wholly chimerical, having arisen altogether from ignorance of natural causes, is it not the duty of every person who sees this evil tendency to use his influence to banish them as much as possible from society? Is it not possible wholly to destroy their influence and reduce them to the rank of other ancient fables to be found only in the history of human errors? If the existence of philosophy would have prevented their existence, why shall it not destroy them? Had it been known that the earth moved round the sun, the latter would not have been considered a god. The knowledge of this movement would have been the key to all the science of astronomy, and prevented mankind from being deceived for so many ages by false appearances in the movements of the heavenly bodies. Those false appearances gave the idea of life and intelligence in those bodies. Their influence on the earth was apparent, and if we suppose those influences to be directed by their intelligence, the consequence is that they control us, and either make or destroy our happiness. They are therefore gods, good or bad according as we are affected by their influence. Darkness, storms, whirlwinds, thunders, inundations, were deified on the same principles. Being unexplained, they were supposed to act from their own will, or that of their masters. They were therefore feared and adored as beings whom we could not control, but might hope to soften by our prayers, as we might a passionate master who had us in his power. Joel Barlow was one of the few atheists among the early American governmental leaders. It seems that he kept his thoughts on this topic mainly to himself in his notes. Could it be that the anomalous and disputed text distancing America from the Christian religion in his version of the Treaty of Tripoli may reflect his own philosophical approach addressed above? If the existence of philosophy would have prevented their existence, i.e. the errors of religion, why shall it not destroy them? MDCL XVI WGW Vol. 35, Farewell Address, 1796. MDC LXX, CF. W.T. Jones, Count of Wittgenstein and Sartre, New York Harcourt, Brace and World Inc., 1969, p. 8. MDC LXX. Alexander Pope again found the words to describe this new deistic creed of enlightenment religion, father of all. In every age, in every clime adored, by saint, by savage, and by sage, the universal prayer, 1738. MDC XXI, Noah Webster, American Dictionary of the English Language, 1828. MD Trust T. Norman Cousins, In God We Trust, the Religious Beliefs and Ideas of the American Founding Fathers, Harper & Brothers, New York, p. 6. MD Sex II, Adams Family Correspondence, L.H. Butterfield, Editor Volume 1, December 1761 to May 1776, pp. 626-27. MDC LXX. The works of Benjamin Franklin, ed. Jared Sparks, Chicago, Townsend McCone, 1882, X. 281-82. MDCLXXV, Bishop Meade, Old Church Ministers and Families of Virginia p. 223-224. The strength as well as tenderness of Judge Marshall's attachment to Mrs. Marshall will appear from the following affecting tribute to her memory, written by himself, December 2005, 1832. This day of joy and festivity to the whole Christian world is, to my sad heart, the anniversary of the keenest affliction which humanity can sustain. While all around is gladness, my mind dwells on the silent tomb, and cherishes the remembrance of the beloved object which it contains. On the 25th of December, 1831, it was the will of heaven to take to itself the companion who had sweetened the choicest part of my life, had rendered toil a pleasure, had partaken of all my feelings, and was enthroned in the inmost recess of my heart. Never can I cease to feel the loss, and to deplore it. Grief for her is too sacred ever to be profaned on the day, which shall be, during my existence, marked by a recollection of her virtue. On the January 3rd, 1783, I was united by the holiest bonds to the woman I adored. From the moment of our union to that of our separation, I never ceased to thank heaven for this its best gift. Not a moment passed in which I did not consider her as a blessing from which the chief happiness of my life was derived. This, never-dying sentiment, originating in love, was cherished by a long and close observation of as amiable and estimable qualities as ever adorned the female bosom. To a person which in youth was very attractive, to manners uncommonly pleasing, she added a fine understanding, and the sweetest temper which can accompany a just and modest sense of what was due to herself. She was educated with a profound reverence for religion, which she preserved to her last moments. This sentiment among her earliest and deepest impressions gave a colouring to her whole life. Hers was the religion taught by the Saviour of man. She was a firm believer in the faith inculcated by the Church Episcopal in which she was bred. I have lost her, and with her have lost the solace of my life. Yet she remains still the companion of my retired hours, still occupies my inmost bosom. When alone and unemployed, my mind still recurs to her. More than 1,000 times since the 25th of December, 1831, have I repeated to myself the beautiful lines written by General Burgoyne, under a similar affliction, substitution Mary, for Anna, encompassed in an angel's frame, an angel's virtues lay, too soon did heaven assert its claim and take its own away. My Mary's worth, my Mary's charms can never more return. What now shall fill these widowed arms? Ah me, my Mary's urn. Ah me, ah me. My Mary's urn as to the religious opinions of Judge Marshall. The following extract from a letter of the Reverend Mr. Norwood may be entirely relied on. I have read some remarks of yours in regard to Chief Justice Marshall, which have suggested to me to communicate to you the following facts, which may be useful should you again publish anything in relation to his religious opinions. I often visited Mrs. General Harvey during her last illness. From her I received the statement. She was much with her father during the last months of his life, and told me that the reason why he never communed was that he was a Unitarian in opinion, thought he never joined their society. He told her that he believed in the truth of the Christian revelation, but not in the divinity of Christ. Therefore he could not commune in the Episcopal Church. But during the last months of his life, he read Keith on prophecy, where our Saviour's divinity is incidentally treated, and was convinced by his work, and the fuller investigation to which it led, of the supreme divinity of the Saviour. He determined to apply for admission to the communion of our church, objected to commune in private, because he thought it his duty to make a public confession of the Saviour, and which waiting of improved health to enable him to go to church for the purpose, he grew worse and died without ever communing. Mrs. Harvey was a lady of the strictest probity, the most humble piety, and of a clear discriminating mind, and her statement, the substance of which I give you accurately, having reduced it to writing, may be entirely relied on. I remember to have heard Bishop Moore repeatedly express his surprise when speaking of Judge Marshall that, though he was so punctual in his attendance at church, and reproved Mr. and Mr. and Mr. when they were absent, and knelt during the prayers and responded fervently, yet he never communed. The reason was that which he gave to his daughter, Mrs. Harvey. She said he died an humble, penitent believer in Christ, according to the Orthodox creed of the Church. Very truly your friend and brother in Christ, W.M. Norwood. P.S. Another fact, illustrating the lasting influence of maternal instruction, was mentioned by Mrs. Harvey. Her father told her that he never went to bed without concluding his prayer with those which his mother taught him when a child, viz., the Lord's Prayer and the prayer beginning, Now I lay me down to sleep, and D. Sex, Ibid, p. 33. Randolph's repentance. It being known that there was a family connection, and some intimacy and correspondence between Mr. Randolph and myself, I have been often asked my opinion as to his religious character. It is as difficult to answer this as to explain some other things about this most talented, eccentric, and unhappy man. My acquaintance and correspondence with him commenced in 1813, and terminated in 1818, although at his death he confided a most difficult and important trust to myself. In conjunction with our common and most valued friend, Mr. Francis S. Key, I published the following letter written in 1815, when his mind seemed to be in a state of anxiety on the subject of religion, and an extract from another paper in my possession showing a supposed relief in the year 1818. Other letters I have, during the period of our intimacy, of the same character. The reader must judge for himself, taking into consideration the great inconsistencies of his subsequent life, and making all allowances for his most peculiar and unhappy temperament, his most diseased body, and the trying circumstances of his life and death. Richmond, May 19, 1815. It is with very great regret that I leave town about the time that you are confidently expected to arrive. Nothing short of necessity should carry me away at this time. I have a very great desire to see you, to converse with you on the subject before which all others sink into insignificance. It continues daily to occupy more and more of my attention, which it has nearly engrossed to the exclusion of every other, and it is a source of pain as well as of occasional comfort to me. May he who alone can do it shed light upon my mind, and conduct me through faith to salvation. Give me your prayers. I have the most earnest desire for a more perfect faith than I fear I possess. What shall I do to be saved? I know the answer, but it is not free from difficulty. Lord, be merciful to me, a sinner. I do submit myself most implicitly to his holy will, and great is my reliance on his mercy. But when I reflect on the corruptions of my nature I tremble whilst I adore the merits of an all-atoning Saviour. I hardly dare to plead when I think of my weak faith. Help, Lord, or I perish. But thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. I know that I deserve to suffer for my sins, for time misspent, faculties misemployed, but above all, that I have not loved God and my neighbour as we are commanded to do. But I will try to confide in the promises we have received, or rather to comply with their conditions. Whatever be my fate, I will not harbour a murmur in my breast against the justice of my Creator. Your afflicted friend, John Randolph, of Roanoke, Reverend William Meade, August 1818. It is now just 19 years since sin first began to sit heavy upon my soul. For a very great part of that time, I have been as a conscious thief, hiding or trying to hide from my fellow sinners, from myself, from my God. After much true repentance, followed by relapses into deadly sin, it hath pleased Almighty God to draw me to him, reconciling me to him, and by the love which drives out fear, to show me the mighty scheme of his salvation, which hath been to me, as also to the Jews, a stumbling block, and as to the Greeks foolishness. I am now for the first time grateful and happy, nor would I exchange my present feeling and assurances, although in rage, for any throne in Christendom. P. 95. Bishop Madison. Infidelity? In the year 1785, the Reverend James Madison, afterward Bishop of Virginia, became its minister, and continued so until his death in 1812, long before which the congregation had dwindled into almost nothing. A young friend of mine, who was in Williamsburg about the year 1810, informed me that, being desirous of hearing the oratory of Bishop Madison, he had once or twice gone out on a Sabbath morning to this church, but that the required number for a sermon was not there, though it was a very small one, and so he was disappointed. In the year 1774, he became professor in the College of William and Mary. In the year 1777, president of the college, and in the year 1799, was consecrated Bishop of Virginia. His addresses to the convention breathe a spirit of zealous piety, and his recommendations are sensible and practical. I again repeat my conviction that the reports as to his abandonment of the Christian faith in his latter years are groundless, although it is to be feared that the failure of the church in his hands, and which at that time might have failed in any hands, his secular and philosophical pursuits, had much abated the spirit with which he entered upon the ministry. The old church at Jamestown is no longer to be seen, except the base of its ruined tower, MDC II. The Reformation envisaged by the deists was an education founded on reason, coupled with an opposition to revelation and the clergy. As deist Charles Blount wrote in his Oracles of Reason, by education most have been misled, so they believe, because they were so bred. The priest continues what the nurse began, and thus the child imposes on the man. Cited in J. Elio LeMay, The Amerindian in the Early American Enlightenment in Deism, Masonry, and the Enlightenment, Aid, by J. Elio LeMay Newark, University of Delaware Press, 1987, p. 86-87. Similarly, deist John Toland in his letters to Serena showed the danger of the clergy with their religious mysteries. Natural religion was easy first, and plain tales made it mystery, offerings made it game, sacrifices and shows were at length prepared, the priests ate roast meat and the people starved. Cited in Byrne, Natural Religion, p. 80. M.D. Kellex, 2nd, The Virginia Almanac, for the year of our Lord God, 1761, by Theophilus Weig, Williamsburg, printed and sold by William Hunter, 1761. The book summary in the almanac said, an impartial inquiry into the true nature of the faith, which is required in the gospel is necessary, to salvation, in which is briefly shown, upon how righteous terms of unbelievers may become true Christians, and the case of deists is reduced to a short issue, containing section on, nature of faith, or, belief, in the general. 2. Showing how much and how readily, all men act in the most important affairs of this world, upon faith, or upon grounds less certain. 3. True nature of the Christian faith. 4. In which the nature of Christian faith is more fully explained by examining the properties of Abraham's faith, which Christians are bound to imitate. The first property attributed to Abraham's faith is considered, viz., that it was grounded on reason. 5. In which the second property of Abraham's faith is considered, viz., the righteousness of his faith. 6. In which the third property of Abraham's faith is considered, viz., that it was grounded on reason. 6. In which the third property of Abraham's faith is considered, viz., that it was a full persuasion of his mind. 7th. In which the fourth property of Abraham's faith is considered, viz., that he gave glory to God. 8. Shows in what sense the practice of virtue is necessary to the producing of faith in Christ Jesus, showing that no man can attain to true Christian faith without the assistance of the divine spirit influencing his soul. Set. Concerning the due submission of reason with regard to the mysteries of religion, in which the nature of a Christian mystery is explained. Jedan Act, in which the influence and efficacy of divine faith is considered. Divan Act, containing a summary account of the evidences which prove that Jesus was the Messiah, sent from God to instruct and redeem mankind, in which is shown that there was in the Jewish scriptures a prophecy made to mankind, and from thence an expectation of an extraordinary person sent from God at a particular time. Trin Act, showing that, as Jesus declared himself to be this extraordinary person, so he gave the fullest and strongest proofs that could be desired, that he was the promised Messiah, in which the evidence is examined, which ariseth from his fulfilling the other prophecies, which foretold the Messiah. Seton Act, in which the evidence is examined, that ariseth from the miracles which Jesus wrought, showing that the first condition that should attend all miracles took place in those wrought by Jesus, viz., that they should be so repeated, so public, and so evident to numbers as to leave no doubt. Patten Act, showing that the moral doctrines which Jesus taught all manifestly tend to promote the happiness of mankind and the glory of God, in which they are compared with those taught by the heathens. Cesson Act, in which it is examined whether the peculiar doctrines of Christianity be worthy of God, and whether they tend to promote the glory of God and the good of mankind. 17. In which is examined the evidence that ariseth from the fulfilling of prophecies foretold by Jesus. Osm Act, the fifth proof that Jesus was a teacher sent from God, viz., his rising from the dead. Devatan Act, in which the nature of the evidence which we have for the resurrection is examined, and the objections to it, as witnessed by the apostles, are answered. Devacet, in which the case of the unbelievers of these days is compared with that of the Jews, who saw the miracles of Jesus, showing that we have several proofs and advantages which the Jews wanted, and that, upon the whole, they who now reject the Christian religion would reject it, thought the same evidence which the Jews had were offered to them. 21. Containing a short state of the deist case, being the result of the former sections. 22. That no man can have true Christian faith without freedom in thought and action, and the true free thinking and true Christian faith, as it is the act of the mind, are evidently one and the same thing. Triocti Vende, showing that infidelity took its rise from Rome, and hath been propagated from thence to us, and that our deists, however contrary to their intentions, carry on and greatly forward the interests and designs of Popery. MDC XXCF. Herbert Murray, Deism in 18th Century America. New York, Russell and Russell, 1960, p. 31. MDC LXX. See Peter Byrne, Natural Religion and the Nature of Religion, The Legacy of Deism, New York, Routledge, 1989, p. 25. How could I believe that a just God could take pleasure in the eternal reprobation of those to whom he never afforded any means of salvation, and whom he foresaw must be damned of absolute necessity, without the least hopes of escaping it? The Age of Reason in the writings of Thomas Paine. Wiltshire, Routledge, So Ems Press, 1996, 4th 25. MDCL Excise. See the chapter, The Struggle for the Episcopal Church, Why Washington Did Not Commune, in Philadelphia. MD XI. See Kerry S. Walters, The American Deists, Voices of Reason and Dissent in the Early Republic, University Press of Kansas, 1992. P1. Kerry shows that deism's impact on American colleges was widespread by the end of the 18th century, including Dartmouth, William and Mary, Princeton and Harvard, p. 1-2. George Washington had corresponded with Stiles, and had in his library a copy of Stiles' sermon, entitled, America Elevated to Glory and Honor. See Appleton Griffin, a catalogue of the Washington collection in the Boston Athenaeum, 1897, p. 194. MDC LXF Timothy Dwight. The Nature and Danger of Infidel Philosophy, exhibited in 2 discourses, addressed to the candidates for the baccalaureate in Yale College, New Haven, George Bunt, 1798. MDC LXXV. Dwight, Infidel Philosophy, p. 11. MDC LX. The supremacy of reason was brought to English Christianity through Locke. The English and continental civil wars of religion resulted in a focus on reason and toleration. Treatises on civil government and letter on toleration. Locke developed a philosophy that emphasized knowledge through experience or empiricism, that was written on the blank slate, or tabula rasa, of the human mind. Yet we must not overlook his religious perspectives. He wrote a book entitled The Reasonableness of Christianity, as well as commentaries on Scripture. While Locke affirmed the importance of reason, yet he still insisted on revelation. For example, Locke affirmed the inspiration of the Scriptures. You ask me, what is the shortest and surest way for a young gentleman to attain a true knowledge of the Christian religion, in the full and just extent of it? For so I understand your question. If I have mistaken in it, you must set me right. And to this I have a short and plain answer. Let him study the Holy Scripture. Scripture, especially the New Testament. Therein are contained the words of eternal life. It has God for its author, salvation for its end, and truth, without any mixture of error for its matter. So that it is a wonder to me how anyone professing Christianity that would seriously set himself to know his religion should be in doubt where to employ his search and lay out his pains for his information when he knows a book where it is all contained pure and entire, and whither at last everyone must have recourse to verify that of it which he finds anywhere else. Locke actually composed the Constitution of the colony of Carolina. In it he continued the English common law tradition of taking an oath before God in a legal setting by kissing the Bible. This is what Washington did at his inauguration as president. Locke's views led to the idea of a Christian enlightenment. MDC LXX Second Ibid. P. 58. Second, Herbert, that all revealed religion, viz. Christianity, is absolutely uncertain and of little of no use. Reverend Timothy Dwight, The Nature and Danger of Infidel Philosophy, exhibited in 2 discourses, addressed to the candidates for the baccalaureate in Yale College. September 9, 1797, New Haven, George Bunce, 1798, WGW, Vol. 11, May 2, 1778, General Orders, M.D. Kexex. Thomas Hobbes, That Man is a Mere Machine, and That the Soul is Material and Mortal, Timothy Dwight, The Nature and Danger of Infidel Philosophy, WGW, Vol. L, 2C7, August 21, 1783, to the magistrates and inhabitants of the Borough of Elizabeth, WGW, Vol. 13, October 12, 1778, to Reverend Alexander McWhorter, besides the humanity of affording them the benefit of your profession, it serves to prepare them for the other world, WGW, Vol. L. 25, 11 to 16, 1782, to the Reformed Protestant Dutch Church. In return for your kind concern for my temporal and eternal happiness, permit me to assure you that my wishes are reciprocal. WGW, Vol. 36, June 4, 1798, to Reverend William Lynn. Grateful for the favourable sentiments you have been pleased to express in my behalf, but more especially for those good wishes which you offer for my temporal and eternal happiness, which I reciprocate with great cordiality. MDCXC Charles Blount, that Christianity is safer than deism, and yet that revelation is not sufficiently supported because men differ about it. Timothy Dwight, The Nature and Danger of Infidel Philosophy. WGW, Vol. 26, June 8, 1783, Circular to the States. MDCXCI, WGW, VL 30, April 1789, the proposed address to Congress. MDCXC Ibid, Vol. 32, June 21, 1792, to Gouverneur Morris. WGW, Vol. 16, September 23, 1779, to Marquis de Lafayette. All the wonders recorded in Holy Writ Ibid, Vol. 16, September 30, 1779, to Marquis de Lafayette. The wonders of former ages may be revived in this Ibid, Vol. 30, July 20, 1788, to Jonathan Trumbull. He shall begin to suspect that miracles have not ceased. MDCXE Robert Collins, that the prophets were mere fortune tellers and discoverers of lost goods, that Christianity stands wholly on a false foundation. Timothy Dwight, The Nature and Danger of Infidel Philosophy. Ibid, Vol. 24, June 28, 1782, to Minister of the Reformed Dutch Church. Ibid, Vol. 28, February 8, 1785, to the President of Congress. If the Union continues, and this is not the case, I will agree to be classed among the false prophets, and suffer for evil prediction. Ibid, Vol. 26, June 8, 1783, Circular to the States, the characteristics of the divine author of our blessed religion, and without an humble imitation of whose example in these things, we can never hope to be a happy nation. Ibid, Vol. 35, 33 to 1797, to the clergy in Philadelphia, that your labours for the good of mankind may be crowned with success, that your temporal enjoyments may be commensurate with your merits, and that the future reward of good and faithful servants may be yours. I shall not cease to supplicate the divine author of life and felicity. MDCXIV, Ibid, Vol. 30, April 30th, 1789, the first inaugural address. Since we ought to be no less persuaded that the propitious smiles of heaven can never be expected on a nation that disregards the eternal rules of order and right, which heaven itself has ordained. MDCXCV William Tyndall, that the scriptures are obscure and fit only to perplex men, and that the 2 great parts of them are contradictory, that the precepts of Christianity are loose, undetermined, incapable of being understood by mankind at large, give wrong and unworthy apprehensions of God, and are generally false and pernicious. Timothy Dwight, The Nature and Danger of Infidel Philosophy. WGW, Vol. 30, 10 to 23, 1789, to First Presbytery of the Eastward. I am persuaded you will permit me to observe that the path of true piety is so plain as to require but little political direction. To this consideration we ought to ascribe the absence of any regulation respecting religion from the Magna Charta of our country. To the guidance of the ministers of the gospel this important object is perhaps more properly committed. It will be your care to instruct the ignorant and to reclaim the devious, and in the progress of morality and science, to which our government will give every furtherance, we may confidently expect the advancement of true religion and the completion of our happiness. MDCXCVI, Ibid, Vol. 30, July 20th, 1788, to Jonathan Trumbull, or at least we may, with a kind of grateful and pious exultation, trace the finger of Providence through those dark and mysterious events, which first induced the states to appoint a general convention, and then led them one after another, by such steps as were best calculated to effect the object, into an adoption of the system recommended by that general convention, thereby in all human probability laying a lasting foundation for tranquility and happiness, when we had but too much reason to fear the confusion and misery were coming rapidly upon us. That the same good Providence may still continue to protect us, and prevent us from dashing the cup of national felicity, just as it has been lifted to our lips, is the earnest prayer of my dear sir, your faithful friend, MDCVI Thomas Chubb, that God does not interpose in the affairs of this world at all, and has nothing to do with the good or evil done by men here, that prayer may be useful as a positive institution by introducing proper thoughts, affections and actions, and yet he intimates that it must be displeasing to God and directly improper, that Christ's birth and resurrection were ridiculous and incredible, and that his institutions and precepts were less excellent than those of other teachers and lawgivers, that the apostles were impostors, and that the gospels and acts of the apostles resemble Jewish fables and popish legends rather than accounts of facts. Timothy Dwight, The Nature and Danger of Infidel Philosophy. WGW, Vol. 3, July 4th, 1775. Answer to an address of the Massachusetts Legislature. In return for your affectionate wishes to myself, permit me to say that I earnestly implore the divine being, in whose hands are all human events, to make you and your constituents as distinguished in private and public happiness as you have been by ministerial oppression and private and public distress. WGW, Vol. 34 to 1789. Proposed address to Congress. The blessed religion revealed in the Word of God will remain an eternal and awful monument to prove that the best institutions may be abused by human depravity, and that they may even, in some instances, be made subservient to the vilest of purposes. MDCXCVI. WDW Vol 26, Circular to the States, MDCX6, David Hume, that what we believe to be a perfection in God may be a defect, that his holiness, justice, wisdom, goodness, mercy, and truth may be defects in God, of consequence, injustice, folly, malice, and falsehood, may be excellencies in his character. Timothy Dwight, The Nature and Danger of Infidel Philosophy, WGW Vol L. 3, July 16, 1775, WGW Vol, May 26, 1789, to the Presbyterian General Assembly. While I reiterate the professions of my dependence upon heaven as the source of all public and private blessings, I will observe that the general prevalence of piety, philanthropy, honesty, industry, and economy seems, in the ordinary course of human affairs, particularly necessary for advancing and confirming the happiness of our country. While all men within our territories are protected in worshipping the deity according to the dictates of their consciences, it is rationally to be expected from them in return that they will be emulous of evincing the sanctity of their professions by the innocence of their lives and the beneficence of their actions. For no man who is profligate in his morals, or a bad member of the civil community, can possibly be a true Christian, or a credit to his own religious society. MDCC Lord Bolingbroke, that he will not presume to deny that there have been particular providences, and yet that there is no foundation for the belief of any such providences, and that it is absurd and profane to assert or believe them, that God doth not so measure out rewards or punishments, and that, if he did, he would subvert human affairs, that he concerns not himself with the affairs of men at all, or, if he does, that he regards only collective bodies of men, not individuals, that he punishes none except through the magistrate, and that there will be no state of future rewards or punishments. Timothy Dwight, The Nature and Danger of Infidel Philosophy. MDCCI WGW, Vol. 29, April 28, 1788, to Pierre Charles L'Enfant. 2. Your good father, you will permit me to remind you, as an inexhaustible subject of consolation, that there is a good providence which will never fail to take care of his children. WGW, Vol. 26, June 8, 1783, Circular to the States. And were it possible that such a flagrant instance of injustice could ever happen, would it not excite the general indignation, and tend to bring down, upon the authors of such measures, the aggravated vengeance of heaven? If after all a spirit of disunion, or a temper of obstinacy and perverseness, should manifest itself in any of the states, if such an ungracious disposition should attempt to frustrate all the happy effects that might be expected to flow from the union, if there should be a refusal to comply with the requisitions for funds to discharge the annual interest of the public debts, and if that refusal should revive again all those jealousies and produce all those evils which are now happily removed, Congress, who have in all their transactions shewn a great degree of magnanimity and justice, will stand justified in the sight of God and man, and the state alone which puts itself in opposition to the aggregate wisdom of the continent, and follows such mistaken and pernicious counsels, will be responsible for all the consequences. WGW, Vol. 2008, August 18, 1786. To Marquis de Chastellux. Perhaps nothing can excite more perfect harmony in the soul than to have this string vibrate in unison with the internal consciousness of rectitude in our intentions, and an humble hope of approbation from the supreme disposer of all things. WGW, Vol. 26, June 8, 1783. Circular to the States. I now make it my earnest prayer, that God would most graciously be pleased to dispose us all, to do justice, to love mercy, and to demean ourselves with that charity, humility, and pacific temper of mind, which were the characteristics of the divine author of our blessed religion, and without an humble imitation of whose example in these things, we can never hope to be a happy nation. MDTCI Bid. Vol. 4. February 26, 1776. General Orders. All officers, non-commissioned officers and soldiers are positively forbid playing at cards and other games of chance. At this time of public distress, men may find enough to do in the service of their God and their country, without abandoning themselves to vice and immorality. Ibid. Vol. 8. May 26, 1777. To Brig. General William Smallwood. Let vice and immorality of every kind be discouraged, as much as possible, in your brigade, and as a chaplain is allowed to each regiment, see that the men regularly attend divine worship. Gaming of every kind is expressly forbid as the foundation of evil, and the cause of many gallant and brave officers' ruin. Games of exercise for amusement may not only be permitted but encouraged. Ibid. Vol. 8. May 31st, 1777. General Orders. It is much to be lamented that the foolish and scandalous practice of profane swearing is exceedingly prevalent in the American army. Officers of every rank are bound to discourage it, first by their example, and then by punishing offenders. As a mean to abolish this and every other species of immorality, brigadiers are enjoined to take effectual care to have divine service duly performed in their respective brigades. General instructions for the colonels and commanding officers of regiments in the Continental Service, 1777. Let vice and immorality of every kind be discouraged as much as possible in your regiment, and see, as a chaplain is allowed to it, that the men regularly attend divine worship. Gaming of every kind is expressly forbid as the foundation of evil, and the ruin of many a brave and good officer. Games of exercise for amusement may be not only allowed of, but encouraged. Ibid. Vol. 1. April 18, 1756. To Robert Dinwiddie. It gave me infinite concern to find in yours by Governor Innes that any representations should inflame the Assembly against the Virginia Regiment, or give cause to suspect the morality and good behavior of the officers. How far any of the individuals may have deserved such invidious reflections, I will not take upon me to determine, but this I am certain of, and can call my conscience. And what I suppose will still be a more demonstrable proof in the eyes of the world, my orders, to witness how much I have, both by threats and persuasive means, endeavored to discountenance gaming, drinking, swearing, and irregularities of every other kind, while I have on the other hand practiced every artifice to inspire a laudable emulation in the officers for the service of their country, and to encourage the soldiers in the unerring exercise of their duty. How far I have failed in this desirable end, I cannot pretend to say, but it is nevertheless a point which does in my opinion merit some scrutiny, before it meets with a final condemnation. Yet I will not undertake to vouch for the conduct of many of the officers, as I know there are some who have the seeds of idleness very strongly engrafted in their natures, and I also know that the unhappy difference about the command, which has kept me from Fort Cumberland, has consequently prevented me from enforcing the orders, which I never fail to send. Note, Dinwiddie had reported that the Assembly were greatly inflamed, being told that the greatest immoralities and drunkenness have been much countenanced and proper discipline neglected. Ford. MDTCI. Lord Herbert, that men are not hastily, or on small ground to be condemned, who are led to sin by bodily constitution, that the indulgence of lust and of anger is no more to be blamed than the thirst occasioned by the dropsy, or the sleepiness produced by the lethargy. Timothy Dwight. The Nature and Danger of Infidel Philosophy. WGW Vol. 3. July 16, 1775. General Orders MDCC of Hobbes, that the Scriptures are the foundation of all obligation, and yet that they are of no obligatory force, except as enjoined by the civil magistrate, that, where there is no civil law, every man's judgment is the only standard of right and wrong. Timothy Dwight. The Nature and Danger of Infidel Philosophy. WGW VL 30, April 30th, 1789. The first inaugural address. I dwell on this prospect with every satisfaction which an ardent love for my country can inspire, since there is no truth more thoroughly established than that there exists in the economy and course of nature an indissoluble union between virtue and happiness, between duty and advantage, between the genuine maxims of an honest and magnanimous policy and the solid rewards of public prosperity and felicity, since we ought to be no less persuaded stated that the propitious smiles of heaven can never be expected on a nation that disregards the eternal rules of order and right, which heaven itself has ordained, and since the preservation of the sacred fire of liberty and the destiny of the Republican model of government are justly considered as deeply, perhaps as finally staked, on the experiment entrusted to the hands of the American people. MDCC v. Shaftesbury, that the hope of rewards and the fear of punishments makes virtue mercenary, that atheists often conduct so well as to seem to force us to confess them virtuous. Ibid. MDCC v. IWGW, Vol. 27, November 27, 1783. To the ministers of the Reformed German congregation, disposed at every suitable opportunity to acknowledge publicly our infinite obligations to the Supreme Ruler of the universe for rescuing our country from the brink of destruction, I cannot fail at this time to ascribe all the honor of our late successes to the same glorious being, and if my humble exertions have been made in any degree subservient to the execution of the divine purposes, a contemplation of the benediction of heaven on our righteous cause, the approbation of my virtuous countrymen, and the testimony of my own conscience, will be a sufficient reward and augment my felicity. MDC v. Ibid, Vol. 35, March 3, 1797. To the clergy of Philadelphia, that your labours for the good of mankind may be crowned with success, that your temporal enjoyments may be commensurate with your merits, and that the future reward of good and faithful servants may be yours. I shall not cease to supplicate the divine author of life and felicity. MDCC v. Ibid, Vol. 12, August 20, 1778. To Brig. General Thomas Nelson, it is not a little pleasing, nor less wonderful to contemplate, that after 2 years manoeuvring and undergoing the strangest vicissitudes that perhaps ever attended any one contest since the creation, both armies are brought back to the very point they set out from, and that which was the offending party in the beginning is now reduced to the use of the spade and pickaxe for defence. The hand of Providence has been so conspicuous in all this, that he must be worse than an infidel that lacks faith, and more than wicked, that has not gratitude enough to acknowledge his obligations. But it will be time enough for me to turn preacher when my present appointment ceases, and therefore I shall add no more on the doctrine of Providence. MDCC Tags, Ibid, Vol. 30, September 28, 1789. To Reverend Samuel Langdon, the man must be bad indeed who can look upon the events of the American Revolution without feeling the warmest gratitude towards the great author of the universe, whose divine interposition was so frequently manifested in our behalf. And it is my earnest prayer that we may so conduct ourselves as to merit a continuance of those blessings with which we have hitherto been favoured. MDCC ex Tyndall, that the goodness or wickedness of all actions is wholly measured by their tendency, that this tendency is wholly to be judged of by every man according to his circumstances, and that these circumstances are continually changing. Timothy Dwight, The Nature and Danger of Infidel Philosophy. WGW, Vol. 4, March 6, 1776. General Orders. Thursday the 7th instant, being set apart by the Honourable the Legislature of this province, as a day of fasting, prayer and humiliation, to implore the Lord, and Giver of all victory, to pardon our manifold sins and wickednesses, and that it would please him to bless the Continental Arms with his divine favour and protection. WGW, Vol. 8, 6 to 100 and 1777. General Orders. It is with inexpressible regret the Commander-in-Chief has been driven to the necessity of doing a severe but necessary act of justice, as an example of what is to be expected by those daring offenders who, lost to all sense of duty and the obligations they owe to their country and to mankind, wantonly violate the most sacred engagements and fly to the assistance of an enemy they are bound by every tie to oppose. A spirit of desertion is alone the most fatal disease that can attend an army, and the basest principle that can actuate a soldier. Wherever it shews itself, it deserves detestation and calls for the most exemplary punishment. What confidence can a general have in any soldier who he has reason to apprehend may desert in the most interesting moments? What but the want of every moral and manly sentiment can induce him to desert the cause to which he has pledged his faith, even with the solemnity of an oath, and which he is bound to support by every motive of justice and goodwill to himself and his fellow creatures? When such a character appears, it may almost be said in reference to it that forbearance is folly and mercy degenerates into cruelty. Notwithstanding this, and though the general is determined to convince every man that crimes of so atrocious a nature shall not be committed with impunity, yet as he is earnestly desirous to shew that he prefers clemency to severity, pardoning to punishing, he is happy to proclaim the remission of their offences to all the other prisoners now under sentence, and a releasement to all those now under confinement for trial. He hopes that they and all others will have a proper sense of this act of lenity, and will not be ungrateful or foolish enough to abuse it. They will do well to remember that justice may speedily overtake them, as it has done the unhappy man whom they have seen fall a victim to his own folly and wickedness. Those who are pardoned can expect no favour on a second offence, but why will soldiers force down punishment upon their own heads? Why will they not be satisfied to do their duty and reap the benefits of it? WGW, Vol. 10, December 26, 1777. General Orders. It is with inexpressible grief and indignation that the General has received information of the cruel outrages and robberies lately committed by soldiers on the other side of the Schuylkill. Were we in an enemy's country, such practices would be unwarrantable, but committed against our friends are in the highest degree base, cruel, and injurious to the cause in which we are engaged. They demand, therefore, and shall receive the severest punishment. Such crimes have brought reproach upon the army, and every officer and soldier suffers by the practices of such villains, and 'tis the interest as well as duty of every honest man to detect them, and prevent a repetition of such crimes. The General earnestly desires the general officers, and those commanding corps, to represent to their men the cruelty, baseness, and wickedness of such practices, and the injury they do the army and the common cause. And still further, to prevent the commission of those crimes, the General positively orders WGW, VOL, 19, 8, 281780, proclamation of pardon to deserters. Whereas many soldiers belonging to the battalions raised by the Commonwealth of Virginia to serve in the Continental Army have deserted from them, and the Honourable General Assembly of the said Commonwealth, apprehending that many of them sensible of their folly and wickedness in violating their faith and oaths, in dishonourably abandoning the cause of their country by desertion, would gladly be restored to the favour of their fellow citizens by a speedy return to their duty during the war, or for a certain time over and above their several engagements, were it not for the fear of an ignominious punishment, were pleased by an act passed at their last session, entitled An Act the more effectually to prevent and punish desertion, which was published to proclaim pardon to all deserters from the Virginia line of the Continental Army, who should within 2 months after the publication of the said act return to their several companies, if on land, and if at sea, within 2 months after their return, and serve during the war, if so engaged, and if otherwise should serve 2 years over and above the time for which he or they engaged. MDTCXI WGW, VO5, August 3, 1776. General Orders. The General is sorry to be informed that the foolish and wicked practice of profane cursing and swearing, a vice heretofore little known in an American army, is growing into fashion. He hopes the officers will, by example as well as influence, endeavour to check it, and that both they and the men will reflect that we can have little hopes of the blessing of heaven on our arms if we insult it by our impiety and folly. Added to this, it is a vice so mean and low, without any temptation, that every man of sense and character detests and despises it. And each up, that men will not be judged for their impiety or ingratitude to God, nor for their injustice and unkindness to each other, but only for voluntary injuries to the public, and that even this is unnecessary and useless. Timothy Dwight, The Nature and Danger of Infidel Philosophy. WGW, Vol. 1, May 29, 1754. To Robert Dinion, Dinwiddie. I am much concerned that your honor should seem to charge me with ingratitude for your generous and my undeserved favors, for I assure you, honorable sir, nothing is a greater stranger to my breast or a sin that my soul abhors than that black and detestable one ingratitude. WGW VL2, October 5th, 1757. I do not know that I ever gave your honor cause to suspect me of ingratitude, a crime I detest and would most carefully avoid. If an open disinterested behavior carries offense, I may have offended because I have all along laid it down as a maxim to represent facts freely and impartially, but no more to others than I have to you, sir. If instances of my ungrateful behavior had been particularized, I would have answered to them, but I have long been convinced that my actions and their motives have been maliciously aggravated. MDCXII WGW Vol L 19, August 20th, 1780. To the President of Congress. On the whole, if something satisfactory be not done, the army, already so much reduced in officers by daily resignations as not to have a sufficiency to do the common duties of it, must either cease to exist at the end of the campaign, or it will exhibit an example of more virtue, fortitude, self-denial, and perseverance than has perhaps ever yet been paralleled in the history of human enthusiasm. WGW Vol 19, September 5th, 1780. General orders. That patience and self-denial, fortitude and perseverance, and the cheerful sacrifice of time, health and fortune are necessary virtues which both the citizen and soldier are called to exercise while struggling for the liberties of their country, and that moderation, frugality, and temperance must be among the chief supports, as well as the brightest ornaments, of that kind of civil government which is wisely instituted by the several states in this union. MD Sir Hume, that self-denial, self-mortification, and humility are not virtues, but are useless and mischievous, that they stupefy the understanding, sour the temper, and harden the heart, and of course are gross crimes, that suicide, or self-murder, is lawful and commendable, and of course virtuous, that adultery must be practiced, if we would obtain all the advantages of life, that female infidelity or adultery, when known, is a small thing, when unknown, nothing. WGW Vol 26, 6 to 81,783, circular to the states. I now make it my earnest prayer that God would have you, and the state over which you preside, in his holy protection, that he would incline the hearts of the citizens to cultivate a spirit of subordination and obedience to government, to entertain a brotherly affection and love for one another, for their fellow citizens of the United States at large, and particularly for their brethren who have served in the field, and finally, that he would most graciously be pleased to dispose us all, to do justice, to love mercy, and to demean ourselves with that charity, humility, and pacific temper of mind, which were the characteristics of the divine author of our blessed religion, and without an humble imitation of whose example in these things, we can never hope to be a happy nation. WGW Vol 27, December 13th, 1783. To the learned professions of Philadelphia, I am sensible at the same time it becomes me to receive with humility the warm commendations you are pleased to bestow on my conduct, for the re-establishment of our once violated rights, for the confirmation of our independence, for the protection of virtue, philosophy, and literature, for the present flourishing state of the sciences, and for the enlarged prospect of human happiness. It is our common duty to pay the tribute of gratitude to the greatest and best of beings. MDCXV. That man's chief end is to gratify the appetites and inclinations of the flesh, that modesty is inspired by mere prejudice, that polygamy is a part of the law or religion of nature, that adultery is no violation of the law or religion of nature, that there is no wrong in lewdness except in the highest incest, that the law or religion of nature forbids no incest except between the nearest relations, and plainly supposes that all men and women are unchaste, and that there is no such thing as conjugal fidelity. Timothy Dwight, The Nature and Danger of Infidel Philosophy, pp. 21-35. MDCCXVI WGW, Vol L5, June 28, 1776. General orders. The unhappy fate of Thomas Hickey, executed this day for mutiny, sedition, and treachery. The general hopes will be a warning to every soldier in the army to avoid those crimes and all others so disgraceful to the character of a soldier and pernicious to his country, whose pay he receives and bread he eats. And in order to avoid those crimes, the most certain method is to keep out of the temptation of them, and particularly to avoid lewd women, who, by the dying confession of this poor criminal, first led him into practices which ended in an untimely and ignominious death. WGW Vols 10, February 4th, 1778. General orders. The most pernicious consequences having arisen from suffering persons, women in particular, to pass and repass from Philadelphia to camp under pretense of coming out to visit their friends in the army and returning with necessaries to their families, but really with an intent to entice the soldiers to desert. All officers are desired to exert their utmost endeavors to prevent such interviews in future by forbidding the soldiers under the severest penalties from having any communication with such persons, and by ordering them when found in camp to be immediately turned out of it. If any of them appear under peculiar circumstances of suspicion, they are to be brought to immediate trial and punishment, if found guilty. The camp whores, who have now become more numerous, are being used also as nurses. In John Joseph Stout, Ordeal at Valley Forge, Philadelphia, University of Pennsylvania, 1963, p. 237. MDCCX-VI, WGW, Vol L11, March 14, 1778. General orders. At a general court-martial, Lieutenant Ensign of Colo, Malcolm's regiment tried for attempting to commit sodomy with John Monhort, a soldier, secondly, for perjury and swearing to false accounts, found guilty of the charges exhibited against him, being breaches of 5th. Article 18th. Section of the Articles of War, and to sentence him to be dismissed the service with infamy. His Excellency the Commander-in-Chief approves the sentence, and with abhorrence and detestation of such infamous crimes orders Lieut. Ensign to be drummed out of camp tomorrow morning by all the drummers and fifers. MDCCX-VI WGW, Vol 13, October 21st, 1778. General orders. Cf. John Joseph Stout, Ordeal at Valley Forge, Philadelphia, University of Pennsylvania, 1963, pp. The Congress has resolved that $10 be paid by every officer and $4 by every soldier who shall enter or be sent to any hospital to be cured of venereal disease. These sums are to be deducted from the pay and shall be used for blankets, shirts, and other items for sick soldiers. MDTCXIX, Isaac Lewis, The Divine Mission of Jesus Christ, evident from his life and from the nature and tendency of his doctrines. A sermon preached at Stamford, October 11th, 1796, before the Consociation of the Western District in Fairfield County, by Isaac Lewis, D.D. Pastor of the Consociated Church in Greenwich. MDCCXX, Boller, George Washington and Religion, p. 78. MDCCXI, by Isaac Lewis, D.D. Pastor of the Church in Greenwich, Hartford, printed by Hudson and Goodwin, 1797. Election Sermon. The Political Advantages of Godliness, by Isaac Lewis, D.D. Pastor of a Church in Greenwich, Hartford, printed by Hudson and Goodwin, 1797. At a General Assembly of the State of Connecticut, holden at Hartford on the 2nd Thursday of May, Anno Domini 1797. MDCCXXI, WGW, Vol 36, August 14th, 1797. MDC, Expect. January 1st, 1776. General Orders. MDCCXXIA, Philadelphia, November 28, 1796. To George Washington Parke Custis, you are now extending into that stage of life when good or bad habits are formed, when the mind will be turned to things useful and praiseworthy, or to dissipation and vice. Fix on whichever it may, it will stick by you, for you know it has been said, and truly, that as the twig is bent so it will grow. This, in a strong point of view, shows the propriety of letting your inexperience be directed by mature advice, and in placing guard upon the avenues which lead to idleness and vice. The latter will approach like a thief, working upon your passions, encouraged perhaps by bad examples. Virtue and vice cannot be allied, nor can idleness and industry, of course. If you resolve to adhere to the two former of these extremes, an intimacy with those who incline to the latter of them would be extremely embarrassing to you. It would be a stumbling block in your way, and act like a millstone hung to your neck, for it is the nature of idleness and vice to obtain as many votaries as they can. February 18, 1778. General Orders. The Commander-in-Chief approves the sentence, but is concerned he cannot reinstate Lieutenant Rust in compliance with the recommendation of the court, founded upon his former good character as an officer. His behavior in the several instances alleged was so flagrant and scandalous that the General thinks his continuance in the service would be a disgrace to it, and as one part of the charge against him was gaming, that alone would exclude him from all indulgence, a vice of so pernicious a nature that it never will escape the severest punishment with his approbation. December 1756. To John Robinson. Dear Sir, it gave me infinite concern to hear by several letters that the Assembly are incensed against the Virginia Regiment, and think they have cause to accuse the officers of all inordinate vices, but more especially of drunkenness and profanity. How far any one individual may have subjected himself to such reflections, I will not pretend to determine, but this I am certain of, and can with the highest safety call my conscience my God, and what I suppose will still be a more demonstrable proof, at least in the eye of the world, the orders and instructions which I have given to evince the purity of my own intentions, and to shew on the one hand that my incessant endeavours have been directed to discountenance gaming, drinking, swearing, and other vices, with which all camps too much abound, while on the other, I have used every expedient to inspire a laudable emulation in the officers, and an unerring exercise of duty in the soldiers. MDCCXXV. Farewell Address. MDCCXV. June 10, 1754. To Robert Dinwiddie, I hope Captain Mackay will have more sense than to insist upon any unreasonable distinction. Though he and his have comes from his majest, let him consider though. We are greatly inferior in respect to profitable advantages, yet we have the same spirit to serve our gracious king as they have, and are as ready and willing to sacrifice our lives for our countries as them. And here once more and for the last time, I must say this will be a cancer that will grate some officers of this regiment beyond all measure, to serve upon such different terms, when their lives, their fortunes, and their characters are equally, and I dare say as effectually exposed as those who are happy enough to have king's commissions. April 22nd, 1756. To Robert Dinwiddie, the supplicating tears of the women, and moving petitions from the men, melt me into such deadly sorrow, that I solemnly declare, if I know my own mind, I could offer myself a willing sacrifice to the butchering enemy, provided that would contribute to the people's ease. MDCC X Xi WGW, Vol 5, July 25th, 1776. MDCC XX 2nd. February 6, 1781. To Baron Steuben, the oaths of the men respecting the terms of their enlistments were precipitately admitted before the documents could be produced, by which it afterwards appeared the greater part had perjured themselves to get rid of the service. To Major General Arthur St. Clair. February 3, 1781. It seems a great part of the soldiers of your line have fraudulently procured a discharge by the precipitate admission of their oaths, before the papers relative to their enlistments could be produced. January 30th, 1781. General Orders. He considers the patience with which they endured the fatigues of the march through rough and mountainous roads rendered almost impassable by the depth of the snow, and the cheerfulness with which they performed every other part of their duty as the strongest proof of their fidelity, attachment to the service, sense of subordination, and abhorrence of the principles which actuated the mutineers in so daring and atrocious a departure from what they owed to their country, to their officers, to their oaths, and to themselves. August 29th, 1780. Proclamation of pardon to deserters. Whereas many soldiers belonging to the battalions raised by the Commonwealth of Virginia to serve in the Continental Army have deserted from them, and the Honourable the General Assembly of the said Commonwealth, apprehending that many of them, sensible of their folly and wickedness in violating their faith and oaths, in dishonourably abandoning the cause of their country by desertion, would gladly be restored to the favour of their fellow citizens by a speedy return to their duty during the war, or for a certain time over and above their several engagements were it not for the fear of an ignominious punishment, were pleased by an act passed at their last session, entitled an act the more effectually to prevent and punish desertion, which was published to proclaim pardon to all deserters from the Virginia line of the Continental Army, who should within 2 months after the publication of the said act return to their several companies, if on land, and if at sea, within 2 months after their return, and serve during the war, if so engaged, and if otherwise should serve 2 years over and above the time for which he or they engaged. May 7th, 1778. General Orders. The Honourable Congress have been pleased by their resolution of the 3rd of February last to require all officers as well civil as military, holding commissions under them to take and subscribe the following oath or affirmation, according to the circumstances of the parties. I do acknowledge the United States of America to be free, independent, and sovereign states, and declare that the people thereof owe no allegiance or obedience to George III, King of Great Britain, and I renounce, refuse, and abjure any allegiance or obedience to him, and I do swear or affirm that I will, to the utmost of my power, support, maintain, and defend the said United States against the said King George III, his heirs and successors, and his and their abettors, assistants and adherents, and will serve the said United States in the office of which I now hold with fidelity according to the best of my skill and understanding. Valley Forge, March 1st, 1778. To Brian Fairfax, the determinations of Providence are always wise, often inscrutable, and though its decrees appear to bear hard upon us at times, is nevertheless meant for gracious purposes. In this light I cannot help viewing your late disappointment, for if you had been permitted to have gone to England, unrestrained even by the rigid oaths which are administered on those OCCNs, your feelings as a husband, parent, anchor, must have been considerably wounded in the prospect of a long, perhaps lasting separation from your nearest relatives. What then must they have been if the obligation of an oath had left you without a will? Your hope of being instrumental in restoring peace would prove as unsubstantial as mist before the noonday sun, and would as soon dispel, for believe me, Sir Great Britain understood herself perfectly well in this dispute, but did not comprehend America. April 16th, 1777. To Governor William Livingston he said that he could not in conscience take the oaths to the state, as he had taken the oath of allegiance to the king, that the people in the country threatened his life, and that he thought he had better return. General Greene asked him if he had not considered the matter of taking the oaths to the state before he came out, as he owned he had seen the proclamation, but he gave such evasive answers that it convinced us that he only came out to get intelligence, and I therefore had him apprehended and sent to Philadelphia, where he has since been confined. By His Excellency George Washington, ESQ, General and Commander-in-Chief of all the forces of the United States of America, proclamation. Whereas several persons, inhabitants of the United States of America, influenced by inimical motives, intimidated by the threats of the enemy, or deluded by a proclamation issued the 30th of November last, by Lord and General Howe, styled the King's Commissioners for granting pardons and now at open war and invading these states, have been so lost to the interest and welfare of their country, as to repair to the enemy, sign a declaration of fidelity, and in some instances, have been compelled to take oaths of allegiance, and to engage not to take up arms, or encourage others so to do, against the King of Great Britain. And whereas it has become necessary to distinguish between the friends of America, and those of Great Britain inhabitants of these states, and that every man who receives a protection from and is a subject of any state, not being conscientiously scrupulous against bearing bearing arms, should stand ready to defend the fame against every hostile invasion. I do therefore, in behalf of the United States by virtue of the powers committed to me by Congress, hereby strictly command and require every person having subscribed such declaration, taken Loch oaths and accepted protection and certificates from Lord or General Howe, or any person acting under their authority forthwith, to repair to headquarters, or to the quarters of the nearest general officer of the Continental Army or militia, until farther provision can be made by the civil authority, and there deliver up such protections, certificates and passports, and take the oath of allegiance to the United States of America. Nevertheless, hereby granting full liberty to all such as prefer the interest and protection of Great Britain to the freedom and happiness of their country, forthwith to withdraw themselves and families within the enemy's lines. And I do hereby declare that all and every person who may neglect or refuse to comply with this order within 30 days, from the date hereof, will be deemed adherents to the King of Great Britain, and treated as common enemies of the American states. MDCC X's farewell address. Of all the dispositions and habits, says he, which lead to political prosperity, religion and morality are indispensable supports. In vain would that man claim the tribute of patriotism who should labour to subvert these great pillars of human happiness, these firmest props of the duties of men and citizens. The mere politician equally with the pious man ought to respect and to cherish them. A volume could not trace all their connections with private and public felicity. Let it simply be asked, where is the security for property, for reputation, for life, if the sense of religious obligation desert the oaths, which are the instruments of investigation in the courts of justice? And let us with caution indulge the supposition that morality can be maintained without religion. Whatever may be conceded to the influence of refined education on minds of a peculiar structure, reason and experience both forbid us to expect that national morality can prevail in exclusion of religious principle. It is substantially true that virtue or morality is a necessary spring of popular government. The rule indeed extends with more or less force to every species of free government. Who that is a sincere friend to it, can look with indifferency on attempts to shake the foundation of the fabric. MDCCXX, WGW, Vol 11, May 7, 1778. MDCCXXI, July 12, 1757. To Captain John Dagworthy, sir, I rake D, yours of the 10th inst. Covering the drummer's deposition about the enemy's motions and designs, which I hope will prove as favourable to us as the last intelligence from that quarter. I have transmitted Governor Dinwiddie a copy of it, and would have sent another to Colo. Stanwix did not the bearer assure me that there can be no doubt of your expresses reaching him in due time. If you showed at any time hereafter have occasion to send an express here, you need not be at the trouble of send it further than Pearsall's, from whence Captain Mackenzie will immediately forward it here. The bearer seems unfit for the service he is now on, being a drunken delatory fellow. I am, sir, etc. WGW, Vol 33 to 31, 1789. To Thomas Green. Thomas Green, I am about to leave my home, whether for a length of time is more than I can tell at present. But be this as it may, I expect the agreement to which we have subscribed will be as strictly complied with on your part as it shall be punctually fulfilled on mine. To enable you to do this, you would do well to keep two things always in remembrance. First, that all bargains are intended for the mutual benefit of, and are equally binding on both the parties, and are either binding in all their parts or are of no use at all. If then a man receives pay for his labour, and he withholds that labour, or if he trifles away that time for which he is paid, it is a robbery, and a robbery of the worst kind, because it is not only a fraud, but a dishonourable, unmanly and a deceitful fraud. But it is unnecessary to dwell on this, because there is no man so ignorant of the common obligations of justice as not to know it, although there are hundreds who do not scruple to practice it at the same time that they would think hard, on the other hand, if they were to be deprived of their money. The other matter which I advise you to keep always in remembrance is the good name which common policy as well as common honesty makes it necessary for every workman who wishes to pass through life with reputation and to secure employment. Having said thus much by way of exhortation, I shall inform you, in the most serious and positive terms, that I have left strict orders with the Major, my nephew, who is vested with full powers to transact all my business, that if he should find you unfaithful to your engagements, either from the love of liquor, from a disposition to be running about, or from proneness to idle when at your work, to discard you immediately and to remove your family from their present abode. The sure means to avoid this evil is, first to refrain from drink, which is the source of all evil, and the ruin of half the workmen in this country, and next to avoid bad company, which is the bane of good morals, economy and industry. You have every inducement to do this. Reputation, the care and support of a growing family and society which this family affords within your own doors, which may not be the case with some of the idle, to say nothing worse of them, characters who may lead you into temptation. Were you to look back, and had the means, either from recollection or accounts, to ascertain the cost of the liquor you have expended, it would astonish you. In the manner this expense is generally incurred, that is by getting a little now, a little then, the impropriety of it is not seen, inasmuch as it passes away without much thought. But view it in the aggregate, you will be convinced at once, whether any man who depends upon the labour of his hands not only for his own support, but that of an increasing family, can afford such a proportion of his wages to that article. But the expense is not the worst consequence that attends it, for it naturally leads a man into the company of those who encourage dissipation and idleness, by which he is led by degrees to the perpetration of acts which may terminate in his ruin. But supposing this not to happen, a disordered frame, and a body debilitated, renders him unfit, even if his mind was disposed to discharge the duties of his station with honour to himself or fidelity to his employer, from the execution of it. An aching head and trembling limbs, which are the inevitable effects of drinking, disincline the hands from work. Hence begins sloth, and that listlessness which end in idleness, but which are no reasons for withholding that labour for which money is paid. July 25th, 1776. General orders. Henry Davis, tried for desertion, is sentenced to receive 20 lashes. Patrick Lyons, for drunkenness and sleeping on his post, 30 lashes. March 30th, 1777. To Major General William Heath. Major Austin is a gentleman and a man of sense, and before the unfortunate step at the Plains, was esteemed an excellent officer. His excuse for his conduct is certainly strictly considered rather an aggravation of his crime, for there cannot be a greater failing in a soldier than drunkenness. This, however, might have been the effect of an unguarded hour. If so, Major Austin has undergone a punishment equal to the offence, but I think I have heard that he is apt to drink. That is a matter that should be fully cleared up before I could consent to his coming into the army again. If upon inquiry you find that his general character before and since is that of a man of sobriety, I should think he might be entrusted with a commission again. I am, etc. February 25th, 1781. To Marquis de Lafayette. As your march will be rapid to the head of Elk, leave good officers to bring up the tired, lazy and drunken soldiers, with every wish for your success and glory. I am, etc. May 16th, 1782. General orders. The General is extremely concerned to learn that an article so salutary as that of distilled liquors was expected to be when properly used, and which was designed for the comfort and refreshment of the troops, has been in many instances productive of very ill consequences. He calls the attention of officers of every grade to remedy these abuses, and to watch over the health of their men, for which purpose he suggests the expedient of keeping liquor rolls in every corps, from which the name of every soldier shall be struck off who addicts himself to drunkenness, or injures his constitution by intemperance. Such soldiers as are struck off are not to draw liquor on any occasion, but are to receive other articles in lieu thereof. Rocky Hill, October 16th, 1783. To Robert Lewis and Sons. There is no miller in America I would exchange Roberts for, if he could be broke of his abominable drunken and quarrelsome frolics. The opinion I entertain of his skill, and an unwillingness to part with him, have been the inducements to my keeping him 14 years, when I ought not to have borne with him for the last 7 of them. November 3rd, 1784. To Jacob Ree, supposing this to be the case, there will be an interregnum, during which the works will be left without. not. Guards, and being obnoxious to British policy and Indian prejudices will, by accidental fires, or Indian drunkenness end in conflagration. Mount Vernon, August 1st, 1792. To the Secretary of War, so long as the vice of drunkenness exists in the army, so long I hope, ejections of those officers who are found guilty of it will continue. For that and gaming will debilitate and render unfit for active service any army whatsoever. December 23rd, 1793. To John Christian Ayler I shall not close this letter without exhorting you to refrain from spirituous liquors. They will prove your ruin if you do not. Consider how little a drunken man differs from a beast. The latter is not endowed with reason, the former deprives himself of it, and when that is the case, acts like a brute, annoying and disturbing everyone around him. But this is not all, nor as it respects himself the worst of it. By degrees it renders a person feeble, and not only unable to serve others but to help himself, and being an act of his own, he falls from a state of usefulness into contempt, and at length suffers, if not perishes in penury and want. Don't let this be your case. Shew yourself more of a man and a Christian, than to yield to so intolerable a vice, which cannot, I am certain, to the greatest lover of liquor give more pleasure to. Sip in the poison, for it is no better than the consequences of it in bad behavior at the moment, and the more serious evils produced by it afterward must give pain. I am your friend, MDCCX, George Washington. February 2nd, 1756. In a letter to Governor Dinwiddie, written from Alexandria, Virginia. Sparks, Writings of George Washington, Vol. 2, p. 132. MDCCXX. Washington, George. October 2nd, 1775. Orders issued. Elizabeth Bryant Johnston. George Washington. Day by Day, 1894. p. 146. Johnson, George Washington. The Christian, p. 72. MDCCXIWGW. VOL. 26. January 15th, 1783. MDCCXEGV. Let vice and immorality of every kind be discouraged as much as possible in your brigade, and as a chaplain is allowed to each regiment, see that the men regularly attend divine worship. Gaming of every kind is expressly forbidden, as being the foundation of evil, and the cause on many a brave and gallant officer's ruin. Games of exercise for amusement may not only be permitted, but encouraged. Washington, George. May 26, 1777. In a circular to the Brigadier Generals. Sparks, Writings of George Washington, Vol. I4, p. 436. Winchester, April 18, 1756. To Robert Dinwiddie. This I am certain of, and can call my conscience, and what I suppose will still be a more demonstrable proof in the eyes of the world, my orders to witness how much I have, both by threats and persuasive means, endeavoured to discountenance gaming, drinking, swearing, and irregularities of every other kind, while I have, on the other hand, practised every artifice to inspire a laudable emulation in the officers for the service of their country, and to encourage the soldiers in the unerring exercise of their duty. May 21st, 1778. General Orders. At a Brigade Court-Martial, May 18, 1778. Lt. Colo, Cropper, 25 President, Captain Edward Hull, 26 of the 15th. Virginia Regiment tried for gaming when he ought to have been on the parade the 12th. Instant unanimously found guilty of that part of the charge relative to gaming, but acquitted of non-attendance on the parade, and sentenced to be reprimanded by the commanding officer of the brigade, in presence of all the officers thereof. The Commander-in-Chief, however unwilling to dissent from the judgment of the court-martial, is obliged utterly to disapprove the sentences, the punishment being in his opinion totally inadequate to the offence. A practice so pernicious in itself as that of gaming, so prejudicial to good order and military discipline, so contrary to positive and repeated general orders, carried to so enormous a height as it appears, and aggravated certainly in case of Lyot. Lewis, by an additional offence of no trifling military consequence, absence from parade, demanded a much severer penalty than simply a reprimand. Captain Hull and Lyot. Lewis are to be released from their arrest. Headquarters, Morristown, May 8, 1777. General Orders. As few vices are attended with more pernicious consequences in civil life, so there are none more fatal in a military one than that of gaming, which often brings disgrace and ruin upon officers and injury and punishment upon the soldiery, and reports prevailing which it is to be feared are too well founded, that this destructive vice has spread its baneful influence in the army, and, in a peculiar manner to the prejudice of the recruiting service, the Commander-in-Chief, in the most pointed and explicit terms, forbids all officers and soldiers playing at cards, dice, or at any games, except those of exercise, for diversion, it being impossible, if the practice be allowed at all, to discriminate between innocent play, for amusement, and criminal gaming for pecuniary and sordid purposes. January 8, 1778. General Orders. The Commander-in-Chief is informed that gaming is again creeping into the army, in a more especial manner among the lower staff in the environs of the camp. He therefore, in the most solemn terms declares, that this vice in either officer or soldier shall not, when detected, escape exemplary punishment, and to avoid discrimination between play and gaming forbids cards and dice under any pretence whatsoever. Being also informed that many men are rendered unfit for duty by the itch, he orders and directs the regimental surgeons to look attentively into this matter, and as soon as the men who are infected with this disorder are properly disposed in huts to have them anointed for it. Headquarters, Middlebrook, April 2nd, 1779. General Orders. All general orders are enforced till they are set aside or altered by subsequent ones issuing from proper authority, or till the occasion ceases which produced them. Colo. Ogden knows this, and he must have known also that the particular order which was the subject of the court-martial's consideration of the 4th charge against him remained unaltered, and the infraction of it is more censurable, if possible, than that of any other, inasmuch as the order was intended to prevent the most pernicious vice that can obtain in an army, the vice of gaming. Mount Vernon, August 1st, 1792. To the Secretary of War. So long as the vice of drunkenness exists in the army, so long I hope ejections of those officers who are found guilty of it will continue. For that and gaming will debilitate and render unfit for active service any army whatsoever. Newburgh, January 15th, 1783. To Bushrod, Washington. The last thing I shall mention is first of importance, and that is to avoid gaming. This is a vice which is productive of every possible evil, equally injurious to the morals and health of its votaries. It is the child of avarice, the brother of iniquity, and father of mischief. It has been the ruin of many worthy families, the loss of many a man's honour, and the cause of suicide. To all those who enter the list, it is equally fascinating. The successful gamester pushes his good fortune till it is overtaken by a reverse. The losing gamester, in hopes of retrieving past misfortunes, goes on from bad to worse, till grown desperate, he pushes at everything and loses his all. In a word, few gain by this abominable practice, the profit, if any, being diffused while thousands are injured. MDCCXP Ike Sparks, Writings of George Washington, Vol. 3rd, 491st. MDCCXXC Saturn. May 10th, 1776. General Orders. Joseph Child of the New York Train of Artillery tried at a late General Court-Martial, whereof Colonel Huntington was president for defrauding Christopher Stetson of $1, also for drinking damnation to all Whigs, and Sons of Liberty, and for profane cursing and swearing. The court, finding the prisoner guilty of profane cursing and swearing and speaking contemptuously of the American army, do sentence him to be drummed out of the army. The court are of opinion that the prisoner, Watkins, is guilty of being out of his quarters at unseasonable hours, and of profane cursing and swearing, and do sentence him to be confined 6 days upon bread and water, and be fined $1/6 of a dollar for profane swearing, as by the 3rd article is prescribed. September 19, 1755. Orders. Any soldier who is guilty of any breach of the articles of war, by swearing, getting drunk, or using an obscene language, shall be severely punished, without the benefit of a court-martial. May 18, 1756. To Lieutenant Colonel Adam Stephen, do take great pains to prevent all irregularities in the garrison, but especially those of drinking, swearing and gaming. July 29, 1757. General instructions to all the captains of companies. You are to use every imaginable precaution to prevent irregular suckling, licentious swearing, and all other unbecoming irregularities, and to neglect no pains or diligence in training your men when off duty to the true use and exercise of their arms, and teaching them in all other respects the duties of their profession. July 4, 1775. General orders. The General most earnestly requires and expects a due observance of those articles of war established for the government of the army, which forbid profane cursing, swearing, and drunkenness, and in like manner requires and expects of all officers and soldiers not engaged on actual duty a punctual attendance on divine service, to implore the blessings of heaven upon the means used for our safety and defense. August 3, 1776. General orders. The General is sorry to be informed that the foolish and wicked practice of profane cursing and swearing, a vice heretofore little known in an American army, is growing into fashion. He hopes the officers will, by example as well as influence, endeavor to check it, and that both they and the men will reflect that we can have little hopes of the blessing of heaven on our arms if we insult it by our impiety and folly added to this. It is a vice so mean and low, without any temptation, that every man of sense and character detests and despises it. May 31st, 1777. General orders. It is much to be lamented that the foolish and scandalous practice of profane swearing is exceedingly prevalent in the American army. Officers of every rank are bound to discourage it, first by their example, and then by punishing offenders as a mean to abolish this and every other species of immorality. Brigadiers are enjoined to take effectual care to have divine service duly performed in their respective brigades. Headquarters, Moore's House, July 29, 1779. General orders. Many and pointed orders have been issued against that unmeaning and abominable custom of swearing, notwithstanding which, with much regret the General observes that it prevails, if possible, more than ever. His feelings are continually wounded by the oaths and imprecations of the soldiers whenever he is in hearing of them. June 4, 1797. To George Washington, Park Custis, an idle habit of hankering after unprofitable amusements at your time of life, before you have acquired that knowledge, which would be found beneficial in every situation, I say before, because it is not my wish that, having gone through the essentials, you should be deprived of any rational amusement afterward, or, lastly, from dissipation in such company as you would most likely meet under such circumstances, who but too often mistake ribaldry for wit, and rioting, swearing, intoxication, and gambling for manliness. MDCCXC, WGW, Farewell Address. MDCCXXX, WGW, Vol. 30, 4 to 1789, first proposed address to Congress. MDCCX, Flexner, the indispensable man, p. 216, MDCCXI, see Chapter 2, MDCCXLI. As noted earlier, these writings are available at John Clement Fitzpatrick, ed. The Writings of George Washington, from the original manuscript sources 1749 to 1799, 39 vols. Washington, D.C., United States Government Printing Office, 1931 to 1944. Visit etext.lib.virginia.edu/Washington/. MDCCXLI, Book of Common Prayer Communion Service. MDCXLix, Washington, also employed the expletives, God forbid, wish to God, for God's sake, hurry, my God, good God, but these were not profanity, and his mind is seen in context where he uses to condemn swearing. MDCXLI, these phrases seem to suggest an acquaintance with the traditional philosophical arguments for God's existence. The greatest efficient referencing the cosmological argument, and the greatest and best referencing the ontological argument. MDCCXLVI. We address George Washington's Masonic relationship in the chapter text. MDCCXLVII, see Chapter 2. MDCCXLVI, WGW, Vol. 2 April 27, 1763. MDCCXLX, over 197 references. MDCCI, see for example WGW, Vol. 2, September 28, 1760, Vol. 4, March 6, 1776. MDCKLI IBID, Vol. 30, May 10, 1789, Vol. 30, May 26, 1789. MDCLI IBID, Vol. 34, 1789. MDCLIJ IBID, Vol. 31, December 29, 1790, Vol. 35 August 29, 1796. MDCCLI, over 133 matches. MDCCLI PGW, Letterbook 38, Image 148. Letter to the Savannah Hebrew Congregation, May 1790. MDC, second, IBID, MDCKLVI. See for example WGW Vol. L. 5, July 2nd, 1776, Vol. L. 24, June 30th, 1782, Vol. L. 26, February 15th, 1783, etc. MDCKLVI IBID, Vol. 27, August 10th, 1783, Vol. 30, August 3rd, 1788. MDCCLIX, WGW, Vol. 27, August 10th, 1783, MDCCLX. See for example, IBID, Vol. L. 3, January 13th, 1775, Vol. L. 4, November 28th, 1775, Vol. 4, December 5th, 1775, Vol. 11, 5 to 51,778, Vol. 27 December 22nd, 1783, etc. MDCKLXI IBID, Vol. 18, June 11th, 1780. MDCKLXI IBID, Vol. 30, Thanksgiving Proclamation. MDCKLXI, see above references. MDCCLXI, WGW, Vol. 30, July 31st, 1788. MDCCLXY, see for example IBID, Vol. 3, July 16th, 1775, Vol. 3, September 8th, 1775, Vol. 4, February 1st, 1776, etc. MDCCLXV IBID, Vol. 2008, August 18th, 1786. MDCCLXY and IBID, Vol. 34, September 20th, 1795. MDCLXV IBID, Vol. 37, May 13th, 1776. MDCCEXX IBID, Vol. 29, April 28th, 1788. MDCCLXX IBID, Vol. 30, May 29th, 1789. MDCCLXI IBID, Vol. 27, December 13th, 1783. MDCTLXAD IBID, Vol. 27, December 13th, 1783. MDCCXID IBID, Vol. 27, December 13th, 1783. MDCCLXXIV IBID, Vol. 5, July 2nd, 1776, for example. MDCCLXXI IBID, Vol. 35, April 1st, 1797. MDCLXX IBID, Vol. 34, 7th Annual Address to Congress. MDCLXVIJ IBID, Vol. 7, April 23rd, 1777. MDCCLXID IBID, Vol. 35, April 1st, 1797. MDC Cal X X IBID, Vol 4, November 18th, 1775. MDCC LXX, IBID, Vol 34. December 8th, 1795. MDCC LXI, IBID, Vol 35. March 3rd, 1797. MDC Key LX Key, IBID, Vol 35. March 3rd, 1797. MDCC LXI IBID, Vol 5. May 15th, 1776. MDCC XXI IBID, Vol 4. March 6th, 1776. MDCC LXXV IBID, Vol 7. April 12th, 1777. Vol 7. April 15th, 1777. Vol 27. November 2nd, 1783. MDC LX IBID, Vol 23. November 19th, 1781. MDCC LX 7th, IBID, Vol 3. July 16th, 1775. Vol 3. September 8th, 1775. Vol 4. February 1st, 1776. Vol 27. May 15th, 1784. MDCC XXX. See for example, IBID, Vol 30. April 30th, 1789. Vol 35. May 15th, 1796. Vol 3. July 4th, 1775. MDCC XX IBID, Vol 11. May 5th, 1778. MDCC XE IBID, Vol 17. November 27th, 1779. MDCC XEI IBID, Vol 6. December 6th, 1776. MDCC XEI IBID, Vol 27. February 10th, 1784. MDTC XEI IBID, Vol 28. February 7th, 1785. Vol 30. June 29th, 1788. MDCC XIV. See for example, IBID, Vol 35. December 7th, 1796. Vol 5. August 12th, 1776. Vol 11. May 5th, 1778. MDCC XCV IBID, Vol 5. July 10th, 1776. MDCC XCVI IBID, Vol 1. July 18th, 1755. Vol 2. July 20th, 1758. Vol 27. January 18th, 1784. MDC XEV IBID, Vol 20. October 18th, 1780. MDCC XEV IBID, Vol 5. August 13th, 1776. Vol L 9. October 27th, 1777. Vol 10. November 30th, 1777. Vol L 28. August 18th, 1786. MDCC X6 IBID, Vol 24. Answer to the Address of Congress. There are many other examples. MDCC IBID, Vol 4. March 6th, 1776. MDCCI IBID, Vol 34. November 19th, 1794. MDTGI IBID, Vol 35. December 7th, 1796. MDCII IBID, Vol 35. December 7th, 1796. MDCCF IBID, Vol 5. August 12th, 1776. MDCCV IBID, Vol 4. January 27th, 1776. MDCVV IBID, Vol 30. April 10th, 1789. MD Schliess IBID, Vol 30. Proposed Address to Congress. MD Schliess IBID, Vol 26. Circular to the States. MDCCX IBID, Vol 30. 4 to 1789. MDCCCX IBID, Vol 15. May 12th, 1779. MDTTXI IBID, Vol 30. April 30th, 1789. MDCHI IBID, Vol 4. Answer to an address from the Massachusetts Legislature. MDCHI IBID, Vol 28. July 25th, 1785. MDCC XIV IBID, Vol 15. May 12th, 1779. MDCCXV IBID, Vol February 14th, 1784. MDCCXV IBID, Vol 26. June 8th, 1783. MDCCXC Chapter 2. MDCCCXV IBID, Vol 3. April 25th, 1770. Vol 29. April 25th, 1788. Vol 30. June 22nd, 1788. MDCCX IBID, Vol 29. October 10th, 1787. Vol 31. January 6th, 1792. Vol 35. March 2nd, 1797. Vol 35. March 30th, 1796. To Elizabeth Park Custis Law. Vol 35. March 30th, 1796. To Tobias Lear. MDCCXX IBID, Vol 27. February 1st, 1784. Vol 35. June 24th, 1797. Vol 35. June 25th, 1797. Vol 35th. June 35. July 4th, 1797. MDCCXI IBID, Vol 27. December 13th, 1783. Vol 28. August 18th, 1786. Vol 30. August 18th, 1789. Vol 30. January 9th, 1790. Vol 35. September 19th, 1796. MDC Text Card IBID, Vol 23. November 23rd, 1781. Check that this is the right nuance. MDCCX wide IBID, over 55 references. MDCCX IVIV IBID, Vol 3. April 25th, 1773. MDCCXXV IBID, Vol 29. October 10th, 1787. MDCCCXX IBID, Vol 35. March 2nd, 1789. MDCCX 7th IBID, Vol 29. April 25th, 1788. MDCCCEX IBID, Vol 30. April 1789. Note Boller had no comment on this passage. MDCCXXIXWGW VOL 13. November 11th, 1778. MDCCXX IBID, Vol 23. November 23rd, 1781. MDCCXXI. The London Chronicle, in the September 21 to 23. 1779 edition, number 3561, p. 288. MDCC Express. James McGoldrick tells more details of Reverend Boucher's break with the colonists. Fearing an open breach with Britain, Boucher tried unsuccessfully to organize the Anglican clergy in America into a solid block of support for the Crown. As a minister of the Church of England, Boucher had taken a solemn oath of allegiance to the Crown, and no amount of pressure could persuade him to violate it. When Britain closed Boston Harbor after the Tea Party, American resistors appeared for supplies to be sent to Boston so that the Patriots would suffer no loss of physical necessities. When asked to appeal from his pulpit for aid to the Boston rebels, Boucher refused. After this he was a marked man, and several threats were made against his life. James McGoldrick, 1776, A Christian Loyalist View in Fides et Historia, fall 1977, p. 32. The stress of the final days of his ministry in the colonies became so great that he literally preached with armed force close at hand. Boucher himself wrote, "I never after went into a pulpit without something very disagreeable happening." I received sundry messages and letters threatening me with the most fatal consequences if I did not preach what should be agreeable to the friends of America. All the answer I gave to these threats was in my sermons, in which I uniformly and resolutely declared that I never would suffer any merely human authority to intimidate me from performing what I knew to be my duty to God and His Church. Jonathan Boucher, Reminiscences of a American Loyalist, ed. J. Boucher, Port Washington, N.Y., Kennicott, 1967, p. 113. Thereafter, Boucher's pulpit ministry was adorned with pistols on the pulpit itself, and his own public declaration of repelling violence with violence. Ibid. MDCC Xati Boucher, Reminiscences, p. 49, MDCC Xiv McGoldrick, 1776, A Christian Loyalist View, p. 33, MDCC XXV, Flexner Johnson, His Excellency, etc. MDCC XEI WGW Vol. 7, February 22, 1777. MDCC X 7th. Ibid. Vol. 37, Last Will and Testament, 1799. MDCC X 2nd. Ibid. Vol. 25, November 14, 1782. MDCC XIX to Lieutenant Colonel John Lawrence, he wrote, "Believe me sincere when I assure you that my warmest wishes accompany Captain Wallop's endeavours and your expectations of exchange, and that nothing but the principle of justice and policy WCH I have religiously adhered to of exchanging officers in the order of their captivity, where rank would apply, has prevented my every exertion to obtain your release, and restoration to a family where you will be received with open arms by every individual of it, but from none with more cordiality and true affection than your sincere friend, etc. In general orders," he writes, "the Honourable the Congress having been pleased by their proclamation of the 21st of November last to appoint Wednesday the 30th instant as a day of thanksgiving and praise for the great and numerous providential mercies experienced by the people of these states in the course of the present war. The same is to be religiously observed throughout the army in the manner therein directed, and the different chaplains will prepare discourses suited to the occasion. In general orders," he writes, "the Honourable Congress having thought proper to recommend to the United States of America to set apart Wednesday the 22nd instant to be observed as a day of fasting, humiliation, and prayer, that at one time, and with one voice, the righteous dispensations of Providence may be acknowledged, and His goodness and mercy toward us and our arms supplicated and implored, the General directs that this day also shall be religiously observed in the army, that no work be cloned thereon, and that the chaplains prepare discourses suitable to the occasion." He wrote to Robert Carey and Company, from Mount Vernon on July 25, 1769, "Genton, enclosed you will receive invoices of goods wanted for myself and master Custis for this place and our plantations on York River, as also for Miss Custis, which I beg may be sent by Captain Johnstone if the orders gets to hand in time, if not by any other vessel bound to this river. But if there are any articles contained in either of the respective invoices, paper only excepted, which are taxed by Act of Parliament, for the purpose of raising a revenue in America, it is my express desire and request that they may not be sent, as I have very heartily entered into an association, copies of which I make no doubt you have seen, otherwise I shall have enclosed one, not to import any article which now is or hereafter shall be taxed for this purpose until the said act or acts are repealed. I am therefore particular in mentioning this matter, as I am fully determined to adhere religiously to it, and may perhaps have wrote for some things unwittingly, which may be under these circumstances." He wrote in his general orders from headquarters in Cambridge on July 16, 1775, "The Continental Congress having earnestly recommended that Thursday next the 20th instant be observed by the inhabitants of all the English colonies upon this continent as a day of public humiliation, fasting, and prayer, that they may with united hearts and voice unfeignedly confess their sins before God, and supplicate the all-wise and merciful disposer of events, to avert the desolation and calamities of an unnatural war. The General orders that day to be religiously observed by the forces under his command, exactly in manner directed by the proclamation of the Continental Congress. It is therefore strictly enjoined on all officers and soldiers not upon duty to attend divine service at the accustomed places of worship, as well in the lines as the encampments and quarters, and it is expected that all those who go to worship do take their arms, ammunitions, and accoutrements, and are prepared for immediate action if called upon. If in the judgment of the officers the works should appear to be in such forwardness as the utmost security of the camp requires, they will command their men to abstain from all labour upon that solemn day." He wrote to Brig. General W.M. Maxwell from headquarters in Morristown on February 12, 1777, "Sir, in answer to your letter of the 9th inst, respecting the case of the young men of Eliza Town, who refuse to take the oath of allegiance to the States, or to withdraw within the enemy's lines, and discourage all the militia round about them, I would observe, that though it is my desire to have the terms and conditions of my proclamation religiously complied with, yet I do not intend that it shall be made a shelter for our enemies to injure us under, with impunity." MDCC XL WGW Vol. 35, October 9, 1795. MDCC XI Ibid. Vol. 34, January 22, 1795. MDC XI Ibid. Vol. 20, October 18, 1780. MDCC XI Ibid. Vol. 2, April 17, 1758. MDCC XLiv Ibid. Vol. 34, December 24, 1795. MDCC XLV Ibid. Vol. 30, May 29, 1789. MDCC XLV Ibid. Vol. 30, September 28, 1789. MDC MB Id Ibid. Vol. 8, June 8, 1777. MDC XLV Ibid. Vol. 32, June 22, 1792. MDCC XLX Ibid. Vol. 35, March 3, 1797. MDCCL Ibid. Vol. 31, 12 to 1790. MDCKLI Ibid. Vol. 30, October 9, 1789. MDTKLI WGW Vol. 29, April 28, 1788. MD Cleve Flexner, The Indispensable Man, P. 216. MDC Clive. There are many examples. For one example, see WGW Vol. L. 9, October 18, 1777. See also the sermon by Ezra Stiles in Washington's Library, entitled The United States Elevated to Glory and Honor, May 8, 1783. Lane, Washington Collection, Boston Athenaeum, P. 194. MDCC LV. The Reverend Dr. Donald Binder, in an interview with Peter Lilback and Jerry Newcomb, 2005. MDC Kelvi WGW, Vol. 6, December 18, 1776. MD Seckel Ibid. Vol. 21, March 9, 1781. To Reverend William Gordon, MDCC LVI WGW Vol. L. 29, April 28, 1788. MD Cyclic C. Ibid. Vol. 9, October 27, 1777. Vol. 11, March 1, 1778. Vol. 11, May 30, 1778. Vol. 21, 3 to 89, 1781. Vol. 24, June 5, 1782. Vol. 28, August 1, 1786. Vol. 33, September 25, 1794. Vol. 35, March 30, 1796. Vol. L. 35, June 8, 1769. Vol. 35, October 12, 1796. Vol. 35, March 2, 1797. Vol. 35, March 3, 1797. Vol. 37, November 22, 1799. MDCCLX C. Ibid. Vol. 17, November 1, 1779. Vol. 21, January 31st, 1781, Vol. 30, August 28, 1788, MDC LXI, C. Ibid, Vol. 15, May 29th, 1779, Vol. 27, October 15th, 1783, MDC Klex RIC Ibid, Vol. 30, January 18th, 1790, MD Klex. There are many examples. For a sampling, see Ibid, Vol. 26, April 18th, 1783, Vol. 5, June 16th, 1776, Vol. 5, July 10th, 1776, Vol. 5, August 12th, 1776, 5, August 13th, 1776, Vol. L. 6, December 14th, 1776, Vol. L. 9, September 10th, 1777, Vol. L. 31, August 14th, 1790, Vol. 27, December 9th, 1783, MDC KLXIC, Ibid, Vol. 12, August 20th, 1778, Vol. 21, March 26th, 1781, MDCC LXV, C. Ibid, Vol. 4, January 14th, 1776, Vol. 29, May 28th, 1788, Vol. 30, July 20th, 1788, MDCC LXCE. C. Ibid, Vol. 27, December 6, 1783, MDC LXC Ibid, Vol. 10, November 8, 1777, MDC LXV C. Ibid, Vol. 27, October 12, 1783, MDC LXXC Ibid, Vol. 10, November 30th, 1777, Vol. 3, August 20th, 1775, Vol. 5, August 20th, 1776, Vol. 9, October 19th, 1777, Vol. 11, April 2nd, 1778, Vol. 29, April 28, 1788, Vol. 32, June 10, 1792, MDCC LXXC Ibid, Vol. 31, July 28, 1791, Vol. 12, September 6, 1778, Vol. 36, July 13, 1798, Vol. 36, July 25, 1798, Vol. 36, August 15, 1798, MDCC LXXI, C. Ibid, Vol. 30, April 16, 1789, MDCC LXI, C. Ibid, Vol. 21, March 26, 1781, MDCC XXI, C. Ibid, Vol. 27, July 10, 1783, MDCC LXXE Ibid, Vol. 27, June 11, 1783, Vol. 27, August 21st, 1783, Vol. 11, May 2nd, 1778, Vol. 21, April 15th, 1781, MDCC LXXV. See George Washington Papers at the Library of Congress, 1741 to 1799, Series 2 Letterbooks, Letterbook 38, Images 147-148. MDCC LXXV Ites, Mary Thompson, Interview with Peter Lilback and Jerry Newcomb, 2005. MDCC LX Second. According to Noah Webster's 1828 dictionary, a deist was one who believes in the existence of a God but denies revealed religion, but follows the light of nature and reason as his only guides in doctrine and practice. A freethinker. Noah Webster's 1828 American Dictionary. MDC LX A Psi. WGW Vol L. 12, August 20th, 1778, MDC LXX Ibid, Vol 11, August 20th, 1778, MDCC LXX Ibid, 31, August 17th, 1790, 3, September 15th, 1755, 24, March 21st, 1782, 24, 1700, and 82, 3, July 18th, 1775, 5, July 11th, 1776, 27, August 21st, 1783, 27, November 7th, 1783, 27, 11 to 100 and 1783, 31, June 4th, 1790, 30, May 9th, 1789, 32, November 6th, 1792, 33, 9 to 200 and 31,793, 35, February 17th, 1797, MDCC LXXE Ibid, January 7th, 1755, 2, July 20th, 1758, 36, August 15th, 1798, 5, May 13th, 1776, see also 21, April 15th, 1781, 11, May 2nd, 1778. 37, January 20th, 1799, 30 July 20th, 1788, 30 August 31st, 1788, 2 September 1st, 1758, 3 April 25th, 1773, 30, 8 to 100 and 81,788, MDCC Sex, Ars, Ibid, 2, September 1st, 1758, 3, April 25th, 1773, 7 February 24th, 1777, 11, March 1st, 1778, 17 November 18th, 1779, 7, 2 to 241,777, 33, May 26, 1794, 35, March 30th, 1796, 35, March 2nd, 1797, 36, August 31st, 1797, 36, July 4th, 1798, 37, December 28th, 1798, 37, 120 to 1,799, 37, June 24th, 1799, 5, May 13th, 1776, MDC, Sive, Ibid, September 8th, 1777, March 30th, 1796, MDCC LXXV, Ibid, 27, July 10th, 1783, 27, December 6th, 1783, 4, March 25th, 1776, 11, March 1st, 1770, 8, 12, September 6th, 1778, 28, 9 to 50, 1,785, 28, May 10th, 1786, 30, 5, March 30th, 1796, 3, 35, May 15th, 1796, 35, March 2nd, 1797, 36, February 27th, 1798, 36, July 25th, 1798, 36, August 15th, 1798, 33, May 25th, 1794, MDC, LX Ibid, Ibid, September 10th, 1777, 10, November 30th, 1777, July 27th, 1783, 5, August 13th, 1776, August 28th, 1786, MDCC LXX Ibid, January 23rd, 1793, MDCCC XX Ibid, 27, 7 to 8, 1783, 29, May 28, 1788, April 21st, 1781. MDCCLXXX IBID, 4, March 28, 1776, 5, May 13th, 1776, 2, April 23rd, 1758, 2, June 20th, 1762, 4, March 24th, 1776, 4, 3 to 250, 1776, 4, March 31st, 1776, 27, December 6th, 1783, 30, October 3rd, 1789, 11, May 30th, 1778, 14, April 2nd, 1779, 20, October 13th, 1780, 21, 39 to 1781, 17, November 18th, 1779, 21, March 26th, 1781, 23, October 20th, 1781, 27, November 2nd, 1783, 27, November 10th, 1782, 27, 12 to 131,783, 27, December 23rd, 1783, 29, December 4th, 1786, 30, May 9th, 1789, 32, June 10th, 1792, 32, January 27th, 1790, 3, 5, May 13th, 1776, 2926 to 1780, 34, February 22nd, 1795, MDCCXE, IBID, 11, March 1st, 1778, 12, September 6th, 1778, 15, May 29th, 1779, 28, May 10th, 1786, 29, June 19th, 1788, 33, 5 to 261,794, 36, July 4th, 1798, 33, September 14th, 1794, MDCCCXCI, IBID, 9, October 27th, 1777, 28, September 5th, 1785, 32, June 10th, 1792, 33, March 2nd, 1794, May 15th, 1796, MDCCXCII, IBID, 26, June 8th, 1783, 27, December 6th, 1783, 9, October 18th, 1777, 13, October 15th, 1778, 37, January 20th, 1799, MDCCC, IBID, 14, 5 to 4, 1779, 30, August 29th, 1788, MDCCXIV, IBID, 11, March 1st, 1778, MDCCXEV, IBID, April 21st, 1781, MDCCXCVI, IBID, July 31st, 1791, August 15th, 1798, MDCCXCV, IBID, 27, July 10th, 1783, 12, September 6th, 1778, 21, March 26th, 1781, 36, July 25th, 1798, August 15th, 1798, MDCCXV8, IBID, March 4th, 1773, MDCCCX6, IBID, 10, February 28th, 1778, 27, July 10th, 1783, 28, May 10th, 1786, 33, June 26th, 1794, 36, August 15th, 1798, MCM, IBID, 26, 6 to 2, 1783, 28, 8 to 1, 1786, 36, July 13th, 1798, July 25th, 1798, McMe, IBID, 3, April 25th, 1773, 11, March 1st, 1778, 17, November 18th, 1779, 24, June 30th, 1782, 33, August 4th, 1793, 35, March 30th, 1796, 35, June 8th, 1796, 35, March 2nd, 1797, 36, March 27th, 1798, 36, August 15th, 1798, 37, June 24th, 1799, 33, September 14th, 1794, 35, 3 to 301,796, McMe, IBID, 31, August 17th, 1790, 27, August 2nd, 1783, 5 June 16th, 1776, 5 July 10th, 1776, 5 August 8th, 1776, 5 August 12th, 1776, 5 813 to 1776, 5 August 14th, 1776, 5 August 18th, 1776, 5 August 22nd, 1770, 6 December 14th, 1776, 6 December 18th, 1776, 9 October 3rd, 1777, 9 910, 1777, 9 October 10th, 1777, 10 November 20th, 1777, 26 April 18th, 1783, 27 August 4th, 1783, 27 December 13th, 1783, McMe, IBID, November 22nd, 1799, McMe, IBID, 11 August 20th, 1778, 2 September 28th, 1758, 21, March 26th, 1781, 21, May 15th, 1781, 35, October 12th, 1796, 9, 10 to 151,777, MCMV, IBID, July 30th, 1788, April 1st, 1776, May 29th, 1788, McKenby, IBID, 9, October 18th, 1777, 2, September 10th, 1757, 5, 513,176, 11, May 2nd, 1778, McVie, IBID, September 10th, 1777, September 10th, 1777, McVie, IBID, 30, 10 to 3, 1789, 4, November 28th, 1775, 4, November 13th, 1770, 4, February 17th, 1776, 5, July 11th, 1776, 23, 11 to 231,781, McMix, IBID, 27, December 6th, 1783, 5, June 13th, 1776, 5, June 24th, 1770, 6, 11, March 1st, 1778, 14, April 2nd, 1779, 27, July 10th, 1783, 27, August 21st, 1783, 27, November 10th, 1783, 30, April 16th, 1789, 30, January 8th, 1799, 033, September 25th, 1794, MSC MX, IBID, 30, July 20th, 1788, 30, August 31st, 1788, 27, October 12th, 1783, 17, November 1st, 1779, 17, November 18th, 1779, 29. 4 to 281,788. 31, July 28, 1791, 33, September 25, 1794, 11, May 2, 1778, Max MXI IBID, 35, December 13, 1796, MacMixI IBID, 1, August 2, 1755, 27, October 15, 1783, MacMix IBID, 30, October 3, 1789, 5, August 20, 1776, December 13, 1778, MacMixiv IBID, 27, October 12, 1783, 12, July 4, 1778, 21, January 31, 1781, 22, July 21, 1781, 30, 5, April 24, 1797, 36, 2 to 111,798, 31, October 25, 1791, MCMXV, IBID, 27, October 15, 1783, 27th, February 14, 1784, 35th, October 12, 1796, XV, IBID, 30, May 9, 1789, 33, September 2, 1793, 33, September 23, 1793, 33, October 4, 1794, 33, March 2, 1794, 36, July 13, 1798, Mexican IBID, 24, June 28, 1782, 30, April 16, 1789, McMixficking, IBID, 4th, March 28, 1776, 31, July 28, 1791, 37, December 13, 1798, 9, September 13, 1777, 27, August 1, 1783, 24, May 4, 1782, 24, June 5, 1782, 30, January 8, 1790, 31, June 4, 1790, 32, May 20, 1792, 33, August 1917, 92, 33, September 2, 1793, 35, December 15, 1796, 35, April 24, 1797, Max 6 IBID, 30, June 28, 1788, MXXX IBID, 1, July 18, 1775, Mac IBID, 2, September 10, 1757, 3, May 10, 1774, 31, October 15, 1791, 33, May 25, 1794, MacMix IBID, 3, April 25, 1773, 9, August 10, 1777, 31, March 8, 1792, 33, December 28, 1790, 3, 35, March 30, 1796, 35, March 30, 1796, 35, June 8, 1796, 35, March 2, 1797, 36, August 31, 1797, 36, February 27, 1798, 36, August 15, 1798, 37, June 24, 1799, 33, 9 to 141,794, MacMaxay IBID, 4, March 7, 1776, MacMaxiv IBID, 15, May 29, 1779, Mac IBID, 4, March 7, 1776, 34, March 27, 1796, 35, March 30, 1796, 35, March 30, 1796, 36, February 27, 1798, 37, 6 to 241,799, 33, May 25, 1794, Accounts, IBID, 9, October 27th, 1777, 12, September 6th, 1778, 30, August 18th, 1788, 33, October 4th, 1794, 37, October 27th, 1799, 37, 11 to 221,799, 33, May 25th, 1794, McSex's 2nd, IBID, 28, May 10th, 1786, McMex 7th, IBID, 30, July 20th, 1788, 31, July 28th, 1791, 21, March 26th, 1781, 35, March 3rd, 1797, McMex X, IBID, 13, October 15th, 1778, 32nd, August 19, 1792, 33rd, May 26, 1794, McSex, IBID, October 15th, 1778, MacMaxi, IBID, 4, March 7th, 1776, 11, April 12th, 1778, MacMaxi, IBID, 3, August 20th, 1775, 3, December 10th, 1775, 4, January 1st, 1776, 4, February 26th, 1776, 5, August 14th, 1776, 5, August 22nd, 1776, 6, October 9th, 1776, 6, December 14th, 1776, 6, December 18th, 1776, 7, February 14th, 1777, 9, September 10th, 1777, 9, October 3rd, 1777, 9, October 10th, 1777, 9, October 15th, 1777, 26, April 18th, 1783, 27, November 7th, 1783, 28, August 22nd, 1785, 32, November 6th, 1792, 33, September 23rd, 1793, 34, 12 to 161,795, 35, November 28th, 1796, 35, December 13th, 1796, 35, February 17th, 1797, MacMax PE, IBID, 30, October 3rd, 1789, 11, April 12th, 1778, 14, April 2nd, 1779, 21, April 15th, 1781, 31, October 25th, 1791, MacMax IBID, 4, November 14th, 1775, 11, May 30th, 1778, 27, August 21st, 1783, 27, November 10th, 1783, 27, December 23rd, 1783, 31, 118 to 1,790, 33, August 4th, 1793, 36, October 15th, 1797, 11, May 2nd, 1778, 31, October 25th, 1791, Max Abid, 9, October 18th, 1777, November 5th, 1778, 21, March 9th, 1781, December 27th, 1783, 13, December 22nd, 1778, MacMax, Ibid, 11th, May 30th, 1778, 27, November 10th, 1783, 33, March 2nd, 1794, Mac, X 7th, Ibid. 27. August 21st, 1783, 21. April 15th, 1781. Max 2nd, Ibid, 27. June 11th, 1783, 31. July 28th, 1791. Mac Sykes, Ibid. 27. June 11th, 1783, 13. December 22nd, 1778. Max L. Ibid. 30. 5 to 9, 1789. September 23rd, 1793. Maxley, Ibid. 11. May 2nd, 1778. Maxley, Ibid. 23. October 20th, 1781. Maxley, Ibid. 37. January 20th, 1799. 5. May 31st, 1776. 4. January 14th, 1776. 23. November 23rd, 1781. 20. 9. June 19th, 1788. 36. 3 to 271,798. 37. November 22nd, 1799. Maxliv, Ibid. 5. August 13th, 1770. 6. 7. March 2nd, 1777. 30. June 28th, 1788. 37. November 22nd, 1799. Max LV, Ibid. 31. July 28th, 1791. 5. May 13th, 1776. 37. December 13th, 1798. 13. December 18th, 1778. 33. August 4th, 1793. 33. 9 to 231,793. 35. June 26th, 1797. 36. July 13th, 1798. 5. May 13th, 1776. Maxlv, Ibid. 37th. January 20th, 1799. 3. July 18th, 1775. 6. December 18th, 1776. 5. August 8th, 1776. 3. June 23rd, 1775. 9. September 10th, 1777, 9. October 3rd, 1777, 9. October 19th, 1777, 15. July 29th, 1779, 30. August 28th, 1788, 28. August 18th, 1786, 35. August 5th, 1796, 35. October 12th, 1796, 36. July 13th, 1798, 37. October 27th, 1799, 37. November 3rd, 1799. Maxlv, Ibid. 4. April 15th, 1776, 21. March 9th, 1781. Maxlv, Ibid. 5. May 13th, 1776, 3. June 18th, 1775, 7. January 22nd, 1777, 33. September 25th, 1794, 33. October 4th, 1794, 5. May 13th, 1776. Maxlix, Ibid. 33. May 25th, 1794. MCML, Ibid. 2. July 20th, 1758. 33rd. September 2nd, 1793. 21st. April 15th, 1781. Macmillan, Ibid. 9. September 13th, 1777. 32. May 20th, 1792. Macmi, Ibid. 2. July 20th, 1758. 17. November 1st, 1779. 30. April 16th, 1789. 32. June 10th, 1792. Macmi, Ibid. 29. April 28th, 1788. Macmiv, Ibid. 37th. November 22nd, 1799. Mess MLV, Ibid. July 18th, 1782, 27. December 9th, 1783. 35th. October 12th, 1796. McMelvey, Ibid. 10. January 29th, 1778. 13. November 11th, 1778. 14. May 4th, 1779. 16. October 20th, 1779. 19. August 20th, 1780. 36. To 101,798. McMelvey, Ibid. 30th. January 8th, 1790. 27. October 25th, 1784. McMelvey, Ibid. 5. August 7th, 1776. July 1st, 1777. McMix, Ibid. 12. September 6th, 1778, 21. January 31st, 1781. Missy MLX, Ibid. 10. November 8th, 1777, 14. May 4th, 1779. McMelxi, Ibid. 10. November 20th, 1777. McMelxi, Ibid. 35th. September 19th, 1796. MacMelx, Libid, Bad. April 28th, 1788. McMelxiv, Ibid. 5. May 31st, 1776. Miss C. M. LXV, Ibid. 7. March 2nd, 1777, 21. April 15th, 1781. Mick M. LX, Ibid. September 10th, 1777. Maxessiant, Ibid. 26. June 8th, 1783. 36. February 11th, 1798. Maxificent, Ibid. April 3rd, 1776. October 11th, 1777. Macmelexix, Ibid. January 8th, 1755. 3. June 18th, 1775. 27. August 21st, 1783. 35. April 24th, 1797. Muff, MLXX, Ibid. 24. March 21st, 1782. 1. November 9th, 1756. 30. July 20th, 1780. 8. 4. April 15th, 1776. 5. August 20th, 1776. 6. December 18th, 1770. 6. 4. March 31st, 1776. 7. January 22nd, 1777. 1. July 18th, 1755. 11. May 30th, 1778. 27. November 10th, 1783. 32. June 10th, 1792. 33. August 4th, 1793. 33. September 23rd, 1793. 35. October 12th, 1796. 35. March 3rd, 1797. 35. June 26th, 1797. 36. October 15th, 1797. 36. August 15th, 1798. 37. 1200. 30 to 1798. 37. November 3rd, 1799. 20. September 26th, 1780. MLXXI, Ibid. 27. July 10th, 1783. 5. May 20th, 1776. 5. June 13th, 1776. 27. December 6th, 1783. 11. May 30th, 1778. 12. September 6th, 1778. 30. 6 to 29, 1788. 35. March 3rd, 1797. 36. October 15th, 1797. 37. November 3rd, 1799. Max X, Ibid. July 31st, 1791. 5. May 31st, 1776. 17. 11 to 1, 1779. McMahon Iod, Ibid, March 6, 1775. 3. June 23, 1775. October 12, 1796. McMahon XS, Ibid, April 3, 1776. 27. 8 to 2, 1783. 5. July 10, 1776. 12. September 6, 1778. McMahon XXV, Ibid, 1. June 12, 1754. Ishmael XXCs. Ibid. 37. January 20th, 1799. 19. August 14th, 1780. 7. March 2nd, 1770. 7. 13. December 18th, 1778. 15. 729, 1779. 32. 6 101,792. Mixex Setant. Ibid. October 27th, 1783. October 27th, 1783. March 28th, 1785. McMel Excus. Ibid. April 30th, 1789. April 21st, 1781. McMel XX. Ibid. 2. September 10th, 1757. 3. May 10th, 1774. 31. October 25th, 1791. MXX. Ibid. 30. August 31st, 1788. 27. September 23rd, 1784. 29. December 4th, 1786. 30 March 22nd, 1789. 37. August 19th, 1799. 31. 10 to 151,791. 34. February 22nd, 1795. MXXI. Ibid. May 28th, 1786. Max. Ibid. 33. May 26th, 1794. McMel XXAC. Ibid. February 7th, 1758. April 3rd, 1776. McMel XX. Ibid. August 31st, 1790. 4. November 13th, 1775. 5. June 24th, 1776. 9. October 19th, 1777. 9. September 13th, 1777. 24. 6 to 301,782. December 24. MXXV. Ibid. May 6th, 1776. 12. September 6th, 1778. September 10th, 1777. McMel X. Ibid. September 10th, 1777. February 11th, 1758. McCulax Setant. Ibid. September 10th, 1777. McMel X. Ibid. April 1st, 1776. McMel XX. Ibid. 5. May 13th, 1776. 5. May 13th, 1776. 21. April 15th, 1781. Max XC. Ibid. November 8th, 1778. Mexi. Ibid. 6. 10 to 6, 1776. McMexi. Ibid. 8. 7 to 4, 1777. McMexi. Ibid. October 11th, 1777. Mexiv. Ibid. 12. 7 to 4, 1778. MXEV. Ibid. November 17th, 1779. November 17th, 1779. MXEV. Ibid. October 20th, 1780. 28. August 18th, 1786. 20. 10 to 1, 1780. McMexVT. Ibid. November 8th, 1778. July 1st, 1777. McMexC. Ibid. 9. October 15th, 1777. McMexX. Ibid. November 30th, 1789. Ibid. September 23rd, 1793. 36. July 25th, 1798. 35th. March 3rd, 1797. MME. Ibid. July 1st, 1777. 27. August 21st, 1783. 30. August 28th, 1788. ME. Ibid. August 28th, 1785. 27. 11 to 7, 1783. Me. Ibid. 5. May 13th, 1776. 4. October 5th, 1775. 9. October 15th, 1777. September 20th, 1780. September 20th, 1780. 20. October 10th, 1780. MEV. Ibid. June 24th, 1782. 33. May 26th, 1794. 35. October 12th, 1796. MMV. Ibid. January 27th, 1784. January 27th, 1784. MV. Ibid. April 21st, 1781. December 7th, 1796. November 3rd, 1799. MV. Ibid. 27. 8 to 2, 1783. April 11th, 1775. 5. August 20th, 1776. 5. August 8th, 1776. 36. July 13th, 1798. 37. November 22nd, 1799. April 21st, 1781. MVI. Ibid. July 30th, 1788. MMix. Ibid. July 30th, 1788. January 30th, 1790. MMX. Ibid. June 10th, 1792. 33rd. March 2nd, 1794. MC. Ibid. 35. May 15th, 1796. Mengsai. Ibid. 35. August 5th, 1796. Mixer. Ibid. October 12th, 1796. 35. April 24th, 1797. MMXI. Ibid. 35. October 12th, 1796. 35. April 24th, 1797. 37. November 3rd, 1799. 31. October 25th, 1791. 35. December 7th, 1796. MMXV. Ibid. 35. December 15th, 1796. 36. March 27th, 1798. 32. August 26th, 1792. IMSV. Ibid. First inaugural address. Final remarks to Congress. In light of this extensive, expansive, and heartfelt belief in Providence, Flexner's claim that Washington owed the providential language to his speechwriters is simply ludicrous. Washington used his doctrine of Providence throughout his life. His dramatic experiences of providential care were expressed in his many private letters, as well as in his public speeches that were prepared for him. Mix Setsin. Ibid. Vol. 3. June 18th, 1775. Mix Setsin. Ibid. Vol. 3. June 23rd, 1775. MMX Sykes. Ibid. Vol. Dreisig. July 20th, 1788. MMXX Sparks. The Writings of George Washington. Vol. 3. P. 341. MXXI. WGW. Vol. 4. March 31st, 1776 to John Augustine. MMXID. Ibid. Vol. 8. July 4th, 1777. MMX 3rd. Ibid. Vol. 9. October 19th, 1777. MXXI. Ibid. Vol. 9. October 27th, 1777. MMXXB. Ibid. Vol. 35. 1796. MMXXVs. Ibid. Vol. 26. June 8th, 1783. MX Setand Ibid, Vol. 27, June 11, 1783, MMX 8, Ibid, Vol. 29, June 19, 1788, MMXX WGW, Vol. 10, January 29, 1778, to the Committee of Congress, MMXX Jackson 2 Hig, Diaries of George Washington, search April 3, 1768, MXI, Ibid, May 29, 1768. MMXXX Alon, 1662 Book of Common Prayer, MMXII, WGW, Vol. L. 29, April 28, 1788, MXXS Ibid, Vol. 11, March 1, 1778, MMXX Ibid, Vol. 35, March 30, 1796, MMX's Ibid, Vol. 36, February 27, 1798, MMX Setand, Ibid, Vol. 36, August 15, 1798, MMX669, Barnum Lansing Collins, President Witherspoon, New York, Arno Press in the New York Times, 1969, I, 197-98, MXXIX, WGW Vol. 26, Circular to the States, MXL Schaff, Creeds of Christendom Vol. 3p 488, MMXI WGW Vol. 30, Thanksgiving Proclamation, MXLI, Ibid, Vol. 34, 6th Annual Address to Congress, MXLI, Ibid, Vol. 35, March 3, 1797, Mensliv, Ibid, Vol. 30, Proposed Address to Congress. Paul Boller co-wrote a book in 1989 entitled, They Never Said It, and there he included this, quote, The facts of this, it is true that Washington did not use this lengthy speech that he had written. He may have used various sources along with his own text to compose it, but it is undeniable that he wrote it in his own hand, and the text is in the Washington papers. Thus, it is truly his writing. For him to have anticipated using it for his speech, shows that it was well within his personal understanding of what he believed. So he may never said it, but he in fact wrote it, which is all that matters for our purposes. Thus the fact that Joseph J. Ellis refers to this proposed speech, but he does not include the text, does not minimize or negate the force of these words that Washington wrote and contemplated sending to Congress. MMXLV. WGW, Vol. L. 29, April 25, 1788, Mensel v. Ibid, Vol. 26, Circular to the States, Mengsel v. Ibid, Vol. 7, January 22, 1777, Mengsel v. Ibid, Vol. 12, August 20, 1778, MM Slix, Ibid, Vol. 35, November 28, 1796, MML, Ibid, Vol. 36, July 25, 1798, MMLI Roadhamel, George Washington, Writings, p. 944, MLII WGW, Vol. 10, January 29, 1778, to the Committee of Congress, MEI, see Chapter 30. For instance, Christmas in 1769 fell on Monday. Washington's diary entry for Christmas Sunday, December 24, says, went to prayers, and dined afterwards at Colo. Lewis, M.M. Olive. Here are the scripture passages George Washington and the other worshippers heard during the Christmas service. These passages come from the Anglican Church's Book of Common Prayer 1662, the Nativity of our Lord, or the birthday of Christ, commonly called Christmas Day. The Epistle, A.D. 1:1, God, who at sundry times and in divers manners spake in time past unto the fathers by the prophets, hath in these last days spoken unto us by his Son, whom he hath appointed heir of all things, by whom also he made the worlds, who being the brightness of his glory, and the express image of his person, and upholding all things by the word of his power, when he had by himself purged our sins, sat down on the right hand of the Majesty on high, being made so much better than the angels, as he hath by inheritance obtained a more excellent name than they. For unto which of the angels said he at any time, Thou art my son, this day have I begotten thee, and again, I will be to him a father, and he shall be to me a son, and again, when he bringeth in the first begotten into the world, he saith, And let all the angels of God worship him. And of the angels he saith, Who maketh his angels spirits, and his ministers a flame of fire. But unto the Son he saith, Thy throne, O God, is for ever and ever, a scepter of righteousness is the scepter of thy kingdom. Thou hast loved righteousness, and hated iniquity, therefore God, even thy God, hath anointed thee with the oil of gladness above thy fellows. And, thou, Lord, in the beginning hast laid the foundation of the earth, and the heavens are the works of thine hands. They shall perish, but thou remainest, and they all shall wax old as doth a garment, and as a vesture shalt thou fold them up, and they shall be changed, but thou art the same, and thy years shall not fail. The Gospel, St. John 1:1. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. The same was in the beginning with God. All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made. In him was life, and the life was the light of men. And the light shineth in darkness, and the darkness comprehended it not. There was a man sent from God, whose name was John. The same came for a witness, to bear witness of the light, that all men through him might believe. He was not that light, but was sent to bear witness of that light. That was the true light, which lighteth every man that cometh into the world. He was in the world, and the world was made by him, and the world knew him not. He came unto his own, and his own received him not. But as many as received him, to them gave he power to become the sons of God, even to them that believe on his name, which were born, not of blood, nor of the will of the flesh, nor of the will of man, but of God. And the Word was made flesh, and dwelt among us. And we beheld his glory, the glory as of the only begotten of the Father, full of grace and truth. Emily Jackson, 2 Hig, Diaries of George Washington, December 25, 1770. MMLVI, one of Washington's important victories, i.e. important for morale, was the Battle of Trenton, fought on Christmas Day 1776. Mill v. Rodehamel, George Washington, Writings, p. 526. MLVII WGW Vol. 35, December 19, 1796. MMLX Ibid, Vol. 37, January 20th, 1799. MMLX Ibid, Vol. 37, April 25th, 1799. MX. See the chapters on Did Washington Avoid the Name of Jesus Christ, Washington and the Bible, and the appendix of Washington's Biblical Allusions. MXI, the Book of Common Prayer. MXEI Jackson, 2 Hig, Diaries of George Washington, 1768. Easter fell on April 3, MMLXIV GWP, Series 1A, George Washington, School Copybook, Volume 1, 1745 images, 50-54. MMLXY WGW 4L. 17 General Orders, November 27, 1779. MMLXV Jackson, 2 Hig, Diaries of George Washington, June 2, 1754. MMLXV Book of Common Prayer. MMLXV. Norman Cousins, In God We Trust, The Religious Beliefs and Ideas of the American Founding Fathers, N.Y., Harper & Brothers, 1958, p. 60. MMLX6 Sparks, The Writings of George Washington, Vol. I, p. 36. MMXX. We considered these in the previous chapter. MMLXI Schaff, Creeds of Christendom, Vol. 3p. 486. ML Xayat. Roadhamel, George Washington, Writings, P 582, MMLXIIWW Vol. 17 November 27, 1779. MMLXXI Fee Jackson, 2 Hig, Diaries of George Washington, November 11, 1751. MLXXA, L Bid, 11 to 17. MMLXX. Descriptions of Washington would not overlook the fact that he was a smallpox survivor. I would not mention to you the person of this excellent man, were I not convinced that it bears great analogy to the qualifications of his mind. General Washington is now in the 47th year of his age. He is a tall, well-made man, rather large-boned, and has a tolerably genteel address. His features are manly and bold, his eyes of a bluish cast and very lively, his hair a deep brown, his face rather long and marked with the smallpox, his complexion sunburnt and without much colour, and his countenance sensible, composed and thoughtful. There is a remarkable air of dignity about him, with a striking degree of gracefulness. He has an excellent understanding without much quickness, is strictly just, vigilant and generous, an affectionate husband, a faithful friend, a father to the deserving soldier, gentle in his manners, in temper rather reserved, a total stranger to religious prejudices, which have so often excited Christians of one denomination to cut the throats of those of another. In his morals, irreproachable. He was never known to exceed the bounds of the most rigid temperance. In a word, all his friends and acquaintance universally allow that no man ever united in his own person a more perfect alliance of the virtues of a philosopher with the talents of a general. W. S. Baker. Character. Portraits of George Washington, Philadelphia. Robert M. Lindsay, 1887. P12 John Bell. MMLX IJ. WGW Vol. 6. December 20th, 1776. MMX Sets Ibid. Vol. 5. June 13th, 1776. MMXX 1660 Book of Common Prayer. M. Expoller. George Washington and Religion. P. 181. MMLXI Roadhamel. George Washington. Writings. P. 351. MMLXXI WGW Vol. 35. June 4th, 1797. MMLXISI. See the chapter George Washington and Communion. MMLXI F. Johnson. George Washington the Christian. P. 59. MMLXXV. Roadhamel. George Washington. Writings. P. 733. MMLXXI. WGW Vol. 29 February 11th, 1788. MMLXC 2nd. But Providence, for purposes beyond the reach of mortal scan, has suffered the restless and malignant passions of man, the ambitious and sordid views of those who direct them, to keep the affairs of this world in a continual state of disquietude, and will, it is to be feared, place the prospects of peace too far off, and the promised millennium at an awful distance from our day. If this maxim, meddling as little as possible in their affairs where our own are not involved, was generally adopted, wars would cease, and our swords would soon be converted into reap hooks, and our harvests be more abundant, peaceful and happy. 'Tis wonderful it should be otherwise, and the earth should be moistened with human gore, instead of the refreshing streams WCH. The shedders of it might become instruments to lead over its plains, to delight and render profitable our labours. But alas, the millennium will not, I fear, appear in our days. MMLX Sykes, Roadhamel, George Washington, Writings, P. 693. MMXC, see the appendix of Washington's Biblical Allusions. MMXCI WGW, Vol. 3, June 20th, 1773. To Burwell Bassett. MXCII WGW, Vol. 17, November 27th, 1779. General Orders. MXCII Joseph J. Ellis, His Excellency, George Washington, New York, Alfred A. Knopf, 2004, 7. In general, he talks about Parson Weems's fabrications. Ellis, His Excellency, P. She. MMXIV provided the daily sacrifice prayers in full as an appendix. MMXCV Washington wrote to John Sullivan. December 15th, 1779. A slender acquaintance with the world must convince every man that actions, not words, are the true criterion of the attachment of his friends. He noted to Captain John Posey, September 24, 1767, it is works and not words that people will judge from, and where one man deceives another from time to time, his word being disregarded, all confidence is lost. He penned to Henry Lee a similar observation, February 13, 1789, for I hold it necessary that one should not only be conscious of the purest intentions, but that one should also have it in his power to demonstrate the disinterestedness of his words and actions at all times, and upon all occasions. He noted to William Heath, May 20th, 1797, there will always be found a wide difference between the words and actions of any of them, the European powers. And one final example should cement the point that deeds were more important to Washington than mere words. He noted to John Trumbull, June 25, 1799, the words and actions of the governing powers of that nation, France, cannot be reconciled. MMXCVI. George Washington, 1763. George Washington letter to Robert Stewart, April 27, 1763. John Roderhamel, ed. George Washington, Writings, New York, The Library of America, 1997, 108th. MMXCVII. George Washington, Speech to the Delaware Indian Chiefs, May 12, 1779. John Roderhamel, ed. George Washington, Writings, New York, The Library of America, 1997, 351st. MMXCVI, WGW, Vol. 29, May 2, 1788. MXX Slaughter, The History of Truro Parish, p. 34. MMC Schaff's Creeds of Christendom, Vol. 3, p. 494. MMCI Book of Common Prayer, Oxford, Thomas Baskett, 1751. MMCII, Online Book of Common Prayer, 1662. MMCII. See Chapter 14, Note 5. MMCI, John Roderhamel, ed. George Washington, Writings, New York, The Library of America, 1997, 279th. MMCV, WGW, VOL 33, December 23, 1793. MMCV Ibid, Vol 3, September 14, 1775. MMCV Fitzpatrick, The Writings of George Washington, Vol 5, pp. 244 to 245. MMCV WGW, Vol 14, April 12, 1779. MMC Expense and J. Lossing, The Pictorial Field Book of the Revolution, 1886, Vol 2, p. 140. MMCX WGW, Vol 12, September 6, 1778. MMCXI Roadhamel, George Washington Writings, p. 526. MMCXI WGW, Vol L 30, October 23, 1789. MMC3 Ibid, Vol 34, December 24, 1795. To Dr. James Anderson, MMC Exiv Ibid, Vol 34, December 24, 1795. To Dr. James Anderson, MMC XV Ibid, Vol 17, November 27, 1779. General Orders. Whereas it becomes us humbly to approach the throne of Almighty God, with gratitude and praise for the wonders which His goodness has wrought in conducting our forefathers to this Western world, for His protection to them and to their posterity amid difficulties and dangers, for raising us, their children, from deep distress to be numbered among the nations of the earth, and for our calming the hands of just and mighty princes in our deliverance, and especially for that he hath been pleased to grant us the enjoyment of health, and so to order the revolving seasons, that the earth hath produced her increase in abundance, blessing the labours of the husbandman, and spreading plenty through the land, that he hath prospered our arms and those of our ally, been a shield to our troops in the hour of danger, pointed their swords to victory, and led them in triumph over the bulwarks of the foe, that he hath gone with those who went out into the wilderness against the savage tribes, that he hath stayed the hand of the spoiler, and turned back his meditated destruction, that he hath prospered our commerce, and given success to those who sought the enemy on the face of the deep, and above all, that he hath diffused the glorious light of the gospel, whereby through the merits of our gracious Redeemer we may become the heirs of his eternal glory. Therefore resolved, that it be recommended to the several states to appoint Thursday, the 9th of December, next, to be a day of public and solemn thanksgiving to Almighty God for his mercies, and of prayer for the continuance of his favour and protection to these United States. 2. Beseech him that he would be graciously pleased to influence our public councils, and bless them with wisdom from on high, with unanimity, firmness, and success, that he would go forth with our hosts, and crown our arms with victory, that he would grant to his church the plentiful effusions of divine grace, and pour out his Holy Spirit on all ministers of the gospel, that he would bless and prosper the means of education, and spread the light of Christian knowledge through the remotest corners of the earth, that he would smile upon the labours of his people, and cause the earth to bring forth her fruits in abundance, that we may with gratitude and gladness enjoy them, that he would take into his holy protection our illustrious ally, give him victory over his enemies, and render him signally great, as the father of his people, and the protector of the rights of mankind, that he would graciously be pleased to turn the hearts of our enemies, and to dispense the blessings of peace to contending nations, that he would in mercy look down upon us, pardon our sins, and receive us into his favour, and finally, that he would establish the independence of these United States, upon the basis of religion and virtue, and support and protect them in the enjoyment of peace, liberty, and safety. Ibid. Vol. 28, June 30th, 1785. To the Countess of Huntingdon. My lady, in the last letter which I had the honour to write to you, I informed your ladyship of the communication I had made to the President of Congress of your wishes to obtain lands in the Western Territory for a number of emigrants as a means of civilizing the savages, and propagating the gospel among them. Ibid. Vol. 29, May 2nd, 1788. To Reverend John Etfine. Reverend Sir, I have received your obliging letter of the 28th of March, enclosing a copy of some remarks on the customs, languages, A&C, of the Indians, and a printed pamphlet containing the stated rules of a society for propagating the gospel among the heathen, for which tokens of polite attention and kind remembrance I must beg you to accept my best thanks. So far as I am capable of judging, the principles upon which the society is founded, and the rules laid down for its government, appear to be well calculated to promote so laudable and arduous an undertaking, and you will permit me to add that if an event so long and so earnestly desired as that of converting the Indians to Christianity, and consequently to civilization, can be effected, the Society of Bethlehem bids fair to bear a very considerable part in it. Ibid. Vol. 30, July 6th, 1789. To the Society of United Brethren for propagating the gospel. WGW. Note. On July 10th, an address from the directors of the Society of United Brethren for propagating the gospel among the heathen was sent to the President from Bethlehem, PA. One paragraph of the reply stated, in proportion as the general government of the United States shall acquire strength by duration, it is probable they may have it in their power to extend a salutary influence to the aborigines in the extremities of their territory. In the meantime, it will be a desirable thing for the protection of the Union to cooperate, as far as circumstances may conveniently admit, with the disinterested endeavours of your society to civilize and Christianize the savages of the wilderness. Ibid. Vol. 30, October 23rd, 1789. To the First Presbytery of the Eastward, I am persuaded you will permit me to observe that the path of true piety is so plain as to require but little political direction. To this consideration we ought to ascribe the absence of any regulation respecting religion from the Magna Charta of our country. To the guidance of the ministers of the gospel this important object is perhaps more properly committed. It will be your care to instruct the ignorant, and to reclaim the devious, and, in the progress of morality and science, to which our government will give every furtherance, we may confidently expect the advancement of true religion, and the completion of our happiness. Ibid. Vol. 37, August 28, 1762. To Burwell Bassett. Dear Sir, I was favoured with your epistle wrote on a certain 25th of July when you ought to have been at church praying, as becomes every good Christian man who has as much to answer for as you have. Strange it is that you will be so blind to truth that the enlightening sounds of the gospel cannot reach your ear, nor no examples awaken you to a sense of goodness, could you but behold with what religious zeal I hie me to church on every Lord's Day. It would do your heart good, and fill it I hope with equal fervency. MCXV. Ibid. Vol. 26, June 8, 1783. Circular to the States. MC6 Sit. Ibid. Vol. 5, May 12, 1779. Speech to the Delaware Chiefs. MM6 Seat. Ibid. Vol. 34 to 1789. Proposed speech to Congress. MMCX6. Ibid. Vol. 24, June 28, 1782. To ministers of the Reformed Dutch Church. MMCXX. Ibid. Vol. 3, September 14, 1775. To Benedict Arnold. MCXI. Ibid. Vol. 29, April 25, 1788. To Marquis de Chastellux. MN6. Ibid. Vol. 26, 6 to 8, 1783. Circular to the States. MC 3rd. Ibid. Vol. June 20, 1st, 1792. To Gouverneur Morris. MCX Av. Some 25 times, Washington will refer in his writings to my soul, and thereby gives us a look into his inner life. For example, Ibid. Vol. 1, 5 to 29, minus 1754. To Robert Dinwiddie. For I assure you, honourable sir, nothing is a greater stranger to my breast, or a sin that my soul abhors than that black and detestable one ingratitude. Ibid. Vol. February 4, 1763. To Robert Stewart. But alas, to shew my inability in this respect, I enclose you a copy of Mr. Carey's last act. Curt, against me, which upon my honour and the faith of a Christian is a true one, and transmitted to me with the additional aggravation of a hint at the largeness of it. Messrs. Hanburys have, also, a Bawley against me, and I have no other correspondents in England with whom I deal, unless it be with a namesake for trifles such as clothes, and for these I do not know whether the Bala is for or against me. This upon my soul is a genuine act. Of my affairs in England here, Ibid. Vol. July 4, 1777. To Landon Carter. Your friendly and affectionate wishes for my health and success has a claim to my most grateful acknowledgments. That the God of armies may incline the hearts of my American brethren to support, and bestow sufficient abilities on me to bring the present contest to a speedy and happy conclusion, thereby enabling me to sink into sweet retirement, and the full enjoyment of that peace and happiness which will accompany a domestic life, is the first wish and most fervent prayer of my soul. MMCXXV. WGW. Vol. L. 26, June 8, 1783. Circular to the States. MCXV. Ibid. Vol. February 29, 1788. To Benjamin Lincoln. MCX Assistant. Ibid. Vol. 30, 11 to 3, 1789. Thanksgiving Proclamation. MCXV. Ibid. Vol. March 3, 1797. To the clergy of Philadelphia. MMCXX. Ibid. Vol. January 26, 1783. To Major General John Armstrong. MMCXX. GWP Series 1A. George Washington. Forms of writing, and the rules of civility and decent behavior in company and conversation, and T1747, image 25 of 36, may be found online at www.lac.gov, MMCXXI, WGW, VOL6, December 25, 1776, to Robert Morris, MM6 Ibid, Vol. 23, 12 to 24, minus 1781, to Major General William Heath, M6 Ibid, Vol. August 28, 1762, to Burwell Bassett, M6 Ibid, Vol. November 17, 1779, General Orders, MMCXXXV, image 9. In George Washington Papers of the Library of Congress, 1741 to 1799, Series 1A, George Washington, Forms of Writing, and the Rules of Civility and Decent Behavior in Company and Conversation, Auntie 1747, MMCXEVI WGW Vol. 30 November 23, 1789, MC, Second, Ibid, Vol. November 13, 1778, to Reverend Alexander McWhorter, MCXXV Ibid, Vol. November 30, 1789, MCX6 Ibid, Vol. June 28, 1785, to the Countess of Huntingdon, MMCXL Ibid, Vol. 28, January 25, 1785, to James J. Memsixli Ibid, Vol. March 7, 1775, Vol. 3, General Orders. The Continental Congress having earnestly recommended that Thursday next the 20th instant be observed by the inhabitants of all the English colonies upon this continent as a day of public humiliation, fasting and prayer, that they may with united hearts and voice unfeignedly confess their sins before God, and supplicate the all-wise and merciful disposer of events to avert the desolation and calamities of an unnatural war. Ibid, Vol. 4, 3 to 6, 1776. General Orders. Thursday the 7th instant, being set apart by the Honourable the Legislature of this province as a day of fasting, prayer and humiliation, to implore the Lord and Giver of all victory to pardon our manifold sins and wickednesses, and that it would please him to bless the continental arms with his divine favour and protection. Ibid, Vol. 5, May 15, 1776. General Orders. The Continental Congress having ordered Friday the 17th instant to be observed as a day of fasting, humiliation and prayer, humbly to supplicate the mercy of Almighty God, that it would please him to pardon all our manifold sins and transgressions, and to prosper the arms of the United Colonies, and finally, establish the peace and freedom of America upon a solid and lasting foundation. Ibid, Vol. October 11th, 1777. General Orders. It is therefore recommended by Congress that Thursday the 18th day of December next be set apart for solemn thanksgiving and praise, that at one time, and with one voice, the good people may express the grateful feelings of their hearts, and consecrate themselves to the service of their divine benefactor, and that, together with their sincere acknowledgments and offerings, they may join the penitent confession of their sins, and supplications for such further blessings as they stand in need of. The chaplains will properly notice this recommendation, that the day of thanksgiving may be duly observed in the army, agreeably to the intentions of Congress. Ibid, Vol. April 14th, 1779. General Orders. The Honourable the Congress having recommended it to the United States to set apart Thursday the 6th day of May next to be observed as a day of fasting, humiliation and prayer, to acknowledge the gracious interpositions of Providence, to deprecate deserved punishment for our sins and ingratitude, to unitedly implore the protection of heaven, success to our arms and the arms of our ally. The Commander-in-Chief enjoins a religious observance of said day and directs the chaplains to prepare discourses proper for the occasion, strictly forbidding all recreations and unnecessary labour. Ibid, Vol. November 17th, 1779. General Orders. Resolved, that it be recommended to the several states to appoint Thursday the 9th of December next to be a day of public and solemn thanksgiving to Almighty God for his mercies, and of prayer for the continuance of his favour and protection to these United States, and to dispense the blessings of peace to contending nations, that he would in mercy look down upon us, pardon our sins and receive us into his favour, and finally, that he would establish the independence of these United States upon the basis of religion and virtue, and support and protect them in the enjoyment of peace, liberty and safety. Ibid, Vol. 25, December 18th, 1782, to Bartholomew Dandridge. For be assured, sir, that a man so devoid of principle as he is to be guilty, not only of the barefaced frauds with which he is accused, but the abominable sin of ingratitude will neglect no opportunity of converting to his own use, when he can do it with impunity, every species of property that is committed to his care, and will do it the more readily after his reputation will have suffered, than before. The most hardened villain, although he sins without remorse, wishes to cloak his iniquity, if possible, under specious appearances, but when character is no more, he bids defiance to the opinions of mankind, and is under no other restraint than that of the law, and the punishments it inflicts. Posey, I am persuaded, will be no exception to this rule, and that the sooner the estate can be taken out of his hands the less it will suffer, as it cannot be in worse. Ibid, Vol. 1, 5 to 29, minus 1754. To Robert Dinwiddie. I am much concerned that your honour should seem to charge me with ingratitude for your generous and my undeserved favours, for I assure you, honourable sir, nothing is a greater stranger to my breast, or a sin that my soul abhors, than that black and detestable one ingratitude. Ibid, Vol. 31, 6 to 1917-91. To Tobias Lear. I shall communicate the same sentiments to those who are with me, that if they do sin, it shall be with their eyes open, and under a knowledge of the consequences. Ibid, Vol. June 25th, 1782. To Bartholomew Dandridge. The abominable sin of ingratitude will neglect no opportunity of converting to his own use when he can do it with impunity every species of property that is committed to his care, and will do it the more readily after his reputation will have suffered than before. The most hardened villain, although he sins without remorse, wishes to cloak his iniquity, if possible, under specious appearances, but when character is no more, he bids defiance to the opinions of mankind, and is under no other restraint than that of the law, and the punishments it inflicts. MXE Ibid, Vol. June 24th, 1782. To Brig. General Jacob Bailey. I can only advise you to attend very critically to the movements of the enemy on your borders, and to the internal machinations of evil men and emissaries who may be sent among you, or be contained in your own bosoms, and to counteract them by every means in your power, and at the same time to keep the exertions of the people active and alert, and always prepared for speedy action, in case of an appearance of the enemy on your frontiers. Maxley Ibid, Val. May 7th, 1776. Lord Howe is arrived, he and the General. His brother are appointed commissioners to dispense pardons to repenting sinners. Ibid, Vol. December 28th, 1785. I never should have thought of this mode of punishment, had I not viewed the defendants as willful and obstinate sinners, persevering after timely and repeated admonition, in a design to injure me. Shixliv, Ibid, Vol. 10, January 29th, 1778. To the Committee of Congress. It is vain to exclaim against the depravity of human nature. The experience of every age and nation has proved it. No institution, not built on the presumptive truth of these maxims, can succeed. MMC MCXLV, Ibid, Vol. March 14th, 1779. To James Warren. Our conflict is not likely to cease so soon as every good man would wish. The measure of iniquity is not yet filled, and unless we can return a little more to first principles, and act a little more upon patriotic ground, I do not know when it will, or what may be the issue of the contest. Ibid. Vol. June 30th, 1788. To Charles Cotesworth Pinckney. After New York shall have acted, then only one little state will remain. Suffice it to say, it is universally believed that the scales are ready to drop from the eyes and the infatuation to be removed from the heart of Rhode Island. May this be the case before that inconsiderate people shall have filled up the measure of iniquity, before it shall be too late. M. Sylvie Ibid, Vol. 10. January 29th, 1778. It is vain to exclaim against the depravity of human nature on this account. The fact is so, the experience of every age and nation has proved it, and we must in a great measure. Ibid, Vol. 3. May 5th, 1772. To Thomas Johnson, I cannot help adding that his principles have been loose, whether from a natural depravity or distressed circumstances. I shall not undertake to determine, change the constitution of man before we can make it otherwise. No institution, not built on the presumptive truth of these maxims, can succeed. Ibid, Vol. 10, 1 to 291,778. To the Committee of Congress, a small knowledge of human nature will convince us that, with far the greatest part of mankind, interest is the governing principle, and that almost every man is more or less under its influence. Motives of public virtue may for a time, or in particular instances, actuate men to the observance of a conduct purely disinterested, but they are not of themselves sufficient to produce a persevering conformity to the refined dictates and obligations of social duty. Few men are capable of making a continual sacrifice of all views of private interest, or advantage, to the common good. It is vain to exclaim against the depravity of human nature on this account. The fact is so, the experience of every age and nation has proved it, and we must in a great measure change the constitution of man before we can make it otherwise. No institution, not built on the presumptive truth of these maxims, can succeed. Ibid, Vol. May 15th, 1779. To Lieutenant Colonel Nicholas Rogers. Difficult as it is to strike a likeness on so small a scale, it is the opinion of many that you have not failed in the present attempt. The dress is not less pleasing for, being a copy of antiquity. It would be happy for us, if in these days of depravity, the imitation of our ancestors were extensively adopted, their virtues W.D. not hurt us. Ibid, Vol. March 26th, 1783. To the Secretary for Foreign Affairs, by hook or by crook, they are certain of acquittal. In truth, I am quite discouraged, and have scarce anything left but lamentation for the want of virtue and depravity of my countrymen. Ibid, Vol. November 29th, 1786. To Bushrod Washington. It was to these things that we owe the present depravity of the minds of so many people of this country, and filled it with so many knaves and designing characters. Ibid, Vol. 34 to 1789. Proposed address to Congress. The blessed religion revealed in the Word of God will remain an eternal and awful monument, to prove that the best institutions may be abused by human depravity, and that they may even, in some instances, be made subservient to the vilest of purposes. Should hereafter those who are entrusted with the management of this government, incited by the lust of power, and prompted by the supineness or venality of their constituents, overleap the known barriers of this constitution and violate the unalienable rights of humanity, it will only serve to shew that no compact among men, however provident in its construction and sacred in its ratification, can be pronounced everlasting and inviolable, and if I may so express myself, that no wall of words, that no mound of parchment, can be so formed as to stand against the sweeping torrent of boundless ambition on the one side, aided by the sapping current of corrupted morals on the other. Ibid, Vol. April 29th, 1788. To Marquis de Lafayette, as for instance, on the ineligibility of the same person for president, after he should have served a certain course of years, guarded so effectually as the proposed constitution is, in respect to the prevention of bribery and undue influence in the choice of president, I confess I differ widely myself from Mr. Jefferson and you, as to the necessity or expediency of rotation in that appointment. The matter was fairly discussed in the convention, and to my full convictions, though I cannot have time or room to sum up the argument in this letter, there cannot, in my judgment, be the least danger that the president will by any practicable intrigue ever be able to continue himself one moment in office, much less perpetuate himself in it, but in the last stage of corrupted morals and political depravity, and even then there is as much danger that any other species of domination would prevail. Though, when a people shall have become incapable of governing themselves and fit for a master, it is of little consequence from what quarter he comes. Under an extended view of this part of the subject, I can see no propriety in precluding ourselves from the services of any man, who on some great emergency shall be deemed universally most capable of serving the public. Ibid, Vol. 29, December 16th, 1786. To James Madison. These and such like things, in my humble opinion, are extremely hurtful, and are among the principal causes that present depravity and corruption without accomplishing the object in view, for it is not the shadow, but the substance with which taxes must be paid if we mean to be honest, with sentiments of sincere esteem, etc. Ibid, Vol. December 29th, 1786. To Henry Knox. I feel, my dear General Knox, infinitely more than I can express to you, for the disorders which have arisen in these states. Good God, who besides a Tory could have foreseen, or a Briton predicted them? Were these people wiser than others, or did they judge of us from the corruption and depravity of their own hearts? The latter I am persuaded was the case, and that notwithstanding the boasted virtue of America, we are far gone in everything ignoble and bad. Imselvit Ibid, Vol. 13, December 17, 1778. I see so many instances of the rascality of mankind, that I am almost out of conceit of my own species, and am convinced that the only way to make men honest, is to prevent their being otherwise, by tying them firmly to the accomplishment of their contracts. Imselvit Ibid, Vol. 24, 8-7, 1782. To John Price Posey. If what I have heard, or the half of it be true, you must not only be lost to the feelings of virtue, honour and common honesty, but you must have suffered an unwarrantable thirst of gain, to lead you into errors which are so pregnant with folly and indiscretion, as to render you a mark for every man's arrow to level at. Can you suppose, sir, that a manager can dissipate his employer's estate with impunity? That there are not laws in every free country by which justice is to be obtained? Or that the heirs of Mr. Custis will not find friends who will pursue you to the end of the earth in order to come at it? If you do, you're proceeding upon exceedingly mistaken principles. But for a moment only let us suppose that you have taken the advantage of an unsuspecting friend, for such I am sure Mr. Custis was to you, and that you have acted so covertly as to elude the law. Do you believe that in the hours of cool reflection, in the moment perhaps when you shall find that ill-gotten pelf can no longer avail you, that your conscience will not smite you severely for such complicated iniquity as arises not only from acts of injustice, but the horrors of ingratitude, in abusing the confidence of a man who supposed you incapable of deceiving him, and who was willing, and I believe did, in a great degree, commit his whole property to your care? But this, by the by, I do not mean to put this matter upon the footing of conscience. Conscience must have been kicked out of doors before you could have proceeded to the length of selling another man's negroes for your own emolument, and this too after having applied the greatest part, or the whole of the profits of his estate to your own benefit. Conscience again seldom comes to a man's aid while he is in the zenith of health, and revelling in pomp and luxury upon ill-gotten spoils. It is generally the last act of his life, and comes too late to be of much service to others here, or to himself hereafter. M. Exlix Ibid, Vol. 35, December 19, 1796. To George Washington Parke Custis. MMCL Ibid, Vol. 4. Answer to an address from the Massachusetts legislature. May that being, who is powerful to save, and in whose hands is the fate of nations, look down with an eye of tender pity and compassion upon the whole of the United Colonies. May he continue to smile upon their councils and arms, and crown them with success, whilst employed in the cause of virtue and mankind. May this distressed colony and its capital, and every part of this wide extended continent, through his divine favour, be restored to more than their former lustre and once happy state, and have peace, liberty, and safety secured upon a solid, permanent, and lasting foundation. MMC E.I. Ibid, Vol. July 31st, 1791. To Marquis de Lafayette, Imicli Ibid, Vol. 33, November 6, 1793. To the trustees of the Public School of Germantown, Imicli Ibid, Vol. December 7th, 1796. 8th Annual Address to Congress. MMC Live PGW, 2, 179 to 181. To the Lutheran Church, PGW, 2, 411 to 412. To the Methodist Bishops, MMCLV, WGW, Vol. 17, November 27th, 1779. General orders, and above all, that he hath diffused the glorious light of the gospel, whereby, through the merits of our gracious Redeemer, we may become the heirs of his eternal glory. Therefore, resolved, that it be recommended to the several states to appoint Thursday, the 9th of December next, to be a day of public and solemn thanksgiving to Almighty God for his mercies, and of prayer for the continuance of his favour and protection to these United States, to beseech him that he would be graciously pleased to influence our public councils and bless them with wisdom from on high, with unanimity, firmness, and success, that he would graciously be pleased to turn the hearts of our enemies, and to dispense the blessings of peace to contending nations, that he would in mercy look down upon us, pardon our sins, and receive us into his favour, and finally, that he would establish the independence of these United States upon the basis of religion and virtue, and support and protect them in the enjoyment of peace, liberty, and safety. Ibid, Vol. 4, November 18th, 1775. General orders, a day of public thanksgiving to offer up our praises and prayers to Almighty God, the source and benevolent bestower of all good, that he would be pleased graciously to continue to smile upon our endeavours, to restore peace, preserve our rights and privileges to the latest posterity. Ibid, Vol. May 6, 1776. To Brig. General John Sullivan, and wishing you and your brothers, under the direction of a gracious providence, to lead your army to conquest and victory. Ibid, Vol. 5, July 10th, 1776. It behoves us to adopt such, as under the smiles of a gracious and all-kind providence, will be most likely to promote our happiness. Ibid, Vol. July 4th, 1777. All agree our claims are righteous and must be supported, yet all, or at least too great a part among us, withhold the means, as if Providence, who has already done much for us, would continue his gracious interposition and work miracles for our deliverance, without troubling ourselves about the matter. Ibid, Vol. 11, March 1st, 1778. To Brian Fairfax. The determinations of Providence are always wise, often inscrutable, and though its decrees appear to bear hard upon us at times, is nevertheless meant for gracious purposes. In this light I cannot help viewing your late disappointment. Ibid, Vol. April 12th, 1779. General orders. A day of fasting, humiliation, and prayer, to acknowledge the gracious interpositions of Providence, to deprecate deserved punishment for our sins and ingratitude. Ibid, Vol. January 26th, 1783. To Major General John Armstrong, I offer you the compliments of the season, and wish you may possess health and spirits to enjoy, after we shall have seated ourselves, under our own vines and fig trees, if it is the gracious will of Providence to permit it, the return of many happy years. Ibid, Vol. 26, 6 to 8, 1783. Circular to the States. I now make it my earnest prayer, that God would have you, and the state over which you preside, in his holy protection, that he would most graciously be pleased to dispose us all to do justice, to love mercy, and to demean ourselves with that charity, humility, and pacific temper of mind, which were the characteristics of the divine author of our blessed religion. Ibid, Vol. November 27th, 1783. To ministers of the Dutch Reformed churches, having shared in common the hardships and dangers of the war with my virtuous fellow citizens in the field, as well as with those who on the lines have been immediately exposed to the arts and arms of the enemy, I feel the most lively sentiments of gratitude to that divine providence, which has graciously interposed for the protection of our civil and religious liberties. Ibid, Vol. 27, 12 to 6, 1783. To the Legislature of New Jersey. I am heartily disposed to join with you, gentlemen, in adoration to that all-wise and most gracious providence, which hath so conspicuously interposed in the direction of our public affairs, and the establishment of our national independence. Ibid, Vol. April 30th, 1789. To the Mayor of Alexandria. All that now remains for me, is to commit myself and you to the protection of that beneficent being, who, on a former occasion, has happily brought us together, after a long and distressing separation. Perhaps the same gracious providence will again indulge us with the same heartfelt felicity, but words, my fellow citizens, fail me, unutterable sensations must then be left to more expressive silence, while, from an aching heart, I bid you all, my affectionate friends and kind neighbours, farewell. Ibid, Vol. 30, January 8th, 1790. To secure the blessings which a gracious providence has placed within our reach, will in the course of the present important session, call for the cool and deliberate exertion of your patriotism, firmness, and wisdom. Ibid, Vol. 32, January 27th, 1793. To the new church in Baltimore. Your prayers for my present and future felicity are received with gratitude, and I sincerely wish, gentlemen, that you may in your social and individual capacities taste those blessings, which a gracious God bestows upon the righteous. Ibid, Vol. September 25th, 1794. Proclamation. Now therefore I, George Washington, President of the United States, in obedience to that high and irresistible duty, consigned to me by the Constitution, to take care that the laws be faithfully executed, deploring that the American name should be sullied by the outrages of citizens on their own government, commiserating such as remain obstinate from delusion, but resolved, in perfect reliance on that gracious providence which so signally displays its goodness towards this country, to reduce the refractory to a due subordination to the laws. Ibid, Vol. 34, 11 to 199, 1794. 6th Annual Address to Congress, fellow citizens of the Senate and of the House of Representatives, when we call to mind the gracious indulgence of heaven, by which the American people became a nation, when we survey the general prosperity of our country, and look forward to the riches, power, and happiness to which it seems destined, with the deepest regret do I announce to you, that during your recess, some of the citizens of the United States have been found capable of an insurrection. MMCLV Ibid, Vol. 3, July 26, 1775. General orders. The court-martial upon the prisoners pleading guilty and promising to behave obediently for the future, recommended him to the General's mercy, who is pleased to pardon the prisoner. Ibid, Vol. 4, March 6, 1776. General orders. Thursday the 7th instant, being set apart by the Honourable the Legislature of this province, as a day of fasting, prayer, and humiliation, to implore the Lord and Giver of all victory, to pardon our manifold sins and wickednesses, and that it would please him to bless the continental arms with his divine favour and protection. All officers and soldiers are strictly enjoined to pay all due reverence and attention on that day to the sacred duties due to the Lord of hosts, for his mercies already received, and for those blessings which our holiness and uprightness of life can alone encourage us to hope through his mercy to obtain. Ibid, Vol. 5, May May 15, 1776. The Continental Congress having ordered, Friday the 17th, instant to be observed as a day of fasting, humiliation and prayer, humbly to supplicate the mercy of Almighty God, that it would please him, to pardon all our manifold sins and transgressions, and to prosper the arms of the United Colonies, and finally, establish the peace and freedom of America upon a solid and lasting foundation. The General commands all officers and soldiers to pay strict obedience to the orders of the Continental Congress, and by their unfeigned and pious observance of their religious duties, incline the Lord and Giver of victory to prosper our arms. Ibid, Vol 9, August 10, 1777. From the representation made to me respecting Brown and Murphy, I then thought that it became necessary to execute one of them by way of example. But as you are of opinion that the necessity is in some degree removed, and from late discoveries, that there is a possibility of their not being guilty, you have my free consent to pardon them both, as it is my most sincere wish, that, whenever we are guilty of an error in matters of this nature, it may be on the side of mercy and forgiveness. Ibid, Vol 9, August 17, 1777. General orders. William Rickett, of the 12th, Pensilve, Battalion, charged with being asleep on his post when over prisoners, pleaded guilty, and begged for mercy, sentenced to receive 39 lashes on his bare back. Ibid, Vol 9, September 3, 1777. General orders. James Martin, of the 2nd, Pensilve, wrecked, charged with being drunk and asleep on his post while sentinel over prisoners, found guilty, and sentenced to receive 100 lashes on his bare back, and to have the hair from the front part of his head shaved off without soap, and tar and feathers substituted in the room of the hair. Henry Hargood, charged with desertion from the German regiment, found guilty, and sentenced to suffer death, but for the reasons mentioned by the court, they recommend him to the Commander-in-Chief's clemency and mercy. The Commander-in-Chief pardons the offender. Ibid, Vol 10, November 3, 1777. General orders, forasmuch as it is the indispensable duty of all men, to adore the superintending providence of Almighty God, to acknowledge with gratitude their obligations to him for benefits received, and to implore such further blessings as they stand in need of, and, it having pleased him in his abundant mercy, not only to continue to us the innumerable bounties of his common providence, but also, to smile upon us in the prosecution of a just and necessary war, for the defense of our unalienable rights and liberties. Ibid, Vol 11, April 12, 1778. General orders. The Honorable Congress having thought proper to recommend to the United States of America to set apart Wednesday the 22nd instant, to be observed as a day of fasting, humiliation and prayer, that at one time and with one voice the righteous dispensations of providence may be acknowledged, and his goodness and mercy toward us and our arms supplicated and implored. The General directs that this day also shall be religiously observed in the army, that no work be done thereon, and that the chaplains prepare discourses suitable to the occasion. Ibid, Vol, November 17, 1779. General orders. Whereas it becomes us humbly to approach the throne of Almighty God, with gratitude and praise for the wonders which his goodness has wrought in conducting our forefathers to this western world, for his protection to them and to their posterity amid difficulties and dangers, for raising us, their children, from deep distress to be numbered among the nations of the earth, and for arming the hands of just and mighty princes in our deliverance, and especially for that he hath been pleased to grant us the enjoyment of health, and so to order the revolving seasons, that the earth hath produced her increase in abundance, blessing the labours of the husbandman, and spreading plenty through the land, that he hath prospered our arms and those of our ally, been a shield to our troops in the hour of danger, pointed their swords to victory, and led them in triumph over the bulwarks of the foe, that he hath gone with those who went out into the wilderness against the savage tribes, that he hath stayed the hand of the spoiler, and turned back his meditated destruction, that he hath prospered our commerce, and given success to those who sought the enemy on the face of the deep, and of all, that he hath diffused the glorious light of the gospel, whereby through the merits of our gracious Redeemer, we may become the heirs of his eternal glory. Therefore resolved, that it be recommended to the several states, to appoint Thursday the 9th of December next, to be a day of public and solemn thanksgiving to Almighty God for his mercies, and of prayer for the continuance of his favour and protection to these United States, to beseech him that he would be graciously pleased to influence our public councils, and bless them with wisdom from on high, with unanimity, firmness, and success, that he would go forth with our hosts and crown our arms with victory, that he would grant to his church the plentiful effusions of divine grace, and pour out his Holy Spirit on all ministers of the gospel, that he would bless and prosper the means of education, and spread the light of Christian knowledge through the remotest corners of the earth, that he would smile upon the labours of his people, and cause the earth to bring forth her fruits in abundance, that we may with gratitude and gladness enjoy them, that he would take into his holy protection our illustrious ally, give him victory over his enemies, and render him signally great, as the father of his people and the protector of the rights of mankind, that he would graciously be pleased to turn the hearts of our enemies, and to dispense the blessings of peace to contending nations, that he would in mercy look down upon us, pardon our sins and receive us into his favour, and finally, that he would establish the independence of these United States upon the basis of religion and virtue, and support and protect them in the enjoyment of peace, liberty, and safety. Ibid, Vol, 26 June 8, 1783. I now make it my earnest prayer that God would have you, and the state over which you preside, in his holy protection, that he would incline the hearts of the citizens to cultivate a spirit of subordination and obedience to government, to entertain a brotherly affection and love for one another, for their fellow citizens of the United States at large, and particularly for their brethren who have served in the field, and finally, that he would most graciously be pleased to dispose us all, to do justice, to love mercy, and to demean ourselves with that charity, humility, and pacific temper of mind which were the characteristics of the divine author of our blessed religion, and without an humble imitation of whose example in these things, we can never hope to be a happy nation. Imculvia propitious means kind or gracious. Ibid, Vol, 11 May 5, 1778. General orders. It having pleased the almighty ruler of the universe propitiously to defend the cause of the United American States, and finally by raising us up a powerful friend among the princes of the earth to establish our liberty and independence uplasting foundations, it becomes us to set apart a day for gratefully acknowledging the divine goodness, and celebrating the important event which we owe to his benign interposition. Ibid, Vol, 27, 8-2, 1783. To John Gabriel Tegelar, may heaven, whose propitious smiles have hitherto watched over the freedom of your republic, still guard her liberties with the most sacred protection. And while I thus regard the welfare of your country at large, permit me to assure you that I shall feel a very particular desire that Providence may ever smile on your private happiness and domestic pleasures. Ibid, Vol, April 30th, 1789. The first inaugural address, since we ought to be no less persuaded that the propitious smiles of heaven can never be expected on a nation that disregards the eternal rules of order and right, which heaven itself has ordained, and since the preservation of the sacred fire of liberty and the destiny of the republican model of government are justly considered as deeply, perhaps as finally staked, on the experiment entrusted to the hands of the American people. MCLV, Ibid, Vol, August 29th, 1787. To Marquis de Lafayette, being no bigot myself to any mode of worship, I am disposed to indulge the professors of Christianity in the church, that road to heaven, which to them shall seem the most direct, plainest, easiest, and least liable to exception. Click's George Washington Papers of the Library of Congress, 1741 to 1799. Series 1A, George Washington, Forms of Writing, and the Rules of Civility and Decent Behavior in Company and Conversation, Ante 1747, Image 25 of 36. May be found online at www.luck.gov. MMCLX IBID, Vol. 30, 4 to 1789. Proposed Address to Congress, MMCXI IBID, Vol. April 23, 1799. To the Secretary of War, MMCLXI, see George Washington Papers at the Library of Congress, 1741 to 1799, Series 1A. George Washington, School Copybook, Volume 1, 1745 images 50-54, MMCLXII. The Collect for Easter Day in the 1662 Book of Common Prayer, MMCLXIV, WGW, VL. 26, March 12, 1783. To Alexander Hamilton, MMCLXV, IBID, Vol. August 2008, 1762. To Burwell Bassett, MMCXV IBID, Vol. 4, December 18, 1775. To Sir William Howe IBID, Vol. April 24, 1782. To Sir Henry Clinton, MMCLXV IBID, Vol. March 9, 1775. Instructions to Benedict Arnold, MMC IBID, Vol. 30. Note. December 21, 1789. To the General Assembly of Georgia, MMCLXX WGW, Vol. L. 26, June 8, 1783. Circular to the States. In what part of the continent shall we find any man or body of men who would not blush to stand up and propose measures purposely calculated to rob the soldier of his stipend and the public creditor of his due? And, were it possible that such a flagrant instance of injustice could ever happen, would it not excite the general indignation and tend to bring down upon the authors of such measures the aggravated vengeance of heaven? MMCLXX. In deep earnestness, however, he describes the depth of Benedict Arnold's treacherous soul as even being beyond the qualms of a mental hell. IBID. Vol. 10 to 13-1780. To Lieutenant Colonel John Lawrence. In no instance since the commencement of the war has the interposition of Providence appeared more conspicuous than in the rescue of the post and garrison of West Point from Arnold's villainous perfidy. How far he meant to involve me in the catastrophe of this place does not appear by any indubitable evidence. And I'm rather inclined to think he did not wish to hazard the more important object of his treachery by attempting to combine two events the lesser of which might have marred the greater. A combination of extraordinary circumstances, an unaccountable deprivation of presence of mind in a man of the first abilities, and the virtuous conduct of 3 militia men, threw the Adjutant General of the British forces in America with full proofs of Arnold's treachery into our hands, and but for the egregious folly, or the bewildered conception of Lieutenant Colo Jameson, who seemed lost in astonishment and not to have known what he was doing, I should certainly have got Arnold. Andre has met his fate, and with that fortitude which was to be expected from an accomplished man and gallant officer. But I am mistaken if at this time Arnold is undergoing the torments of a mental hell. He wants feeling. From some traits of his character which have lately come to my knowledge, he seems to have been so hackneyed in villainy, and so lost to all sense of honour and shame, that while his faculties will enable him to continue his sordid pursuits, there will be no time for remorse. MMCXI, IBID. Vol. 30, 2 to 5, 1789. To Francis Hopkinson. Dear Sir, we are told of the amazing powers of music in ancient times, but the stories of its effects are so surprising that we are not obliged to believe them unless they have been founded upon better authority than poetic assertion. For the poets of old, whatever they may do in these days, were strangely addicted to the marvellous, and if I before doubted the truth of their relations with respect to the power of music, I am now fully convinced of their falsity, because I would not for the honour of my country allow that we are left by ancients at an immeasurable distance in everything, and if they could soothe the ferocity of wild beasts, could draw the trees and the stones after them, and could even charm the powers of hell by their music, I am sure that your productions would have had at least virtue enough in them without the aid of voice or instrument to melt the ice of the Delaware and Potomac, and in that case you should have had an earlier acknowledgement of your favour of the 1st of December, which came to hand but last Saturday. MMCX Class I, IBID, Vol. 26, June 8, 1783. Circular to States MMCLXI. In this next letter, Washington's despair is palpable. He believes he is as low as one can go, yet his circumstances are only the bitterest curse. On this side of the grave, IBID, Vol. 9 to 300 and 1776. To Lund, Washington. In short, such is my situation that if I were to wish the bitterest curse to an enemy on this side of the grave, I should put him in my stead with my feelings, and yet I do not know what plan of conduct to pursue. I see the impossibility of serving with reputation, or doing any essential service to the cause by continuing in command. And yet I am told that if I quit, the command inevitable ruin will follow from the distraction that will ensue. In confidence, I tell you that I never was in such an unhappy divided state since I was born. To lose all comfort and happiness on the one hand, whilst I am fully persuaded that under such a system of management as has been adopted, I cannot have the least chance for reputation, nor those allowances made which the nature of the case requires, and to be told, on the other, that if I leave the service all will be lost, is, at the same time that I am bereft of every peaceful moment, distressing to a degree. But I will be done with the subject, with the precaution to you that it is not a fit one to be publicly known or discussed. If I fall, it may not be amiss that these circumstances be known, and declaration made in credit to the justice of my character. And if the men will stand by me, which by the by I despair of, I am resolved not to be forced from this ground while I have life, and a few days will determine the point. If the enemy should not change their plan of operations, for they certainly will not, I am sure they ought not, to waste the season that is now fast advancing, and must be precious to them. I thought to have given you a more explicit account of my situation, expectation and feelings, but I have not time. I am wearied to death all day with a variety of perplexing circumstances, disturbed at the conduct of the militia, whose behaviour and want of discipline has done great injury to the other troops, who never had officers, except in a few instances, worth the bread they eat. My time, in short, is so much engrossed that I have not leisure for corresponding, unless it is on mere matters of public business. MMCLXXIV, WGW, Vol. L. 24, August 7, 1782. To John Price Posey. MMCLXXV, IBID, Vol. 3, July 16, 1775. General Orders. MMCLXX, IBID, Vol. 4, March 6, 1776. General Orders. MMCLX 7th, IBID, Vol. 17, November 27th, 1779. General Orders. MMC X 2nd, IBID. Vol. 12, August 20th, 1778. To Brig. General Thomas Nelson. MMC X. IBID. Vol. July 28th, 1785. To Marquis de Lafayette. MMC LXX, for example. WGW. VOL 13, November 5th, 1778. To Lieutenant Colonel Samuel Smith. MMC LXXI, for example. WGW. VOL 21, January 30th, 1781. To Lieutenant Colonel John Lawrence. MMC LXR, for example. WGW. VOL 9, August 7th, 1777. General Orders. MMC LXII WGW. VOL 5, July 9th, 1776. General Orders. MMC LX Eve. IBID. Vol. 33, December 23rd, 1793. To John Christian Ayler. MMC LXXV. IBID. Vol. 11, May 2nd, 1778. General Orders. MMC LX Class. Man's spiritual nature and need of the Holy Spirit is especially seen in Washington's General Orders for November 27th, 1779, that declare Congress's Day of Thanksgiving. WGW Vol. 17, 1127 to 1779. General Orders. The Honorable The Congress has been pleased to pass the following proclamation. Whereas it becomes us humbly to approach the throne of Almighty God, with gratitude and praise for the wonders which His goodness has wrought, in conducting our forefathers to this Western world, for His protection to them, and to their posterity amid difficulties and dangers, for raising us, their children, from deep distress to be numbered among the nations of the earth, and for arming the hands of just and mighty princes in our deliverance, and especially for that, He hath been pleased to grant us the enjoyment of health, and so to order the revolving seasons, that the earth hath produced her increase in abundance, blessing the labours of the husbandmen, and spreading plenty through the land, that He hath prospered our arms and those of our ally, been a shield to our troops, in the hour of danger, pointed their swords to victory and led them in triumph over the bulwarks of the foe, that He hath gone with those who went out into the wilderness against the savage tribes, that He hath stayed the hand of the spoiler, and turned back his meditated destruction, that He hath prospered our commerce, and given success to those who sought the enemy on the face of the deep, and above all, that He hath diffused the glorious light of the gospel, whereby through the merits of our gracious Redeemer, we may become the heirs of His eternal glory. Therefore, resolved, that it be recommended to the several states, to appoint Thursday, the 9th of December, next, to be a day of public and solemn thanksgiving to Almighty God for His mercies, and of prayer for the continuance of His favour and protection to these United States, to beseech Him that He would be graciously pleased to influence our public councils, and bless them with wisdom from on high, with unanimity, firmness, and success, that He would go forth with our hosts and crown our arms with victory, that He would grant to His church the plentiful effusions of divine grace, and pour out His Holy Spirit on all ministers of the gospel, that He would bless and prosper the means of education, and spread the light of Christian knowledge through the remotest corners of the earth. MMC LX CSI WGW VL 34 February 10th 1796 MMC LX 7th Ibid Vol 30 August 18th 1789 MMC LX XX Ibid Vol 3 September 14th 1775 MMC XC Ibid Vol 31 March 15th 1790 to a committee of Roman Catholics MMC XCI Ibid Vol 4 January 27th 1776 MMC XCI Ibid Vol 30 May 26th 1789 MC XI Ibid Vol 30 May 26th 1789 MMC XIV Ibid Vol 30 October 29th 1789 MMC XEV Ibid Vol 30 October 9th 1789 to the Synod of the Dutch Reformed Church in North America MMC XEV Ibid Vol 30 10 to 9 1789 to the Synod of the Dutch Reformed Church in North America MMC XEV Ibid Vol 35 September 19th 1796 MC XEV Ibid Vol 30 October 23rd 1789 MMC XX Ibid Vol 30 October 23rd 1789 MMCC Ibid Vol 4 December 18th 1775 Messiah Ibid Vol 27 August 21st 1783 to the magistrated inhabitants of Elizabeth Imshkai Ibid Vol 35 March 2nd 1797 to the rector, church wardens and vestrymen of the United Episcopal Churches. Gentlemen, to this public testimony of your approbation of my conduct and affection for my person, I am not insensible, and your prayers for my present and future happiness merit my warmest acknowledgements, believing that that government alone can be approved by heaven, which promotes peace and secures protection to its citizens in everything that is dear and interesting to them. It has been the great object of my administration to ensure those invaluable ends, and when, to a consciousness of the purity of intentions, is added the approbation of my fellow citizens, I shall experience in my retirement that heartfelt satisfaction which can only be exceeded by the hope of future happiness. We know that this hope of future happiness to which Washington refers is eternal life, because the letter that Washington is responding to says, may you have the additional enjoyment of health, and of whatever else can tend to the happiness of the remainder of your life. And above all, it is our prayer that you may at last enjoy a better rest, in which no labor for the happiness of your fellow men will have been in vain. George Washington Papers at the Library of Congress, 1741 to 1799, Series 2 Letterbooks. Philadelphia United Episcopal Church to George Washington, March 2nd, 1797. Letterbook 40, image 290 of 307. MMCCI Ibid, Vol. 28, October 1st, 1785. MMCC Ibid, Vol. 29, May 5th, 1787. MMCC Ibid, Vol. 13, October 12th, 1778. MMCCVI Ibid, Vol. 33, May 26, 1794. MSVJ Ibid, Vol. 4, March 31st, 1776. MSICV Ibid, Vol. 1, September 6th, 1756. M6 Ibid, Vol. 5, July 2nd, 1776. MMCCX WGW, Vol. 35, June 4th, 1797. MC Ibid, Mexi Ibid, Vol. 30, July 20th, 1788. To Jonathan Trumbull, my dear Trumbull, I have received your favour of the 20th of June, and thank you heartily for the confidential information contained in it. The character given of a certain great personage, who is remarkable for neither forgetting nor forgiving, note King George III. MSC Seal see the chapters on Washington and Communion. MN6 John Corbin, but unknown Washington of the Republic, New York. Charles Scribner Sons, 1930, p. 43 to 47. MMCCXE Weems, Life of Washington, p. 187 to 189. MMCCXEI WGW, Vol. 8, June 10th, 1777. General Orders. It is with inexpressible regret the Commander-in-Chief has been driven to the necessity of doing a severe but necessary act of justice, as an example of what is to be expected by those daring offenders who, lost to all sense of duty and the obligations they owe to their country and to mankind, wantonly violate the most sacred engagements and fly to the assistance of an enemy they are bound by every tie to oppose. A spirit of desertion is alone the most fatal disease that can attend an army, and the basest principle that can actuate a soldier. Wherever it shews itself, it deserves detestation and calls for the most exemplary punishment. What confidence can a general have in any soldier who he has reason to apprehend may desert in the most interesting moments? What but the want of every moral and manly sentiment can induce him to desert the cause to which he has pledged his faith, even with the solemnity of an oath, and which he is bound to support by every motive of justice and goodwill to himself and his fellow creatures? When such a character appears, it may almost be said in reference to it, that forbearance is folly, and mercy degenerates into cruelty. Notwithstanding this, and though the general is determined to convince every man that crimes of so atrocious a nature shall not be committed with impunity, yet as he is earnestly desirous to shew that he prefers clemency to severity, pardoning to punishing, he is happy to proclaim the remission of their offences to all the other prisoners now under sentence, and a releasement to all those now under confinement for trial. He hopes that they and all others will have a proper sense of this act of lenity, and will not be ungrateful or foolish enough to abuse it. They will do well to remember that justice may speedily overtake them, as it has done the unhappy man, whom they have seen fall a victim to his own folly and wickedness. Those who are pardoned can expect no favour on a second offence. But why will soldiers force down punishment upon their own heads? Why will they not be satisfied to do their duty, and reap the benefits of it? The general addresses himself to the feelings of every man in the army, exhorting one and all to consult their own honor and welfare, to refrain from a conduct that can only serve to bring disgrace and destruction upon themselves, and ruin to their country. He entreats them not to sully the arms of America, by their infidelity, cowardice or baseness, and save him the anguish of giving guilt the chastisement it demands. They are engaged in the just discourse men can defend. They have every prospect of success if they do their part. Why will they abandon, or betray so great a trust? Why will they madly turn their backs upon glory, freedom and happiness? M6EI Fields, Worthy Partner, P189. February 7th, 1783. Yesterday there was an interesting scene at headquarters. Over 50 soldiers, thinly clad, and with pale but happy faces, whom the general had pardoned in the morning for various crimes, came to express their gratitude for his mercy, and kindness to them. They had come in a body. One of them was spokesman for the rest. My heart was touched and my eyes were filled with tears. I gave the speaker some money to divide among them all, and bade them go and sin no more. The poor fellow kissed my hand and said, "God bless Lady Washington." Poor fellows. Location unknown. From Lossing, Mary and Martha, P220. Lossing does not give his source, although he states it was written to Mrs. Washington's sister, Anna Maria Bassett. This is obviously incorrect, since Mrs. Bassett died in 1777. If based on an authentic letter, it has been substantially edited. In the General Orders of February 6, 1783, General Washington granted a full and free pardon to all military prisoners now in confinement. Writings 25-102-3. James Baldwin, An American Book of Golden Deeds, 1907, P102-107. University of Pittsburgh Press, Universe American Counterculture, University of Pittsburgh Press, 1985, pp. 166-167. Noted end of paragraph. The story of Whitman has no known contemporary documentation, but see Sakshi Sectarians 2, 426-432, Zerfas Souvenir, Book, 11, 22-23, and Randolph, German Seventh-day Baptists, 163-67, who claims he got the story from the original manuscript, otherwise unidentified. MMCCXX. Douglas Harper, The Whitman Incident, Revolutionary Revisions to an Ephrata Tale, in Journal of the Lancaster Country Historical Society, Vol. 97, Nom. 3, 1995, pp. 94-96. MMCCC. The following discussion of the details of the Whitman-Miller-Washington story is the result of a synthesis of the following relevant historical documents. Joseph Townsend, Some Account of the British Army, under the command of General Howe, and of the Battle of Brandywine on the memorable September 11, 1777, and the adventures of that day which came to the knowledge and observation of Joseph Townsend, Philadelphia, Townsend Ward, 1846. Charles William Heathcote, Washington in Chester County, Washington by to Centennial Bulletin, 17,321,932. A History of Chester Country, Pennsylvania, eds. C.W. Heathcote, Lucille Schenck. Harrisburg National Historical Association, Inc., 1932. James I. Good. Reading Daniel Miller, Publisher, 1899. History of the Reformed Church in the United States. Waiting to Joseph Henry Dubbs, The Reformed Church in Pennsylvania, Lancaster, Pennsylvania German Society, 1902. Life and Letters of the Reverend John Philip Boehm, founder of the Reformed Church in Pennsylvania, 1683-1749, ed. William J. Hinkey. Philadelphia Publication and Sunday School Board of the Reformed Church in the United States, 1916. Minutes and Letters of the Coetus of the German Reformed Congregations in Pennsylvania, 1747-1792, together with 3 preliminary reports of Reverend John Philip Boehm, 1734-1744. Reformed Church Publication Board, Joseph Mortimer Levering, A History of Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, 1741-1892, with some account of its founders and their early activity in America. Bethlehem Times Publishing Company, 1903. John Hill Martin, Historical Sketch of Bethlehem in Pennsylvania, with some account of the Moravian Church, New York, AMS Press, 1971. Julius Friedrich Sachs, The German Sectarians of Pennsylvania, 1742-1800. A Critical and Legendary History of the Ephrata Cloister, and the Dunkers, Philadelphia, printed for the author, 1900. Douglas Harper, The Whitman Incident, Revolutionary Revisions to an Ephrata Tale in Journal of the Lancaster Country Historical Society, Vol. 97, Num. 3, 1995, pp. 1997. A Monroe Oran Jr., Historical Account of the Ephrata Cloister and the Seventh-day Baptist Society, Harrisburg, The Orand Press, 1940. Martin Grove Brumbaugh, A History of the German Baptist Brethren in Europe and America, Mount Morris, Ill. Brethren Publishing House, 1899. William M. Farnstock, M.D., An Historical Sketch of Ephrata in Hazard's Register of Pennsylvania. Devoted to the preservation of every kind of useful information respecting the state. Philadelphia, March 14, 1835, number 375, Vol. X, 161-167. The Ephrata Cloisters, an annotated bibliography, compiled by Eugene E. Doll and Annalise M. Funke, Philadelphia, Carl Schurz Memorial Foundation, Inc., 1944. Franklin Ellis and Samuel Evans, History of Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, with biographical sketches of many of its pioneers and prominent men. Philadelphia, Evarts and Peck, 1833. The Pennsylvania Gazette, Philadelphia, May 7, 1761, March 16, 1769, March 19, 1772. Michael Whitman, Loyalist, in Lancaster County Historical Society, Volume 14, pp. 181-185. Peter Miller, Michael Whitman, in Lancaster County Historical Society, Volume 6, pp. 46-49. Joseph Henry Dubbs, The Founding of the German Churches of Pennsylvania, in the Pennsylvania Magazine of History and Biography, Vol. 16th, 1893, number 3, pp. 241-262. John Penn's Journal of a Visit to Reading, Harrisburg, Carlisle, and Lancaster, in 1788, in the Pennsylvania Magazine of History and Biography, 1877-1906, 1879, pp. 284-95. A Protestant Convent, in Hours at Home, a popular monthly of instruction and recreation, 18,651,870. March, 1867, pp. 458-464. Christian Endress, An Account of the Settlement of the Dunkers at Ephrata, in the Register of Pennsylvania, 1,828-1,831. May 22, 1830, pp. 331-334. Religious Denominations in Pennsylvania, in Christian Disciple, 1812-1818. April 1818, pp. 100,103. E. Gordon Alderfer, The Ephrata Commune, An Early American Counterculture, University of Pittsburgh Press, 1985. S. G. Zerfas, Souvenir Book of the Ephrata Cloister, Complete History from its settlement in 1728 to the present time. Included is the organization of Ephrata Borough, and other information of Ephrata connected with the cloister, New York, AMS Press, Inc., 1975. Samuel W. Pennypacker, Valley Forge. An address, Philadelphia, June 18, 1898. John B. B. Trussell, Jr., Birthplace of an Army, A Study of the Valley Forge Encampment, Harrisburg, Pennsylvania Historical and Museum Commission, 1990. Stephen R. Taffa, The Philadelphia Campaign, 1777-1778. Lawrence University Press of Kansas, 2003. MMCCC, XXI. WGW, Vol. 11, March 28, 1778, and Vol. L. 29, May 2, 1788. MCC. Stout, Ordeal at Valley Forge, P61. MCC Cider Stout, Ordeal at Valley Forge, P97. MCC XXV Stout, Ordeal at Valley Forge, P125. MMCC X Stout, Ordeal at Valley Forge, P139. MCC X Sund. Stout, Ordeal at Valley Forge, P123. MCC X Second. Stout, Ordeal at Valley Forge, P190. Meeseek Stick Stout, Ordeal at Valley Forge, P62. MMCC XX. Stout, Ordeal at Valley Forge, P137. Isaxi Stout, Ordeal at Valley Forge, P134. MM6 Act. Stout, Ordeal at Valley Forge, P97. MMCC CXI WGW Vol L. 2008, March 8, 1785. WGW Vol L. 1. March 31, 1754. Journal of March toward the Ohio. MCC Vivid. Vol. 23. October 17, 1781. To Philip Schuyler, Dear Sir, I do myself the pleasure to acknowledge your father, of the 26th of September, which I received a few days since. Had Colo Hamilton given me time, before his departure, I should have answered it by him. Mrs. Fisher may be consoled respecting the fate of her son. A sentence of death against him will not be confirmed, and he will be released from confinement. Note, Mindut Fisher of Detroit, accused of corresponding with the British. John Dodge had interceded for his pardon or a stay of execution in July 1781. See Washington's letter to Brig General William Irvine, November 1, 1781 post. WGW Vol 25, December 3, 1782, to Brig General David Foreman. You must have the resolve of Congress, by which Captain Asgill was released. All things considered, I question whether the determination of Congress upon the proceedings of Lippincot's court-martial would have been different from what it has been, had not the court of France interceded warmly in Captain Asgill's favour, but after a request made by the Prime Ministers, in which he expresses the wishes of their Majesties, that Captain Asgill's life might be spared, there was scarcely a possibility of refusing. MMCC XXE, WGW, Vol L. 26, March 22, 1783. MCC, Steiner. The Religious Beliefs of Our Presidents, 1936. MSCC X Sigan. Hughes, George Washington, The Human Being and the Hero Vol. 1, p. 555. 2 CC X 7th. Reverend Charles Green, May 28, 1755. 2 John Augustine Washington, November 13, 1757. 2 Sally Carey Fairfax, November 15, 1757. March 26, 1761. August 26, 1761. Reverend Lee, Massey, July 10, 1784. Reverend Thomas Davis, 47 to 1793. To Samuel Hanson, November 19, 1794. To Lund Washington, January 17, 1796. To William Pierce, Diaries, February 22, 1799. MMCC Seeks. There are some 30 letters in the WGW from Washington to Reverend Jonathan Boucher, tutor of Jack Custis, Washington's stepson, May 30th, 1768. September 4th, 1768. February 3rd, 1771. February 20th, 1771. April 20th, 1771. June 5th, 1771. September 4th, 1768. January 26th, 1769. October 14th, 1769. February 3rd, 1770. May 13th, 1770. June 2nd, 1770. July 30th, 1770. December 16th, 1770. January 2nd, 1771. February 3rd, 1771. February 20th, 1771. April 20th, 1771. June 5th, 1771. July 9th, 1771. February 21st, 1772. May 4th, 1772. May 21st, 1772. August 18th, 1772. 1218 to 1772. January 7th, 1773. August 2nd, 1773. August 5th, 1773. October 6th, 1773. To Robert Carey and Company, February 15th, 1774. August 15th, 1798. Other Washington family tutors who were ordained clergymen at the time were Reverend Samuel Stanhope Smith, May 24th, 1797. October 9th, 1797. Reverend Miles Cooper, May 31st, 1773. To Robert Carey and Company, December 15, 1773, 415 to 1774. September 24, 1782, Reverend Stephen Bloomer, Welch, October 30th, 1784. June 26, 1785, November 22nd, 1785, Reverend David Griffith, August 29, 1784, Reverend William McWhirr, December 25th, 1787, October 12, 1789, February 17, 1793, Reverend Jacob Van Vleck, December 7, 1796. June 14, 1797, Reverend Dr. Smith Provost, December 5, 1790. To George Steptoe Washington. 2 other Washington family tutors, Walter McGowan, October 12, 1761. To Robert Carey and Company, May 30th, 1768. To Reverend Jonathan Boucher, July 20th, 1784. And Zechariah Lewis, July 17th, 1797. August 14th, 1797. September 28th, 1798, would later become clergymen as well. MMCC XL. There are more than 20 letters either to, or that mention Reverend Brian Fairfax. These letters touch deaths in the family. March 6, 1793, April 9, 1793. The conveyance of letters. May 18, 1798. News from America while Fairfax was abroad. January 20, 1799. Surveying. Questions. May 17, 1795. November 26, 1799. November 30, 1799. Legal matters of an estate. February 19, 1789. April 6, 1789. Introduction of Fairfax to Friends of Washington's in England. May 15, 1798. Several of them are in regard to an estate problem of Mrs. Charles Green, the widow of Washington's childhood pastor, Reverend Sherers Green. See note below. MFCCXI Reverend Dr. William Smith provided his home for a meeting of Washington's officers. August 6, 1777. General orders. Reverend Lebrecht Herman provided President Washington a study in Germantown during the yellow fever epidemic for several weeks in 1793. Reverend Joseph Eckley was asked to assist in cancelling a newspaper, May 10, 1786. Reverend Mr. Bracken was given a case of pictures to care for that were to be shipped to Washington, February 27, 1785. Washington declined the offer for help in Europe on any matters before Reverend John Gabriel Gebhardt came to America, who was also interested in a possible job in the new government, May 2006, 1789. M6 Lehigh Washington introduced young Brian Fairfax, traveling to New York to catch a ship. To the Reverend Richard Peters of Philadelphia, EAM 1757. 25-year-old Washington had clearly become acquainted with the Philadelphia clergyman at some earlier point, perhaps when he had been traveling through Philadelphia to address his issue of the relative authority of rank of an officer with a colonial commission versus a royal commission. Washington wrote, "Permit me to recommend Colo Fairfax, the bearer of this your friendly notice while he stays in Philadelphia. He is son of our late President Colonel George William Fairfax, and being a stranger in your city, wanted introduction. To whom then can I better introduce him than the agreeable Mr. Peters? I hope in doing this, I make use of no unwelcome liberty. If I do, your genteel treatment of myself made me assume it, and must plead my excuse. WGW Vol. 2, September 30th, 1757, to Reverend Richard Peters. MXLI Reverend H. Addison was assisted in traveling through military-controlled areas, November 29th, 1780. Reverend William Smith was assisted in securing a reimbursement, February 18th, 1784, to James Milligan. Reverend David Griffith was assisted in securing a loan for a building, April 5th, 1786. Reverend Francis Adrian Vanderkamp, a Mennonite minister from Holland who had Unitarian inclinations, was welcome to visit Mount Vernon as a religious refugee, having been referred to Washington's good graces by Marquis de Lafayette, May 28, 1788. Also see Washington's diaries. Reverend Belknap was assisted with securing information for his American biography, June 17, 1798. Reverend Walter McGowan was given a pastoral recommendation in an application for a parish ministry. July 20, 1784, Reverend William West and family were served as Washington acted as an executor of a family estate on their behalf, February 28, 1789. Reverend John Witherspoon had been attempting to assist Reverend James Wilson, a Scotch Presbyterian minister, to find a pulpit, and had written to Washington. He responded on August 23, 1786. You have been misinformed respecting the congregation of Pohick. It is of the Episcopal Church, and at this time has an incumbent, of which I give you the earliest notice for the information of Mr. Wilson. A church above this, formerly under the same ministry, is, I believe, unprovided, but of what religion the people thereabout now are, I am unable to say. Most probably a medley, as they have had Methodist and Baptist preachers of all kinds among them. M.C. Live WGW Vol. 21, February 13, 1781. To Mrs. Susan Blair, wife of Reverend Samuel Blair, et al. MMCC XLV, Ibid, Vol. 28, February 17, 1785. To George William Fairfax, Mrs. Morton, wife of Reverend Andrew Morton. MMCC XLVI. Mrs. Charles Green, the widow of Washington's childhood pastor, Reverend Charis Green, married Dr. William Savage, which turned out to be a troubled marriage and left a troubled estate. Washington described the problems of the estate as an affair which originated in an evil hour, by an injudicious and unhappy marriage, and will end. It is to be feared in vexation and loss to all those who have had any concern in the affairs of the unfortunate Mrs. Savage. To Peter Trenner, September 6, 1794. To follow Washington's role in this affair, see April 25, 1767, to Dr. William Savage, May 27, 1767. To Dr. William Savage, August 28, 1774. Mrs. Sarah Bomford, October 11, 1783. To Francis Moore, November 15, 1786. To Mrs. Ann Ennis, January 6, 1790. To Reverend Brian Fairfax, March 18, 1792. To Reverend Brian Fairfax, March 19, 1792. To Reverend Brian Fairfax, December 25, 1792. To Thomas Newton Jr., March 6, 1793. To Reverend Brian Fairfax, September 6, 1794. To Peter Trenner, September 8, 1794. To Reverend Brian Lord Fairfax, January 3, 1796. To Reverend Brian Lord Fairfax, 820 to 1797. To Reverend Newburgh Burroughs, April 22, 1798. To George Daniel. The wrangling over the estate of Mrs. Savage prompted Washington to write to Reverend Brian Fairfax on March 6, 1793, who was also responsible for helping the widow's estate. Before I conclude, permit me to ask if anything is done, or likely to be done in the case of Savage. I am extremely anxious to see all matters in which I have had any agency brought to a close, although the issue thereof should be unfavourable, before I quit the stage of life. Washington's final word on the matter. On April 22, 1798, to George Daniel declared, Dr. Savage, while living, and his followers since, have had recourse to all the chicane and subterfuge which could be practiced to wrong the above lady and defraud her creditors, of whom I am one for money lent her. It is perhaps this experience that prompted Washington to say, as he wrote to Burgess Ball, who was helping Washington with the estate of his deceased mother, I hope you have got through your difficulties on account of your suretyship for Major Willis, and without loss. When you engaged in this business you neglected the advice of the wise man, than which no better I believe is to be found in his whole book or among all his sayings. Beware of suretyship. WGW Vol. 30, January 18, 1790. MMC XLVI. General Washington was favorable to Reverend John Rogers' proposal to give to the American Army copies of the newly published and congressionally sanctioned American Bible, June 11, 1783. See the following for examples of Washington's various charitable gifts. Reverend William Smith, August 18, 1782. August 25, 1784. Reverend John Henry Livingston, December 24, 1789. Reverend Mr. Muir, February 24, 1794. January 22, 1798. 2 to 241,794. Reverend Hezekiah Balch, CWGW note. On December 16, 1795, Reverend John Rogers, November 28, 1789, 8 to 391,790. Reverend Orley Macaulay, November 14, 1791. Reverend William White, December 31, 1793, January 1, 1794, January 2, 1794. See note on the manner. See note on the Washington family's tutors above. M.C.X. Slicks. The word chaplain occurs in Washington's writings well over 100 times. Reverend Mr. Doyle's, August 5, 1775, General Orders. In the chapter on Washington and Prayer, we discussed Washington's appreciation for Chaplain Abiel Leonard, December 15, 1775, to Gov. Jonathan Trumbull. Reverend Timothy Dwight Jr. was a chaplain of Parsons Brigade, March 18, 1778. To Brig General Samuel Holden Parsons. Dwight would later become president of Yale College. Rev. D. Dr. Israel Evans, chaplain of the New York Brigade, proposed erecting of a public building, which the General approved. Some chaplains required more attention than others. February 7, 1781. To Major General William Heath, enclosed is a letter which is one of many I have received upon the same subject from the Rev. D. Mr. Allen. I refer the matter to you, and if you find that he has the least shadow of right to his claim, pray pay him his demand, or he will write me and travel himself to death. Reverend David Jones was involved in a court-martial wherein he complained that Major Murnham took possession of his quarters, a complaint which the clergyman lost to Major General John Sullivan, May 15, 1779, September 21, 1780. The General Orders of February 18, 1781 record a court-martial against a Major Reed that included unofficer and ungentlemanlike conduct because of the content of a letter he had written about his superior officer to the Reverend Mr. Powers. Reverend William Rogers, 12-13-1778. Was written to by Washington about his request for service as a chaplain, which was referred to Congress. Washington wrote to Congress concerning the Reverend Mr. Tettard, who had suffered in the extreme, to present his claim to a generous notice, September 4, 1778, to the President of Congress. Washington addressed questions of the status of chaplains as prisoners of war, the lack of pay of soldiers, the need for horses and land grants for men who served in the military to Reverend John Hurt, chaplain to the Virginia Brigade, September 25, 1782, August 28, 1789. He wrote on March 23, 1781, to Reverend Jacob Johnson, of his inability to appoint him as a chaplain to the garrison at Wyoming, since he lacked congressional provision, even though he was disposed to give every species of countenance and encouragement to the cultivation of virtue, morality and religion. The note of WGW on April 18, 1783 says, "At noon the proclamation of Congress for a cessation of hostilities was proclaimed at the door of the new building, followed by 3 huzzas, after which a prayer was made by the Reverend Mr. Gano, and an anthem Independence from Billings was performed by vocal and instrumental music. Heath's Memories. MMCCL Reverend Bishop Samuel Provoost was chaplain in the U.S. Senate. Reverend William Lynn was chaplain in the House of Representatives. Reverend Bishop William White served as chaplain to the Continental Congress, and then again as chaplain to Congress, when the new government convened in Philadelphia. Washington knew each of these men. C. Fitzpatrick, Diaries. M. Seekley, the best-known revolutionary clergyman, who also served as an active military officer, was General Peter Muhlenberg, who we discussed in the chapter on Washington the Soldier. An unsung hero in this category was Reverend James Caldwell, chaplain of the 3rd New Jersey Regiment, but who was also an active military officer serving as assistant quartermaster. Reverend Caldwell was killed by a sentinel in November 1781. Caldwell first appears in Washington's letters on December 6, 1776, with his humorous quote of Reverend Caldwell, written to the President of Congress, by a letter of the 4th inst, from a Mr. Caldwell, a clergyman and a staunch friend to the cause, and who has fled from Elizabethtown and taken refuge in the mountains about 10 miles from thence. I am informed that Gino, or Lord Howe, was expected in that town, to publish pardon and peace. His words are, "I have not seen his proclamation, but only can say, he gives 60 days of grace and pardons from the Congress down to the committee. No one man in the continent is to be denied his mercy. In the language of this good man, the Lord deliver us from his mercy." Writing to Major General Israel Putnam on February 3, 1777, Washington said about the need to secure forage, "On the success of this business very much depends. Let me therefore call your utmost attention to it. Dr. Caldwell will be the best person you can apply to. He will give you every possible assistance." Other references to Reverend Caldwell are May 13, 1778, to Major Benjamin Tolmage, August 8, 1778, to Brig General William Maxwell, August 22, 1778, to Major General John Sullivan, 1029 to 1778, to Major General Nathaniel Greene, October 31, 1779, to Major General John Sullivan, June 13, 1778, 8 to 81,778, January 10, 1780, January 21, 1780, February 1, 1780, February 7, 1781. Seventhly Reverend Samuel Kirkland, September 28, 1775. To the Massachusetts Legislature, February 26, 1779. To Major General Philip Schuyler, January 29, 1778. To the Committee of Congress with the Army, Reverend John Carroll, 5 to 151,776. To Major General Philip Schuyler, April 10, 1792, Reverend John Etwine, March 28, 1778, May 2, 1788, Reverend Mr. de la Motte, December 17, 1779. To the President of Congress, Reverend John C. Kunzer, January 12, 1790, Mickley Reverend Alexander McWhorter, Chaplain of the Artillery Brigade, October 12, 1778. M. Cliff Reverend Charles Green, November 13, 1757. MMCCLV Reverend Dr. John Wheelock, President of Dartmouth College, December 18, 1775. To Major General Philip Schuyler, June 9, 1780. 1. Reverend Mr. Madison, August 8, 1776. To the President of Congress, Reverend Dirk Roman, November 3, 1780. Nickel Virev, Thornton Fleming, January 30, 1793. Reverend James Madison, September 23, 1793. Limco VI. Reverend William Smith, November 15, 1780, was thanked as Secretary of the American Philosophical Society for Washington's election to membership in the society. Reverend David Zeisberger, Moravian missionary, provided Washington with a list of Indian words for Marquis de Lafayette, January 10, 1788, to Marquis de Lafayette. Reverend Jedediah Morse's American Geography was discussed, June 19, 1788, to Richard Henderson. Reverend Morse was also thanked for gifts of his works, July 17, 1793, June 20, 1797. Reverend George Skene Keith's work on weights, measures and coins was received with thanks and with a declaration that his book is of high importance to society in general, and particularly to the commercial world, June 22, 1792. Reverend John Lathrop's publications of the Humane Society were read with singular satisfaction, June 22, 1788, February 22, 1788. He thanked Reverend Joseph Willard for his election as a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, March 22, 1781. He acknowledged the good work in educating the Indians done by Reverend John Wheelock, President of Dartmouth College. He thanked Reverend Jeremy Belknap for his History of New Hampshire, January 5, 1785. He also thanked Reverend Belknap for his American biography, and promised him that he would assist in the effort to secure additional subscribers, May 9, 1794, July 12, 1798. He thanked and commended Reverend Jonathan Edwards for providing scholarly information on Indian languages, August 28, 1788. Reverend William Maunsell was congratulated for a publication that detailed a new method of cultivating potatoes, February 20, 1795. Reverend Samuel Knox was congratulated on his study on a uniform system of education, adapted to the United States, October 14, 1798. Reverend Clement Crutwell was thanked for sending Bishop Wilson's Bible, published in 1785, and his works published in 1781, July 10, 1795. WGW note on this date says, Reverend Thomas Wilson's Bishop of Sodor and Man works were published in 1781, the bishop having died in 1755. Reverend Thomas Wilson, son of Bishop, died in 1784. Washington's copy of the Bishop of Sodor and Man's Bible, which accompanied the bishop's works, is now in the Library of Congress. Washington bequeathed this Bible to his lifelong clergy friend, Brian Fairfax. Washington's will says, to the Reverend, now Brian Lord Fairfax, I give a Bible in 3 large folio volumes, with notes, presented to me by the Right Reverend Thomas Wilson, Bishop of Sodor and Man, WGW, Vol. 37, Last Will and Testament. WGW note says, Washington's mistaken recollection that it had been presented to him by Reverend Thomas Wilson, Bishop of Sodor and Man, was due to the fact that it had been bequeathed to him by the son of the bishop, the Reverend Thomas Wilson, Prebendary of Westminster. We will consider Washington's endorsement of Reverend Mason Weems the immortal mentor in a subsequent chapter. See also, WGW, VL 32, October 20, 1792, to Dr. William Davies Shipley, M. Micklix's Reverend Dr. John Witherspoon, President of Princeton, Member of Congress, only clergyman to sign the Declaration of Independence, Presbyterian, Minister, was written to concerning partial exchanges and a written memorial, October 8, 1782, September 8, 1783. MMCCLX clergymen were interested in writing histories of the American Revolution, such as Reverend William Smith, May 8, 1792, but it was especially Reverend William Gordon who pursued the matter, corresponding extensively with Washington throughout the war, and after, the note on 9 to 16, 1776, to the President of Congress 1 to 23 minus 1778. Note, on April 22, 1779, to Burwell Bassett, May 2, 1780, to Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Hamilton, January 20, 1786. To James Mercer, May 13, 1776 June 29th, 1777, January 23rd, 1778, February 15th, 1778, 80, 2 to 1779, May 3rd, 1780, March 9th, 1781, October 23rd, 1782, July 8th, 1783, May 8th, 1784, November 3rd, 1784, December 20th, 1784, March 8th, 1785, 8 to 300, and 11,785, December 5th, 1785, April 20th, 1786, April 10th, 1787, January 1st, 1788, December 23rd, 1788, February 23rd, 1789, February 25th, 1791, October 15th, 1797. Reverend Dr. John Witherspoon had a student named John Bowie, who was willing to write the memoirs of Washington's life. But Washington, at first willing, subsequently declined because, when checking his papers for this project, he found a mere mass of confusion, occasioned by frequently shifting them into trunks and suddenly removing them from the reach of the enemy. March 8th, 1775, to John Witherspoon, M.C. Clexy. Reverend Charles Inglis, December 16th, 1776. To Major General William Heath, Reverend Jonathan Boucher. See note on May 30th, 1768. M.C. Clexy. Reverend Jacob Douchet, August 10th, 1783. Reverend Jonathan Boucher, August 15th, 1798. M.C. Clexy, Lane, Washington Collection, Boston Athenaeum for a listing of these. M.C. Clexy, W.W., Vol. L. 26, March 22nd, 1783. M.C. Key LXV, Mead, Old Churches, Ministers, and Families of Virginia. Vol. I. P. 22. When there was no service at the chapel, or we were prevented from going, my father read the service and a sermon, and whenever a death occurred among the servants, he performed the burial service himself, and read Blair's sermon on death the following Sunday. Of the character and conduct of the old clergy generally I have often heard them speak in terms of strong condemnation. My father, when a young man, was a vestryman in Price George County, Virginia, but resigned his place rather than consent to retain an unworthy clergyman in the parish. Of two clergymen, however, in King George County, the Stewarts, I have heard my mother, who lived for some time under the ministry, of one of them speak in terms of high condemnation, as exceptions to the general rule. Ibid. P25. I think this a proper time for some notice of the character of the sermons which were preached, and the books which were read among the Episcopalians of Virginia. This was the period when the poet Cowper upbraided the clergy of the English Church with substituting morality for religion, saying, "How oft, when Paul has served us with a text, has Plato, Tully, Epictetus preached?" In the Church of Virginia, with the exception of Mr. Jarrett and perhaps a few others, I fear the preaching had for a long time been almost entirely of the moral kind. The books most in use were Blair's sermons, Stern's works, A Spectator, The Whole Duty of Man, sometimes Tillotson's sermons, which last were of the highest grade of worth then in use. But Blair's sermons, on account of their elegant style and great moderation in all things, were most popular. The Washington family possessed Blair's sermons and bought them from Parson Mason L. Weems. C. Lane, The Boston Athenaeum Washington Collection, p. 503. MMC C. LXC, Stephen Decatur Jr., Private Affairs of George Washington Boston, Holton Mifflin Cole, 1933, p. 90. C. Custis, Recollections, p. 508. MMCC LX Vivan, C. Lane, Washington Collection, Boston Athenaeum, pp. 498, 502, 503. MMC collects a careful review of the Boston Athenaeum's catalogue of the Washington Collection will show the vast number of printed sermons that were part of Washington's library. C. collects X. See the chapter on Washington's education. MMCC LXX. Thus Parson Mason L. Weems, as a bookseller, or colporteur, sold sermons to the Washington family. The specific example able to be documented is Blair's sermons. C. Lane, Washington Collection, Boston Athenaeum, and the Washington Papers of the Library of Congress under Weems. MMCK LXXI. Examples of printed funeral sermons in Washington's library include Mrs. Samuel McGaw, Benjamin Franklin, Governor James Bodin, Lord Pepperell. C. Lane, Washington Collection, Boston Athenaeum. MMCK XI, WGW, Vol. 32, October 20th, 1792. To Dr. William Davies Shipley. Sir, I have been honoured with your polite letter of the 23d of May, together with the works of your late Right Rev. Father Lord Bishop of St. Asaph, which accompanied it. For the character and sentiments of that venerable divine while living, I entertained the most perfect esteem, and had a sincere respect for his memory now he is no more. My best thanks are due to you for his works, and the mark of your attention in sending them to me, and especially for the flattering expressions respecting myself, which are contained in your letter. Reverend Jacob Douche, dedicated Stand Fast therefore in the liberty with which Christ has made you free to Washington, in 1775. Bishop William White, dedicated sermon on the reciprocal influence of civil policy and religious duty, delivered in the city of Philadelphia. The 19th day of February, 1795. Day of General Thanksgiving by William White, D.D. Bishop of the Episcopal Church, in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, Ormrod and Conrad. Dedication to the President of the United States. Sir, the liberty which I take of sending the following sermon from the press with a dedication to the first magistrate is not from the thought that I can, in any way, add to a reputation so high as his, in our own country and throughout the world, but for a use which arises out of my argument. The relation which I have asserted of religion to civil policy is well known to be considered as chimerical by some, while it is contemplated by others as involved in whatever relates to the prosperity of the Commonwealth. If a question should be raised concerning the sense of the governments under which we live, it cannot be denied that persons of the latter description may appeal to many particulars, in law and in practice, which can be defended on no other ground than that of the propriety of the state's availing itself of the religious principle in the minds of its citizens, in order to answer the purposes of its institution. When, therefore, in addition to constantly operating sanctions, we hear the voice of our country calling on us to assemble, for the express design of offering our acknowledgments to the Almighty Ruler of the universe, for his prospering of its counsels, and of involving the continuance of his mercies, it is another sanction of the latter opinion, which the advocates of it cannot fail to notice, as being to their purpose, especially if it be aided by the reputation of those from whose authority it proceeds. It cannot have escaped the notice of any, that since your elevation to the seat of supreme executive authority, you have, in your official capacity on all fit occasions, directed the public attention to the being and providence of God. And this implies a sense, as well of the relation, which nations in their collective capacities bear to him, their supreme ruler, as of the responsibility to him of earthly governors for the execution of the truths committed to them. Even had such acknowledgments come from anyone, whose conversation or whose conduct were in opposition to the principle implied, still they might have been pleaded as an homage to the truth, extorted by existing circumstances, or by some selfish views, at the expense of the violation of theory, or else of the crimination of the person. In the present instance, it is to my purpose to remark, and, but for this circumstance I should not now remark it, that an unimpeached sincerity of character accompanied by the public acknowledgment of a divine being, not attached to station but evidence throughout life, warrants, on every rule of evidence, a much stronger construction. We have a right to apply the testimony of such a character, as the result of an enlightened conscience, and to think it an advantage to our cause, to pronounce, that a mind, which has embraced all the civil interests of the American people, has not overlooked the relation which they all bear, to the great truths of religion and of morals. On this ground, sir, I presumed in the following discourse, delivered in your presence, to apply the summons under which we were assembled to the doctrine which it was my object to establish, in doing which it could not escape my recollection that the sanction would come with a special weight before a congregation who had been witnesses of a correspondent conduct of the person in his attendance on divine worship among them during the frequent occasions of his temporary residence in this city within the 20 years last past. For the truth of the construction of the act of government, the preacher only is responsible. The right of making the construction, if it be done with decency, seemed to come within his privileges as a citizen, and for any censure he might hazard as to the propriety of the reasoning, he was willing to commit himself in that respect, considering, as he did, that the point intended to be established was not mere matter of speculation, but involved important duties of civil rulers, and equally important rights of Christian ministers, the former as a conformity to professions brought forward to the public eye, and the latter as giving us an opportunity to remind our civil superiors, when occasion and prospect of usefulness occur, of practicing duties which, with a view to the happiness of the civil state, they, officially and with great propriety, recommend to us and to our congregations. From this statement of circumstances, the design, and I hope the propriety of the dedication, must be evident. It is, sir, that in proof of a point, which I believe to be essential to the duties and to the felicities of public and of private life, I may, in the most explicit and pointed manner that occurs to me, avail myself of the aids which I think I discover, in the measures of your administration and in the weight of your character, the use of human authority, which cannot be objected to as inapplicable to the subject, because it is of the essence of my argument, that, in every permanent government, civil rulers will be drawn to confess the principle asserted, either, as in the present instance, by a declaration of truths believed and felt, or, as may happen, by a compliance with what they suppose to be popular prejudices and weakness. And this is a circumstance which I apply in proof that my doctrine is involved in, and inseparable from social order. The time, sir, may come, and I believe it must come, when the doctrine here maintained will be held a much more important subject than it has yet been, of political investigation, and when the acknowledging of it will be demonstrated by facts to be a trait in the character of the enlightened statesman, and in that of the virtuous citizen. In the event, it will be no small part of the praise of the chief magistrate of the present day, that, as the result of his own judgment and consistently with his own practice, he made acknowledgments which are in contrariety to a theory that sets open the floodgates of immorality, that you may enjoy that best reward of your present labours, and that the remainder of your life may be crowned with a measure of felicity, proportioned to the glory of the past period of it, is, sir, the sincere wish and the devout prayer of your respectful, affectionate, and obliged humble servant, William White. February, June 28, 1795. C. Lane, Washington Collection, Boston, Athenaeum. MMC collects. Reverend Samuel Davies, Religion and Patriotism. The Constituents of a Good Soldier. A sermon preached to Captain Overton's Independent Company of Volunteers, raised in Hanover County, Virginia, August 17, 1755. By Samuel Davies, A.M. Minister of the Gospel there. Philadelphia, printed by James Chatin, 1755. MMC Collects. 4. We saw this in the case of Louis R. Ogden's request for Washington to endorse his critique of Thomas Paine's The Age of Reason. Also, Reverend Knox, mentioned above, who had written on a uniform system of education, had requested Washington's endorsement. Washington declined in both instances. But that is what makes his endorsement of Parson Weems' immortal mentor so remarkable, because it was not the practice of Washington to issue an endorsement. We will consider the Weems publication in a subsequent chapter. MMCCLXXE. For the history of the Stiff family, see Mead, Old Churches, p. 137 to 138. William Stiff was the only son of Captain John Stiff, of the county of Charles City, and of Mary, a daughter of William Randolph, gentleman of Turkey Island, in the adjoining county, Henrico, in the colony of Virginia. Their son William was born in the year 1689. On the death of her husband, Mrs. Stiff, at the instance of her brother, Sir John Randolph, removed to Williamsburg, and placed her son in the grammar school attached to the College of William and Mary, where he pursued his academic studies and graduated. His theological studies were completed in England, where he was ordained a minister of the Episcopal Church. On his return to Virginia, in the year 1731, he was elected master of the grammar school in the college and chaplain to the House of Burgesses. In June 1738, he was called rector to Henrico Parish in the county of Henrico. He married his cousin Judith, a daughter of Thomas Randolph of Tuckahoe, the second son of William Randolph of Turkey Island, and resided in the parsonage on the glebe near Varina, the seat of justice for the county of Henrico. There he wrote his History of Virginia, which was printed and bound in the city of Williamsburg, at the only printing press then in the colony. In August 1752, he was elected president of William and Mary College, to which he removed, and over which he presided until his death in 1755. Third married William Stiff, and was the mother of Reverend Mr. Stiff, the historian of Virginia, minister of Henrico, and afterward president of William and Mary College. His sister married Commissary Dawson, and he himself married Miss Judith Randolph of Tuckahoe. Another of the family married the Reverend Mr. Keith, who settled in Fauquier, and was the ancestor of Judge Marshall. Bishop Randolph, of the latter part of the last century, was first Archdeacon of Jersey, then Bishop of Oxford, and then of London, in all which stations he was most highly esteemed. His collection of tracts for the benefit of young students for the ministry show him to have been a bishop of sound doctrines, and of a truly Catholic spirit. MMCTLXX, see the chapter entitled Washington the Low Churchman. MMCTLX, Sati, WDW, v. Wall 36, September 25, 1798. To Reverend G.W. Snyder, MMCCLXAV I-44 2 Hig, The Diaries of George Washington, Volume 5, November, August 8, 1789. It being contrary to law and disagreeable to the people of this state, Connecticut, to travel on the Sabbath day one and my horses after passing through such intolerable roads wanting rest, I stayed at Perkins's tavern, which by the by is not a good one all day, and a meeting house being within a few rod of the door, I attended morning and evening service, and heard very lame discourses from a Mr. Pond. MMC collects 2 Hig, Diaries. October 10, 1785. MMCLXX, 2 Hig, Diaries, July 3, 1791. Received and answered an address from the inhabitants of Yorktown. There being no Episcopal minister present in the place, I went to hear. Morning service performed in the Dutch Reformed Church, which, being in that language not a word of, which I understood I was in no danger of becoming a proselyte to its religion by the eloquence of the preacher. PGW Vol. 6, MMCC, LXXI, WGW, Vol. 31, March 28, 1791. To Tobias Lear, MC Clex, X, Ibid, Vol. 3, July 9, 1771. To Jonathan Boucher, MC Clex SR, Ibid, Vol. 28, July 25, 1785. To David Humphreys, MMC Clex IV. See, for example, GWP, Series 8 Miscellaneous Papers, where Washington's extensive personal notes on various topics, such as farming, history, and constitutional forms of government, are copied by him from various books he had read. MMCCC, XXV, WGW, Vol. 36, December 21, 1797. To James Anderson. If a person only sees, or directs from day to day what is to be done, business can never go on methodically or well, for in case of sickness, or the absence of the director, delays must follow. System to all things is the soul of business. To deliberate maturely and execute promptly is the way to conduct it to advantage. With me, it has always been a maxim, rather to let my designs appear from my works than by my expressions. To talk long, beforehand, of things to be done, is unpleasant, if those things can as well be done at one time or another. But I do not mean by this to discourage you from proposing any plans to me which you may conceive to be beneficial, after having weighed them well in your own mind. On the contrary, I request you to do it with the utmost freedom, for the more combined and distant things are seen, the more likely they are to be turned to advantage. MMCC LXXEI's Custis writes in Recollections, pp. 162 to 163, General Washington, during the whole of both his public and private life, was a very early riser indeed in the maternal mansion, at which his first habits were formed. The character of a sluggard was abhorred. Whether as chief magistrate or the retired citizen, we find this man of method and labor seated in his library from 1 to 2 hours before day, in winter and at daybreak in summer. We wonder at the amazing amount of work which he performed. Nothing but a method the most remarkable and exemplary could have enabled him to accomplish such a world of labor, an amount which might have given pretty full employment to half a dozen ordinary, and not idle men, all their lives. When we consider the volume of his official papers, his vast foreign, public and private correspondence, we are scarcely able to believe that the space of one man's life should have comprehended the doing of so many things and doing them so well. MMCC LXC Satai. WGW, Vol. 34 to 1789. I will only say that during and since the session of the convention, I have attentively heard and read every oral and printed information of both sides of the question that could readily be procured. This long and laborious investigation, in which I endeavored as far as the frailty of nature would permit to act with candor, has resulted in a fixed belief that this Constitution is really in its formation a government of the people. Washington's concern for the constitutional crisis looming in America is well seen in WGW, Vol. 29, November 15, 1786, to Bushrod, Washington. Among the great objects which you took into consideration at your meeting at Richmond, how comes it to pass that you never turned your eyes to the inefficacy of the federal government, so as to instruct your delegates to accede to the propositions of the Commons at Annapolis, or to devise some other mode to give it that energy which is necessary to support a national character? Every man who considers the present constitution of it, and sees to what it is verging, trembles. The fabric which took 9 years, at the expense of much blood and treasure, to rear, now totters to the foundation, and without support must soon fall. Washington's written study notes on constitutional forms are found in the George Washington Papers of the Library of Congress, Series 8, Miscellaneous Papers, images 344 to 366, MCPLX, as for example the sermons by Stiff, The Nature and Extent of Christ's Redemption, and Clark, An Answer to the Question of Why I'm a Christian, and the study by Barrington that have been included as illustrations in this study. MMC Klex. See, for example, Lane, Washington Collection, Boston Athenaeum, pp. 76 to 77, 132, 145, 162 to 163, 195. MMCCXE Lane, Washington Collection, Boston Athenaeum, p. 502. MCXEI, Ibid, p. 503. MXE Ibid, p. 510. MXC Ibid, p. 500. The Sex of Ibid, p. 39. MMCCXEV, Ibid, p. 221. MMCCXEVI, WGW Vol. L. 33, August 29, 1793. M.C. Ibid. Vol. September 9, 1797. MMCC Exeviat. The Divine Mission of Jesus Christ evident from his life, and from the nature and tendency of his doctrines. A sermon preached at Stamford, October 11, 1796, before the Consociation of the Western District in Fairfield County, by Isaac Lewis, D.D., pastor of a Consociated Church in Greenwich, New Haven, printed by T&S Green, New Haven, 1796. The Political Advantages of Godliness. A sermon preached before His Excellency the Governor, and the Honorable Legislature of the State of Connecticut, convened at Hartford on the anniversary election, May 11, 1797, by Isaac Lewis, D.D., pastor of a church in Greenwich, Hartford, printed by Hudson and Goodwin, 1797, MMCC, XCIX, WGW Vol. 7, March 31, 1777, to Brigadier General George Clinton. I congratulate you most cordially on your late appointment to a command in the Continental Army. I assure you it gave me great pleasure when I read the resolve, and wishing that your exertions may be crowned with a suitable success. I am, etc. Ibid, Vol. 16, August 5, 1779. To Reverend Duzal Ojan, Rev. D. Sir, I have received, and with pleasure read, the sermon you were so obliging as to send me. I thank you for this proof of your attention. I thank you also for the favourable sentiments you have been pleased to express of me, but in a more especial manner. I thank you for the good wishes and prayers you offer in my behalf. Ibid, Vol. 24, May 29, 1782. To Governor Jonathan Trumbull. Your Excellency's reply to Dean's letter I read with great satisfaction, and this pleasure was heightened by Thing G, that it contained not only your own sentiments, but also conveys the sense of the legislative body of your state. From a variety of circumstances I view the present as the most critical moment that we have almost ever experienced throughout the present contest. Ibid, Vol. 26, March 10, 1783. To Jane Mitchell Varnum, Dear Sir, I have had the honour to receive your favour of the 21st, Alto, and beg your acceptance of my particular acknowledgments for the honourable and flattering manner in which you have spoken of me, in the dedication to your oration, delivered before our brethren at Providence. The sentiments which you have expressed in your oration, I have read with pleasure, and am with great esteem, etc. WGW note, an oration, delivered in the Episcopal Church in Providence, Rhode Island, before the most ancient and honourable fraternity of free and accepted Masons, on the American Festival of St. John the Evangelist, December 27, 1782, Providence, printed by John Carter. Ibid, Vo, March 26, 1783, to President Boudinot of Congress. Dear Sir, I was upon the point of closing the packet which affords a cover to this letter when the Baron de Steuben arrived, and put your obliging favour of the 17th inst. into my hands. I read it with great pleasure and gratitude, and beg you to accept my sincere thanks for the trouble you have taken to communicate the several matters therein contained, many parts of which, till then were altogether new to me. Ibid, Vol. 28, February 5, 1785, to Benjamin Vaughan. Sir, I pray you to accept my acknowledgement of your polite letter of the 31st of October, and thanks for the flattering expressions of it. These are also due in a very particular manner to Dr. Price, by Reverend Richard Price, an English nonconformist minister, for the honourable mention he has made of the American general in his excellent observations on the importance of the American Revolution addressed to the free and United States of America, which I have seen and read with much pleasure. Ibid, Vol. 28, October 30th, 1785, to David Humphreys. My dear Humphreys, I am very much obliged to you for the poem you sent me. I have read it with pleasure, and it is much admired by all those to whom I have showed it. Ibid, Vol. 33, July 20th, 1794, to Sir John Sinclair. I have read with peculiar pleasure and approbation the work you patronise so much to your own honour and the utility of the public. Such a general view of the agriculture in the several counties of Great Britain is extremely interesting, and cannot fail of being very beneficial to the agricultural concerns of your country, and to those of every other wherein they are read, and must entitle you to their warmest thanks for having set such a plan on foot, and for prosecuting it with the zeal and intelligence you do. I am so much pleased with the plan and execution myself, as to pray you to have the goodness to direct your bookseller to continue to forward them to me, accompanied with the cost which shall be paid to his order, or remitted so soon as the amount is made known to me. When the whole are received I will promote, as far as in me lays, the reprinting of them here. There are many others as well. MMCC Washington rarely gave this glowing phrase, read with pleasure. On the 19 instances when he did, it was always with an implied or expressed approval. This included sermons, books on history, and books on agriculture. C. Lane, Catalogue of the Washington Collection, pp 90 to 91, account of the origin of the Board of Agriculture, and its progress for 3 years after its establishment by the President. London, 1796, and Agricultural Survey of the Counties of Great Britain, William Heath, Memoirs of Major General Heath. Boston, 1798. Lane, Washington Collection, Boston Athenaeum, p. 99. For other examples, see Ibid, pp 105, 126, 137, 146, 169. MMCCI, see the chapter on George Washington and Prayer, see WGW, Vol. 36. To Reverend William Lynn, June 4, 1798. Rev. D. Sir, I received with thankfulness your favor of the 30th. Alto. Enclosing the discourse delivered by you on the day recommended by the President of the United States to be observed as a general fast. I have read them both with pleasure and feel grateful for the favorable sentiments you have been pleased to express in my behalf, but more especially for those good wishes which you offer for my temporal and eternal happiness, which I reciprocate with great cordiality, being with esteem and respect. Msei Ebola, George Washington and Religion, p. 78. Msiki Ebola, George Washington and Religion, p. 78. MMC Sife, WEW Note. Of Newton, Sussex County, NJ. He was elected Protestant Episcopal Bishop of New Jersey in 1798, but consecration was refused him in 1799. Later he became a Presbyterian. The sermon was a sermon on practical religion, inscribed to Christians of every denomination. No, I. Chatham, printed by Shepherd Collock. Copies of Nos. 2 and 3 are in the Washington Collection in the Boston Athenaeum, MMCCV. This sermon was delivered in the evening, and spoken extemporaneously. A few weeks after its delivery it was committed to writing, and as nearly verbatim as the author's memory would serve. The sermon in its fuller form, in all the compass of language, there is not perhaps a word that speaks greater terror, more dread to the impious sons of jollity and mirth, than death. How doth it damp every evil joy, embitter the impure draught of sensual pleasure, and fill the wicked with dreadful forebodings of what shall be hereafter. As disagreeable as the subject of death is to the ungodly, it is the duty of the sincerest, best friends, the faithful ministers of the gospel, frequently to dwell upon it, to remind of its certainty, its necessary preparation, its consequences, and to use such arguments as shall have a tendency to cause sinners to escape all the exquisite, the inconceivable pains of death eternal. Be this our attempt this night, and be our text the following words of sacred writ. Psalm LXX, Ikes, 48. What man is he that liveth and shall not see death? Suppose a person blessed with a most healthy constitution, breathing the air of some friendly, and in the practice of exercise and temperance, the great promoters, and preservers of health. Imagine him not smitten with the sword of war, wasted by famine, nor consumed by pestilence, but year after year, to roll, and he still be possessed of the enjoyment of life. Yet the fatal line is drawn over which he cannot pass. The awful, the important moment must arrive, when he, in his own person, shall have verified the truth contained in the text, that there is no man that liveth who shall not see death. The historic as well as sacred page fully evinces the truth of this assertion. Where are all those illustrious heroes, famed orators, sage philosophers, celebrated poets, whose names grace the volumes of antiquity? Where indeed all the posterity of Adam, the noble and ignoble? All have paid their last great debt of nature, have, in the language of the psalmist, seen death too only accepted, and those also whose existence hath been only as of a day. Dust thou art, and to dust shalt thou return, said God to Adam on his transgression. Man that is born of a woman, saith Job, is of few days and full of trouble. He cometh up like a flower and is cut down, he fleeth also as a shadow and continueth not. It is appointed, saith St. Paul, unto men once to die, unto all men that shall ever live, except those who shall be found alive at the second advent of the Redeemer. Such faith the same apostle, shall not sleep, but shall be changed in a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, at the last trump. But why cite we authorities to prove that which none pretend to deny? Since we all confess the mortality of man, it must be of the utmost moment to be informed of the preparation that death requires. It was the observation of a certain pagan, that when the Supreme called into being the heavens and the earth, he transformed himself into love. True it is, that God is love, and that all nature exhibits a rich display of the divine munificence. But in nothing did the goodness of the Almighty Creator shine forth more conspicuous than in the formation and state of man. How majestic, how beauteous his person, how noble, now divine his soul. Placed in the fairest part of all the fair creation, possessing the heavenly image, and enjoying communion with the most bounteous author of his being, nothing was wanting to consummate his felicity, nothing necessary forever to perpetuate it, but a due observance of that easy and good law which God had given him. Had Adam paid proper respect to the divine command, it is the opinion of the best writers, both Jewish and Christian, that after his obedience had been sufficiently tried, he would have been translated from an earthly to a heavenly paradise. By his apostasy, what did he not lose? He lost the immortality of his person, or his body became mortal. He lost the favour and friendship of heaven. He lost the divine image, or the moral rectitude of his nature, and consequently his happiness, and he became subject to miseries here, to endless and intolerable torments hereafter. Unhappy Adam, thou sole father of mankind, happy was it for thee, and for thy progeny, that thy Creator's goodness was not exhausted in thy formation, but that mercy infinite yet remained for thy redemption. The divine Jesus was appointed by the Father of mercies to interpose in our favour. He most graciously undertook to restore to man all that he had left, and to deliver him from all the evils to which he is exposed. The Son of God is therefore emphatically styled our Redeemer, our Deliverer, our Saviour. The human body became mortal, but shall it not be restored to immortality by the omnipotence of the Redeemer? Although it shall be laid, it shall not be lost in the grave. For the hour is coming when the dead shall hear the voice of the Son of God, and shall live. The trumpet shall sound, we are told, and the dead shall be raised incorruptible, and we shall be changed. For this corruptible must put on incorruption, and this mortal must put on immortality. Man lost the divine favour and friendship. No sooner had he violated the sacred precept, but war, as it were, was declared between heaven and earth. Our first great friend most justly became our enemy. We were exposed to vanquishment, ruin, death. This we fully merited. This we should have fatally experienced, had not the Almighty ceased to contend. Unsolicited, the sword of vengeance is sheathed, and oh astonishing, the Omnipotent himself, he before whom all the angels of heaven bow with the profoundest reverence, and at whose mighty name all the devils of hell tremble, deigns to sue for peace, most mercifully condescends to lay aside the robes of celestial glory, to take upon him the humble garb of humanity, and to labour, and toil, and bleed, to effect the reconciliation. The Word was made flesh and dwelt among us, and we beheld his glory, the glory as of the only begotten of the Father, full of grace and truth. This divine Logos bore our griefs, carried our sorrows, was wounded for our transgressions, bruised for our iniquities. The chastisement of our peace was upon him, and with his stripes we are healed. It being most reasonable that the offending party should manifest some signs of contrition, previous to future favour and friendship, to this they were excited by the Prince of Peace, upon his entrance on his mediatorial office. Repent, saith he, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand. Recollect, O ye sons of men, your ungrateful, repeated, unjustifiable offences against your almighty Father. Let a due sense of them fill you with remorse, cover you with shame, and cause you to be willing to accept the divine clemency. For now it is proclaimed, the gospel dispensation hath taken place. The doors of heaven are open to every repenting, returning offender. Thus did the merciful Saviour endeavour to dispose men to be reconciled with their offended Maker. Thus was God in Christ reconciling the world unto himself, restoring us to his favour and friendship. The medium of reconciliation is the blood of Jesus, apprehended by faith, with a disposition of penitence and sincere obedience. With what fervour of affection are we entreated by the Apostle to accept of this favour? We are ambassadors for Christ, says he, as though God did beseech you by us. We pray you, in Christ's stead, be ye reconciled to God, for he hath made him to be sin for us, who knew no sin, that we might be made the righteousness of God in him. And how highly are those honoured who are obedient to the voice of the Redeemer, who suffer themselves to be redeemed by him. No longer are they styled enemies, but friends of God. Ye are my friends, if ye do whatsoever I command you. By the fall we lost also the divine image, and of course our happiness, for when we ceased to resemble God, we became incapable of the enjoyment of him. Without a similarity of temper and disposition between two beings, there cannot be any affection, agreement, or felicity. Man was at first created holy, that he might be happy, that he might possess in some sort the happiness which God himself enjoys. So absolutely necessary is purity of soul, to render us capable of celestial enjoyments, that we are assured, in the most peremptory manner, that without holiness no man shall see the Lord, or can be qualified for the enjoyment of him. The great mediator affords the means to regain the heavenly temper we lost. His holy ordinances are ordained for this very end. They are rendered efficacious through the assistance of the divine Spirit, and its powerful aid, its sanctifying saving graces. Together with every other favour, we are assured of upon our due application to the throne of grace. If men, says he, being evil, know how to give good gifts unto their children, how much more will their heavenly Father give his Holy Spirit to those that ask it? If mankind, who possess the principles of affection for their children in an imperfect degree, are yet most readily inclined to confer favours on them, how much more readily will the Father of heaven bestow blessings on his offspring, even with as much greater freedom as he is better, more perfect than the sons of men. Ask every spiritual and necessary blessing, and it shall be given you. Seek, and ye shall find. Knock, and it shall be opened to you. For every one that asketh, in a proper manner receiveth, and he that seeketh findeth, and to him that knocketh, it shall be opened. This gracious permission to supplicate divine benefits, with a most kind promise of having our petitions heard, our Saviour was pleased thus to repeat to his disciples, If ye shall ask anything in my name, for the sake of my merits and mediation, I will do it. It shall be granted you. M.C.C.V.I. A sermon preached at Charlestown, November 29, 1798, on the anniversary Thanksgiving in Massachusetts, with an appendix designed to illustrate some parts of the discourse, exhibiting proof of the early existence, progress, and deleterious effects of French intrigue and influence in the United States. By Jedediah Morse, D.D. pastor of the church in Charlestown, published, by request, 2nd edition. Printed by Samuel Hall, number 53, Cornhill, Boston, 1799. MMCGVI Boller, George Washington and Religion, p. 78, says, he expressed similar satisfaction with a Thanksgiving sermon delivered by Jedediah Morse, Congregational Minister, staunch Federalist, and father of American geography, to celebrate the passing of the French crisis in 1798. But what Washington particularly liked was the appendix, which Morse had added to the sermon, exhibiting proofs of the early existence, progress, and deleterious effects of French intrigue and influence in the United States. Washington told Morse that he had read the appendix with pleasure, and wished that it could meet a more general circulation, because it contained important information. What he thought of the sermon itself he did not say. It is true that Washington seemingly approved the sermon, but note that the argument misses the point, since the appendix is thoroughly Christian as well as the sermon. Either Boller suppresses this fact, or has not read the sermon and the appendix. Either way, this is substandard research. MMCCT and. The text continues, foreign intrigue, the bane of our independence, peace and prosperity, has been operating in this country in various ways, for more than 20 years past, in insidious efforts to diminish our national limits, importance and resources ANC. Preceding Discourse P15, it is the object of this appendix to substantiate from facts the truth of that article in the preceding discourse, of which the above is a part. In doing this, I consider myself as discharging an important duty of my profession. The interests of religion and good government, in the present state of the world, if we may judge from the condition of France and her conquered countries, Holland, Geneva and Switzerland, are inseparably interwoven, and must prosper or decay together. Anarchy is fatal to the religion and morals, as well as to the political health and prosperity of a nation. And so, I believe, for the same reason, is French influence. To develop and oppose it, therefore, is to espouse the cause of the Church as well as of the State. The intrigues and consequent influence of France in this country, I conceive, have corrupted, to an incalculable extent, all the sources of our true happiness. Our political divisions and embarrassments, and much of that atheistical infidelity and irreligion, which during the last 20 years have made such alarming progress among us, are probably but the poisonous fruits of our alliance and intimate intercourse with the French nation. Her schemes and views concerning us, through all our vicissitudes, have been uniformly hostile to our dearest rights and interests. In proof of this, I appeal to the facts hereafter related. At a time when our holy religion and our government are formidably assailed by the secret and subtle artifices of foreign enemies, it is incumbent on every friend to Christianity and to his country to unite in opposing their insidious and wicked designs. He is unworthy the name of a Christian or a patriot, who in such a crisis as the present is silent or inactive. Surely the ministers of religion ought not to be considered as deviating from the duties of their profession, while they unveil those political intrigues, which, in their progress and operation, are undermining the foundations, and blasting the fair fruits of that holy religion which they preach, and which they are under the oath of God to vindicate. Against every species of attack, I confess that I have been one of the many thousands of my countrymen who have felt an honest esteem for, and a sincere gratitude to France for the aid she afforded us during our war with Great Britain, and who unfeignedly rejoiced with her at the commencement of her revolution, in the prospect of her enjoying the sweets of freedom and the blessings of an equal government. But I am not ashamed now to acknowledge, and thousands have done the same, that this esteem, gratitude and joy were the offspring of ignorance. A development of the motives and designs of France in respect to her alliance and intercourse with us, and of the real nature and object of her revolution, has produced an entire change in my own feelings and opinions. I can no longer consider her government, at any period, either under the monarchy or the republic, as having been truly friendly to the interests of the United States. Infidelity and licentiousness are too numerous. They are yet the minority of the nation, as we will hope, and are now on the decline both in numbers and influence. The lamentable issue of the great experiment made in France, of governing a civilized people without the aids of religion, has procured for Christianity many able advocates, and furnished many strong motives to the Christian to cherish his faith. While France, both in a political and religious view, exhibits an awful example for us to shun, we cannot but feel, for her present deplorable wretchedness, and the tremendous calamities which in all probability still await this profligate nation. Although the prejudices of philosophers, philosophists and systemists have been pronounced incorrigible, we will indulge the hope that the uncommon afflictions and miseries which the atheistical conspirators against religion and government have brought upon France, and those under her control, will operate conviction and regret in the blindest understanding and the hardest heart, and thus all this wrath of man be made ultimately to praise God. How much soever we detest the principles and the conduct of the French, we shall most sincerely wish them well, that they may speedily enjoy the fruits of true repentance and reformation, the blessings of good government, peace, and pure Christianity. Then we will embrace them as friends. Till then, we ought to hold them as enemies. C6 Boller, George Washington and Religion, p. 78, says, in the second instance, however, we can speak with some precision. In 1789, a few months after Washington's inauguration, Reverend Joseph Buckminster of New Hampshire sent the new president a sermon which presumably might be of particular interest to Washington as he assumed the highest office in the new federal government. It was an old sermon. It had been preached by Benjamin Stevens, pastor of the First Church in Kittery, Maine, on the occasion of the death of Sir William Pepperell in 1759. Washington voiced his hearty approbation of the doctrine therein inculcated. Whether it was the humility or the conscientiousness enjoined upon men in high office that appealed to Washington, we have no way of knowing. Probably it was both. In any case, the doctrine which he approved was primarily of political significance and does not enlighten us as to his attitude toward the tenets of the Christian faith. Paul Boller here follows the cut-and-paste presentation of this sermon, given initially by Moncure Conway. Reverend Conway was the editor of the works of Thomas Paine, the leading deist of Washington's day. Conway was quoted by Lane in the catalogue to the Washington Library at the Boston Athenaeum, p. 194. This letter to Dr. Buckminster is especially notable because, though the larger part was dictated, Washington has added in his own hand his approbation of the doctrine of the discourse. It is doubtful if in all his writings similar approval of any statement of doctrine can be found. The text selected for this sermon was from the 82nd Psalm, "But ye shall die like men," referring to the previous part of the verse 7, "I have said ye are gods." The preacher said that rulers might in a sense be properly so styled because, governments being appointed of God, magistrates were his representatives. He defined God as a moral governor, engaged in a great plan of wisdom and benevolence. As this world is not a state of retribution, it is requisite that these earthly gods should be removed by death as well as other men, in order to complete the plan of the divine government. Indeed, the great ends of the moral administration of God seem to require this, to suppress the progress of vice and promote virtue and goodness in the present state, but especially for the final adjustment of all things with equity. This, probably, is the doctrine of which Washington intimates his approval. Stephen's sermon, edited and summarized by Conway, is presented in such a way that one would have thought it was a sermon preached by a deist. Nevertheless, if one is permitted actually to see the words of the sermon, it is clear that Stephen's sermon is an orthodox Christian sermon. One would never know that fact from Conway's careful cutting and pasting of the message. Further, this method of passing out the sections that Washington would have agreed with is not only entirely prejudicial and unscientific, it is inconsistent with the glowing affirmation that Washington wrote in his own hand. The sermon was addressed as a whole. The sermon as a whole was Christian. How could there not be Christian doctrine in view? This was a Christian funeral sermon, which as a whole was filled with Christian doctrine. The method employed here by Reverend Conway and Professor Boller is an overt act of deflection to keep the reader from knowing what Washington actually had read and approved. Astonishingly, the generally skeptical Professor Boller apparently can set aside all doubt and tell us what parts of the sermon Washington liked, although Washington's letter did not limit his approval to any specific doctrinal teaching. We believe this approach by Conway and Boller is an expression of a method of desperation to cover over the obvious Christian views that Washington had to possess to approve this sermon. MMCCX. A sermon occasioned by the death of the Honourable Sir William Pepperell, Bart, Lieutenant General in His Majesty's service, who died at his seat in Kittery, July 6, 1759, aged 63. Preached the next Lord's Day after his funeral by Benjamin Stevens, A.M. pastor of the First Church in Kittery. That funeral sermon. Psalm LXX. 7. But ye shall die like men. As the benevolent author of our being, who knows our weakness and wishes our welfare, is represented by the great prophet of the Jews, saying to his people, "Oh, that they were wise, that they understood this, that they would consider their latter end." We have hereby plainly intimated that serious reflections on our mortality and the issue of things at death would excite us faithfully to act the parts assigned us here, and daily solicit us to focus on the happiness of the world to come. The words are, "I have said ye are gods, and all of you are children of the Most High." It follows, "But ye shall die like men." Civil rulers are here, and in several other places in the sacred oracles, styled gods, not only on account of their authority and dominion, or the dignity of their character and office, but to point out the end and design for which they are exalted to power, viz., that they might in their limited sphere imitate him, who is the supreme ruler of the universe, who governs the whole in infinite wisdom, perfect righteousness and goodness. Christ also says, John 10:35, he called them gods to whom the word of the Lord came, that is God, in his word, has called those gods, to whom he had delegated power, and who were commissioned by him, to the office of magistrates and rulers. Now, since in this sense civil rulers are of God, and his establishment and appointment, they may without impropriety be stilled gods, but such, however dignified by titles of honour and respect, and by that which is given to the sovereign majesty of heaven and earth, such I say, however elevated their station or extensive their power and usefulness, must die like other men. This is a truth taught in our text, and a truth too evident to admit of any laboured proof. In a word, the Lord Jehovah only hath immorality. He is the living God, and an everlasting King. His throne remaineth from generation to generation. While the gods that have not made the heavens and the earth, even they shall perish from the earth, and from under the heavens. Now as the most exalted in dignity, whatever may be their boasted pedigree, though they may lay claim to noble, royal or divine extraction, are descendants of Adam, by whom sin entered into the world, and death by sin, death passes upon them as well as others. And however they may be distinguished in other respects, they equally share with others in the consequences of the first transgression, and are involved in the same general sentence of death with the whole posterity of Adam. Infinite wisdom cannot err, nor perfect rectitude do wrong. Farther, let it be observed that immortality here was not the right of mankind, not even of Adam in innocency. However, some of them may be distinguished and exalted above the rest of his posterity, yet they too, in respect of their mortality, must be equal sharers with the common parent of all. This part of the divine government may be to prevent an undue trust and dependence in men, and to lead us to place it in him, to whom it belongs, and on whom alone it can be placed with safety. As this appointment tends to suppress the pride of those who may arrogate divinity to themselves, so also to check the impiety of those who idolize such false gods. It is equally apparent that his moral administration is not perfect here, but that it extends to a future state, in which all are to be dealt with according to their respective characters. Here, there is often one event to the righteous and to the wicked, but as all are to be removed hence by death, and as death stands in connection with the judgment of the great day, since the great as well as the small are too stand before the tribunal of the universal judge, they shall be judged in like manner without respect of persons, and receive according to the deeds done in the body. And the kings of the earth, and the great men, and the rich men, and the chief captains and mighty men were told, shall be struck with terror and amazement at the appearance of him that sitteth on the throne, and the wrath of the Lamb. If such persons behave well in life, and view death in the light, the gospel represents it to the righteous, not as the end of our being, but the commencement of a happy immorality, such being conformed to him, who is the resurrection and the life, have reason with thankfulness to adore that gracious plan of things which removes them from this world to a better, although the dark valley of death be the passage thereto. For then, instead of being abased, they shall be exalted to true dignity. Then they shall be crowned with everlasting honours. Though their bodies lie down in the dust and see corruption, though they mingle with the common earth, and with the dust of the lowest of men, yet shall they be raised again in the resurrection of the just. And at the judgment of the great day, those who in this life faithfully acted the parts assigned them, shall meet with the approbation of the universal judge, the unerring discerner of true worth, and whose approbation is an honour infinitely superior to the united applause and homage of all mankind. And those who have been faithful over a few things, shall be made ruler over many, and enter into the joy of their Lord. But before I finish, it deserves notice, that in these degenerate days in which too many are ashamed of Christ and his cross, especially among those who are in high life, he, Pepperell, considered the Christian character as truly honourable, and As he was favored with a Christian education, so he made a public and open profession of the religion of Christ, and his regular attendance on his holy institutions, both in his family and in the house of God, is becoming seriousness and gravity when engaged in solemn acts of worship, and his disposition to maintain peace and order, and to support the gospel shew that he was not insensible of the sacred obligations of Christianity, and though he ever openly avowed and steadily adhered to his religious sentiments, he was far from being ostentatious in his religion, and I believe abhorred the practice of cloaking wicked and sinister intentions under the specious disguise of piety. Being also firmly attached to our ecclesiastical constitution, and a friend to learning, he always treated the ministers of the gospel with peculiar marks of distinction. My little children, be concerned to remember your Creator in the days of your youth. Let it be your first concern to be good, in order to which acquaint yourselves with God, with his Son Christ Jesus, and with his gospel, and live as the word of God directs you, and you will be blessings in this world, and happy to all eternity. Find consolation in him who so tenderly sympathized with his afflicted friends in the days of his flesh, in him who is the resurrection and the life, and believing in him may they have life eternal. May we be taught hereby to cease from man, and to put our trust in and expect our happiness from him who is the ever-living God. The voice of this providence speaks aloud to all to prepare for death, to prepare to follow him who is gone before us. Every instance of mortality enforces with peculiar energy that important admonition of our great instructor Jesus Christ. Be ye also ready, for in such an hour as you think not, the Son of Man cometh. None we see are exempted from death. Its approach is entirely uncertain. It can be but at a little distance at farthest, and is besides such an important and interesting event that it demands our most serious consideration and our greatest solicitude to prepare for it, that so it may be joyful and happy. The life of Sir William Pepperell, as highlighted by Reverend Stevens, must have impressed Washington as well. The many striking parallels between Washington's and Pepperell's lives must have been the impetus for Lady Pepperell to send this sermon to Washington just before she died. Washington had made his presidential tour of the area only a short time before, and had then met Reverend Buckminster, the clergyman who sent the sermon to the president. See Washington's diaries. We add a few other quotes from the sermon that fill out the fascinating life of Sir Pepperell. The just character of Sir William Pepperell, yet I shall attempt some sketches thereof, and a brief detail of those services which rendered him so conspicuous, both at home and abroad, in which nothing I trust will be said, but what those who truly knew him, and are unprejudiced, would readily subscribe to. So high was he in the esteem of his country at that important crisis, when the scheme was laid by the New England government for the reduction of Louisbourg, that he was wisely made choice of by His Excellency our Governor, and commissioned by him. Every circumstance considered, it was a conquest heard of by all with surprise, and will be transmitted to future ages with wonder. It is true, there was a most remarkable series of providences concurring in this whole affair, and though praise is ever to be ascribed to God who did marvellous things for us, yet a grateful memorial is due to him who was the principal agent in obtaining this glorious acquisition. He ought ever to be accounted honourable, because by him the Lord hath given deliverance to us. As there was so remarkable an interposition of heaven conspiring to bring this enterprise to its happy issue, so our general not only, as became an heroic spirit, was modest in victory, but as became a Christian ever ascribed, even to his dying breath, the honour and praise to the Lord of hosts and the God of armies, and as in the undertaking and prosecution of this important affair, he was concerned by prayer and supplication to engage the divine blessing, and like the pious heroes of old went forth in the name of the Lord, so likewise did he acknowledge with gratitude to the honour of the great governor of the universe, that his right hand and his holy arm had gotten him the victory. He had a due sense likewise of the heroic resolution and exemplary bravery of the officers and soldiers who were with him, and always esteemed it his great honour to have commanded them. This illustrious undertaking being thus happily accomplished, and such important consequences having been the result of that conquest of Louisbourg, as it has already caused the name of Sir William Pepperell to spread far and wide, so will it occasion it to be remembered with gratitude and respect by all succeeding generations. It was upon this great actions being so bravely attempted, and so happily accomplished, that our gracious sovereign conferred the title and dignity of a baronet of Great Britain upon our deceased friend, an honour never before or since conferred on a native of New England. Next I. Robert Davidson, D.D. A sermon on the freedom and happiness of the United States of America, preached in Carlisle on the 5th October, 1794, published at the request of the officers of the Philadelphia and Lancaster troops of light horse, by Robert Davidson, D.D. pastor of the Presbyterian Church in Carlisle, and one of the professors in Dickinson College, Philadelphia, printed by Samuel H. Smith for Robert Campbell, 1794, 29 pp. C. Lane, The Washington Collection, pp. 6465. M. Sexevert. 2 Hig. Diaries, October 5th, 1794. M. Maxive Davidson, Sermon on the Freedom and Happiness. MMCC XV. Davidson, Sermon on the Freedom and Happiness, as a divine providence then, must be acknowledged over the affairs of men, and something may be learned on this subject even from the light of nature, and the general voice of nations. How thankful should we be for the light of revelation, by which our views are so greatly enlarged, and our thoughts are carried back to the creation and forward to the consummation of all things. For the representations which are everywhere given of God, in the Jewish writings, lead us to conceive of him as the Creator, Preserver, and Lord of heaven and earth, as having all nations under his direction, and employing all the shining armies of heaven as his ministers, in the government of this lower world. They had also the moral law, written by the finger of God himself, which gives a full view of all those duties which we owe to God and to one another. For the sum of the commandments is, to love the Lord our God with all our hearts, and our neighbour as ourselves. In the second place, consider the great goodness of the divine being to our state and nation in particular, our high privileges, the gratitude which we owe to God for them, and the wise improvement which we ought to make of them. Emem Sexvi Ibid. He then added, and as to religion, the choicest blessing of heaven to men, and without which no nation can be truly happy, is she not left at liberty to display to every advantage her celestial charms, and to exert her renovating powers on the minds of men, free both from the aids and the restraints of the civil arm? What would the people of these states have or wish for more? Are not these the very objects for which our patriots bled, and to obtain which the greatest sacrifices have been made by all ranks of citizens? This then brought Dr. Davidson to address the reality of the officers of the Federal Army worshipping in his presence, along with the Commander-in-Chief and President, George Washington. Dr. Davidson said, "But when I look around me, and see multitudes of men in the garb of soldiers, and handling the instruments of war, I cannot but feel the most painful emotions and ask what these things mean. These preparations are, to teach those who will not otherwise be taught, that we ought all to be obedient to lawful authority, that we ought to respect the government which ourselves have made, and whose protection we have enjoyed, that in a pure republic the will of the majority must be submitted to, and no lawless attempts made to weaken the energy of good government. What heart that is not hardened into an entire insensibility does not bleed at the thought of an unprovoked insurrection by some of our deluded fellow citizens against the mildest and freest government under heaven?" Im. Six. Ibid. MMCC Sakar, cited in Lane, The Washington Collection, p. 3. MMC XX. The Albany Sentinel, June 5, 1798, Vol. IIISS. 97 p. 3. MMCC XX. Reverend Alexander Addison, An Oration on the Rise and Progress of the United States of America to the Present Crisis, and on the Duties of the Citizens. Philadelphia, printed by John Ormrod, No. 41, Chestnut Street, 1798. MMCC XE. Reverend M. L. Weems, The Philanthropist, or a good 12 cents worth of political love power, for the fair daughters and patriotic sons of America. Dedicated to that great lover and love of his country, George Washington Esquire, Alexandria, John and James D. Westcott, 1799. MMCC XXI. WGW, VOL 37, August 29, 1799. To Reverend Mason L. Weems. M. Jacques Weems the philanthropist. It is not good for man to be alone. That alone, he is a feeble, helpless wretch. That, alone, he is but as a poor shipwrecked sailor cast on a desolate island. Our associated state, we are like a great family of brothers whom God has placed together as mutual aids. Is it not as much a law of nature that we should love one another, as it is that the members of the body should love one another? As that the eyes should love the feet for carrying them to gaze on the dear objects of their affections? Or that the feet should love the eyes for directing them to flowery walks to ramble in? Do the members of the body ever repine at each other's perfections? Does the foot repine because the eye is quick-sighted to see 1,000 charming objects? Because the ear with admirable nicety can distinguish enchanting sounds? Or because the arms are strong and able to get an abundance of good things? No, they rejoice in each other's perfections, as in the instruments of their own glory and happiness. In like manner, ought not every member of the great body of society to rejoice in the perfections of his brother member? How then must it affect, how torture the soul of humanity to see us men, whom God placed here to live in love, thus dreadfully abusing our powers to curse each other's existence, and to crush one another into an untimely grave. Thus, as in the natural body, no member could be amputated without great detriment to the whole, so in the social body, no class of the citizens could be taken away without great detriment to the rest. Thus has God, the common parent, removed far from us all ground of pride on the part of the rich, and of dejection on the part of the poor. The rich and the poor, says Solomon, meet together, the Lord is the maker of them all. Thus, secure in each other's protection, thus abundant and happy in the sweet rewards of their mutual labours, they can eat, drink, and rejoice together like brothers, under the shade of their own vine and fig tree, none daring to make them afraid. Oh, how goodly a thing it is to see a whole nation living thus together in unity. O blessed land of well-secured liberty, of equal laws, of moderate taxes, and of universal toleration. Oh, that we did but know in this our day the many felicities we enjoy under this our government, and did but love the government as we ought. But how shall we manifest our love? By splitting into parties and mortally hating one another. No, God forbid, for a furious party spirit is the greatest judgment, the heaviest curse that can befall our country. It extinguishes loves. Honour all men, love the brotherhood, fear God, honour the king, let us honour all men, yes, even those who differ from us in political sentiments. To make this more easy and pleasant, love the brotherhood, one great political body. Let us fear God. That is the only firm base on which the happiness of individuals, the prosperity of nations can rest securely. It is the only root from which every branch of duty can spring in full vigour, be fed and enlivened. Wise and blessed above all nations should we be, if we would but adopt such a conduct honourable to human nature, and worthy of Christianity, which represents men to each other as children of one parent, as members of one family, journeying together through the checkered scenes of this transitory world, towards a region where all the distinctions of rich and poor, high and low are unknown, and where virtue alone shall be exalted, and vice degraded forever. MMCC XRV, WGW, VOL 32, October 20th, 1792. To Dr. William Davies Shipley, MMCC XXV. Jonathan Shipley, Bishop of St. Asaph, 1714 to 1788. Shipley's Works, 2 vols. Reverend Jonathan Shipley, Works, 2 vols. London, 1792. Presentation copy from the Reverend W. M. Davies, Shipley, Dean of St. Asaph, the son of the author. Washington acknowledged the gift in a letter dated Philadelphia, 20 October. 1792. Lane, Catalogue of the Washington Collection, p. 500. MMCC XXAI WGW Vol. 16, September 8, 1779. Note: the eulogium was an eulogium of the brave men who were fallen in the contest with Great Britain, delivered July 5, 1779, in the German Calvinist Church in Philadelphia. A copy is in the Library of Congress. MMCC XXX WGW VOL 37, November 6, 1781. To Jonathan Trumbull, Jr. See the Works and Life of Lawrence Sterne, 2 volumes, New York, J.F. Taylor and Company, 1904. Sterne's collection of sermons was also in Washington's library. C. Lane, Catalogue of the Washington Collection, p. 192. MMCC XXCCI. WGW Vol. L. 27, August 21st, 1783. M. Sex, Boller, George Washington, and Religion. In fact, it is the only work that is cited in the article on religion in the Washington Biographical Companion written by the University of Virginia professor Frank E. Grizzard, Jr., the editor of the Washington Papers. MCCXX, Ibid, p. 114. MCCXC, Ibid, p. 111. Frank E. Grizzard, Jr. writes on pp. 270 to 71. Although Washington often wrote about the intervention of Providence in human affairs, he only rarely mentioned his beliefs about an afterlife. When a friend named a son after him, Washington wrote to express the hope that he will live long to enjoy it, long after I have taken my departure for the world of spirits. On the eve of his leaving Mount Vernon for Philadelphia for the Constitutional Convention, he confided in Robert Morris of his internal conflict about whether to become involved again in a public life, my first remaining wish being to glide gently down the stream of life in tranquil retirement till I shall arrive at the world of spirits. When his mother died in August 1789, at the age of 83, he wrote to console his sister Betty, expressing the hope that she is translated to a happier place. To another he referred to being translated to a happier clime. How literally Washington meant these references to a happier clime and the land of spurts is unclear. Certainly there is a detached and almost fatalistic tone about them. In short, he did believe in immortality, but it is unclear whether he held the classical version of one's life and deeds living on in the effects and memory of subsequent generations, or the more literal land of spirits. So, totally otherworldly as to be unknowable, and hence not worth troubling oneself over the mention of a happier clime and meeting in the future, indicates that he leaned more in favour of some sort of literal afterlife. Miss Excise. Thomas Paine, The Age of Reason, Part 2. Paine explains the rational basis for belief in immortality as follows: that the consciousness of existence is not dependent on the same form, or the same matter is demonstrated to our senses in the works of the creation, as far as our senses are capable of receiving that demonstration. A very numerous part of the animal creation preaches to us far better that Paul, the belief of a life hereafter. Their little life resembles an earth and a heaven, a present and a future state, and comprises, if it may be so expressed, immortality in miniature. The most beautiful parts of the creation to our eye are the winged insects, and they are not so originally. They acquire that form and that inimitable brilliancy by progressive changes. The slow and creeping caterpillar worm of today passes in a few days to a torpid figure and a state resembling death, and in the next change comes forth in all the miniature magnificence of life, a splendid butterfly. No resemblance of the former creature remains, everything is changed, all his powers are new, and life is to him another thing. We cannot conceive that the consciousness of existence is not the same in this state of the animal as before. Why then must I believe that the resurrection of the same body is necessary to continue to me the consciousness of existence hereafter? In the former part of the Age of Reason I have called the creation the only true and real word of God, and this instance, or this text in the Book of Creation, not only shows to us that this thing may be so, but that it is so, and that the belief of a future state is a rational belief, founded upon facts visible in the creation, for it is not more difficult to believe that we shall exist hereafter in a better state and form than, at present, than that a worm should become a butterfly, and quit the dunghill for the atmosphere, if we did not know it as a fact. True religion is a system of moral theism, which Herbert elaborates in 5 propositions. 1. There is a supreme God. 2. This supreme God ought to be worshipped. 3. Virtue joined with piety is the best method of divine worship. 4. Vices and crimes and all sorts of wickedness must be expiated by repentance. And 5. There is reward or punishment after this life. The practice of true religion is supposed to result in eternal life, and all our cognitive faculties have been designed to this end. This explains the 2 main parts of Herbert's philosophy: a theory of knowledge knowledge, and a philosophy of comparative religion. From www.thoems.com/encyclopedia/herbert.htm. See also www.luminarium.org/7lit/cherbury/cherbio.htm.mmccc/xiv. As to Thomas Jefferson's belief in immortality, consider theamericanrevolution.org/ipeople/tjef.asp. In another strictly private communication to Dr. Rush made in his first term as president, Jefferson revealed his own religious opinions. He believed in God and immortality. For Benjamin Franklin's belief in immortality and the resurrection of the body, consider the following. The epitaph that Franklin wrote for himself, but which was not used, reads, "The body of Benjamin Franklin, printer, like the cover of an old book, its contents torn out and stripped of its lettering and gilding, lies here, food for worms. But the work shall not be lost, for it will, as he believed, appear once more in a new and more elegant edition, revised and corrected by the author. See www.fee.edu/Franklin/epitaph.html. MMCC/XXE. Washington wrote in his diary, on February 12, 1785. Need reference received an invitation to the funeral of William Ramsey, ESQR, of Alexandria, the oldest inhabit of the town, and went up, walked in a procession as a Freemason, Mr. Ramsey in his life being one, and now buried with the ceremonies and honors due to one. MMCC/XXEI. George Washington Papers of the Library of Congress, 1741 to 1799, Series 4. General Correspondence, 1697 to 1799, Pennsylvania Grand Lodge Masons, to George Washington, December 27, 1796, image 438. MMCC/XXIend. George Washington Papers at the Library of Congress, 1741 to 1799. Series 2 Letterbooks, George Washington to Pennsylvania Grand Lodge Masons, January 1797. Letterbook 40, image 257. MC6 Second. See Shaft's Creeds of Christendom, 3p 499. On this text, Chief Justice Hale wrote, "Most certainly the wise consideration of our latter end, and the employing of ourselves upon that account, renders this life the most contenting and comfortable life in the world. For as a man, he takes his opportunity to gain a stock of grace and favor with God. He has made his peace with his Maker through Christ Jesus. He has done a great part of the chief business of his life, and he is ready upon all occasions, for all conditions whereunto the divine providence shall assign him, whether of life or death, or health or sickness, or poverty or riches. If God lend him longer life in this world, he carries on his great business to greater degrees of perfection, with ease and without difficulty, trouble, or perturbation. But if Almighty God cut him shorter, and call him to give an account of his stewardship, he is ready. Blessed is that servant whom his master when he comes shall find so doing. As thus this consideration makes life better, so it makes death easy. 1. By frequent consideration of death and dissolution, he is taught not to fear it. He is, as it were, acquainted with it aforehand, by often preparation for it. 2. By frequent consideration of our latter end, death becomes to be no surprise unto us. Sir Matthew Hale, Contemplations Moral and Divine London, printed for William Shrewsbury at the Bible in Duke Lane, and John Lee at Stationers Hall, MD Seal XXXV, pp. 5-6. MMCCXL, WGW, Vol. 2, October 20th, 1761. To Richard Washington, MMCCXI. We discussed this text in the chapter on Washington's childhood education. C. Lane, The Washington Collection, p. 52. Schley Custis, Recollections, p. 21. MMCCXLI, WGW, Vol. L. 27, July 10, 1783, to George William Fairfax, MMC Seeks Live, for example, WGW Vol. 32, March 6, 1793, to Reverend Brian Fairfax, I thank you for your kind condolence on the death of my nephew. It is a loss I sincerely regret, but as it is the will of heaven, whose decrees are always just and wise, I submit to it without a murmur. See WGW Vol. 35, 3001796, to Tobias Lear. Washington recognized how difficult it was to bring consolation to a grieving family. He actually expresses this sentiment by quoting from a Christian sermon by Reverend Laureen Stern, WGW Vol. 16, September 8, 1779, to Reverend Hugh Henry Brackenridge. Sir, I have to thank you for your favor of the 10th of August, and your eulogium. WGW note, the eulogium was an eulogium of the brave men who have fallen in the contest with Great Britain, delivered July 5, 1779, in the German Calvinist Church in Philadelphia. You add motives to patriotism, and have made the army your debtor, in the handsome tribute, which is paid to the memory of those who have fallen in fighting for their country. I am sensible that none of these observations can have escaped you, and that I can offer nothing which your own reason has not already suggested on this occasion, and being of Stern's opinion that, before an affliction is digested, consolation comes too soon, and after it is digested it comes too late. There is but a mark between these two, as fine almost as a hair, for a comforter to take aim at. I rarely attempt it, nor shall I add more on this subject to you, as it would only be a renewal of sorrow, by recalling afresh to your remembrance things which had better be forgotten. Emphasis added. MMCCC XLV WGW Vol. April 9, 1793. To Reverend Brian Fairfax. Dear Sir, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon on Thursday next, I mean to pay the last respect to my deceased nephew, by having the funeral obsequies performed. If you will do me the favour to officiate on the occasion, it will be grateful to myself, and pleasing to other friends of the deceased. No sermon is intended, and but few friends will be present, for these dinner will be ready at half after 2 OCLK, at which I should be happy, and shall expect to see you. MMCCXL VI WGW Vol. 1 put in letter of report of his mother's death. MCCXLVI WGW Vol. 37, September 22, 1799, to Burgess Ball. MCCXLVI WGW Vol. L. 32, April 9, 1793, to Reverend Brian Fairfax. MMCC clicks from the Book of Common Prayer. When they come to the grave, while the core is made ready to be laid into the earth, the priest shall say, or the priest and clerk shall sing, Man that is born of a woman hath but a short time to live, and is full of misery. He cometh up, and is cut down like a flower. He fleeth as it were a shadow, and never continueth in one stay. In the midst of life we are in death, of whom may we seek for succour, but of thee, O Lord, who for our sins are justly displeased. Yet, O Lord God most holy, O Lord most mighty, O holy and most merciful Saviour, deliver us not into the bitter pains of eternal death. Thou knowest, Lord, the secrets of our hearts. Shut not thy merciful ears to our prayer, but spare us, Lord most holy, O God most mighty. O holy and merciful Saviour, thou most worthy Judge eternal, suffer us not, at our last hour for any pains of death, to fall from thee. Then, while the earth shall be cast upon the body by some standing by, the priest shall say, Forasmuch as it hath pleased Almighty God of his great mercy to take unto himself the soul of our dear brother here departed, we therefore commit his body to the ground, earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust, in sure and certain hope of the resurrection to eternal life, through our Lord Jesus Christ, who shall change our vile body, that it may be like unto his glorious body, according to the mighty working, whereby he is able to subdue all things to himself. Then shall be said or sung, I heard a voice from heaven saying unto me, Write, From henceforth blessed are the dead which die in the Lord, even so saith the Spirit, for they rest from their labours. Reverend 14:1-3. Then the priest shall say, Lord, have mercy upon us. Christ, have mercy upon us. Lord, have mercy upon us. Another book found in Washington's library when he died was the 1744 edition of The Sick Man Visited, and furnished with instructions, meditations, and prayers for putting him in mind of his change, for supporting him under his distemper, and for preparing him for, and carrying him through, his last conflict with death by Nathaniel Spinkis, late Prebendary of Sarum, printed in London. We cannot be sure to what extent Washington ever used this particular book, but its message certainly was relevant because of the many serious illnesses that Washington had, that nearly took his life at various times. Smallpox in Barbados, a serious illness just before Braddock's defeat, the illness connected with his Grim King reference. One illness was so severe that he wrote to his pastor physician, Reverend Charles Green, Reverend Sir, necessity, and that I hope will apologize for the trouble I must give you, obliges me to ask the favor of a visit, that I may have an opportunity of consulting you on a disorder which I have lingered under for 3 months past. It is painful to me to write. Mr. Carlyle will say the rest. I shall only add that I am with very great esteem. WGW Vol. 2, November 13, 1757. To Reverend Charles Green. See also WGW Vol. 2, August 26, 1761. Washington also survived 2 very severe illnesses while president, a case of near-fatal pneumonia and near-fatal abscess on his thigh. Having lost her first husband and her 2 children, death was never far from the mind of Martha Washington either, as she experienced many illnesses as well. WGW Vol. 27, July 10, 1783. To George William Fairfax. Washington wrote, Mrs. Washington enjoys an incompetent share of health. Bilious fevers and cholics attack her very often, and reduce her low. At this moment she is but barely recovering from one of them. At the same time that she thanks Mrs. Fairfax and you for your kind suggestion of Dr. James's analytic pills, she begs you both to accept her most affectionate regards. She would have conveyed these in a letter of her own, with grateful acknowledgments of Mrs. Fairfax's kind remembrance by Mr. Lee, if her health would have allowed it. The prayers from Spinks include a prayer for patience and resignation to the divine will, a prayer for a sanctified use of sickness, a prayer for victory over death. PPP 187 to 188, 289. Washington's words describing Lord Fairfax were nearly as true of himself. Lord Fairfax, as I have been told after having bowed down to the grave, and in a manner shaken hands with death, is perfectly restored, and enjoys his usual good health, and as much vigour as falls to the lot of 90. WGW Vol. 11, March 11, 1778. To George William Fairfax. Thus an intrepid recognition of his own mortality is evident throughout Washington's writings. The letters of the 23-year-old soldier spoke of almost certain death. WGW Vol. 1, July 18, 1755. To Mrs. Mary Washington, to Robert Dinwiddie, and humorously noted the report of a circumstantial account of my death and dying speech. WGW Vol. 1, July 18, 1755. To John Augustine Washington, we find the older Washington using the imagery of wearied traveller. WGW Vol. 27, February 20th, 1784. To Major General Henry Knox, 3 to 21,797. And Pilgrim. WGW Vol. 10, January 23rd, 1778. To Reverend William Gordon, en route to a haven of hope. WGW Vol. 10, January 23rd, 1778. To Reverend William Gordon, or a haven of security and rest. WGW Vol. 21, March 26, 1781. To Major General John Armstrong, Vol. L. 36, March 2nd, 1797. To John Luzak. Washington, mindful that his pilgrimage would one day end, wrote to John Francis Mercer on September 26, 1792. If nothing impeaching my honour or honesty is said, I care little for the rest. I have pursued one uniform course for 60 years, and am happy in believing that the world have thought it a right one. Of its being so, I am so well satisfied myself that I shall not depart from it by turning either to the right or to the left until I arrive at the end of my pilgrimage. WGW Vol. 32, 9 to 261,792. To John Francis Mercer, MMCCL, WGW Vol. 26, April 5, 1783. To Marquis de Lafayette, Evan C. Cly, WGW Vol. 30, September 8, 1789. To Dr. James Craik, Vol. 32, September 21st, 1792. To Tobias Lear, Macleay C. Lane Notary Lathrop, Imki Cly, WGW Vol. 30, June 22nd, 1788. Inscliff John Lathrop, Discourse before the Humane Society in Boston, 1787, p. 33. MMCCLV, WGW Vol. 35, January 12, 1797. To Benjamin Walker, it would be a singular satisfaction to me to learn who was the author of these letters and from what source they originated. Note, so far as is known, the singular satisfaction of discovering who wrote the spurious letters was denied Washington. WGW Vol. 2, February 1757. To the Right Honourable John, Earl of Loudon, General and Commander-in-Chief of all His Majesty's forces in North America, and Governor and Commander-in-Chief of His Majesty's most antient colony and dominion of Virginia. February 1757, we, the officers of the Virginia Regiment, beg leave to congratulate your Lordship on your safe arrival in America, and to express the deep sense we have of His Majesty's great wisdom and paternal care for his colonies in sending your Lordship to their protection at this critical juncture. We likewise beg leave to declare our singular satisfaction and sanguine hopes on your Lordship's immediate appointment over our colony, as it in a more especial manner entitles us to your Lordship's patronage. WGW Vol. 23, January 29, 1782. To Philip Schuyler, every information tending to prove that the affairs respecting the grants may be speedily and happily accommodated gives me singular satisfaction. I will flatter myself, both the articles of intelligence you have rec. are well grounded. WGW Vol. L. 27, December 13, 1783. To the trustees and faculty of the University of the State of Pennsylvania, I experience a singular satisfaction in receiving your congratulations on the establishment of peace and the security of those important interests which were involved in the fate of the war. WGW Vol. 30, August 28, 1788. To George Richards Minot, I will only add that I always feel a singular satisfaction in discovering proofs of talents and patriotism in those who are soon to take the parts of the generation. Minot was then 30 years of age, which is now hastening to leave the stage. M.M. Sickleby, WGW Vol. 29, February 22, 1788. To Reverend John Lathrop, Mckelvey Ellis, His Excellency, p. 269. Mckelvey Craik's account of Washington's death was published as an appendix to a sermon entitled A Sermon, occasioned by the death of General George Washington, Commander-in-Chief of the Armies of the United States of America, who departed this life on December 14, 1799, after an illness of about 24 hours. Preached December 29, 1799, by the Reverend Hezekiah N. Woodruff, A.M., pastor of the First Church of Christ in Stemington, to which is added an appendix giving a particular account of the behavior of General Washington during his distressing illness, also of the nature of the complaint of which he died, by Doctors James Craik and Elisha C. Dick, attending physicians. Printed by Samuel Trumbull, for Messrs. Edward and Nathan Smith, Stonington Prot, January, 1800, p. 16. Emma Clicks, Bishop William Meade, Old Churches and Families of Virginia, 1857, t. pp. 254-55. MMCCCLX, WGW, Vol. and date. In his will he wrote, the family vault at Mount Vernon requiring repairs, and being improperly situated besides. I desire that a new one of brick, and upon a larger scale, may be built at the foot of what is commonly called the vineyard enclosure, on the ground which is marked out, in which my remains, with those of my deceased relatives, now in the old vault, and such others of my family as may choose to be entombed there, may be deposited. And it is my express desire that my corpse may be interred in a private manner without parade or funeral oration. Note, the new vault, the present one, was built in 1830-31 by Lawrence Lewis and George Washington Parke Custis, MMC XI, WGW, Vol L32, February 24, 1793. To Francis Bassett Washington. There are several other examples of Washington's strong calls for a religious and philosophical Christian stoicism. Consider the following. Vol. 36. To William Augustine Washington, February 27, 1798. My dear sir, Mr. Rice called here in his way to Alexandria, and delivered me your letter of the 15th instant. Of the recent afflicting event, one which was related therein, we had received previous accounts, and on that, as on former occasions of a similar nature, sympathized sincerely in your sorrows. But these are the decrees of an all-wise providence, against whose dictates the skill, or foresight of man can be of no avail. It is incumbent upon him, therefore, to submit with as little repining as the sensibility of his nature will admit. This will have its course, but may be greatly ameliorated by philosophical reflection and resignation. As you have 3 children left, I trust they will be spared to you, and sincerely hope that in them you will find consolation and comfort. Vol. 33. To William Pierce. Philadelphia, May 25th, 1794. Mr. Pierce, I learn with concern from your letter of the 18th instant that your crops were still labouring under a drought, and most of them very much injured. At disappointments and losses which are the effects of providential acts, I never repine, because I'm sure the all-wise disposer of events knows better than we do what is best for us, or what we deserve. Vol. 3. To Burwell Bassett, Mount Vernon, April 25th, 1773. Dear sir, the interruption of the post for several weeks prevented our receiving the melancholy account of your loss until within these few days. That we sympathise in the misfortune and lament the decree which has deprived you of so dutiful a child, and the world of so promising a young lady, stands in no need, I hope, of argument to prove. But the ways of providence being inscrutable, and the justice of it not to be scanned by the shallow eye of humanity, nor to be counteracted by the utmost efforts of human power or wisdom, resignation, and as far as the strength of our reason and religion can carry us, a cheerful acquiescence to the divine will is what we are to aim, and I am persuaded that your own good sense will arm you with fortitude to withstand the stroke, great as K is, and enable you to console Mrs. Bassett, whose loss and feelings are much to be pitied. Vol. 9. To Samuel Washington, Germantown, near Philadelphia, August 10th, 1777. Dear brother, your letter by Captain Rice without date came to my hand last night. Where my last was dated or from whence, I cannot at this time recollect, but with truth can assure that it is not owing to a want of inclination that you do not hear from me oftener, nor is it altogether to be ascribed to the hurry of business in which I am immert, but to your living out of the post road, and my want of knowledge of accidental or casual conveyance. I most sincerely condole with you on your late loss, and doubt not your feeling it in the most sensible manner, nor do I expect that human fortitude and reason can so far overcome natural affection as to enable us to look with calmness upon losses distress us also, they are acts of providence, and in themselves unavoidable, yet acquiescence to the divine will is not only a duty, but is to be aided by every manly exertion to forget the causes of such uneasiness. Vol. 35. To Henry Knox. Philadelphia, June 8, 1796. My dear sir, I would not let Mr. Bingham, who says he is about to visit you, depart without acknowledging the receipt of several letters from you, and offering Mrs. Knox and yourself my sincere condolence on your late heavy loss. Great and trying, as it must be to your sensibility, I am persuaded after the first severe pangs are over you both, possess fortitude enough to view the event as the dispensation of providence, and will submit to its decrees with philosophical resignation. Vol. 35. To Henry Knox. Philadelphia, March 2nd, 1797. From the friendship I have always borne you, and from the interest I have ever taken in whatever relates to your prosperity and happiness, I participated in the sorrows which I know you must have felt for your late heavy losses, the death of 3 children. But it's not for man to scan the wisdom of providence. The best he can do is to submit to its decrees. Reason, religion, and philosophy teaches us to do this, but 'tis time alone that can ameliorate the pangs of humanity and soften its woes. M. Clexy. Joseph E. Fields, worthy partner of the papers of Martha Washington, p. 371. For Martha Washington's commitment to faith in divine providence, and its connection to Christian and spiritual strength in the context of the lives of her family and friends, consider the following. All of these are from Joseph E. Fields, worthy partner of the papers of Martha Washington, as noted. p. 3 from Robert Carter Nicholas Williamsburg, August 7th, 1757. How great Christian patience and resignation you submitted to your late misfortune. p. 152. From John Parke Custis, King's College, July 5th, 1773. I generally get up about 6 or a little after, dress myself and go to chapel. By the time the prayers are over, Joe has me a little breakfast to which I sit down very contented after eating heartily. I thank God and go to my studies, with which I am employed till 12. Then I take a walk and return about 1 dine with the professors, and after dinner study till 6, at which time the bell always rings for prayers, they being over colleges broke up. And then we take what amusement we please. Things, my dear mother, were going on in this agreeable manner till last Thursday, the day I received Papa's melancholy letter, giving an account of my dear and only sister's death. I myself met the post, and brought the sad epistle to Dr. Cooper, who I begged to open his letter immediately. The direction I did not know, but the seal I knew too well to be deceived. My confusion and uneasiness on this occasion is better conceived than expressed. Her case is more to be envied than pitied, for if we mortals can distinguish between those who are deserving of grace and who are not, I am confident she enjoys that. Bliss prepared only for the good and virtuous, let these consideration, my dear mother, have their due weight with you and comfort yourself with, reflecting that she now enjoys in substance what we in this world enjoy in imagination, and that there is no real happiness on this side of the grave. I must allow that to sustain a shock of this kind requires more philosophy than we in general are possessed of. My nature could not bear the shock. Illegible, sunk under the load of oppression, and hindered me from administering any consolation to my dear and nearest relation. This letter is the first thing I've done since I received the melancholy news, and could I think my presence will be conducive to the restoration of your tranquillity, neither the distance nor the fatigue of travelling could detain me a moment here. I put myself and Joe into deep mourning, and shall do all honour in my power to the memory of the deceased and well-beloved sister. I will no longer detain you on a subject which is painful to us both, but conclude with begging you to remember you are a Christian, and that we ought to submit with patience to the divine will, and that to render you happy shall be the constant care of your affectionate and dutiful son, John Parke Custis. From George Washington, Philadelphia, June 18, 1775. I shall rely therefore confidently on that providence which has heretofore preserved and been bountiful to me, not doubting but that I shall return safe to you in the fall. From George Washington Feeler, June 23, 1775. I go fully trusting in that providence which has been more bountiful to me than I deserve, and in full Confidence of happy meeting with you sometime in the Falto Burwell Bassett. My dear Sir Mount Vernon, December 22d 1777. She has, I hope, a happy exchange, and only gone a little before us the time draws near when I hope we shall meet never more to part. If to meet our departed friends and know them was certain, we could have very little reason to desire to stay in this world, where if we are at ease 1 hour, we are in affliction days. My dear sister in her lifetime often mentioned my taking my dear Fanny, if should be taken away before she grew up, if you will. Let her come to live with me. I will with the greatest pleasure take her, and be a parent and mother to her as long as I live, and will come down for her as soon as I come from the northward. P. 223 to 224 to Mercy Otis, Warren, New York, December 26, 1789. For you know me well enough to do me the justice to believe that I am only fond of what comes from the heart. It is owing to this kindness of our numerous friends in all quarters that my new and unwished for situation is not indeed a burden to me. With respect to myself, I sometimes think the arrangement is not quite as it ought to have been, that I, who had much rather be at home, should occupy a place with, which a great many younger and gayer women would be prodigiously pleased, as my grandchildren and domestic connections made a great portion of felicity, which I looked indemnify me for the loss of a part of such endearing society. I do not say this because I feel dissatisfied with my present station, no, God forbid, for everybody and everything conspire to make me as contented as possible in it, yet I have too much of the vanity of human affairs to expect felicity from the splendid scenes of public life. I am still determined to be cheerful, and to be happy in whatever situation I may be, for I have also learned from experience that the greater part of our happiness or misery depends upon our dispositions, and not upon our circumstances. We carry the seeds of the one or the other about with us, in our minds, wherever we go. P. 339 to Jonathan Trumbull, Mount Vernon, January 15, 1800. The good Christian will submit without repining to the dispensations on divine providence, and look for consolation to that being who alone can pour balm into the bleeding heart, and who has promised to be the widow's God. Your kind letter of condolence of the 30th of December was grateful to my feeling. The loss is ours, the gain is his. For myself I have only to bow with humble submission to the will of that God who giveth and who taketh away, looking forward with faith and hope to the moment when I shall be again united with the partner of my life. But while I continue on earth, my prayers will be offered up for the welfare and happiness of my friends, among whom you will always be numbered, being Martha. P. 364 to Catherine Livingston Gerritsen, Mount Vernon, March 15, 1800. The kind sympathy which you expressed for my afflictive loss, and your fervent prayers for my present comfort and future happiness, impress my mind with gratitude. The precepts of our holy religion have long since taught me that in the severe and trying scenes of life, our only sure rock of comfort and consolation is the divine being who orders and directs all things for our good. Bowing with humble submission to the dispensations of his providence, and relying upon that support which he has promised to those who put their trust in him, I hope I have borne my late irreparable loss with Christian fortitude. To a feeling heart, the sympathy of friends, and the evidences of universal respect paid to the memory of the deceased, are truly grateful. But while these alleviate our grief, we find that the only sense of comfort is from above. It gives me great pleasure to hear that your good mother yet retains her health and faculties unimpaired, and that you experience those comforts which the Scriptures promise to those who obey the laws of God, that you may continue to enjoy the blessings of this life, and receive hereafter the portion of the just, is the prayer of your sincere friend and OBT serve. P. 368 to Theodore Foster, Mount Vernon, March 28, 1800. While these evidences of respect and veneration paid to the memory of our illustrious chief make the most grateful impression on the heart of Mrs. Washington, she finds that the only source of consolation is from that divine being who sends comfort to the afflicted, and has promised to be the widow's God. Your prayers for her health and happiness are received with gratitude, and reciprocates with sincerity. P. 371 to Janet Livingston Montgomery, Mount Vernon, April 5th. Your affliction I have often marked, and as often have keenly felt for you, but my own experience has taught me that griefs like these cannot be removed by the condolence of friends, however sincere, if the mingling tears of numerous friends, if the sympathy of a nation, and every testimony of respective veneration paid to the memory of the partners of our hearts could afford consolation. You and myself would experience it in the highest degree, but we know that there is but one source from whence comfort can be derived under affliction's life. Ours. To this we must look with pious resignation, and with that pure confidence which our holy religion inspires. But as you justly observe, it is certainly a consolation and flattering to poor mortality to believe that we shall meet hereafter in a better place. M.C. Clexi I. Sparks, The Writings of George Washington, Vol. 12, pp. 405 to 407. C. John Idesmo, Christianity and the Constitution, Grand Rapids, Baker Bookhouse, 1987, p. 140 to 141. M.C. Clexi Lathrop, Discourse Before the Humane Society in Boston, p. 5. A summary of a sermon is provided here. Lathrop begins by asserting that public institutions, founded on the general principles of benevolence, and calculated either to promote the happiness or to alleviate the sufferings of human life, are honored and encouraged among all the civilized nations of the world. The establishment of the humane societies was based on the insight that the total suspension of the vital functions of the animal body is by no means incompatible with life. The success which has attended the exertions of societies formed for the recovery of persons visibly dead, particularly such as were drowned, has far exceeded expectation. But the Humane Society, although medical in focus, decided to be introduced with a religious exercise, and that the first discourse be rather on the general object of the society than confined to the medical science. In other words, these were Christian physicians and Christian leaders coming together to do this good work in the very spirit of Christ himself. The words of our Lord, placed at the head of the discourse, naturally lead us to consider the value of human life, and the duty of preserving it by every method in our power. The holy evangelists who have faithfully recorded the life of Jesus Christ abundantly testify that his actions perfectly corresponded with he declaration eat the text. He constantly went about doing good. Emphasis is in the original. Lathrop's continuing explanation points out Jesus' resurrections of the widow's daughter, Jairus' daughter, and Lazarus. He points to the man as the highest creature of God who bears the image of God, and so is to rule over all creation, including in areas of science and medicine. Useful knowledge and knowledge of the heavenly regions are all to be part of man's scientific enterprise. In so doing, man is only being the head of the creatures which dwell on the face of the earth. He longs to converse with superior beings, and feels the highest pleasure in contemplating the perfections of his Creator in the boundless universe. Thus Lathrop concludes, from all that has been said, human life appears highly valuable. It is our duty to preserve our own life, and the life of others. The Son of Man came not to destroy men's lives, but to save them, and thus the existence of the humane societies. Next, Reverend Lathrop details stories of rescued drowning victims who had been underwater for up to 2 hours, of the rescuing of a convict who had been hung, after the performance by a physician of what we would call today a tracheotomy. Apparently the man rapidly revived and was able to successfully elude the law. The Humane Society in Great Britain in the first 10 years had 796 lives that had been restored from apparent death. Lathrop adds examples of those spared after being hit by lightning, and in one case of someone even being rescued on the 3rd day laying in their coffin when he had died in France, but was then living in Philadelphia nearly 6 years after the event. The organizations that had performed these great works had actually had assemblies of those rescued, and made sure that they were being instructed at stated periods for religious worship, and devotional books suited to their circumstances are distributed among them. The conclusion of this most remarkable medical sermon that Washington read with singular satisfaction declares, let us present our grateful acknowledgments to the Father of life, that he hath in this age of rapid improvement led to those important discoveries by which many of the human race may be saved from an untimely end. The tender feelings of our heart and the spirit of our holy religion, happily, unite in the cause of humanity. The Son of God came into the world to save the life and promote the happiness of the children of men. Let it be our determination to follow his most amiable example. Let us be constant and unwearied in works of humanity, and we shall receive the full reward of our labors. When those who found relief from our hand, when ready to perish, shall rise up and call us blessed. Did this medical sermon impact Washington? Clearly it did. He did not want to be placed in his tomb until he had been dead for 3 days. But was Washington's hesitancy for burial a potential rejection of Christianity as implied by Ellis? Not at all. It was an affirmation of the compassionate Christian medical spirit that Washington had read with singular satisfaction 12 years earlier. Had the tracheotomy been done on Washington, instead of only on the convict mentioned in Lathrop's discourse, he might have lived too. Apparently, Washington's singular satisfaction was not diminished by the Reverend Dr. Lathrop's gospel hope expressed in the words, they had tasted death and sunk into a state of insensibility, from which, if left without assistance, they could not have awoke till the morning of the resurrection. Given the serious science coupled with the sincere Christian faith combined in Lathrop's discourse, there was no need for a man of faith and reason like Washington to abandon Christianity for deism. MMCC LXV, WGW Vol. 29, August 15, 1787. MMCC LXVI, WW Vol. L. 2008, July 25, 1785. MMCC XVI, WGW Vol. 34, December 16, 1795. MCCLX, Ibid, Vol. 15 to 28, 1755. MCCLX 6, Ibid, Vol. 1. September 6, 1756. MMCC LXX. PGW MMCC LXXI. WGW Vol. L 35. March 3, 1797. MMC Clex. Ibid. Vol. 5. May 31, 1776. Encyclic Third. Ibid. Vol. 32. January 27, 1793. MC Clex. Ibid. 28. 1 to 5, 1785. MC XXV. Ibid. Vol. 30. August 29, 1788. MMC Collex 6. Ibid. April 3, 1776. MMC Collex 2nd. Ibid. 28. 9 to 5, 1785. MMC CKLX 4th. Ibid. Vol. 24. August 7, 1782. To John Price Posey. MMC KLX Sykes. Ibid. Vol. 30. August 31, 1788. To Anis Boudin of Stockton. MMCCC LXX. Ibid. Vol. 27. August 21, 1783. To the magistrates and inhabitants of the borough of Elizabeth. MCK XC. Ibid. Vol. 13. October 12, 1778. To Reverend Alexander McWhorter. Besides the humanity of affording them the benefit of your profession, it serves to prepare them for the other world. MMC Clexa. Ibid. Vol. 25, 11 to 16, 1782. To the Reformed Protestant Dutch Church, in return for your kind concern for my temporal and eternal happiness, permit me to assure you that my wishes are reciprocal. WGW, VL 36, June 4, 1798. To Reverend William Lynn, grateful for the favourable sentiments you have been pleased to express in my behalf, but more especially for those good wishes which you offer for my temporal and eternal happiness, which I reciprocate with great cordiality. Merci Clerc Saxion. Washington here refers to his stepdaughter Patsy Custis. WGW, Vol. L 3, June 20th, 1773. To Burwell Bassett. MMC Keel XXI Ibid Vol. 27, 15, 11,784. To Jonathan Trumbull Jr. This passage implies continuing fellowship with a friend who was a Christian clergyman in the happier clime. MMCC LXXV Ibid Vol. 30, date, to Elizabeth Washington Lewis. MMCC LX Ibid Vol. 28, March 30th, 1785. To Lucretia Wilhelmina Van Winter. Vol. 28, October 1st, 1785. To Jonathan Trumbull. Vol. 30, December 23rd, 1788. To Reverend William Gordon. Vol. 36, August 29th, 1797. To George Washington Park Custis. MC Phi XX Second. Ibid Vol. 27, November 2nd, 1783. Farewell orders to the armies of the United States. At the death of Gov. Jonathan Trumbull, Washington wrote to his son Jonathan Trumbull Jr. On October 1st, 1785, my dear sir, you know too well the sincere respect and regard I entertain for your venerable father's public and private character, to require assurances of the concern I felt for his death, or of that sympathy in your feelings for the loss of him, which is prompted by friendship. Under this loss, however, great as your pangs may have been at the first shock, you have everything to console you. A long and well-spent life in the service of his country, placed oft. Trumbull amongst the first of patriots, in the social duties he yielded to none, and his lamp, from the common course of nature, being nearly extinguished, worn down with age and cares, but retaining his mental faculties in perfection, are blessings which rarely attend advanced life. All these combining, have secured to his memory, universal respect and love here, and no doubt immeasurable happiness hereafter. WGW Vol. L. 28, October 1st, 1785. Washington had no doubt that the immeasurable happiness of the hereafter was secured for his respected and loved fellow friend and patriot. MMC LX is 7th. Ibid Vol. 35, March 30th, 1796. To Tobias Lear. M.C. X. Sykes. See letters between Washington and Christ Church, Philadelphia. I believe ITIS in the chapter on Washington the Godly Leader, or Prayer. MMCCXC. See letters between Washington and the Reformed Church of Kingston. In chapter on Washington and Prayer. MMCCXCI, WGW Vol. MMCCXEXEI, WGW Vol. MMCCXEII, WGW Vol. MMCCXI of PGW, MMCCXEV, WGW Vol. Mull, June 22nd, 1788. To Reverend John Lathrop. MMCCXCVI, WGW Vol. MMCCXCVI, WGW Vol. MMCCX, WGW Vol. MMCXCX, WGW Vol. MMCD, Rhoda Hamill, George Washington, Writings 1050. MMCD Hale, P10. IMC Giref, Nathaniel Spinks, The Sick Man Visited, London 1745. P 395 to 96. MMCD II Book of Common Prayer. MMC Div. George Washington's will was signed on July 9th, 1799. A contemporary copy, made by Albin Rawlins, one of his secretaries, also bears the same date. C. Prussing, The Estate of George Washington, deceased. Boston, 1927, pp. 3640. MMCDV Martha Washington was ill during this period. Her illness necessitated visits by Dr. James Craik on September 1st and the 6th. Diaries 6, 363,366. The text is taken from Lossing, Mary and Martha, p. 324 to 326. Lossing states the letter was sent to a kinswoman in New Kent, and that he obtained the text from the letter at Arlington House. The letter seems consistent with the facts. Joseph E. Fields, A Worthy Partner, pp. 321-22. Lossing's account of this says, the long and eventful period of the sweet earthly companionship enjoyed by Martha Washington with her husband was now drawing to a close. At near the end of the year in which the happy wedding occurred at Mount Vernon, the spirit of Washington departed from the earth. The story of that departure is familiar to all my readers, and I will not repeat it here in detail. For several months before that event, Washington appears to have had at times a presentiment of near approaching death. In July he executed his last will and testament. He also prepared in minute details a system for the management of his estate, for the guidance of whomsoever might have charge of it. That paper was complete 4 days before he died, and was accompanied by a letter to his manager, Mr. Lear, giving him special direction, as if the writer was about to depart on a long journey. He seems to have communicated his forebodings to Mrs. Washington, who, early in the autumn, when she was recovering from a severe illness, wrote a kinswoman in Kent. At midsummer the general had a dream so deeply impressed on his mind that he could not shake it off for several days. He dreamed that he and I were sitting in the summer house, conversing upon the happy life we had spent, and looking forward to many more years on the earth, when suddenly there was a great light all around us, and then an almost invisible figure of a sweet angel stood by my side and whispered in my ear. I suddenly turned pale, and then began to vanish from his sight, and he was left alone. I had just risen from the bed when he awoke and told me his dream, saying, "You know, a contrary result indicated by dreams may be expected. I may soon leave you." I tried to drive from his mind the sadness that had taken possession of it, by laughing at the absurdity of being disturbed by an idle dream, which, at the worst, indicated that I would not be taken from him, but I could not, and it was not until after dinner that he recovered any cheerfulness. I found in the library, a few days afterwards, some scraps of paper which showed that he had been writing a will, and had copied it. When I was so very sick lately I thought of this dream, and concluded my time had come, and that I should be taken first. Autograph letter at Arlington House, date September 18, 1799, MMCDVI, WGW, Vol. 37, November 12, 1799, MMCDVI. An important consideration that we must consider is why Washington did not do what his mother and various others of his progenitors had done, namely, place a testimony of trust in Christ in their last will and testament. Washington did not do this. From this some would infer that he was not a Christian, and that it thus stands as a proof of a belief in deism. And as to his death without the presence of a clergyman, and thus the reception of the Eucharist, we find that this question was raised by Washington's grandson, George Washington Parke Custis. GWP Custis in Recollections asks the question, it may be asked, why was the ministry of religion wanting to shed its peaceful and benign luster upon the last hours of Washington? Why was he, to whom the observances of sacred things were ever primary duties throughout life, without their consolations in his last moments? We answer, circumstances did not permit. It was but for a little while that the disease assumed so threatening a character as to forbid the encouragement of hope, yet to stay that summons, which none may refuse, to give still farther length of days to him whose time-honoured life was so dear to mankind. Prayer was, not wanting to the throne of grace, close to the couch of the sufferer, resting her head upon that ancient book, with which she had been wont to hold pious communion a portion of every day. For more than half a century was the venerable consort, absorbed in silent prayer, and from which she only arose when the morning grew prepared to lead her from the chamber of the dead. Such were the last hours of Washington, p. 477, MMCDVII. Consider here Washington's approval of Benjamin Stevens' sermon, that was preached at Lord Pepperell's funeral, that taught, that even though great men are called gods in the Bible, they are reminded by the scriptures that will also die like men. Stevens' sermon has already been mentioned in chapter 2, note 14, and was considered in the chapter on Washington's clergy and sermons. MMC Dix. Various examples of Washington's severe illnesses can be offered. WGW, Vol. 2, note 11 to 50, 1757. Colonel Washington was now laboring under an indisposition, which shortly increased to an alarming illness. He left the army at the pressing request of Dr. Craik, his physician and intimate friend through life, and retired to Mount Vernon, where he was reduced so low by dysentery and fever that it was more than 4 months before he was able to resume his command. Dinwiddie wrote to Captain Stewart, November 15th, "The violent complaint Colonel Washington labors under gives me great concern. It was unknown to me or he should have had leave of absence sooner, and I am very glad he did not delay following the doctor's advice to try a change of air. I sincerely wish him a speedy recovery." Fields, Worthy Partner, p. 224. Footnote 1 offers another example. About the middle of June 1789, the President developed a fever, followed by tenderness over the left thigh. Swelling and inflammation soon followed. Dr. Bard and 2 other consultants were unable to make a diagnosis. Consideration was given to the fact that the President might have contracted anthrax. As the swelling progressed, so did the discomfort until at last he was in excruciating pain. Cherry Street, in front of his home, was roped off to prevent the noisy wagons and carts from disturbing his rest. By the 20th, the swelling pointed into an abscess, or carbuncle. It was lanced and drained, whereupon the fever began to subside. For about 3 weeks it was difficult for him to move about or sit without discomfort. His condition gradually improved, but still continued to drain during September. Washington wrote to Dr. James Craik concerning this malady on September 8, 1789. "Dear Sir, the letter with which you favoured me on the 24th ultimo came duly to hand, and for the friendly sentiments contained in it, you have my sincere and hearty thanks. My disorder was of long and painful continuance, and though now freed from the latter, the wound given by the incision is not yet closed. Persuaded as I am that the case has been treated with skill, and with as much tenderness as the nature of the complaint would admit, yet I confess I often wished for your inspection of it. During the paroxysm, the distance rendered this impracticable, and after the paroxysm had passed, I had no conception of being confined to a lying posture on one side 6 weeks, and that I should feel the remains of it more than 12. The part affected is now reduced to the size of a barleycorn, and by Saturday next, which will complete the 13th week, I expect it will be skinned over. Upon the whole, I have more reason to be thankful that it is no worse than to repine at the confinement. The want of regular exercise with the cares of office will, I have no doubt, hasten my departure for that country from whence no traveller returns, but a faithful discharge of whatsoever trust I accept, as it ever has, so it always will be the primary consideration in every transaction of my life, be the consequences what they may. Mrs. Washington has, I think, better health than usual, and the children are well, and in the way of improvement. Fields, Worthy Partner, p. 224, footnote 1. Similarly, on May 10, 1790, the President complained of a bad cold. The cold increased in severity within the next 2 days. He then developed symptoms of pneumonia, and for the next several days his physical condition rapidly deteriorated. 4 physicians were called into attendance. They despaired of his life, and it became widely known throughout the city that he was dangerously ill, that he might not survive. On the morning of May 15th, his breathing became laboured. Those nearest him felt the end was near. Suddenly, about 4 p.m., his fever suddenly dropped, and he developed profuse perspiration. His condition improved rapidly, and by the 20th of May, he was considered out of danger. His convalescence continued for a period of 6 weeks. MMCDX. We will consider several instances of Washington's exposure to danger and death as a military officer in the chapter entitled Washington the Warrior. MMCDXI Letters and Recollections of George Washington, being letters to Base Lear and others, with a diary of Washington's last days, kept by Mr. Lear. Garden City, New York, Doubleday, Doran and Company, Inc., 1932 pp. 129 to 141. MMCDXIICGWP Custis, Recollections and Private Memoirs of Washington, p. 477. MMCDXII Letters and Recollections of George Washington, being letters to Tobias Lear and others, with a diary of Washington's last days, kept by Mr. Lear. Garden City, New York, Doubleday, Doran and Company, Inc., 1932, p. 135. MMCDXII Letters and Recollections of George Washington, being letters to Tobias Lear and others, with a diary of Washington's last days, kept by Mr. Lear. Garden City, New York, Doubleday, Doran and Company, Inc., 1932, p. 141. MMCDXV. This account of Washington's death helps to explain why he did not call for a clergyman, and did not receive the sacrament. It is true that there were no clergy present, but one of Washington's closest lifelong friends was present, namely, Dr. James Craik. Dr. Craik was a devout Scotch-Irish Presbyterian, who was later buried in the Presbyterian churchyard in Alexandria. Dr. Craik's assessment of Washington's last day of life is significant. Dr. Craik's simple description of Washington's death says, during the short period of his illness, he economized his time in the arrangement of such few concerns, as required his attention with the utmost serenity, and anticipated his approaching dissolution with every demonstration of that equanimity for which his whole life has been so uniformly and singularly conspicuous. Dr. Craik, who had known Washington throughout his adult life, saw no change in his dying moments from his whole life. What was the secret of Washington's equanimity or calmness? Craik knew, as we saw in the chapter on Washington the Soldier, that Washington possessed an unwavering trust in divine providence. As Washington was dying, Martha Washington was praying with her Bible open at the foot of the bed. It is true that there were no Christian rituals offering the solace of everlasting life. There are two reasons for this. It should be remembered that Washington's illness only lasted a short 24 hours. Washington's illness was a swollen throat that was so severe that he could not swallow, and eventually could not even breathe. The point here is that even if Washington could have swallowed, as a low churchman in the Virginian tradition, he would not have sought the Eucharist on his sickbed. But perhaps most importantly, he was not afraid to die, and was ready to die. Need reference here. MMCDXEI to substantiate this, consider the similar witness of Mrs. Martha Washington, the wife of George, who was universally recognized for her sincere Christian faith. On May 10, 1790, the president complained of a bad cold. The cold increased in severity within the next 2 days. He then developed symptoms of pneumonia, and for the next several days his physical condition rapidly deteriorated. 4 physicians were called into attendance. They despaired of his life, and it became widely known throughout the city that he was dangerously ill, that he might not survive. On the morning of May 15th his breathing became laboured. Those nearest him felt the end was near. Suddenly about 4 p.m. his fever suddenly dropped, and he developed profuse perspiration. His condition improved rapidly, and by the 20th of May he was considered out of danger. His convalescence continued for a period of 6 weeks. Fields, worthy partner p. 224, footnote 1. Writing to Mercy Otis Warren from New York on June 12, 1790, in the context of the president's long illness, she affirmed her faith in an overruling providence, and asked the searching question, shall we short-sighted mortals dare to arraign the decrees of eternal wisdom? But, during the president's sickness, the kindness which everybody manifested, and the interest which was universally taken in his fate, were really very affecting to me. He seemed less concerned himself as to the event, than perhaps almost any other person in ye United States. But for the ties of affection which attract me so strongly to my near connections and worthy friends, I should feel myself indeed much weaned from all enjoyments of this transitory life. In passing down the veil of time, and in journeying through such a mutable world as that in which we are placed, we must expect to meet with a great and continual mixture of afflictions and blessings. This a mingled cup which an overruling providence undoubtedly dispenses to us for the wisest and best purposes. And as you justly observe, shall we short-sighted mortals dare to arraign the decrees of eternal wisdom, that you and yours may always be under the kind protection and guardianship of providence is the sincere wish of... Writing to Janet Livingston Montgomery on April 5, 1800, just over 3 months after George's death, Martha Washington described her experience of grief and pious resignation. Your affliction I have often marked, and as often have keenly felt for you, but my own experience has taught me that griefs like these cannot be removed by the condolence of friends, however sincere, if the mingling tears of numerous friends, if the sympathy of a nation and every testimony of respect and veneration paid to the memory of the partners of our hearts could afford consolation, you and myself would experience it in the highest degree. But we know that there is but one source, from whence comfort can be derived under afflictions like ours. To this we must look with pious resignation, and with that pure confidence which our holy religion inspires. But as you justly observe, it is certainly a consolation, and flattering to poor mortality, to believe that we shall meet hereafter in a better place. Fields, worthy partner p. 371. George also wrote of the hope of his religion to Benjamin Lincoln from Mount Vernon on February 11, 1788. Yes, my dear sir, I sincerely condole with you the loss of a worthy, amiable, and valuable son. It is unnecessary for me to offer any consolation on the present occasion, for to a mind like yours it can only be drawn from that source which never fails to give a bountiful supply to those who reflect justly. Time alone can blunt the keen edge of afflictions. Our religion holds out to us such hopes as will, upon proper reflection, enable us to bear with fortitude the most calamitous incidents of life, and these are all that can be expected from the feelings of humanity, is all which they will yield. WGW Vol. 2C9, 2 to 111,788, MMCDXEII Fields, worthy partner p. 265, MMCDXEI Fields, worthy partner p. 364, MMCDXX Fields, worthy partner p. 360. 8 MMCDXX. To the citizens of Frederick County, Virginia, Philadelphia, December 16, 1795. Next to the approbation of my own mind, arising from a consciousness of having uniformly, diligently and sincerely aimed, by doing my duty, to promote the true interests of my country, the approbation of my fellow citizens is dear to my heart. In a free country, such approbation should be a citizen's best reward, and so it would be, if truth and candor were always to estimate the conduct of public men. But the reverse is so often the case, that he who, wishing to serve his country, is not influenced by higher motives, runs the risk of being miserably disappointed. Under such discouragements, the good citizen will look beyond the applauses and reproaches of men, and persevering in his duty, stand firm in conscious rectitude, and in the hope of an approving heaven. WGW Vol. 34, December 16, 1795. MMCDXI. Consider here the exchange between Washington, the Earl of Buchan, and Martha Washington. To Earl of Buchan, Philadelphia, May 26, 1794. My lord, it is no uncommon thing to attempt by excuses to atone for acts of omission, and, frequently too, at the expense of as much time as seasonable employed, would have superseded the occasion of their presentment. Sensible as I am of this, and ashamed as I am of resorting to an apology so common, yet I feel so forcibly the necessity of making one for suffering your lordship's very polite and obliging favour of the 30th of last June, to remain so long unacknowledged, that I cannot avoid falling into the error I am reprobating. The truth is, the malignant fever which raged in this city during the months of August, September, and October of last year, of which at least 5,000 of its inhabitants were swept off, occasioned my retreat. Therefrom on the 10th of September, and prevented my returning until sometime in November, between which and the meeting of Congress the first Monday in December, I had hardly time to prepare for the session. The session has been long and interesting, and is not yet closed. Little leisure, therefore, have I had during the period of its continuance, for the indulgence of private correspondences. I did, however, from Germantown, in the early part of November, Give your lordship the trouble of receiving a few lines from me introductory of my friend, Mr. Lear, and am exceedingly flattered by the polite attention with which he was honoured, on my account, by your lordship and the Countess of Buchan. He speaks of it in a letter I have lately received from him in London, in the highest terms of respect and gratitude. The sentiments which are expressed in your lordship's letter of the 30th of June do honour to the goodness of your heart, and ought to be engraved on every man's heart. And if, instead of the provocations to war, bloodshed and desolation, oftentimes unjustly given the strife of nations and of individuals, was to excel each other in acts of philanthropy, industry and economy in encouraging useful arts and manufactures, promoting thereby the comfort and happiness of our fellow men, and in exchanging on liberal terms the products of one country and clime for those of another, how much happier would mankind be? But Providence, for purposes beyond the reach of mortal scan, has suffered the restless and malignant passions of man, the ambitious and sordid views of those who direct them, to keep the affairs of this world in a continual state of disquietude, and will, it is to be feared, place the prospects of peace too far off, and the promised millennium at an awful distance from our day. Whether you have, upon any occasion, expressed yourself in disrespectful terms of me, I know not. It has never been the subject of my inquiry. If nothing impeaching my honour or honesty is said, I care little for the rest. I have pursued one uniform course for 80 years, and am happy in believing that the world have thought it a right one, of its being so, I am so well satisfied myself, that I shall not depart from it by turning either to the right or to the left, until I arrive at the end of my pilgrimage. I am, etc. After Washington's death, the Earl of Buchan wrote the following to Martha Washington. The Earl of Buchan to Mrs. Washington Dryburgh Abbey, January 28, 1800. Madam, I have this day received from my brother, at London, the afflicting tidings of the death of your admirable husband, my revered kinsman and friend. I am not afraid, even under this sudden and unexpected stroke of divine providence, to give vent to the immediate reflections excited by it, because my attachment to your illustrious consort was the pure result of reason, reflection, and congeniality of sentiment. He was one of those whom the Almighty, in successive ages, has chosen and raised up to promote the ultimate designs of his goodness and mercy, in the gradual melioration of his creatures and the coming of his kingdom, which is in heaven. It may be said of this great and good man who has been taken from among us, what was, written by the wise and discerning Tacitus concerning his father-in-law Agricola, that, though he was snatched away while his age was not broken by infirmity, or dimmed by bodily decay of reason, yet that, if his life be measured by his glory, he attained to a mighty length of days. For every true felicity, namely, all such as arise from virtue, he had already enjoyed, to the full. As he has likewise held the supreme authority of the state, with the confidence and applause of all wise and good men in every part of the world, as well as among those he governed and had enjoyed triumphal honours in a way undertaken for the defence of the inalienable rights of mankind, what more humanly speaking could fortune add to his lustre and renown? After enormous wealth he sought not, for honourable share he possessed. His course he finished. In the peaceful retreat of his own election, in the arms of a dutiful and affectionate wife, and bedewed with the tears of surrounding relatives, and friends with the unspeakably superior advantage to that of a Roman general, in the hopes afforded by the gospel of pardon and peace. He therefore, madam, to continue my parallel, may be accounted singularly happy, since by dying according to his own Christian and humble wish expressed on many occasions, while his credit was nowise impaired, his fame in all its splendour, his relations and friends not only in a state of comfort and security, but of honour, he was probably to escape many evils incident to declining years. Moreover, he saw the government of his country in hands conformable to our joint wishes and to the safety of the nation, and a contingent succession opening, not less favourable to the liberties and happiness of the people. Considering my uniform regard for the American states, manifested long before their forming a separate nation, I may be classed as it were among their citizens, especially as I am come of a worthy ancestor, Lord Cardross, who found refuge there in the last century, and had large property in Carolina, where Port Royal is now situated. I hope it will not be thought impertinent or officious if I recommend to that country and nation of America at large the constant remembrance of the moral and political maxims conveyed to its citizens by the father and founder of the United States in his farewell address in that speech which he made to the Senate and House of Representatives, where the last hand was put to the formation of the federal Constitution, and may it be perpetual. It seems to me that such maxims and such advice ought to be engraved on every forum or place of common assembly among the people, and read by parents, teachers and guardians to their children and pupils, so that true religion and virtue, its inseparable attendant, may be imbibed by the rising generation, to remote ages, and the foundations of national policy be laid and continued in the superstructure, in the pure and immutable principles of private morality, since there is not truth more thoroughly established than that there exists in the economy and course of nature an indissoluble union between virtue and happiness, between duty and happiness, between duty and advantage, between the genuine maxims of an honest and magnanimous people, and the solid rewards of public prosperity and felicity, since we ought to be no less persuaded that the propitious smiles of heaven can never be expected on a nation that disregards the eternal rules of order and right which heaven itself has ordained, and since the preservation of the sacred fire of liberty and the destiny of the republican model of government are justly considered as deeply, perhaps finally, staked on the experiment entrusted to the hands of the American people. I am, madam, with sincere esteem, your obedient and faithful servant Buchan. In Margaret Conkling, Memoirs of the Mother and Wife of George Washington, Auburn, Derby, Miller and Company, 1851, 241 to 245 MMCDX and EBID, MMCDXIR Fields, Worthy Partner, P355, MMCDXXID Fields, Worthy Partner, P389, MMCDXXV Fields, Worthy Partner PG, 331, from Jonathan Trumbull, Lebanon, December. June 30th, 1799, MMCDXXEI, WGW Vowel. 28, October 1st, 1785, MMCDXXS and Fields, Worthy Partner, P339, MMCDXXSI, PGW, Series 2 Letterbooks, Newport, Rhode Island, Hebrew Congregation to George Washington, August 17, 1790, Letterbook 39, images 19 to 20, or 222, MMCDXXIXGWP, Series 2 Letterbooks, George Washington to Newport, Rhode Island, Hebrew Congregation, August 17, 1790, Letterbook 39, image 22 of 222, MMCDXXPGW, Retirement Series, July 3, 1799, to Mason Locke Weems, last volume, pp. 173 to 74, MMCDXI Weems, The Life of Washington, ed. Marcus Cunliffe, Cambridge, Mass. Belknap Press of Harvard University Press, 1962, MMCDX Sound. The account of the cherry tree was not included in Life and Memorable Actions of George Washington until the 9th edition in 1809. MMCDXI and Weems, The Life of Washington P22N1, MMCDXI IBID, PP7, 21, MMCDXXV IBID, P. Vint et um, MMCDX Fitzpatrick, The Diaries of George Washington Vol. PP 80, 81, 88, 89, MMCDXX II, Ibid, first 150, 352, MMCDXXE second Weems, The Life of Washington, p9. MMCDXX on the title page in the Cunliffe reprint. MMCDXL, Henry Cabot Lodge, George Washington, New Rochelle, Arlington House, 1898, p4148. Lodge continues his excoriation of Weems. There has been in reality a good deal of needless confusion about Weems and his book, for he was not a complex character, and neither he nor his writings are difficult to value or understand. By profession a clergyman or preacher, by nature an adventurer, Weems loved notoriety, money, and a wandering life. So he wrote books which he correctly believed would be popular, and sold them not only through the regular channels, but by peddling them himself, as he travelled about the country. In this way he gratified all his propensities, and no doubt derived from life a good deal of simple pleasure. Chance brought him near Washington in the closing days, and his commercial instinct told him that here was the subject of all others for his pen and his market. He accordingly produced the biography, which had so much success. Judged solely as literature, the book is beneath contempt. The style is turgid, overloaded, and at times silly. The statements are loose, the mode of narration confused and incoherent, and the moralizing is flat and commonplace to the last degree. Yet there was a certain sincerity of feeling underneath all the bombast and platitudes, and this saved the book. The biography did not go, and was not intended to go, into the hands of the polite society of the great eastern towns. It was meant for the farmers, the pioneers, and the backwoodsmen of the country. It went into their homes, and passed with them beyond the Alleghenies, and out to the plains and valleys of the Great West. The very defects of the book helped it to success among the simple, hard-working, hard-fighting race, engaged in the conquest of the American continent. To them, its heavy and tawdry style, its staring morals, and its real patriotism, all seemed eminently befitting the national hero, and thus Weems created the Washington of the popular fancy. The idea grew up with the country, and became so ingrained in the popular thought that finally everybody was affected by it. And even the most stately and solemn of the Washington biographers adopted the unsupported tales of the itinerant parson and book peddler. In regard to the public life of Washington, Weems took the facts known to everyone, and drawn for the most part from the gazettes. He then dressed them up in his own peculiar fashion, and gave them to the world. All this, forming of course 9/10 of his book, has passed despite its success into oblivion. The remaining 10th described Washington's boyhood until his 14th or 15th year, and this, which is the work of the author's imagination, has lived. Weems, having set himself up as absolutely the only authority as to this period, has been implicitly followed, and has thus come to demand serious consideration. Until Weems is weighed and disposed of, we cannot even begin an attempt to get at the real Washington. Weems was not a cold-blooded liar, a mere forger of anecdotes. He was simply a man destitute of historical sense, training, or morals, ready to take the slenderest fact and work it up for the purpose of the market, until it became almost as impossible to reduce it to its original dimensions as it was for the fisherman to get the afrit back into his jar. In a word, Weems was an approved myth-maker. No better example can be given than the way in which he described himself. It is believed that he preached, once, and possibly oftener, to a congregation which numbered Washington among its members. Thereupon, he published himself in his book as the rector of Mount Vernon Parish. There was, to begin with, no such parish. There was Truro Parish, in which was a church called indifferently Pohick, or Mount Vernon Church. Of this church Washington was a vestryman until 1785, when he joined the church at Alexandria. The Reverend Lee Massey was the clergyman of the Mount Vernon Church, and the church at Alexandria had nothing to do with Mount Vernon. There never was, moreover, such a person as the rector of Mount Vernon Parish, but it was the Weems way of treating his appearance before the great man, and of deceiving the world with the notion of an intimacy which the title implied. Weems, of course, had no difficulty with the public life, but in describing the boyhood he was thrown on his own resources and out. Of them he evolved the cherry tree, the refusal to fight or permit fighting among the boys at school, and the initials in the garden. This last story is to the effect that Augustine Washington planted seeds in such a manner that when they sprouted they formed on the earth the initials of his son's name, and the boy being much delighted thereby, the father explained to him that it was the work of the Creator, and thus inculcated a profound belief in God. This tale is taken bodily from Dr. Beattie's biographical sketch of his son, published in England in 1799, and may be dismissed at once. As to the other two more familiar anecdotes, there is not a scintilla of evidence that they had any foundation, and with them may be included the Colt story, told by Mr. Custis, a simple variation of the cherry tree theme, which is Washington's early love of truth. Weems says that his stories were told him by a lady, and a good old gentleman, who remembered the incidents, while Mr. Custis gives no authority for his minute account of a trivial event over a century old when he wrote, "To a writer who invented the rector of Mount Vernon, the further invention of a couple of Boswells would be a trifle." I say Boswells advisedly, for these stories are told with the utmost minuteness, and the conversations between Washington and his father are given as if from a stenographic report. How Mr. Custis, usually so accurate, came to be so far infected with the Weems myth as to tell the Colt story after the Weems manner, cannot now be determined. There can be no doubt that Washington, like most healthy boys, got into a good deal of mischief, and it is not at all impossible that he injured fruit trees and confessed that he had done so. It may be accepted as certain that he rode and mastered many unbroken thoroughbred colts, and it is possible that one of them burst a blood vessel in the process and died, and that the boy promptly told his mother of the accident. But this is the utmost credit which these two anecdotes can claim. Even so much as this cannot be said of certain other improving tales of like nature, that Washington lectured his playmates on the wickedness of fighting, and in the year 1754, allowed himself to be knocked down in the presence of his soldiers, and thereupon begged his assailants' pardon for having spoken roughly to him, are stories so silly and so foolishly impossible that they do not deserve an instant's consideration. There is nothing intrinsically impossible in either the cherry tree or the Colt incident, nor would there be in 100 others which might be readily invented. The real point is that these stories, as told by Weems and Mr. Custis, are on their face hopelessly and ridiculously false. They are so, not merely because they have no vestige of evidence to support them, but because they are in every word and line the offspring of a period more than 50 years later. No English-speaking people, certainly no Virginians, ever thought or behaved or talked in 1740 like the personages in Weems's stories, whatever they may have done in 1790 or at the beginning of the next century. These precise anecdotes belong to the age of Miss Edgeworth and Hannah More and Jane Taylor. They are engaging specimens of the Harry and Lucy and Purple Jar morality, and accurately reflect the pale didacticism which became fashionable in England at the close of the last century. They are as untrue to nature and to fact at the period to which they are assigned as would be efforts to depict Augustine Washington and his wife in the dress of the French Revolution, discussing the propriety of worshipping the goddess of reason. pp. 41-48. MMCDXI PGW Diaries Vol 5 p. 112. MMCDXLI Slaughter The History of Truro Parish pp. 101-02. MMCDXLI Ibid. MMCDXLev cwww.lopa.org/george/archive/2000/web/39.html. George Washington's birthday, Mason Locke Weems and the Cherry Tree Legend, Mason Weems 1760-1825. Clergyman, author, bookseller, excerpts taken from Footnote People in U.S. History, People's Almanac, David Walachinsky, N.Y., Doubleday & Co., pp. 113-114. MMCDXLI GWP Diaries 5, 112. The note there directs to July 6, 1792, Phi, Gratz Collection. MMCDXLV Fitzpatrick, The Diaries of George Washington, Vol. 3, p. 174. MMCDXLVT, Ibid. p. 112. MMCDXLY. This volume was written by Hugh Blair, D.D., a minister of the High Church and a professor at the University of Edinburgh. It was originally published in London, but reprinted for the Reverend M. L. Weems in Baltimore in 1792 by Samuel and John Adams, book printers in Market Street, between South and Gay Streets. MMCDXLX. George Washington Papers at the Library of Congress, 1741 to 1799, Series 4. General Correspondence, 1697 to 1799. Mason L. Weems to George Washington, 1795, image 745. MMCDL Washington had been included in the estate of Dr. Wilson, Prebendary of Westminster, and rector of S. Stephen's Walbrook in London. He was Bishop Thomas Wilson's son. The son of the bishop also bequeathed his father's study Bible, as well as his father's works to Washington. These were sent to Washington by Clement Crutwell, the famous compiler of the biblical concordance that bears his name. C. Lane, Catalogue of the Washington Collection, pp. 63,498, 501-02. Washington in turn, in his own will, passed the Bible on to his dear friend, the Reverend Brian Fairfax, to the Reverend, now Brian, Lord Fairfax, I give a Bible, in 3 large folio volumes with notes, presented to me by the Right Reverend Thomas Wilson, Bishop of Sodor and Man. Actually, it was the bishop's son who bequeathed them to Washington. MMCDLI Washington was interested in the subject of the evidences of Christianity. In Washington's cash accounts, dated Sept. 12, 1787, we discover that he purchased evidences of the Christian religion briefly and plainly stated, London 1786, by James Beattie. C. Lane, a catalogue of the Washington collection in the Boston Athenaeum, Boston, 1897, p. 502. The book was a great success. An 1804 publisher wrote, of the evidences of Christianity, an edition is generally sold every 12 to 18 months. From the introduction to the 1996 Routledge, Poems Press reprint, P. Shiv. The simple structure of Beattie's work is, revelation is useful and necessary. The gospel history is true, and objections answered. McDelee, the letter states, His Excellency Yenel, Washington, very honoured sir, I was the other day in Norfolk, where a very particular friend of mine, Captain James Tucker, a man of merit and money, begged me to ask a favour of you which we both concluded your goodness would readily grant. Captain Tucker is a wealthy merchant of Norfolk, largely in the importing line. He has lately been applied to for a quantity of merchandise on credit by a gentleman who calls himself Major James Welch, and who says moreover that he is the man who purchased your Excellencies Western lands, of which a post says you sold so much some time ago. Captain Tucker wishes to know whether a Major Welch did purchase your Excellency's lands, or a part of them, and whether he met your Excellency's expectations in the way of payment. If your Excellency will condescend to honour me with a line on this subject, it will be very gratefully acknowledged, both by Captain Tucker and your Excellency's most obliged M. L. Weems. See under March 26, 1799 in George Washington Papers at the Library of Congress. Maclear, Washington, answered from Mount Vernon. Sir, your letter of the 26th inst. Came duly to hand. In answer thereto, I inform you that my sale to Mr. James Welch of the lands I hold upon the Great Kanawha is conditional only. He has a lease of them at a certain annual rent, which if punctually paid for 6 years, and at the end thereof shall pay 1/4 of the sum, fixed on as the value of them, and the like sum by instalments the 3 following years, and this, without any let or hindrance that then, and in that case only, I am to convey them in fee simple, not else. This is the nature of the agreement between Mr. Welch and Sir, your etc. P.S. It may not be amiss to add that the first year's rent due in January, last is not yet paid. See under on March 31st, 1799, in George Washington Papers at the Library of Congress. MMCD Live, WGW Vol 37, August 29th, 1799. MMCDLV Weems, The Immortal Mentor, or Man's Unerring Guide to a Healthy, Wealthy and Happy Life, in 3 parts, by Louis Cornaro, Dr. Franklin, and Dr. Scott. Philadelphia, printed for the Reverend Mason L. Weems, by Francis and Robert Bailey, No. 116 High Street, 1796. MMCDLVI. This letter is not found in the writings of George Washington, but it is in the papers of George Washington, Retirement Series, July 3, 1799, to Mason Locke Weems, last volume, pp. 17,374. MMCDLVI. Washington was careful to thank people when they dedicated their works to him. See, for example, WGW Vol. 35, January 21st, 1797, to Richard Peters, Ibid, Vol. 36, February 6, 1798, to the Secretary of State, Ibid, Vol. 36, August 15, 1798, to Reverend Jonathan Boucher, but he usually did not give permission to those who requested his permission to dedicate their works to him. See Ibid, Vol. 28, June 20th, 1786, to Nicholas Pike, Ibid, Vol. 36, July 4th, 1798, to Ferdinand Fairfax, Ibid, Vol. 36, October 14th, 1798, to Reverend Samuel Knox, and Ibid, Vol. 29, January 9th, 1787, to Dr. John Lee. An example of an exception to this was for Reverend Timothy Dwight Jr., see Ibid, Vol. 11, March 18th, 1778. Similarly, compare here his general unwillingness to give endorsements. See, for example, his silence with respect to Uzal Ogden's request for an endorsement. Lane Washington Collection, Boston Athenaeum, p. 154 to 155. His approbation, or approval of a work, was a high honour, and rarely given. Examples include Reverend Jedediah Morse, WGW Vol. 37, February 18th, 1799, Nicholas Pike, Ibid, Vol. 30, 6 to 200 and 1788, and Reverend Benjamin Stevens, Ibid, Vol. 30, December 23rd, 1789. This makes Washington's support for Weems's work most exceptional. MMCDLV for Washington's consistent use of the word peruse, or perusal in its sense of examining with great care, or to read intensively, see WGW Vol. 1. November 26, 1753, Speech to Indians at Logstown, WGW, Vol. 14, April 14, 1779, to John J., WGW, Vol. 29, September 30, 1786, to Bushrod Washington, WGW, Vol. 32, June 20, 1792, to Dr. James Anderson, WGW, Vol. 37, April 23, 1799, to the Secretary of War. For a clear example of this, consider Washington's letter to Mercy Warren, WGW 31, 11 to 4, 1790. Madam, my engagements since the receipt of your letter of the 12th of September, with which I was honoured 2 days ago, have prevented an attentive perusal of the book that accompanied it, but from the reputation of its author, from the parts I have read, and a general idea of the pieces, I am persuaded of its gracious and distinguished reception by the friends of virtue and science. MMC Delix, Dr. Thomas Scott, 1747 to 1821, was an Anglican clergyman and well-known biblical scholar from England. His conversion from Unitarianism to Calvinism was recorded in The Force of Truth, 1779. His most notable work was a many times reissued commentary on the Bible in 4 volumes, 1788 to 1792. He was also author of the work against Thomas Paine, volume entitled The Vindication of the Divine Inspiration of the Holy Scriptures and of the Doctrines Contained in Them, being an answer to the two parts of Mr. T. Paine's Age of Reason, by Thomas Scott, chaplain to the Lock Hospital, New York, London, printed New York, reprinted by G. Foreman for C. Davis, bookseller number 94, Water Street, 1797, MMCDLX Weems, The Immortal Mentor, pp. 57-60, MMCDL Xi, Ibid, p. 116, MMCDelx, Ibid, p. 123-24, MMCDelx V, Ibid, MMCDelxif, Ibid, p. 130, MMCDLXV, Ibid, pp. 133-34, MMCDX, Ibid, pp. 150-51, MMCDLX Feconf, Ibid, p. 151, MMCD, Ibid, Ibid, pp. 172-175, MMCDLXX, Ibid, pp. 177-79, MMCDLXX, Ibid, pp. 232-233, MMCDLXI, Ibid, pp. 312-13, MMCDLX8, WGW, Vol. 30, June 22, 1788, to Reverend John Lathrop, MMCDXI, WGW, Vol. 30th, First Inaugural Address, MMCDXXE, Journals of the Continental Congress, 1774, MMCDLXXV, Weems, Life of Washington, First Edition, 1880, MMCDLXX, Paul Johnson, The History of the American People, Great Britain, Weidenfield and Nicholson, 1997, MMCDX7, author Peter Marshall notes. But the sad truth today is that this lie about the Founding Fathers all being a bunch of deists is taught by the secularist professors in our universities and colleges, who don't do much original research. I think a lot of them don't want to be disturbed by the reality of this situation to find out they've been teaching wrong. They simply repeat each other's lies, and this has become sort of a common sense, well, of course, idea in modern America, and it's flatly untrue. Peter Marshall and D. James Kennedy, One Nation Under God, Fort Lauderdale, Coral Ridge Ministries, 2005, a video. MMCDLX, second. John Rhoda Hamill, ed. George Washington, Writings, New York, The Library of America, 1997, 279th. MMCDX 6 Fitzpatrick, The Writings of George Washington, Vol. 5, pp. 244-245. MMCDLXX, Benson J. Lossing, The Pictorial Field to Book of the Revolution, 1886, Vol. 2, p. 140. MMCDLXI Rhodehamel, George Washington Writings, p. 526. MMCDLXX, Ibid, p. 34. MMCDLCAC, Ibid, p. 33. MMCDLXX of Johnson, George Washington the Christian, pp. 251-252. MMCDLXXXV WGW Vol. 27, December 1st, 1783. MMCDLX Ibid, p. 255. MMCDLXX and Sparks, The Writings of George Washington, Vol. XII pp. 405-407. C. Idemo, Christianity and the Constitution, p. 140-141. Did Washington embrace Christianity? His adopted daughter thought so. Nellie Custis was Martha Washington's granddaughter, and when Nellie's father died, George and Martha Washington adopted her and she lived in their home for 20 years. In 1833 she wrote to the historian Jared Sparks, expressing indignation that anyone would question Washington's Christianity. MMCDLX Sakai WGW, Vol. 1, 4-2, 1747-48. There is some question as to whether this was written in 1747 or 1748. MMCDXX Ibid, Vol. 26, June 8, 1783. Circular to the States. MMCDXC, Ibid, Vol. 27, June 15, 1783. To John Augustine Washington. MMCDXCI, Ibid, Vol. 30, January 8, 1790. First Annual Address to Congress. MMCDXII, Ibid, Vol. 27, January 22, 1784. To Charles Thompson. MMCDXEII, Ibid, Vol. 3, July 18, 1775. To Governor Jonathan Trumbull. MMCDXIF, Frankie Grizzard, George Washington, A Biographical Companion, Santa Barbara, Abbey Clio Inc., 2002, pp. 361-365. For a contemporary take, see George Washington, Georgisms, New York, Athenaeum Books for Young Readers, 2000, MMCDXCV, Rupert Hughes, George Washington, The Human Being and the Hero, 1732-1762, New York, William Morrow and Company, 1926, pp. 552-559. MMCDXCVI is found in W. Herbert, Burke, B.D., Washington's Prayers, Norristown, Washington Memorial Chapel, 1907. John Idesmo, Christianity and the Constitution, Grand Rapids, Baker Bookhouse, 1987. William J. Federer, America's God and Country Encyclopedia of Quotations. Coppell, Fame Publishing, Inc., 1994, pp. 656-659. MMCDXCVI Rupert Hughes, George Washington, The Human Being and the Hero, 1732-1762. New York, William Morrow and Company, 1926, pp. 552-559. MMCDXCVI, WGW Vol. L. 33, August 29, 1793. C. Lane, Washington Collection, Boston Athenaeum, p. 142. MMCDXC Sykes WGW Vol. L. 29, February 23, 1787. Lane, Washington Collection, Boston Athenaeum, p. 194. MMD, C. WGW Vol. 30, July 6, 1789. It is unclear which of Ogden's sermons this may have been from the evidence available here. C. Lane, Washington Collection, Boston Athenaeum, p. 153-54. MMDI, C. WGW Vol. L. 34, April 14, 1795. C. Lane, Washington Collection, Boston Athenaeum, p. 195,196. MMDII, C. WGW Vol. 36, June 15, 1798. C. Lane, Washington Collection, Boston Athenaeum, p. 20-21. MMDII, C. Lane, Washington Collection, Boston Athenaeum, p. 500. MMDIV, WGW, VL 32, October 20th, 1792. To Dr. William Davies Shipley. MMDV, C. Lane, Washington Collection, Boston Athenaeum, p. 70. MMDVI, C. Lane, Washington Collection, Boston Athenaeum, p. 226. MMDVII, WGW, VOL 31, March 28, 1791. MMDV Lane, Washington Collection, Boston Athenaeum, p. 118-119. CWGW Vol. 30, September 28, 1789. MMDix Ibid, p. 146-147. CWGW Vol. 37, May 26, 1799. MMDX Ibid, p. 226, CWGW, Vol. 37, May 30th, 1799. MMDXI IBID, P. 25. MMDXI IBID, P. 195. MMDXII IBID, P. 86-87. MMDXI IBID, P. 184. See also WGW, VLL 35, July 23, 1797. To George Washington Parke Custis. Dear Washington, your letter of the 14th instant has been duly received, and gives us pleasure to hear that you enjoy good health, and are progressing well in your studies. Far be it from me to discourage your correspondence with Dr. Stewart, Mr. Law, or Mr. Lewis Zechariah Lewis, or indeed with any others, as well disposed and capable as I believe they are to give you specimens of correct writing, proper subjects, and if it were necessary, good advice. With respect to your epistolary amusements generally, I had nothing further in view than not to let them interfere with your studies, which were of more interesting concern. And with regard to Mr. Zay Lewis, I only meant that no suggestions of his, if he had proceeded to give them, were to be interposed to the course pointed out by Dr. Smith, or suffered to weaken your confidence therein. Mr. Lewis was educated at Yale College, and as is natural, may be prejudiced in favour of the mode pursued at that seminary, but no college has turned out better scholars, or more estimable characters, than Nassau. Nor is there anyone whose president is thought more capable to direct a proper system of education than Dr. Smith, for which reason, Mr. Lewis, or any other, was to prescribe a different course from the one you are engaged in by the direction of Dr. Smith, it would give me concern. Upon the plan you propose to conduct your correspondence, none of the evils I was fearful of can happen, while advantages may result, for composition, like other things, is made more perfect by practice and attention, and just criticism thereon. MMDXV Lane, Washington Collection, Boston Athenaeum, P. 142. MMDXV IBID, P. 154, MMDX Second, IBID, P. 16, MMDX Second Philadelphia, printed by James Chatin, 1755, MMDXX, Lancaster, PA, printed by Francis Bailey, MDCC, LX Essence, 1770, Vol. MMDXI, printed by Shepherd Collock, at his office in Chatham, 1779, MMDXII, WGW Vol. L. 16, August 5th, 1779. MMDXI and printed by J. John Colrick, 1798. MMDXIV Lane, Washington Collection, Boston Athenaeum, P3, WGW Vol. L. 36, June 3rd, 1798. MMDXXV IBID, P. 126. MMDXX IBID, P. 146. MMDXX Sapphire, WGW Vol. L. February 28, 1799. MMDXXI and Lane, Washington Collection, Boston Athenaeum, P. 226 to 227. MMDXX Pax, WGW Vol. 10, December 20th, 1777. MMDXX, WGW Vol. L. 37, August 29th, 1799. This letter is not found in the writings of George Washington, but it is in the papers of George Washington, ed. Dorothy Toohig, University of Virginia, Retirement Series, July 3rd, 1799, to Mason Lock Weems, last volume, pp. 173 to 74. MMDXXI Lane, Washington Collection, Boston Athenaeum, P. 193, WGW Vol. L. 30, December 23rd, 1789. MMDXI by Isaac Lewis, D.D. Pastor of a Church in Greenwich, Hartford, printed by Hudson and Goodwin. 1797. Election Sermon, The Political Advantages of Godliness, by Isaac Lewis, D.D. Pastor of a Church in Greenwich, Hartford, printed by Hudson and Goodwin. 1797. At a General Assembly of the State of Connecticut, holden at Hartford on the 2nd Thursday of May, Anno Domini, 1797. MMDXXI Fee, WGW Vol. 36, August 14th, 1797. These sermons are not in Lane, Washington Collection, Boston Athenaeum, MMDXXV Lane, Washington Collection, Boston Athenaeum, P119. MMDXXWW, Vol. 29, February 22nd, 1788. MMDX Second, IBID, Vol. 30, June 22nd, 1788. MMDXXI, WGW Vol. L. 16, September 8, 1779. Note: the eulogium was an eulogium of the brave men who have fallen in the contest with Great Britain, delivered July 5, 1779, in the German Calvinist Church in Philadelphia. A copy is in the Library of Congress. C. Lane, Washington Collection, Boston Athenaeum, P. 192. MMDXI XWGW, VOL. 37, November 6, 1781. To Jonathan Trumbull, Jr. See the Works and Life of Lawrence Sterne, 2 volumes, New York, J.F. Taylor & Company, 1904. Sterne's collection of sermons was also in Washington's library. C. Lane, Catalogue of the Washington Collection, p. 192. MMDXL, Boston, printed by Samuel Hall, in School Street, 1776. Lane, p. 118. MMDXLI, by Isaac Lewis, D.D. Pastor of a Church in Greenwich, Hartford, printed by Hudson and Goodwin, 1797. Election Sermon, The Political Advantages of Godliness, by Isaac Lewis, D.D. Pastor of a Church in Greenwich, Hartford, printed by Hudson and Goodwin, 1797. At a General Assembly of the State of Connecticut, holden at Hartford on the 2nd Thursday of May, Anno Domini, 1797. MMDXLI, CWGW Vol. 36, August 14th, 1797. These sermons are not in Lane, Washington Collection, Boston Athenaeum, MMDXLI Lane, Washington Collection, Boston Athenaeum, P71. MMDXLIV need reference here. MMDXLV Lane, Washington Collection, Boston Athenaeum, P75. MMDXLVI Philadelphia, printed by James Chatin, 1755. MMDXLVI Philadelphia, printed and sold by James Humphreys Jr., the corner of Black Horse Alley, Front Street, MDCC LXXV, 1775. Lane, Washington Collection, Boston Athenaeum, P70. MMDXLV5 Philadelphia, printed by Ormrod and Conrad, at the Old Franklin's Head, No. 41, Chestnut Street, March, 2D, 1795. Lane, Washington Collection, Boston Athenaeum, P226. MMDX Licks Philadelphia, printed by John Ormrod, No. 41, Chestnut Street, 1799. Lane, Washington Collection, Boston Athenaeum, P226. MMDL Chatham, NJ, printed by Shepherd Collock, at his office in Chatham, 1779. Memdeli Boston, printed by Eads and Gill, in Queen Street, MDCC Licks, 1759. Lane, Washington Collection, Boston Athenaeum, P. 193. Lee, Philadelphia, printed by William Young, bookseller, No. 52, 2nd Street, corner of Chestnut Street, MD DCC XCV, 1795, Mgley, New York, printed by Thomas Greenleaf. 1793, MMDLIF C. Lane, Washington Collection, Boston Athenaeum, p. 154, MMDLV. Robert Davidson, D.D., A Sermon on the Freedom and Happiness of the United States of America, preached in Carlisle on the 5th October, 1794, and published at the request of the officers of the Philadelphia and Lancaster troops of Light Horse, by Robert Davidson, D.D., pastor of the Presbyterian Church in Carlisle, and one of the professors in Dickinson College. Philadelphia, printed by Samuel H. Smith for Robert Campbell, 1794, 29 pp. C. Lane, The Washington Collection, pp. 6465. MMDLV Tuhig, Diaries, October 5th, 1794. MMDLV OII44TWOHIG, The Diaries of George Washington, Volume 5, November, August 8, 1789. It being contrary to law and disagreeable to the people of this state, Connecticut, to travel on the Sabbath day one, and my horses after passing through such intolerable roads wanting rest, I stayed at Perkins's Tavern, which by the by is not a good one all day, and a meeting house being within a few rod of the door, I attended morning and evening service, and heard very lame discourses from a Mr. Pond. MDLV Tuhig, Diaries, July 3rd, 1791. Received and answered an address from the inhabitants of Yorktown, there being no Episcopal minister present in the place I went to hear. Morning service performed in the Dutch Reformed Church, which being in that language not a word of, which I understood I was in no danger of becoming a proselyte to its religion by the eloquence of the preacher, PGW Vol. 6, MMDLX, The Diaries of George Washington, Vol. 5, Donald Jackson and Dorothy Tuhig, eds. The Papers of George Washington, Charlottesville, University Press of Virginia, 1979, November 1789, MMDLX, The Diaries of George Washington, Vol. 6, Donald Jackson and Dorothy Tuhig, eds. The Papers of George Washington, Charlottesville, University Press of Virginia, 1979, January 1797, MMDLXI Lane, Washington Collection, Boston Athenaeum, p. 502, Mimduxi, Ibid, p. 503, Mimduxi, Ibid, p. 39, MDLX, IWDW, Vol. 4, December 15, 1775, to Governor Jonathan Trumbull, 1 Reverend Brian Fairfax, Sermon by the Reverend Brian Fairfax, Virginia Historical Society, Rare BV 4500 p14, pp. 261 to 276. MMDLXV Johnson, George Washington the Christian, p67. MMDLXV Fields, Worthy Partner p371. MMDLXV Iron Fields, Worthy Partner p339. MMDLXV Martin Luther J. Griffin Jr., Latitudinarianism in the 17th Century Church of England. Brill's Studies in Intellectual History. Leiden E.J. Brill, 1992. From Introduction by Lila Friedman. This study by the late Martin Griffin, written between 1958 and 1962, was conceived as a definition of the 17th century English latitudinarians, from their origins in the thought of the Great Two Circle, to the diffusion of their beliefs in the 18th century Church of England. Projected both as an historical survey and as an essay in definition and analysis, the study was done at a time when very little attention had as yet been given to the individuals comprising the group here called latitudinarian. The essay singled out the group of divines: John Tillotson, 1630 to 94, Edward Stillingfleet, 1635 to 99, Gilbert Burnet, 1643 to 1715, Simon Patrick, 1626 to 1707, Thomas Tennyson, 1636 to 1715, William Lloyd, 1627 to 1717, Joseph Glanville, 1636 to 90, and John Wilkins, 1614 to 72, and from their writings isolates the characteristics of their thought that distinguish them from their contemporaries. These Griffin lists as 1. Orthodoxy in the historical sense of acceptance of the contents of the traditional Christian creeds, 2. Conformity to the Church of England as by law established with its episcopal government, its 39 articles, and the Book of Common Prayer, 3. An advocacy of reason in religion, 4. Theological minimalism, 5. An Arminian scheme of justification, 6. An emphasis on practical morality above creedal speculation and precision, 7. A distinctive sermon style, 8. Certain connections with 17th century science and the Royal Society. Next, Griffin distinguishes the latitudinarians from the Cambridge Platonists, with whom they had many personal connections, and locates them instead within the tradition of Falkland's Circle at Great Tew, tracing their conception of moral certainty, on which they based the assurance of the truth of Christianity, to the influence of William Chillingworth. With their speculative theology they attempted to meet specifically the challenges of Hobbism, deism, and Roman Catholic apologetics, and in both their speculative and moral theology they aimed to combat practical atheism, emphasizing in their sermons that the chief design of Christianity was to make men good. They also rejected the Calvinist notion of predestination, which they thought led to antinomianism, and though they were charitable to those who differed from them in opinions, they opposed the principle of nonconformity. Their solution to the problem of tender consciences was comprehension, not toleration in the modern sense of the word, in the attempts of 1668, 1675, and 1689. To achieve some scheme of comprehension, the latitudinarians therefore played prominent roles. MMDLXX, WGW Vol. 30, August 18, 1789. MMDXX, Martin I. J. Griffin Jr., Latitudinarianism in the 17th Century Church of England. Brill's Studies in Intellectual History, Leiden, E.J. Brill, 1992, p. 5. MMDLXI. The moderation of the latitudinarians in matters of church government suggested to Dryden that they might be crypto-Presbyterians. Martin 9. J. Griffin Jr., Latitudinarianism in the 17th Century Church of England. Brill's Studies in Intellectual History, Leiden, E.J. Brill, 1992, p. 7. MMDLXI. A dictionary published in 1699 defined latitudinarian in these uncategorical terms: a churchman at large, one that is no slave to rubric, canons, liturgy, or oath of canonical obedience, and in fine looks toward Lambeth, and rose to Geneva. Martin J. Griffin Jr., Latitudinarianism in the 17th Century Church of England. Brill's Studies in Intellectual History, Leiden, E.J. Brill, 1992. The Papists, Burnet wrote, set themselves against them to decry them as atheists, deists, or at best Socinians. Socinianism was, in fact, a favourite charge from all sides. Sometimes it referred literally to alleged Trinitarian heterodoxy, but more often, the Latitudinarians were suspect of Socinianism, for they magnify reason, and are often telling how rational a thing Christian religion is. This charge, that the Latitudinarians made reason, their only holy trinity, was a cherished weapon of their enemy's arsenal. Martin J. Griffin Jr., Latitudinarianism in the 17th Century Church of England. Brill's Studies in Intellectual History, Leiden, E.J. Brill, 1992. Further, the doctrine of justification turned the grace of God into a wanton notion of morality. Their rejection of the doctrine of predestination gained for them the epithets of Arminians. Martin J. Griffin Jr., Latitudinarianism in the 17th Century Church of England. Brill's Studies in Intellectual History, Leiden, E.J. Brill, 1992. Their doctrine of grace and their scheme of salvation were Pelagian. Martin J. Griffin Jr., Latitudinarianism in the 17th Century Church of England. Brill's Studies in Intellectual History, Leiden, E.J. Brill, 1992, p. 9. The non-jurors bitterly complained that the latitudinarians were conscienceless Erastians who, for the sake of preferment, had betrayed the divinely constituted spiritual and sacerdotal privileges of the Church of England. From all sides, for whatever reason, the quality of their Christianity was impugned by their enemies as being heretical, or at best heterodox. Martin I. J. Griffin, Jr. Latitudinarianism in the 17th Century Church of England. Brill Studies in Intellectual History. Leiden, E. J. Brill, 1992, p. 9. MMDLX 6th Century J. Griffin, Jr. Latitudinarianism in the 17th Century Church of England. Brill Studies in Intellectual History. Leiden, E. J. Brill, 1992, p. 9. In the middle of the 19th century, latitudinarian fell out of style, its technical and religious meanings being expressed in common usage by the phrase broad churchman. Since then, the pejorative connotations which the word had almost always carried with it have virtually disappeared. Martin I. J. Griffin, Jr. Latitudinarianism in the 17th Century Church of England. Brill Studies in Intellectual History. Leiden, E. J. Brill, 1992, p. 10. MMDLX. In Ecclesiology and Liturgy, Low Church and Latitudinarian for our period were equivalent terms. Though all latitudinarians were low churchmen, not all low churchmen were full-fledged latitudinarians. Martin J. Griffin, Jr. Latitudinarianism in the 17th Century Church of England. Brill Studies in Intellectual History. Leiden, E. J. Brill, 1992, p. 44. MMDLXX. Martin J. Griffin, Jr. Latitudinarianism in the 17th Century Church of England. Brill Studies in Intellectual History. Leiden, E. J. Brill, 1992, p. 15. MDLXXI. Martin J. Griffin, Jr. Latitudinarianism in the 17th Century Church of England. Brill Studies in Intellectual History. Leiden, E. J. Brill, 1992, p. 40. MMDLX Kant. Martin J. Griffin, Jr. Latitudinarianism in the 17th Century Church of England. Brill Studies in Intellectual History. Leiden, E. J. Brill, 1992, p. 40. MMDX Saxophy. Martin J. Griffin, Jr. Latitudinarianism in the 17th Century Church of England. Brill Studies in Intellectual History. Leiden, E. J. Brill, 1992, p. MMDXXI. WGW, VL3, April 25, 1773. MMXXV, Ibid, Vol. 29, February 11, 1788. MMDLXX Ibid, Vol. 34, December 24, 1795. MMDLX Cessant, Ibid, Vol. 35, March 30, 1796. MMD XX Second, Worthy Partner, P 152. MMD LXIX WGW, VOL 3, June 20, 1773. MMDXC WGW, Vol 3, April 25, 1773. MMDXCI IBID, Vol 2. September 24, 1767. MMDXCII IBID, Vol 17, December 15, 1779. MMDXCII IBID, Vol 26, March 22, 1783. MDXCIV IBID, Vol 27, December 13, 1783. MMDXCV. See the chapter, George Washington and Communion. MMDXCVI WGW Vol. 24, June 28, 1782. MMDXCVI IBID, Vol. 30, October 9, 1789. MMDXCVI IBID, Vol. 30, October 23, 1789. MMDXC IBID, Vol. 3, September 14, 1775. MMDC IBID, Vol. 30, May 26, 1789. MMDCI IBID, Vol. 35, March 30, 1796. MMDCII IBID, Vol. 30, June 20, 1788. MMDCII IBID, Vol. 29, February 11, 1788. MMDCI IBID, Vol. 29, August 15, 1787. MMDCV IBID, Vol. 31, August 14, 1790. MMDCVI IBID, Vol. 4, March 1776. MMDCV IBID, Vol. 26, June 8, 1783. MMDCVI IBID, Vol. 30, October 3, 1789. MMDCX IBID, Vol. 26, June 8, 1783. MMDCX IBID, Vol. 37, May 13, 1776. MMDCC IBID, Vol. 12, August 20, 1778. MMDT IBID, Vol. 30. September 28, 1789. MMDCC IBID, Vol. 35. September 19, 1796. MMDC Johnson, George Washington, The Christian, p. 250. MMDCXV IBID, pp. 250 to 251. MMDCXV IBID, pp. 251 to 252. MMDCXV IBID, p. 253. MMDCXCIANT IBID, p. 253. MMDCX6 IBID, p. 253 to 254. MMDCX ABID, p. 254. MMDCXI IBID, pp. 254 to 255. MMDCX HAT IBID, p. 255. MMDCXT IBID, p. 256. MMDCXI IBID, p. 256 to 257. MMDCXXV IBID, p. 257. MMDCXI's IBID, p. 257. MMDCX second IBID, p. 258. MMDCXX seventh IBID, p. 258. MMDCXX IBID, p. 258 to 259. MMDCXX IBID, p. 260. MMDCXI IBID, p. 260. MMDCX and IBID, p. 260. MMDCX Warcraft IBID, p. 260. MMDCXX IBID, p. 260. MMDCXXV IBID, p. 261. MMDCX IBID, p. 262. MMDCXX Sextant IBID, p. 263 to 265. MMDCX Sextant IBID, p. 266 to 267. MMDCXX IBID, p. 267 to 268. MMDCXL Weems, Life of Washington, p. 172. MMDCXI Johnson, George Washington the Christian, p. 269. MDXLI Hart, Albert Bushnell, Tributes to Washington, pamphlet number 3. Washington, D.C., George Washington Bicentennial Commission, 1931, pp. 31 to 32. MMDCXLI Hart, Tributes to Washington, p. 32. MMDCXLIV IBID, p. 32. MMDCXLV IBID, p. 31. MMDCXLV IBID, p. 31. MMDXLV IBID, p. 31. MMDXLV IBID, p. 32. MMDCX Lix IBID P31, MMDCL IBID P31, MMDCLI IBID P32, MMDCLI IBID P30, MMDCLI IBID P31, MMDCLIV IBID P31, MMDCLV IBID P32, MMDCLV IBID P32, MMDCLV IBID P32, MMDCLV IBID P30, MMDCLIX IBID P31, MMDCLX IBID P31, MMDCXI Griffin, Appleton PC Comps, a catalogue of the Washington Collection in the Boston Athenaeum, Cambridge University Press, 1897, P65, MMDCII Hart, Albert Bushnell, Tributes to Washington, pamphlet number 3, Washington, D.C., George Washington Bicentennial Commission, 1931, P34, MMDCXII IBID, P33, MMDCLXI IBID, P33, MMDCLXV IBID, P32, MMDCLXVI IBID, P33, MMDCLXVI IBID, P35, MMDCLXI IBID P33, MMDCABID IBID P35, MMDCLXX IBID P33, MMDCLXXI IBID P35, MMDCLXI IBID P33, MMDCLXXI IBID P33, MMDCLXXI IBID P33, MMDCLXXV IBID P35, MMDCLXXI IBID P35, MMDCLXZ IBID PP 35 to 36, MMDCLX7 IBID P33, MMDCLXIX IBID P34, MMDCLXX IBID P34, MMDCLXXI IBID P35, MMDCLXXI IBID P35, MMDCLXXI IBID P33, MMDCLX IBID P34, MMDCLXXV IBID PP 34 to 35, MMDCLX IBID P35, MMDCLXXX IBID P34, MMDCLX IBID P37, MMDCLXI IBID P37, MMDCXE IBID P36, MMDCXCI IBID P38, MMDCXE IBID P37, MMDCXI IBID P36, MMDCXIV IBID P37, MMDCXEV IBID P38, MMDCXEVI IBID P38, MMDCXEV IBID PP 36 to 37, MMDCXEV IBID P38, MMDCX6 IBID P38, MMDCC IBID P38, MMDCCI IBID P38 to 39, MMDCI IBID P36, MMDTCI IBID P37, MMDCV IBID P39, MMDCCV IBID P37, MMDCVI IBID P38, MMDTs IBID P38, MMDs IBID P37, IBID P38, MMDs IBID P37.